5 years ago, blood stained the military uniform, exchanged for a body of accomplishments. 5 years later, bearing boundless glory, composing the legend of a king. The return of the king. The storm clouds gather once more, with fervent blood, igniting the city. Chapter 1. The king returns. In the northern border of the Great Xia, snow-capped peaks loom, the cold wind sharp as a blade. At this moment, tens of thousands of soldiers clad in military attire stand solemnly in the icy wilderness, their expressions grave, eyes reddened like blood, each harboring a tempest of rage and killing intent. This is the Northern Field Army of the Great Xia, stationed in this bitterly cold land year-round. Before the array of soldiers lies a black coffin, draped with the flag of the Great Xia. An elderly man in uniform, adorned with 3 stars on his shoulders, stands at the forefront of the formation. As he speaks, his voice envelopes the entire gathering. By order of the military command, we posthumously award Colonel Lin Ran of the former Northern Field Army Special Forces the title of National First-Class Combat Hero, posthumously promoting him to the rank of Major General and the title of Martyr. At the utterance of the final 4 words, many soldiers are already in tears. Days prior, a reorganized Marine division from the neighboring country of Hayter brazenly crossed the border, launching an assault on a large transport convoy at the Great Xia border. After plundering all cargo and brutally slaying 172 personnel, they swiftly retreated back into Hayter. At that time, Lin Ran, the strongest force of the Northern Field, violated military orders prohibiting entry into foreign territory, crossing the border alone to pursue the Hayter Marine Division across thousands of miles. Lin Ran took 12 days to annihilate the Marine Division. In fact, the division commander fled to the gates of the Hayter Presidential Palace, only to have his head severed in a single strike. After obliterating the Marine Division, Lin Ran plunged his blood-soaked battle knife into the square before the Hayter Presidential Palace. One man, vanquishing 3,000, blood debts, repaid in blood. The entire Hayter was thrown into chaos. Everyone lived in fear. No one dared to retrieve the long knife embedded in the square. The world trembled. Nations pressed the Great Xia, even labeling Lin Ran's actions as terrorism. Subsequently, high-ranking officials from the Great Xia military personally visited a neutral country to negotiate with military leaders from several nations. 3 days later, the generals of the Great Xia returned, bringing Lin Ran back with them. To be precise, they returned only with Lin Ran's remains. The old general surveyed the array of soldiers, casting a deep glance at the coffin draped in the national flag before declaring, "The snow-capped mountains are fortunate to cradle loyal bones." With this proclamation, the snow seemed to fall even heavier. The coffin began its slow descent into the earth, and the wails from the formation intensified. The entire northern border was enveloped in a mournful atmosphere. This memorial service was broadcasted nationwide at this moment. Countless tears were shed across the Great Xia. In the hearts of the people, Lin Ran is a true national hero, an eternal monument at the northern border of the Great Xia. As the coffin was finally buried, the last handful of snow-mixed soil was sprinkled atop it. The entire array of soldiers suddenly drew their blades. Tens of thousands of battle knives pointed toward the heavens. At that moment, it seemed as if the very sky would be pierced by the dazzling blade light. Every northern soldier, with tears gleaming, roared, "This vast land, we shall not yield an inch." This is the motto of the Northern Field Army, and all the soldiers shouted in unison, as if to shatter the clouds above. Before the live broadcast screens, countless citizens followed suit, echoing the slogan. At this moment, the entire territory of the Great Xia reverberated with a single phrase. However, within that buried coffin, there was no trace of Lin Ran's body, only a uniform steeped in blood. 5 years later, separated from the Great Xia by vast oceans, a man clad in black and gold military attire stands quietly at the edge of a cliff, listening intently to the voice on the other end of the phone, his expression growing increasingly stern, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Tianxi, rest assured, leave everything to me, no one shall harm you." Having uttered these words, he ended the call, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. This man is Lin Ran. He did not perish. 5 years ago, it was merely a staged funeral. The Great Xia military orchestrated a nationwide broadcast to deceive everyone, and Lin Ran's true self had long since departed abroad. At this moment, 4 men clad in black military attire stand behind him. These 4 individuals are known as the 4 Kings of Cayman. Each name alone could send shivers down the spines of the people of this land. and they are all Lin Ran's subordinates. Return to the Great Xia immediately. Yes, my lord. I will make the arrangements right away. One of the kings responded, his eyes betraying evident excitement. After 5 years, is the master finally returning home? Facing the howling winds, Lin Ran squinted and said, no one can bully my brother's family, and after being away for so long, it's time for them to know I'm still alive. 10 minutes later, a fleet of black warplanes ascended rapidly, carrying Lin Ran aloft. With imposing might, they soared directly toward the direction of the Great Xia. This fleet of warplanes is known as the Dark Heavenly Wings. Whenever the Dark Heavenly Wings take to the skies, enemies tremble in fear, shaking the very ground beneath. And this time, the tremors will cross the ocean, spreading to Lin Ran's homeland. The four kings gazed at the fleet gradually disappearing beyond the horizon. Standing at attention and saluting, they shouted in unison, we bid farewell to our master as he returns to the Great Xia, Beijing City. Today marks the wedding day of the richest heir of Beijing, Song Yuandong, and his bride, the renowned beauty known as the first beauty of Beijing, He Tianqi. Ranga, will you come? Dressed in her wedding gown, He Tianqi sits in the makeup room, gazing down at her phone's recent call log. Her beautiful eyes reddened, her lips bitten until they bled. He Tianqi's brother, He Tianming, formerly served in the Northern Field Army and was Lin Ran's closest comrade, a brother sworn by blood. He Tianming sacrificed himself 5 years ago, leaving only He Tianqi and her sister He Xiaoi to depend on each other. However, 17-year-old He Xiaoi is currently under the control of Song Yuandong, who claims that if He Tianqi marries into the Song family, He Xiaoi's freedom will be restored. He Tianqi has no choice but to sacrifice her own lifelong happiness in exchange for her sister. Before my brother passed away, he left me a number telling me that in times of desperation, I could call for help. I never expected, Rangu, that you would be the one to answer. He Tianqi's eyes shimmered with tears as she softly murmured, regardless of whether you can come or not, just knowing you are alive is enough for me. At that moment, a middle-aged couple entered the makeup room. The man spoke first. Tianqi, it's not that your uncle is scolding you. The Song family is finally willing to take you as their bride. This is a blessing our family has earned over generations. Do not be ungrateful. The middle-aged woman sneered. Tianqi, your uncle and I are doing this for your own good. Although Song Yuandong has a poor reputation, his family is the richest in our city. Moreover, for these past few years, it has been your uncle and I supporting you. And He Xiaoi, it's time for you to show some gratitude. This is Uncle Zhang Jingang and Aunt Li Xian. Show gratitude? A cold glint appeared in He Tianqi's beautiful eyes. You forcibly occupy our family's house, and every day you think of how to sell me for a good price. As she spoke, her tone intensified. You even want to seize my brother's compensation. Over the years, Uncle Zhang Jingang has abandoned all pretense of responsibility, frequently frequenting various casinos. Not only has he squandered He Tianming's compensation to the last penny, but he has also accrued a staggering debt to the casinos, one that could never be repaid in a lifetime. Most of the casinos in Bayan City are intricately linked to the wealthy Song family. At this moment, a man clad in a black suit entered the room with a smile, saying, indeed, Tianqi, as long as you marry me, not only will He Xiaoi regain her freedom, but your uncle's gambling debts will also be wiped clean. Furthermore, I will secure a promising future for your uncle's son within the Song group. What's not to like? This man is none other than the groom of the day, Song Yuandong. He is of modest height, with elongated eyes and thin lips, but a scar on his profile lends him a somewhat sinister air. He gazed at He Tianqi's exquisite figure and declared, from this day forth, you are mine, my bride. The mere thought of conquering her beautiful form that very night ignited an uncontrollable impulse within Song Yuandong, a desire to tear her wedding gown to shreds. He Tianqi coldly inquired, what has happened to Xiaoi? A sinister undertone seeped in Song Yuandong's smile as he replied, she is well. Rest assured, once you marry me, I shall release her. He Tianqi closed her eyes, her lashes trembling as she murmured, very well, I hope you keep your word. A cold smirk appeared on Song Yuandong's face as he continued, by the way, my bride, do you recall how I acquired this scar? He Tianqi did not look at him or respond. It is the handiwork of your brother, He Tianming, and his comrade. Song Yuandong emphasized his words, his eyes gleaming with malice. I merely touched you, and he slashed my face. He deserved to die, merely touched. At that time, Song Yuandong had cornered He Tianqi in an alley with a group of men. Fortunately, He Tianming and Lin Ran had arrived just in time. The consequences could have been dire. Now that your brother is dead, There is no one to protect you. Song Yundong's eyes were filled with venom as he spat. Don't be deceived by my grand wedding today in due time. Once I tire of your body, I shall cast you aside, naked and alone. Ha ha ha. Even with her resilient spirit, He Qianqi felt her eyes sting with tears upon hearing such depraved words. Kulme, the ceremony is about to begin, follow me. As he spoke, Song Yuandong roughly seized He Qianqi's wrist, dragging her out of the dressing room. Her uncle and aunt exchanged glances filled with anticipation as they followed behind. The guests in attendance, witnessing the bride being unceremoniously pulled onto the stage, found amusement in the spectacle. They were all friends of Song Yuandong, complicit in his cruelty, with no sympathy for He Qianqi. Pointing towards the crowd, Song Yuandong laughed arrogantly. I know what you're thinking. Once I grow weary of He Qianqi, I shall gift her, the most beautiful woman in Bayan, to you all. Do as you please. Laughter erupted in the hall, and many guests eagerly anticipated their turn, excitement palpable in the air. Despair began to rise in He Qianqi's eyes. The future appeared bleak, yet for the sake of rescuing Xiaoyi, she felt compelled to endure. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from above. The deafening sound engulfed every ear in the room. The bodyguards stationed outside the Song residence were thrown into disarray. A swarm of black aircraft broke through the clouds, diving from the skyline. Dozens of fighter jets spread their wings, sweeping low over the banquet hall. A chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. Though the guests could not see what lay outside, the palpable tension filled them with dread. As their ears buzzed, a thunderous crash resonated from the entrance. The grand doors of the banquet hall had been shattered by a single kick. The luxurious yet heavy doors splintered into countless pieces. Many guests found their faces grazed by flying debris, the scene descending into chaos. Amidst the shock and fear of all present, only He Qianqi's eyes sparkled with renewed clarity, hope flooding her gaze. A young man stood at the doorway, his voice cold and resonant, shaking everyone to their core. I do not consent to this wedding. Chapter 2. The Rampage of a Dragon. With the appearance of this figure, silence fell over the banquet hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned to the young man, curiosity and apprehension swirling as they speculated his identity. Who would dare disrupt the wedding of Bayan's wealthiest family? 5 years ago, although that funeral was broadcast nationwide, the military never released Lin Ran's photograph, leaving most citizens of Dachau unaware of the young major's appearance. Time passed, and the attendees had long forgotten the name Lin Ran. Only He Qianqi remembered, gazing at that silhouette, her beautiful eyes misted with emotion. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail peeked out from behind Lin Ran. Her eyes held a hint of confusion, but upon seeing He Qianqi, relief washed over her. It was none other than He Xiaoyi, who had been held captive by the Song family for 2 weeks. Sister, am all right? He Xiaoyi exclaimed, hopping and waving her hands. He Qianqi shouted in delight. Ran Ge. Xiaoyi. Indeed, Lin Ran had arrived. Moreover, he had already rescued He Xiaoyi from the Song family. Lin Ran's gaze swept over the guests, each feeling the immense pressure radiating from him. As he surveyed the room, his piercing glance softened upon resting on He Qianqi, brimming with warmth and reassurance. I promised you, I will handle everything. At that moment, as He Qianqi beheld Lin Ran descending like a beacon from the heavens and her sister's newfound freedom, tears streamed down her cheeks. He kept his word, he truly came. What is happening here? Song Yuandong exclaimed, visibly startled and irate. Are the bodyguards in my house merely useless? How could they let He Xiaoyi escape? Just then, 2 of the Song family's bodyguards tumbled in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, Young master, it's bad. The guards watching over He Xiaoyi have all been incapacitated. They're utterly useless. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned to Lin Ran, filled with fear and awe. Without a doubt, this young man was responsible. Perhaps the mysterious aircraft that had just soared overhead was also linked to him. Lin Ran spoke again, directing his gaze at Song Yuandong, calmly stating, Release Qianqi, and I shall spare your life. Though his words were delivered softly, they carried an unmistakable authority over life and death. Song Yuandong, upon hearing this, erupted into a furious laugh. Huh, spare my life? I cannot believe someone would dare to cause a scene at my wedding in Bayan. Lin Ran shook his head, replying, Song Yuandong, the scar I left you should have taught you a lesson. It appears I should have eliminated you back then. At this, Song Yuandong trembled violently, fixating his eyes on Lin Ran. So it's you. This simple acknowledgement cast a heavy weight over the assembly. Seeking death. With a sinister expression, Song Yuandong signaled to the wedding's bodyguards, barking, break his legs, and toss him into the wilderness to be fed to wild dogs. As his command echoed, two bodyguards in black suits lunged towards Lin Ran, exuding palpable menace. These two individuals are disciples of Han Hayan, renowned as the master of Ban, and are at least qualified to be rated as level warriors. Such prowess allows them to navigate the world of ordinary people with impunity. However, the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that astonished everyone. Confronted by their fierce assault, Lin Ran remained immobile, seizing one assailant's fist and executing a swift countermove. The latter immediately emitted a cry of agony as his arm and shoulder contorted into a grotesque angle that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The other assailant, witnessing this, drew a dagger from his waist, aiming for Lin Ran's throat in explicit intent to kill. Yet before the blade could even graze Lin Ran, he delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's chest. The impact was thunderous as Lin Ran's foot collided with the man's torso, sending him hurtling backward, his head striking the edge of the stage with a sickening thud. Blood gushed forth, and his chest caved in, rendering him unconscious on the spot. A hushed silence enveloped the room, the brutality of Lin Ran's actions chilling the hearts of all present. Lin Ran then turned his gaze to Song Yuandong on the stage and coldly commanded, "Release her." The nonchalance and amusement that had once graced Song Yuandong's demeanor evaporated upon witnessing the swift incapacitation of his bodyguards. He drew a dagger from his waist, pressing it against He Qianqi's face. At a wedding, the groom brazenly brandished a weapon. "You scoundrel, if you do not vacate this hotel immediately, I shall mar He Qianqi's visage and sever her nose, transforming her into a hideous creature." Song Yuandong's sinister laughter carried a disturbing undertone. With the cold blade pressed against her delicate features, He Qianqi bit down on her already torn lip, staining her teeth with crimson. Observing this, Lin Ran felt a faint whiff of gunpowder in the air and declared, "You refuse to take the path of mercy and instead choose to plunge into the abyss." Song Yuandong retorted, "I shall see if you will still rescue He Qianqi when her face is marred with scars." His eyes gleamed with malice as the blade began to descend. Suddenly, he sensed a blur before his eyes, as Lin Ran appeared before him with astonishing speed. "Ah!" The anguished cry of Song Yuandong reverberated as Lin Ran seized his hand, twisting his wrist, causing the dagger to flip in direction. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the hall. In the next instant, Lin Ran forcefully propelled him, causing Song Yuandong to inadvertently stab himself in the shoulder. Blood erupted. Overcome with pain, he trembled uncontrollably. Lin Ran did not immediately withdraw the dagger. Instead, he grasped the hilt and twisted his wrist, carving a ghastly wound into Song Yuandong's shoulder. The latter could barely maintain his footing. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, remained paralyzed with fear, none daring to intervene. To torment the heir of the wealthiest family in Bayan was unprecedented. The wealthy scion had met his match in Lin Ran, who was willing to risk everything. Lin Ran gripped Song Yuandong's collar, coldly stating, "What you've just experienced was merely the beginning." With that, he delivered a punch to Song Yuandong's face, sending him crashing to the ground, his nasal bone shattered and bloodied. He appeared utterly wretched. "Stop! Release my brother." A strikingly beautiful woman stepped forward, her voice icy. It was Song Yuandong's sister, Song Ziyuan. While He Qianqi was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Bayan, Song Ziyuan's beauty was often regarded as second to hers. With their parents abroad negotiating important projects, she was now the head of the Song family. Having witnessed her brother being stabbed in silence, she could no longer contain herself. "Release him?" Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Song Ziyuan with a derisive smile. "On what grounds?" Song Ziyuan glanced at her bloodied brother, a flicker of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. "My brother acted out of momentary folly. Now that He Qianqi is unharmed, this matter could be resolved." Lin Ran's brow furrowed slightly as he scoffed. "You perceive Song Yuandong's inhumane actions as mere folly?" Song Ziyuan's expression remained impassive. "If you cease now, I will not pursue your actions against Yuandong." "Not pursue? What gives you such confidence?" Lin Ran sneered, lifting his leg to stomp down forcefully on Song Yuandong's knee. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out. Both of Song Yuandong's knees crumpled, and his agonizing scream filled the air once more. At this moment, the guests were gripped by trepidation. They had no doubt that this young man would publicly execute Song Yuandong. Yet, Song Ziyuan's countenance remained stoic, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She spoke coldly. I do not know what arrogance fuels you, but the two injured bodyguards are disciples of Master Han, who is en route to this location. Let's see how you conclude this. No sooner had she spoken than a middle-aged man clad in cloth shoes and a long gown appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. He appeared to be in his 50s, short in stature, with a stern expression radiating a palpable aura of power. This was Han Hayan, the esteemed master of Bayan. Having achieved the pinnacle of level strength years prior, he had no rivals in Bayan. The guests exhaled in relief at his arrival, believing the Song family would turn the tide, for no one could contend with Han Hayan in Bayan. Unbeknownst to them, 5 years ago, the commander of the Heidel Marine Corps, whose head Lin Ran had severed, was rated a level. Chapter 3. The Blade Unsheathed. Han Hayan was known for his ferocity and fierce protectiveness of his disciples. Those who dared oppose him in the past had either met a gruesome end or been left severely injured. Who dares to harm my disciple? Han Hayan's voice dripped with coldness. His mere utterance seemed to render the air in the hall stagnant. This individual is doomed. He will be slain by Master Han. To openly defy the Song family, this man's corpse will likely be found in the wilderness by morning. Such brazen audacity in a marriage heist guarantees a grim fate. Whispers of trepidation coursed through the guests. They were convinced that Lin Ran was as good as dead. In the minds of the Bayan populace, Han Hayan was invincible. A grievously injured Song Yuandong appeared to sense hope. His expression twisted in rage as he shouted, "You're finished. Scoundrel! Master Han will obliterate you." At that moment, Xiaoi had rushed onto the stage, supporting her sister to the side. The sisters stood behind Lin Ran, gazing at the figure descending from above as their savior, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. Unlike the majority, Song Ziyuan remained tense, her fists clenched, palms damp with sweat. Lin Ran regarded Han Hayan with a cold smile. "It is I. Do you have a problem with that?" Seeing Lin Ran mock him, Han Hayan's tone darkened further. "If you kneel now and disable an arm, I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not expect to leave Bayan alive." As he spoke the latter half of his sentence, Han Hayan's voice thundered like a storm, causing many guests to flinch as if their eardrums might burst. Clearly, the master of Bayan was deliberately showcasing his strength, instilling confidence in those present. In response to Han Hayan's menacing words, Lin Ran displayed a scornful smile. "And what if I refuse to kneel?" Han Hayan fixed his gaze on Lin Ran, declaring, "You refuse to kneel? Young man, you possess some merit, but that is where it ends." As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his entire being, propelling him toward Lin Ran like a cannonball. The ferocity of his attack sent nearby tables and chairs tumbling in a violent upheaval. All is over. Many in the crowd thought this as they witnessed Han Hayan's assault. They believed that the momentum he displayed could obliterate a car. And how could Lin Ran possibly withstand such an onslaught? This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, could hardly be a match for Han Hayan, even if he had been training in martial arts since birth. However, what unfolded next left everyone utterly astonished. Han Hayan's speed was remarkable, yet Lin Ran's counter was even swifter. Before anyone could discern his movements, Lin Ran had already sent Han Hayan hurtling through the air. The esteemed master from Bayan was propelled over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the wall of the banquet hall. A dull thud echoed through the room as cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, with debris cascading down. Han Hayan collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, coughing up blood. The tiles beneath him shattered into fragments. He attempted to rise, but despite several struggles, he could not succeed. A closer inspection would reveal an imprint resembling a foot on his chest, a clear sign of broken ribs and severe internal injuries. In the presence of Lin Ran, the so-called master from Bayan was as fragile as paper. A swift defeat. Guests at the scene were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. A master of the level pinnacle had been incapacitated by a single kick. If viewed from this angle, this young man was the true top martial artist of Bayan. Could he possibly be a level? How could one achieve a level prowess at such a young age? No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Yuandong, his face stained with blood, was overwhelmed with disbelief. With Han Hayan defeated, who could possibly save him now? Song Ziyuan's composure faltered, her previous indifference and confidence evaporating. She inhaled deeply and said, "My brother has already been punished. You should consider ceasing your actions." Just like that? Lin Ran scoffed. "If I hadn't appeared today, what would have become of Tianqi and Xiaoi? Can such matters simply be dismissed? At this point, Lin Ran drew the dagger embedded in Song Yuandong's shoulder and plunged it directly into his abdomen. The latter's body convulsed violently several times before he succumbed to the unbearable pain, his head tilting as he fainted. Song Ziyuan's heart clenched at the sight. Even if I were to stab him repeatedly, it wouldn't quell my anger, Lin Ran remarked coldly. However, after injuring so many today, the Bayan Supervisor Department will not let you go unpunished. Song Ziyuan fixed her gaze on Lin Ran, her eyes unwavering. Release my brother, and you may still depart. Are you threatening me? Lin Ran's voice remained steady. Very well. I shall await the arrival of the Supervisory Department. Han Hayan, clutching his chest, lay on the ground, his face a mask of horror as he stared at Lin Ran on the stage, his body trembling uncontrollably. While others remained oblivious to the truth, Han Hayan was acutely aware. An A-level martial artist was indeed formidable, but it was inconceivable that a mere kick could send him flying. Before this young man, he recognized that victory was utterly unattainable. The explosive force he had unleashed in that moment was undoubtedly beyond a level. Could such a superlative warrior truly be contained by the Bayan Supervisory Department? At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a voice imbued with authority. Who dares to commit malicious harm in this place? Cuff him and take him away. A middle-aged man with a protruding belly and thinning hair entered, unmistakably the current head of the Bayan Supervisory Department, Qi. Upon seeing him, Song Ziyuan and the guests collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their tense expressions eased considerably, and their breaths became more fluid. In Bayan, if Master Han could not handle this individual, they could only rely on the Supervisory Department. The influence of a wealthy family was indeed substantial. The wedding had been disrupted, prompting the department head to appear in person. In present-day Daxia, where martial vigor flourished, the Supervisory Department had risen to prominence among municipal management agencies, with a head status second only to local administrative leaders. Qi was currently a hot commodity in Bayan. Soon after, a team of operatives clad in black combat gear entered. Each bore a battle knife at their waist and wielded long guns, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The appearance of these individuals drew gasps from the crowd, for they were none other than the Special Supervisory Team. Within the Supervisory Department, there were two primary forces, the Public Order Supervisory Team and the Special Supervisory Team. The former maintained daily urban order, while the latter consisted of elite troops deployed only in times of conflict. They were akin to special forces within the department. The fact that a wedding banquet had necessitated the deployment of the Special Supervisory Team was a testament to the Song family's considerable influence. You are the one causing a disturbance here? Qi glared at Lin Ran, his tone frigid. Do you not realize this is the wedding day of young Master Song? Song Ziyuan interjected. Director Qi, exercise caution. He has easily defeated Master Han. Upon hearing this, Qi finally recognized the man on the ground, continuously coughing blood, as the renowned Master Han Hayan. Yet Qi dismissed this warning, chuckling derisively. I never expected Master Han to be a paper tiger, impressive in appearance, yet utterly ineffective, easily pierced. Han Hayan, upon hearing this, did not react with anger. Instead, he regarded Qi with a look of incredulity, thinking, faced with a likely a level peak super warrior, I shall observe whether your supervisor department can truly handle this. Lin Ran addressed Qi, his voice icy. This Song Yuandong has forcibly abducted women and committed numerous heinous acts. Does your supervisor department intend to ignore this? Qi shrugged, a mocking smile gracing his lips, replying, What you speak of is beyond my observation and my eyes. Young Master Song is kind-hearted and charitable, truly a paragon of contemporary youth. Lin Ran scoffed. As a department head, such words are utterly disgraceful. How dare you insult me? Qi glared at Lin Ran, who was standing over Song Yuandong, and proclaimed, You have violently assaulted young Master Song, and must pay a grievous price for this. Captain Li, apprehend this scoundrel at once. Without inquiring about the circumstances or the misdeeds of Song Yuandong, he demanded Lin Ran's capture. However, after Qi command, he noticed that Captain Li Fongming of the Special Supervisory Team had yet to move. No, to be precise, he was staring at Lin Ran, his eyes reflecting incredulity. Even his fingers trembled slightly. Qi glanced at the stationary Li Fongming, his brow furrowing as he impatiently exclaimed, Captain Li, why are you standing there? Hurry and seize this troublemaker. Clang! In the next moment, Li Fangming drew his battle knife. Many guests were momentarily blinded by the glint of the blade. It was nothing short of astonishing that the captain's blade was not aimed at Lin Ran, but rather poised directly against the throat of the Inspector General, Qi Yangji. Chapter 4. I demand an explanation. Li Fangming's actions took everyone by surprise. No one anticipated that Captain Li would be so audacious as to press the blade against his superior's throat. Observing this, a slight smile crept onto Lin Ran's lips, and a flicker of reminiscence glinted in his eyes. Meanwhile, Song Ziyuan stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. The cold blade pressed against his throat caused Qi Yangji's body to tense immediately. What? What do you intend to do? Damn it, Li Fangming put down the knife. However, rather than the awaited compliance from Li Fangming, Qi Yangji felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Anyone who dares to touch him will pay with their life. Li Fangming declared frostily, including you, Inspector Qi. No one doubted the seriousness of Li Fangming's threat. His palpable aura of menace was as tangible as steel. Li Fangming, you are committing insubordination. Qi Yangji stammered, his voice trembling. Do you believe I won't have you thrown into prison at once? Ha! Go ahead, if you can, Li Fangming retorted with a cold laugh, twisting the blade in a swift motion. The skin on Qi Yangji's neck was brutally scraped away, blood instantly staining his neck a deep crimson. Li Fangming showed no regard for Qi Yangji's rank, fully revealing his animosity. All the guests began to speculate about Lin Ran's true identity, many doubting that the Song siblings would leave this encounter unscathed. In excruciating pain, Qi Yangji's plump face quivered. He never expected Li Fangming to be so ruthless. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he shouted to the special inspection team members nearby, "What are you doing standing there? Seize him at once." Yet, the team members merely gazed at Qi Yangji with indifference, showing no inclination to obey his commands. Clearly, they were loyal only to Li Fangming. Li Fangming kept the blade pressed against Qi Yangji's throat, coldly demanding, "Inspector Qi, do you acknowledge your mistake?" Qi Yangji growled, "You insolent fool! You truly are rebelling. I will have you apprehended as soon as I return." Yet, Li Fangming simply shook his head dismissively. "Inspector Qi, you will not be leaving today." Qi Yangji furrowed his brow, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. "Not leaving? What do you mean?" Li Fangming replied, "According to the first clause of the Special Inspection Team's enforcement regulations, I hereby formally arrest you." A wave of astonishment rippled through the guests. They were utterly unaware of the specifics of this first clause, let alone why a captain could arrest a minister based on it. However, the Special Inspection Team members present visibly stiffened at the mention of the clause, clearly aware of its implications. Upon receiving the command, the team members unsheathed their blades, directing them at Qi Yangji. The atmosphere turned increasingly ominous. "The first clause?" Qi Yangji stammered, incredulous. "When did I trigger the first clause?" "The first clause of this special enforcement regulation states, is strictly forbidden to insult or slander heroes and martyrs. Any violators, regardless of rank, may be arrested on the spot by the special inspection team." Qi Yangji trembled uncontrollably. Li Fangming's words unmistakably indicated that Lin Ran was that hero. Glancing at Lin Ran, Qi Yangji's pupils constricted sharply. "Li Fangming, are you certain?" With the invocation of the first clause, the Inspector General's bravado crumbled, for no one dared treat such matters lightly. Li Fangming stated, "Inspector Qi, I have been transferred from the military department. There are matters you are unaware of and individuals you do not recognize." Abruptly, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Qi Yangji's ample abdomen. Bang! The force of the blow sent Qi Yangji reeling backward, crashing into a pillar, where he collapsed, unconscious. Mere minutes ago, this Inspector General had been basking in glory now. He lay in utter humiliation. Li Fangming barked, "Special Inspection Team, take Qi Yangji away." Two team members promptly approached, seizing Qi Yangji's arms and dragging him out as if he were a lifeless dog. The atmosphere grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop. A profound sense of unreality washed over the guests as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Song Zin stood aghast, unable to fathom the downfall of her formidable ally, her mind a blank slate. "What exactly is this first clause?" she murmured, her gaze trembling. At that moment, Li Fangming sheathed his blade and turned to Lin Ran, then raised his right hand to his brow, saluting with military precision. Every individual present felt the gravity of Li Fangming's sincerity and respect. It was well known that the captains of the special inspection teams in every city were high-ranking military officers, Many having seen combat, the commanding aura exuded by Li Fongming indicated he was no exception. However, it was astonishing that such a promising inspection captain would show such deference to a young man in his 20s. Lin Ran nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then delivered a swift kick to Song Yuandong's waist. He tumbled to the ground, landing heavily at Li Fongming's feet. "Take him away," Lin Ran stated coolly. "The Northern Border Field Army guard the nation's gates. Yet this city, belonging to the northern border, is rife with corruption. It is time for a thorough cleansing." Though his tone was light, it carried an undeniable sense of determination and authority. "Yes." Li Fongming saluted again, responding with utmost seriousness. He then bellowed to his subordinates, "Take Song Yuandong away. Conduct a thorough investigation." "Wait." Song Ziyuan suddenly interjected. She directed her gaze at Lin Ran, her expression devoid of emotion. "Leave Song Yuandong. My family is willing to pay some price for this." Her words were undoubtedly a concession, but it was too late. Lin Ran smiled, yet his eyes held no trace of warmth, only a chilling glint. "And what if I refuse? I warn you, this is banned if you continue to act recklessly." Before Song Ziyuan could finish her warning, a flash of steel whizzed past her. It was none other than Captain Li Fongming. With a swift motion, he hurled his blade, which zipped past Song Ziyuan's face, severing a few strands of hair before embedding itself in a pillar several meters away. In that instant, Song Ziyuan was acutely aware of the scent of death. A chill spread throughout her body, and goosebumps erupted on her flawless skin. As the blade grazed her cheek, she had no doubt that this new special inspection captain would not hesitate to kill her on the spot. Every word from Li Fongming was as cold as ice. "Miss Song, if I hear you utter such words again, do not blame the blade for its cruelty." Having descended from the battlefield, Li Fongming exuded an aura that was distinctly formidable at this moment. His presence silenced the ordinary individuals present, rendering them speechless. Song Zin bit her lip tightly, her complexion pale, and her hands trembled incessantly. "Regroup." Li Fongming barked an order, withdrawing his long blade from the pillar, and then addressed Song Zin, saying, "Miss Song, please refrain from leaving Bayan for the time being. We may require your cooperation for further investigations." Song Ziyuan's lips moved a few times, yet she could not utter a single word. Li Fongming did not engage in idle chatter with Lin Ran, but instead saluted him before departing. The banquet hall once again fell into a profound silence. The Song family, having suffered repeated humiliations, was utterly defeated. Speculations ran rampant regarding the identity of the formidable figure on stage, who possessed such remarkable influence. At this moment, a shared thought coursed through the minds of the majority. A change was imminent in Bayan. Lin Ran turned to the He sisters, his expression softening as he gently spoke. "Tianqi, it's all right now. Let's take Xiaoi and head back." This gentle demeanor stood in stark contrast to his earlier commanding presence. He Tianqi's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears as she nodded vigorously. She understood that from this day forth, no one would dare to bully the sisters again. Their previously cautious days were destined for transformation. As Lin Ran passed by Song Ziyuan, he suddenly halted. Song Ziyuan's heart raced her throat. In the next moment, Lin Ran reached out, lifting her delicate chin. He gazed at her striking yet slightly alarmed visage, his eyes growing increasingly predatory. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Lin Ran's intense scrutiny, Song Ziyuan inhaled deeply and stammered. "What do you want?" Lin Ran glanced at her chest, rising and falling with tension, and mockingly sneered. "Your brother took my sister hence. I shall take his sister. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Song Ziyuan's breath quickened. Her gaze fluctuated violently, leaving her at a loss for words. In terms of both beauty and figure, Song Ziyuan was undeniably exceptional, easily igniting a desire for conquest in others. To the numerous guests present, it seemed entirely natural for Lin Ran, this formidable figure, to develop possessive intentions towards Song Ziyuan. Lin Ran leaned slightly closer, whispering in her ear, "Truthfully, you didn't genuinely wish to save your brother just now, did you?" Song Ziyuan shuddered at his words. "You merely sought to exploit me, exacerbating your brother's injuries. I could see through it," Lin Ran remarked with a smile. Song Ziyuan's voice quivered further. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Lin Ran chuckled knowingly and replied, "I await your apology. Remember to come with sincerity." With that, he released her chin and departed with the two sisters. Song Ziyuan watched Lin Ran's retreating figure, her expression a tumult of complexity. To her, this so-called sincerity was synonymous with body. Chapter 5. I Am Your Brother. In an aging residential building, on the top floor, the dilapidated ceiling bore the marks of rainwater, a testament to years of neglect. This was the humble abode of He Tianqi and He Xiaoi, a place where they clung to each other for support. Though furnished with only simple, old-fashioned furniture, the space was meticulously tidy. Lin Ran gazed at this modest dwelling, his heart pricked with guilt, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. He Tianming had attained countless accolades on the battlefield, even sacrificing his life, yet his family endured a life riddled with hardship and indignity. I have arrived too late, he murmured softly to himself, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, oblivious to the pain. For 5 long years, fearing retribution against those he cherished, Lin Ran had refrained from contacting anyone back home, almost leading to a tragic outcome. Rangu, you are not late at all. If it weren't for you today, He Tianqi said, her gaze misty, a hint of tears shimmering in her eyes as she gently parted her lips. Knowing that you are alive is already a tremendous surprise. He Xiaoi, ever the optimist, quickly adjusted her spirits despite having been confined for 2 weeks. This vivacious girl, now 17 and standing at 1.7 meters tall, embodied youthful exuberance and beauty, having firmly established herself as the belle of her school. Though adopted by He Tianming's parents and lacking blood relations to the He family, the bond between the sisters was forged through years of companionship, rendering blood ties irrelevant. A soft glow flickered in He Tianqi's eyes, yet she retorted, "He is not your brother-in-law, you mischievous girl." He Xiaoi promptly jumped in front of Lin Ran, asking, "Rangu, are you single?" Lin Ran scratched his nose and chuckled. "Indeed, I am quite single." "That's wonderful. My sister is also single," He Xiaoi exclaimed, seemingly having forgotten the shadows of the past fortnight, her excitement palpable. "Rangu, from now on, you are my brother-in-law." He Xiaoi, go wash up and get to bed. You're still so young. What are you thinking about? He Tianqi, both flustered and annoyed, pushed her sister toward the bathroom. "Rangu, please don't mind her. Xiaoi has always been this playful," He Tianqi said, her cheeks flushed. Lin Ran smiled. "As long as Xiaoi's spirits remain unaffected, I will feel at ease. You both should take a nap. I will ensure that nothing untoward occurs here." Once the heavy weight of worry lifted, the 2 sisters relaxed, swiftly succumbing to deep slumber. Perhaps this was the most peaceful sleep they had experienced in years. Standing guard at the bedroom door, Lin Ran watched over the slumbering sisters and whispered, "I will protect you both like a true brother." He dared not contemplate the grim fate that awaited them had he not arrived. Or had he arrived, even a moment later. "Old He," Lin Ran murmured softly, "rest assured, you have shed blood for this nation. I will not allow you to shed tears in another world." With that, Lin Ran stepped onto the balcony and dialed a lengthy, unusual number, one that seemed to defy the numbering conventions of the great Xia nation. When the call connected, his voice was icy. "I have returned, but I am far from satisfied. What on earth has transpired?" The tone on the other end grew serious. "Why have you returned? And why did you bring the Blackwing with you?" Lin Ran disregarded the question, his gaze as frigid as the eternal frost. "I demand an explanation. If you cannot provide one now, I shall take matters into my own hands and come to the military headquarters." After a brief silence, the voice replied, "I promise you, this is a debt owed to you by the military." Lin Ran's return sent ripples through Ban. All the residents heard about the incident where Song Yuandong was brutally beaten at a wedding, and they could not help but cheer in delight. Typically, they were too intimidated by the Song family's arrogance to voice their grievances, but now, someone had finally stood up for them. Meanwhile, He Tianqi enjoyed an unprecedentedly peaceful slumber, awakening only by evening. Upon rising, she heard commotion from the kitchen and discovered Lin Ran, apron-clad, preparing soup. At that moment, he bore no semblance to the iron-willed warrior who had hunted down the Heidel Marine Corps. Instead, he exuded the warmth of a caring older brother. Seeing He Tianqi leaning against the doorframe, Lin Ran smiled. "You're awake. I've made chicken soup. It will be ready shortly." Yes, Xiaoi is still asleep. She has been under so much stress lately. As the fragrant steam wafted from the pot, the aroma invaded He Tianqi's senses, stirring an overwhelming urge to weep. It had been far too long since she had felt the warmth of home. "Rangu, how long can you stay in Ban?" He Tianqi inquired, her heart heavy with the fear that this might all be a dream. Dressed in a pure white nightgown, her long hair cascading freely, He Tianchi radiated a rare domestic charm, even unkempt. As he ladled out the soup, Lin Ran replied with a smile, Xiaoyi is about to take her college entrance exams. Right? I will remain here until she is admitted. The implication was clear. Lin Ran intended to stay until he Xiaoyi entered university. During this time, the Song family would certainly not stir up any trouble. Thank you, Rango. He Tianchi felt the depth of his kindness wash over her, filling her with profound gratitude. However, the college entrance exams were just over a month away. Lin Ran glanced at He Tianchi. What are your plans after Xiaoyi gets into university? A flicker of determination sparked in her eyes as she replied, I want to enlist. Enlist? Lin Ran was taken aback, yet impressed. With your beauty, you could easily lead a life envied by many yet. He shook his head, meeting her clear gaze with unwavering intensity. Enlisting is arduous and perilous. But He Tianchi's gaze held firm, her resolve intensifying. Rangu, since the day my brother passed, I have resolved to join the military. I wish to be like him. And like you, I want to protect those who need protection. Her words moved Lin Ran deeply, a shadow of nostalgia flitting across his expression. In you, I see the reflection of your brother. You two truly resemble one another. He Tianchi bit her lips softly, betraying a moment as hesitation. Tianchi, speak freely. Your brother and I shared a bond akin to that of life and death. Consider me family from now on, Lin Ran encouraged, so do not hesitate. Then, Rangu, He Tianchi's gaze sharpened. If I pass the military entrance exam, I would like to ask you to look after Xiaoyi. Lin Ran chuckled. That is no problem. I'd already decided that if you didn't enlist, I would look after both of you. It was a statement Lin Ran could make. Had it been anyone else, they would have been labeled a beast. Nevertheless, in Bayan, the two distinct sisters, He Tianchi and He Xiaoyi, were well known, and many had harbored dreams of winning them both over. He Tianchi's cheeks flushed, revealing a hint of relieved joy. Lin Ran lifted his head from the rising steam of the chicken soup and continued, Tianchi, if you don't mind, I shall be your brother and Xiaoyi's from now on. He Tianchi's eyes reddened, softly calling out, brother. In that moment, the heart of the most beautiful woman in Bayan had opened a small crack for Lin Ran. Meanwhile, while the first beauty of Bayan savored Lin Ran's chicken soup, the second beauty was entangled in thoughts of how to convey her sincerity to him through her own body. At that moment, Song Zhuan stood in front of the bathroom mirror, clad in a nightgown. She gazed at her fair skin and beautiful face, a sense of unwillingness rising in her enchanting eyes. Her hand pressed firmly against her left chest, causing her silhouette to shift under the pressure. Feeling her heart race with nervous excitement, Song Zhuan slowly declared, I shall counterattack, even if the cost is my body. Subsequently, her nightgown gracefully slid to her feet, revealing her nearly perfect curves to the air. Chapter 6, Goat apologized to him. Song Zhuan placed a call to her father, Song Liangming, who was far away in the Kingdom of Roars, detailing the events of the day. Song Liangming had always indulged his son, Song Yuandong, who had been reckless in Bayan City for years, causing untold trouble and indiscretions. Yet this time, his son had finally encountered formidable opposition. Upon hearing his daughter's account, a shadow flickered across Song Liangming's eyes as he exclaimed, in Bayan, there are actually those who dare to act so brazenly before the Song family. Father, Song Zhuan replied, my brother has already been taken away by the special inspection team, and he is severely injured. I worry. Song Liangming's expression darkened ominously. I am currently negotiating an important project concerning the mining rights of source crystals. As soon as I conclude this matter, I will return at once. Everything will be addressed upon my return. The mention of source crystals immediately illuminated the significance of the project to Song Zhuan. The discovery of source energy years ago allowed people to draw this primal and pure power from the environment, greatly enhancing their physical capabilities, with many becoming what are known as warriors. Source energy is stored within a mineral known as the source crystal, and its reserves are relatively abundant globally, making it a highly coveted resource. Wealthy families often procure source liquid extracted from source crystals to nourish their bodies and solidify their martial foundations. The aspiration to become a warrior is indeed most desirable. Conversely, ordinary working-class individuals cannot afford the sustained supply of source liquid. The adage, the poor seek knowledge while the wealthy pursue martial prowess, holds true everywhere. If the Song family were to secure a significant proportion of the mining rights for source crystals, what would the richest man in Bayan even signify. Perhaps the Song family could soon dominate the entire Liaojing province. I will contact Bayan's administrative chief immediately and request that they release Yuan Dong, Song Liangming stated gravely. Surely, that special inspection team leader would not dare to disregard the chief's authority. After hanging up, he turned to his wife, Lve Wei, and said, "We have encountered a formidable foe. The opposing party has easily defeated Han Han. It appears we may need to spend heavily to hire a super expert to resolve this matter. Anyone who dares to bully my son will pay dearly for it." Lve Wei's eyes were filled with intense rage as she exclaimed, "And that he Qianxi, who claims to be the most beautiful woman in Bayan, I must ensure her face is disfigured." At that moment, Song Liangming's phone rang again, and he was surprised to see it was a call from Administrative Chief Wang Luzhen. Song Liangming had intended to call him to request the release of Song Yuan Dong from the interrogation room, but instead, the chief was calling him. "Chief Wang, I just heard before he could finish." Wang Luzhen interrupted, "Old Song, your young master has gotten himself into a tremendous mess. This situation is difficult to manage." The tone of Wang Luzhen was far from his usual warm familiarity. There was a palpable sense of distance in his voice. Upon hearing this tone, Song Liangming felt anger rising within him. However, due to the chief's position, he forced himself to suppress his fury and said, "But my son has been severely injured and taken away by the special inspection team without cause. Chief Wang, considering our previously amicable relationship, I implore you to assist me in this matter." Wang Luzhen lowered his voice, "Old Song, I truly cannot help you. I might as well inform you that the National Inspection Headquarters in the capital has issued an arrest warrant." Song Liangming was taken aback. This incident has attracted the attention of the inspection headquarters? They have personally ordered the capture of the scoundrel who harmed my son? No, quite the opposite. Wang Luzhen's words caused Song Liangming's heart to plummet. The one being arrested is the current Bayan inspection minister, Qiangji, for violating the first clause of special enforcement. The inspection headquarters has decreed that he must be transported to the capital within 24 hours. Wang Luzhen added, "Moreover, I, as Bayan's administrative chief, must personally escort him." With a gasp, Song Liangming's hand slipped, and his phone fell to the ground. He murmured the first clause. "What is that? Who exactly is the person that has crossed my son?" Song Liangming and Lve Wei were deeply concerned for their son. Yet they faced an even more pressing matter. Recently, the energy giant Frey Group from the Kingdom of Roars sought partners in Daxia to jointly mine a newly discovered source crystal mine at the border of their two nations. Upon learning this news, Song Liangming took the initiative to visit, displaying great sincerity. Given the Song family's considerable strength, Frey Group had decided to sign a cooperation agreement after conducting their assessment. At that moment, Song Liangming and Lve Wei had already been waiting in the conference room for the representatives of Frey Group. They planned to sign the agreement and then promptly return to Daxia to address their son's situation. However, for reasons unknown, the typically punctual Roars representatives were over an hour late. Just as the couple began to feel uneasy, the conference room door swung open, revealing a stunning woman with flowing blonde hair. 2 rows of robust bodyguards followed her closely. This woman, named Elena, was in her 20s, tall and dressed in a gray blazer with rolled-up sleeves, revealing her slender arms, exuding an air of competence. It was remarkable that someone of her age could represent Frey Group in discussions about such a significant collaboration, suggesting that her background was indeed impressive. However, unlike her usual demeanor, today, Elena's face was shadowed with displeasure, radiating a chilling aura. The bodyguard's serious expressions further intensified the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room. Noticing the discord, Song Liangming quickly rose to greet her. "Miss Elena, is something troubling you today?" Lve Wei stood beside him, forcing a smile, her heart racing in anxiety. It was evident to anyone that something was amiss. Yet, Elena merely cast a cold glance at Song Liangming before suddenly raising her arm. Smack! She struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The wealthiest man in Bayan was momentarily stunned, a clear red mark blooming on his cheek. "Miss Elena, is there some misunderstanding? Why did you hit my husband?" Lve Wei stammered in confusion. The Song family had grown accustomed to their dominance in Bayan City, but there were always those who were more formidable. "I intend to strike not only your husband, but also you, a truly ungrateful woman." Elena's face was icy as she swiftly turned to deliver a slap to Lvey as well. Lvey stumbled several steps, her head colliding with the conference room wall, leaving a bruise on her forehead. This Song Liangming dared not assist his wife. He covered his rapidly swelling face and forced a smile that was more pitiable than tears, saying, "Miss Elena, our previous negotiations were going quite smoothly. What is the matter today?" Elena's voice was colder than her expression. "Because you have provoked someone you ought not to have." As her words fell, the 2 rows of bodyguards behind her drew guns from their jackets. Song Liangming and Lvey were instantly paralyzed with terror. The couple believed that at this very moment, should Elena issue a command, they would be mercilessly riddled with bullets. Elena's frigid gaze traversed the faces of Song Liangming and Lvey, lingering for a full minute without uttering a word. That fleeting minute felt to the couple as interminable as an entire year, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. "If I were to follow my previous temperament, I would have condemned you to remain in the kingdom of roles forever. However, I was advised to exhibit a gentler demeanor. Thus, I have chosen not to take your lives." As Elena spoke, the icy intensity in her eyes slightly softened, revealing a trace of recollection intertwined with tenderness. "I fear he may be displeased." "He, who is he?" Song Liangming inquired with uncertainty. Without elaborating, Elena's tone abruptly turned colder. "You are to return immediately to Daxia, to Bayan, and extend your apologies to him, employing every conceivable means to beseech his forgiveness. Should he decide against forgiving you, I shall ensure that not a single member of the Song family remains unscathed." As Elena uttered these words, a palpable air of authority began to emanate from her. Apologize to whom? Upon hearing this, the anxious Song Liangming and Lvey exchanged a glance, both arriving at the same unsettling conclusion. It was the formidable figure who had traversed the waters to reach Bayan. Chapter 7, Part 1, The Humility of the Wealthy. Although less than a month remained before the final examinations, Lin Ran still took a few days off for He Xiaoyi, allowing her to adjust her mood. Over the past few days, in a particular market in Bayan City, one could frequently witness Lin Ran bargaining for groceries alongside a pair of enchanting sisters, drawing envious glances from many onlookers. Could it be that these stunning sisters, like twin lotus flowers, have finally found their match? Today, Lin Ran was once again at home preparing a meal for the 2 sisters. Simple, sweet, and sour ribs, spicy stir-fried meat, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, emanating a comforting, homely aroma. After years of battling in the arena of life, where he often danced on the edge of danger, such leisurely moments were rare for Lin Ran. "Brother, your cooking is truly delicious," He Xiaoyi exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed with rice, creating an endearing sight. This outgoing girl, like her sister He Qianqi, had taken to calling Lin Ran brother without a hint of shyness. Lin Ran chuckled. "You must eat more before the exams. Once you're in university, you won't have this luxury." "No way. If that's the case, I'll just skip university and be your little shadow." He Xiaoyi pouted playfully. The charm of a girl her age, when she acted coy, was indeed hard for anyone to resist. He Qianqi playfully tapped her sister's head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and eat. We need to head back to school soon." However, upon hearing her sister's words, He Xiaoyi's gaze turned teasingly suggestive as she blinked at He Qianqi. "Sister, once I'm gone, won't you and brother be living in your own little world?" At this, Lin Ran nearly choked on his soup. He Qianqi's face flushed a deep crimson. "He Xiaoyi, what are you talking about? Brother, honestly, could you consider being my sister's husband?" He Xiaoyi's large eyes fixed on Lin Ran. "Then I could always enjoy your cooking." "Okay, brother-in-law." Lin Ran was at a loss for words. "My sister is the most beautiful woman in Bayan. Marrying her would be a great fortune." He Xiaoyi whispered conspiratorially. "I'm just letting you know she is quite well endowed. Perfect for bearing children." He Qianqi's cheeks flared with embarrassment as she stomped her foot in frustration. "He Xiaoyi, how can you say such things? You've never seen someone so disloyal to their sister." Well endowed, Lin Ran pondered how to respond. He genuinely viewed He Qianqi as a sister, and despite her beauty, he had never entertained such thoughts, at least not until now. He Xiaoyi leaned closer and whispered, "If you don't believe me, brother-in-law, take a closer look." "Closer look at what?" Lin Ran was perplexed by her logic. "She is really well endowed," He Xiaoyi declared, before grabbing her backpack and rushing out. "I'm off to class. Enjoy your little world together." Once He Xiaoyi departed, He Qianqi, blushing and tidying up the dishes, remarked, "Brother, don't take Xiaoyi seriously. She has always been a bit mischievous." "Ha! She is quite amusing, Lin Ran replied with a smile. But if you ever look for a boyfriend, you'll definitely need to pass her test first. He Tianchi shot Lin Ran a deep glance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Then I suppose I won't bother looking for a boyfriend. At that moment, He Tianchi, donned in an apron, resembled a blooming flower, radiant yet imbued with gentle warmth. This rare charm momentarily captivated Lin Ran, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Naturally, he subconsciously sought to validate He Xiaoi's earlier claims. Indeed, quite exquisite. He mused, admiring her nearly perfect curves. Suddenly, a knock shattered the tender atmosphere. He Tianchi, open up. It's me, your uncle. Zhang Jingang's voice boomed from outside, accompanied by the sounds of a forceful knock. The serene ambience within the room was abruptly disrupted, and a thin veil of frost settled upon He Tianchi's exquisite face. Upon opening the door, Zhang Jingang entered with his family in tow, declaring, He Tianchi, you've caused our family great distress. You must compensate us. His wife, Li Xian, and cousin, Zhang Mingming, followed suit, their expressions taut with indignation. Lin Ran observed that the actions of Zhang Jingang and his family had crossed the boundaries of decency. He had been preoccupied and unable to confront them. Yet they had brazenly come to his doorstep. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Zhang Jingang's flesh quivered involuntarily as memories of Lin Ran kicking Master Han flew back to him. However, even though Lin Ran was formidable, he was still He Tianchi's uncle. Surely, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. He Tianchi, you ungrateful wretch. Zhang Jingang slammed the coffee table, chastising, I work hard to secure you a prosperous marriage, allowing you to enjoy wealth and luxury. Yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude. We have always considered your best interests. For my best interests? He Tianchi retorted coldly, you disregarded Xiaoi's safety and sold my lifelong happiness to that scoundrel, Song Yuandong. Did you ever consider my well-being? When Song Yuandong threatened to mar my face with a knife, were you considering me then? Zhang Jingang faltered, clearly at a loss for words, realizing he had no ground to stand on. Li Xian, hands on her hips, interjected sharply, He Tianchi, if you had been willing to marry young Master Song, would you have taken Xiaoi hostage? If that person named Lin hadn't disrupted the wedding, would young Master Song have threatened you? After a pause, she emphasized, setting aside the facts, have you ever considered your own role in this? This woman was truly adept at twisting the narrative, shifting all blame onto He Tianchi. Setting aside the facts, He Tianchi's face remained expressionless. She had grown so disillusioned with her uncle's family that she no longer felt anger. Regardless, you must compensate us for all economic and emotional damages. Li Xian finally revealed her true intentions, seeking not an apology, but money from He Tianchi. Lin Ran, seated nearby with a cup of hot tea, couldn't help but scoff. How much do you want? Li Xian pounded the table, exclaiming, at least 5 million daxia coins. Hearing this, Lin Ran swiftly raised his hand, splashing the scalding tea directly onto Li Xian's face. Ah! She shrieked, her face half covered in tea leaves, rapidly swelling in a comedic manner. Such a noisy woman. Lin Ran delivered a swift kick to Li Xian's abdomen, leaving her gasping for breath. Dare you touch my mother? Cousin Zhang Mingming yelled, lunging toward Lin Ran in a fit of rage. Adults are speaking. Do you have any right to interrupt? Lin Ran retorted with a swift slap, sending Zhang Mingming crashing against the wall, blood trickling from his mouth, eyes swirling with stars. Oh, right. I forgot you're already an adult. That makes it even more fitting. Lin Ran shook his head, seizing Zhang Mingming by the hair and slamming his head against the wall several times. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them, as a dark bruise began to form on Zhang Mingming's forehead, leaving him dazed and disoriented. As Uncle Zhang Jingang beheld the scene before him, he could not restrain his trembling. Lin Ran turned his gaze upon Zhang Jingang, and within his icy stare was a palpable hint of derision. Pray tell, how shall we resolve this matter? Zhang Jingang's teeth chattered as he stammered. Not only must you compensate for the damages, but you are also required to kneel before the Song family and beg for their forgiveness. Lin Ran nearly erupted in laughter at the absurdity. Could his uncle still be so blind to the situation? He cast a cursory glance at the family opposite him and calmly stated, you have 7 days to return He Tianming's compensation to Tianchi. Should you fail to do so, I shall ensure that you all suffer broken limbs. The compensation for his brother was a matter of utmost significance to Lin Ran. Zhang Jingang shivered at the thought. That sum, exceeding 2 million, had long since been squandered. He had no means to procure it. At that moment, a commotion erupted downstairs. Lin Ran approached the window and peered out, only to discover a convoy arriving at the residential building, drawing a crowd of onlookers. How intriguing, he mused with a smirk. The sound of knocking resonated once more. He Tianqi opened the door to find their neighbor, Aunt Zhang. Following He Tianming's sacrifice, Aunt Zhang had provided the sisters with much assistance, exhibiting far more concern than their uncle. Tianqi, you must flee at once. It is said that the wealthiest man, Song Liangming, has arrived. The neighbors are attempting to block their vehicles. Hurry and leave discreetly, Aunt Zhang urged, her face etched with worry. He Tianqi, visibly touched, replied, Aunt Zhang, let me handle this matter. Do not involve others. It may pose a danger. Upon hearing that the tycoon had personally come, Zhang Jingang sprang to his feet, as if he had seen a savior. He Tianqi, you still have time to plead for the Song family's mercy. Go quickly. Meanwhile, Li Xian, gritting her teeth against the pain, retorted, Zhang Jingang, there is no need for your misguided concern. Let Mr. Song teach them a lesson. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ran raised his hand. A sharp slap resounded against her face. Li Xian's cheek was left bloodied and bruised. Foolish creature. Allow me to impart a lesson first, Lin Ran declared, seizing He Tianqi's hand as they strode out. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered the couple, Song Liangming and his wife, standing shoulder to shoulder. Upon seeing the excessively youthful Lin Ran, Song Liangming found it hard to believe. Could this man have plunged the entire Song family into despair in such a short span of days? Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang Jingang had rushed forward, addressing Song Liangming. Mr. Song, it is this man who harmed your son. I had instructed him to kneel and apologize to you, but he refused to heed my words. My intentions are solely to assist the Song family. Yet, Song Liangming paid no heed to the clownish Zhang Jingang. His gaze fixated on Lin Ran, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Lin Ran wore a mocking smile, seemingly awaiting Song Liangming's next move. As the sweat soaked through the back of his shirt, he finally gritted his teeth, bent his knee, and with a resounding thud, the wealthiest man of Bayan knelt before the crowd. Amidst the astonished gazes surrounding him, Song Liangming implored, Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. Chapter 7, Part 2, Forgive Me. Song Liangming knelt down. With this gesture, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. A pin drop could be heard. The onlooking neighbors were taken aback by the unfolding scene. They had anticipated that the formidable Song Liangming couple from Bayan City had come to confront Lin Ran. Yet the reality was starkly contrary. How could this be? Uncle Zhang Jingang struggled to comprehend the situation before him. Lin Ran, witnessing Song Liangming's action, appeared unfazed and calmly remarked, The failure to educate one's offspring is a parent's fault. I believe Song Yuandong's arrogance is largely a consequence of your indulgence. Wouldn't you agree? Though his tone was mild, it bore an undeniable force, causing Song Liangming to break into a cold sweat that drenched his back. It is our fault. We have failed in raising our child, and we are willing to make amends, Song Liangming hastily declared. However, Lin Ran turned his gaze to the side. Where Lu Yiwei stood, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Song, your wife seems rather unconvinced. Her eyes are filled with hostility. Lu Yiwei had been coldly staring at Lin Ran, showing no sign of remorse. With their son severely injured and disabled, she harbored a deep desire to see the man before her suffer. Yet, for reasons unknown, a shiver coursed through her as Lin Ran's gaze brushed over her. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Song Liangming glanced at Lu Yiwei and whispered urgently, Kneel down quickly and apologize to Mr. Lin. Lu Yiwei's eyes were bloodshot, her teeth clenched, yet she refused to bend her knee. Seeing this, Song Liangming's fury erupted. What a short-sighted woman. After his outburst, he stood and struck Lu Yiwei across the face, growling, Kneel and apologize. Do you hear me? A vivid red imprint appeared on her cheek. Humiliated, yet realizing the gravity of their situation, she finally bent her knee and knelt down. Please forgive us, Mr. Lin. Lu Yiwei lowered her head, her voice hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears. Lin Ran gently shook his head, addressing Song Liangming. Kneeling is easy, and apologies are not difficult, but this matter cannot simply be resolved in such a manner. Is kneeling not enough? Song Liangming responded hastily. As long as Mr. Lin can forgive us, I am willing to pay any price. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. The price I seek, I fear you cannot afford. Upon hearing this, Song Liangming's heart sank to the depths. Mr. Lin, as long as your wrath can be quelled, I would offer half of the Song family's fortune. Gritting his teeth, he continued, Moreover, I have a daughter named who is unmarried. If Mr. Lin, he was prepared to offer his daughter. The wealthiest man in the city was resorting to selling his daughter for peace. A trace of sardonic amusement flickered across Lin Ran's face. This expression made the couple mistakenly believe that perhaps they could indeed appease Lin Ran's anger with their daughter. An hour later, the Song couple returned home, their faces grim as they headed straight to Song Ziyun's room. However, they found it empty. Where is Ziyun? Hurry and bring her out to apologize to Mr. Lin. Song Liangming shouted in a fit of anxiety. Louis Wei approached Ziyun's desk and discovered a note left behind. It read, I have left, do not look for me. From now on, I have no ties with the Song family. Viewing the note, Song Liangming trembled with rage. I have raised this daughter in vain. Does she wish to watch the entire Song family perish? The couple collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, a document lay on the desk of a department head at the Black Hawk Federation's National Security Bureau. The first page bore a single blood-red letter, an S. S-level intelligence. Highest classification, top secret. A delicate hand, adorned with fiery red nails, picked up the document. The owner of this hand was evidently a woman, clad not in uniform, but a tight-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Her figure radiated an intoxicating heat, bold and unrestrained. As she turned to the second page, the contents were succinct, yet alarmingly repeated thrice. Lin Ran of the Great Xia is not dead. Lin Ran of the Great Xia is not dead. Lin Ran of the Great Xia is not dead. Request for assassination. Request for assassination. Request for assassination. The woman's fiery red lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of amusement. She then instructed her subordinate. Inform the military that this time I will deploy the best hunting team to the Great Xia. The most dazzling star in the Great Xia military is destined to fall in my hands. Chapter 8. Side Effects. A week has passed. It seems that every corner of Bayan City is abuzz with the legend of Lin Ran. After all, the news of the richest man kneeling on the spot is indeed shocking, and people need time to digest this event. Uncle Zhang Jingan and his family have been living in constant anxiety these days. He was already burdened with gambling debts and was nearly destitute. So how could he possibly repay He Qianming's compensation? Zhang Jingan, you are truly a useless man. You can't pay back the money. Are you really going to watch us get our legs broken? Li Xian said irritably. His son, Zhang Mingming, scolded from the side that He Qianxi is truly worthless. She has entangled herself with a rogue and disregarded the lives of our entire family. After raising her for so many years, we ended up with such an ungrateful wretch. Uncle Zhang Jingan was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. Both of you stop talking. No matter how much you say, I can't possibly gather that more than 2 million in compensation. Should we kneel down and apologize to Lin Ran instead? You want your wife and children to kneel down with you? How can you even say that? Li Xian placed her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed. Zhang Jingan, you are He Tianxi's own uncle. Can't you appeal to her reason and emotions? That mere 2 million in compensation. What if she gives it as a gesture of respect to her uncle? 2 million is just a trivial amount. Li Xian is truly hypocritical. Just then, their door was kicked open with a loud crash. The entire security door fell heavily to the ground. Standing at the entrance was a man dressed in a cloth-soled long gown, followed by 2 rows of young disciples clad in training attire. The master of Bayan, Han Heian. Han, Master Han, what brings you here? Zhang Jingan asked, trembling in fear. At this moment, Han Heian clearly bore ill intent. He glanced at the 3 people present, his expression dark and cold, and sneered, I just overheard your family's conversation, and it seems you still have many grievances against Mr. Lin. With that, Han Heian coughed twice. Lin Ran's kick had inflicted serious internal injuries on this master, and he would fully recover for at least a month or 2. He was still standing here, thanks to Lin Ran's mercy in not killing him. During his recovery, he learned about the news of Song Liangming and his wife kneeling to Lin Ran, which shocked him so much that he jumped out of bed, deepening his respect for that young, rising star. Throughout, Han Heian had never considered retaliating against Lin Ran. That was the mark of a true genius. Of course, we are not satisfied with him. We raised He Tianqi for so many years, and yet he repays kindness with enmity. If I had known this would happen, I should have sold He Tianqi and He Xiaoyi to a club to earn money for us. Li Xian shouted, her words dripping with malice. Han Hein's expression darkened further. Bring me a slap. Han Hein glared at Li Xian, his eyes filled with disgust, his voice icy. Make this woman unable to speak. You dare? Li Xian instinctively took 2 steps back. Han Hein smiled coldly. What do I have to fear? This is merely an appetizer. One of his disciples stepped forward and pressed Li Xian to the ground, delivering slaps to her face. Slap, slap, slap. The sound sent shivers down one's spine. After receiving a dozen slaps, Aunt Li Xian was already dizzy. Her face was swollen, skin cracked, and blood oozed, looking utterly horrific. Yet, Han Hein did not call for a halt. The disciple continued to slap her. Seeing this, Zhang Jing'an was terrified and immediately knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Master Han, please spare us. Han Hein coldly chuckled, kicking Zhang Jing'an to the ground. The latter scrambled to get up and knelt again, pleading for mercy. Han Hein asked, I heard that Mr. Lin gave you a week to repay the compensation, or he would break your legs. Is that true? At these words, Zhang Jing'an couldn't help but tremble all over. And now it was already the 8th day. Han Hein mockingly looked at Zhang Jing'an and said, Mr. Lin is kind-hearted and does not wish to harm you. Then allow me, Han, to take on this rough work. Several of them pinned Zhang Jing'an to the ground. Another disciple brought in a large iron hammer from outside. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jing'an was so frightened that he wet his pants. A pungent odor began to permeate the room. Master Han, spare me. I beg you. Zhang Jing'an's plea was cut short by a piercing scream. The disciple swung the heavy iron hammer down violently onto Zhang Jing'an's knee. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. After several blows, Zhang Jing'an's right leg resembled a pile of noodles. The bones inside had shattered into countless pieces. With the strength of Han Hein's disciples, they could have easily kicked Zhang Jing'an's leg apart. Yet they chose this more violent and torturous method. Minutes later, Zhang Jing'an had completely lost consciousness. The disciple then dragged the heavy iron hammer over to Li Xian. The hammer swung again, crashing down with force. Li Xian's body stiffened, letting out a scream that was inhuman. Nearby, Zhang Mingming finally collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by his parents' plight, pleading for mercy. I'm only 19. I'm still a child. You can't hurt me. My parents are getting old. Breaking their legs is one thing, but I'm still young. Oh, so quickly you're throwing your parents out as a shield? I detest such unfilial brats. Han Hein looked at Zhang Mingming, chuckling, then turned to his subordinates, saying, he claims to be just a child. Then, let us not spare him either. Subsequently, Zhang Mingming's screams echoed as well. Half an hour later, the 3 of them lay on the ground, their legs utterly crippled, unconscious. Even with the most advanced medical technology of this era, there was no hope of fully restoring them. One disciple asked, Master, how should we deal with them next? This family is filled with short-sighted fools. Let them beg on the streets. They deserve to starve. Han Hein replied indifferently, let them endure the ridicule of everyone in Bayan. Otherwise, my resentment cannot be quelled. After a pause, Han Hein's gaze flickered, and he added, at the same time, find a way to discreetly leak this news to Mr. Lin. Soon, the news of Zhang Jing'an's family having their legs broken reached Lin Ran's ears. As for Han Hein's actions, Lin Ran offered no commentary. Naturally, he felt no pity for Zhang Jing'an's family. Lin Ran was currently holding a bottle of azure pure liquid. Addressing He Tianqi, this is source crystal liquid. Tianqi, as this is your first time consuming it, you might feel a bit uncomfortable. Just this 300 milliliter bottle of source crystal liquid is worth approximately 50,000 daxia coins, a sum that an ordinary family could never sustain for long. To appease Lin Ran's wrath, the Song family paid a substantial amount that pained them greatly. However, upon receiving the money, Lin Ran transferred it all to He Tianqi without hesitation. She tried to refuse several times, but ultimately could not decline. He Tianqi stared at the blue liquid, slightly biting her lip, seeming somewhat anxious. Lin Ran unscrewed the cap of the glass bottle, and immediately, the scent of the ocean wafted through the room. This aroma was quite unique. Lin Ran couldn't help but recall the time when he was gravely injured and on the brink of death, constantly accompanied by this liquid. He said, "Don't be anxious. Take a small sip first, and see how attuned you are to the source power." He Qianqi nodded, then grasped the long, thick glass bottle with both hands and took a small sip. As the blue liquid slid down her throat, the salty, fishy taste caused He Qianqi to cough a couple of times, after which she closed her eyes to sense the changes in her body. "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Lin Ran inquired. When people first consume source crystal liquid, they often experience some discomfort, ranging from mild dizziness to severe nausea, and in extreme cases, fainting for days. Those who have such intense reactions typically have a poor innate affinity for source power, rendering them nearly incompatible with the path of a warrior. After a moment, He Qianqi opened her eyes and confidently replied, "I only feel a slight warmth in my stomach, nothing else." Lin Ran was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembling. "This indicates that your affinity for source power is exceptionally high." A high affinity for source power meant that if He Qianqi chose to pursue the path of a warrior, her progression would be several times faster than that of her peers. That's wonderful. The brilliance in He Qianqi's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. However, before Lin Ran could stop her, she tilted her head back and drank the entire bottle of source crystal liquid in one go. Lin Ran exclaimed, "You shouldn't drink it all at once." But it was too late to intervene. With the entire bottle consumed, He Qianqi felt as though flames were igniting in her stomach. Waves of heat surged from this fire, spreading throughout her limbs and body. "Brother, I'm so hot," she exclaimed, her delicate face instantly flushed with pink. A sheen of fine sweat glistened on her smooth forehead. Although He Qianqi possessed exceptional talent, consuming a sip versus an entire bottle was an entirely different matter. 300 milliliters of source crystal liquid contained enough source power for an E-rank warrior to digest over a month. Yet now, He Qianqi had consumed it all at once. After enduring so many years of grievances, she longed to grow stronger. For anyone else, drinking such a large quantity of source crystal liquid could potentially rupture their veins from the overwhelming source power. He Qianqi's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Sweat poured from her body, and within moments, her white nightgown was drenched, becoming semi-transparent. The thin fabric clung closely to her form, accentuating her graceful curves before Lin Ran's eyes. She felt weak, gasping for breath uncontrollably, her chest rising and falling in rhythmic arcs. At this moment, the alluring posture displayed by the most beautiful girl in Bayan was something she had never shown before. "Brother, please help me." He Qianqi could no longer bear it, collapsing onto Lin Ran. Her eyes radiated a clear and fervent longing. Chapter 9. Detoxification. Lin Ran never anticipated that an excessive intake of source crystal liquid would result in such adverse effects on He Qianqi. The insatiable craving emerging from the depths of her being was undeniably genuine. What kind of extraordinary constitution is this? Lin Ran felt a rush of heat as he beheld He Qianqi in her current state. After all, the most beautiful woman in Bayan was truly captivating at this moment. Her gaze had grown increasingly dazed. Her enticing red lips moved restlessly, releasing a fervent breath from her mouth and nose. "Brother, I want." He Qianqi mumbled incoherently, her hands cradling Lin Ran's face, teetering on the edge of losing control. Lin Ran shook his head, forcibly suppressing the heat rising within him. He extended his hand and grasped He Qianqi's, their fingers intertwining, palms pressed firmly together. "Fortunately, I am here," he murmured softly. As Lin Ran gradually applied pressure with his palm, the tumultuous source power within He Qianqi began to quiet down, as if it had encountered a superior being in the food chain. The source power, instead of wreaking havoc, became obedient. He Qianqi's dazed eyes gradually regained clarity, and the crimson flush on her fair skin began to fade. Subsequently, the source power that He Qianqi could not absorb surged through her palms into Lin Ran's hands, vanishing into his body like a gentle stream merging into the vast ocean. As Lin Ran completed this action, He Qianqi began to calm down, her condition stabilizing, and the unsettling craving subsided. She drifted into a deep sleep, exhausted. Lin Ran stood up, exhaling, still feeling a bit heated. He had just faced a significant trial, for He Qianqi's alluring appearance had tested his resolve. Fortunately, this time, he remained composed. Assessing his physical state, Lin Ran shook his head. "I wonder when I will fully recover from this inexplicable injury sustained in Hader." If the people of Bayan heard Lin Ran's words, Their jaws would surely drop. Despite his injuries, he could eliminate the Baiyan Master Han Heian in a single move. How formidable would Lin Ran be if he returned to his peak condition? Taking advantage of He Tianqi's slumber, Lin Ran made a phone call. When a call connected, a melodious female voice echoed from the receiver. "I thought you would never call me. I need a favor," Lin Ran stated bluntly, though his tone was somewhat curt. "You ask for help so coldly. I dislike it. Can't you be a bit softer?" "No, I cannot be softer." Lin Ran's reply was even more rigid. "Why not? Paths diverge. We cannot collaborate." At that moment, Lin Ran's eyes seemed to flicker with the remnants of smoke and fire, his expression growing colder. The woman on the other end did not take offense. Instead, her voice carried a hint of amusement. "I am a marshal of the military, yet you claim our paths diverge? Shall I offer you my path, and you can try it out?" "I have no interest in walking your path," Lin Ran replied icily. "Unless the past can be rewritten." "Well, what if I refuse to assist you?" "You must help, for she is He Tianming's sister," Lin Ran asserted. "Her name is He Tianqi. She is beautiful, and I have only recently come to know this." After a brief silence, the woman revealed something that took Lin Ran by surprise. Clearly, every move Lin Ran made upon returning home was under her watchful gaze. Not just beautiful. Lin Ran paused before continuing. "Tianqi's affinity for source power is at least an A, and possibly even an S grade. As the prevalence of source power increases, the strength of source power warriors has been simplified into grades S, A, B, C, D, and E. Research institutions have discovered that human affinity for source power can also be categorized into these levels. S grade is the strongest." The woman on the other end seemed taken aback, saying, "Once He Xiaoi finishes her exams, I will arrange for someone to escort He Tianqi, allowing her to enlist through special channels and directly enter the classified sequence." This woman was clearly meticulous, even concerned that He Tianqi's early enlistment might affect He Xiaoi's exam performance. Classified sequence. Surprised by her thoughtfulness, Lin Ran replied solemnly, "All right, thank you." "Is that all? Just a verbal thank you? That seems rather insincere." The woman on the other end sounded quite cheerful. "What would you like as a token of gratitude?" Lin Ran frowned. The woman laughed even more joyously, seemingly half-joking. "How about you offer yourself?" "No," Lin Ran firmly rejected. "You always hide your face. I don't even know what you look like. What if you're too ugly? Then let's leave it at that. I won't force you, but I hope you won't regret it later." The woman on the other end smiled. "You help me with a favor, and once it's accomplished, we can part ways amicably." "What favor?" "I'll let you know when I send someone to pick up He Tianqi." Lin Ran understood that the favor she requested would not be easy to fulfill. Yet for He Tianqi's sake, he unhesitatingly agreed. "Fine, I hope you keep your word." After the call ended, the woman on the other end removed her mask, revealing a pair of alluring red lips. The corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile as she murmured to herself, "Lin Ran, though you are unwilling to offer yourself, I've been eyeing your physique for quite some time." Chapter 10. The brother-in-law and the sister-in-law in recent days. Lin Ran has taken on the role of a devoted homemaker, diligently shopping for groceries and preparing meals for the two lovely young women. Although their days are simple and unremarkable, each moment seems to be infused with ease and beauty. At last, the day of the college entrance examination has arrived. He Xiaoi, carefree and seemingly oblivious to any anxiety, is in an excellent state of preparation. However, just before entering the examination room, she opened her arms towards Lin Ran and exclaimed, "Wish me success. Brother-in-law, come give me a hug first." He Tianqi, caught between amusement and exasperation, could only let it be, as he had referred to Lin Ran this way every day. Lin Ran gently embraced the quirky girl, feeling the vibrant energy of youth radiating from her. Yet at that moment, He Xiaoi whispered in Lin Ran's ear, "Brother-in-law, you must seize the opportunity. My sister's figure is so alluring, she shouldn't be taken advantage of by other men." What a cheeky sister-in-law. He Tianqi, standing nearby, heard every word and felt her cheeks flush with a deep crimson, her face radiating warmth. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" He Tianqi stamped her foot. "If you keep this up, I swear I will." However, before she could finish her sentence, He Xiaoi tightly embraced her again. The girl lowered her head and nuzzled into He Tianqi's chest, saying, "Wow, my sister is so bouncy." Just before He Tianqi could retaliate, He Xiaoi quickly dashed into the examination hall. The youthful girl, with her ponytail swaying, exuded the unique vitality of her age. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Unconsciously recalling He Xiao Yi's earlier words, he glanced downwards at He Tianqi's waist. Why not look, he thought, and unexpectedly commented, "Indeed, Xiao Yi is right." He Tianqi stood there, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, resembling a delicate water lily, utterly enchanting. At that moment, the male students in the examination hall were in disarray. After all, they too had reached the age of romance. And witnessing the first beauty of Bayan display, such captivating charm stirred their hearts into turmoil. After Lin Ran and He Tianqi walked away side by side, a tall male student in the examination hall withdrew his dark gaze. He glanced at the candidates beside him and remarked irritably, "Who is that man? How dare he hug He Xiao? Doesn't he know she will eventually be my girlfriend?" The bespectacled student beside him chuckled, "By Xiao, you've been secluded preparing for the exam and don't know that the He sisters have already been claimed by the same man." The realization that both sisters had been taken by that man only deepened by Xiao's simmering jealousy. He had once pursued He Xiao Yi fervently, yet she had always ignored him, and now she brazenly embraced another man right before the examination hall. "By Xiao, you've never seen He Xiao Yi so close to another man before." The bespectacled student lowered his voice, adding, "Moreover, she disappeared from school for over 2 weeks, supposedly enjoying herself with this man." It was evident that while the scandal surrounding the wealthy heir's wedding had stirred much gossip, the specifics were not known to all in Bayan. He Xiao Yi, since you refuse to appreciate my advances, I shall show you the consequences of your rejection." Bai Xiao seethed, gripping his pen so tightly that it began to crack. Clearly, this individual had also utilized source crystal liquid to enhance his physique, possessing strength beyond that of an ordinary person. This student, Bai Jinyang, was rumored to be the son of a high-ranking official in the provincial city of Liaojiang. Intriguingly, since Bai Jinyang transferred to this school, the principal has always greeted him with utmost courtesy, referring to him as young Master Bai. Chapter 11. The choice of Song Ziyuan on the way back. He Tianqi's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" He Tianqi answered, inquiring. A feminine voice emerged. "I'm looking for Lin Ran. Is he beside you?" He Tianqi immediately recognized the voice's owner. Her brow furrowed slightly as she asked, "Song Ziyuan, is that you?" Lin Ran took the phone, coldly chuckling, "Miss Song, have you come to a decision?" Song Ziyuan's voice carried a hint of frailty and helplessness as she replied, "Yes, I will return to Bayan. Wait for me." With that, she hung up. However, in that fleeting moment of disconnection, a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. Casting a glance at the man seated across from her, Song Ziyuan softly said, "Qingyang, I truly need your assistance this time." In reality, at that moment, Song Ziyuan was not in Bayan, but rather in the provincial capital of Liaojing province, Ningzhou. The man opposite her was clad in an exquisite, expensive bespoke suit, exuding an inexplicable air of harshness and frivolity. "Ziyuan, you must know that I have long harbored deep feelings for you. Therefore, should you encounter difficulties, I shall not stand idly by," the man proclaimed. Song Ziyuan nodded gently. "Thank you, Qingyang, but Lin Ran is indeed formidable. Even the captain of the special inspection team has openly defended him, and my brother, Far East, is still in the interrogation room of the inspection team, uncertain of his fate." The man's full name was Cheng Qingyang, a university classmate of Song Ziyuan, whose family had operated in Liaojing province for many years, wielding considerable influence. Cheng Qingyang chuckled dismissively, seemingly unconcerned by Song Ziyuan's caution. "Oh, that's nothing to worry about. The people in the special inspection team are merely underpaid employees. Lin Ran must have bribed them." "Bribe? Is that even possible?" Song Ziyuan inquired, her uncertainty evident. Clearly, at this juncture, she had yet to recognize the gravity of her own situation, instead attributing all blame to Lin Ran. "Nothing is impossible. After all, here in Ningzhou, our relationship with the inspection team is quite favorable. Then I am grateful for your assistance, Qingyang." Song Zin bit her lip, her expression revealing a touch of vulnerability. Cheng Qingyang observed her, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that this was the perfect opportunity for him to win over Song Ziyuan. "My family can easily handle Lin Ran, but our efforts must also be reciprocated," Cheng Qingyang remarked, his eyes roving over Song Ziyuan with a purpose that was unmistakable. Dressed in a simple yet alluring black dress, Song Ziyuan's figure was enchanting, her curves captivating. Biting her lip, She glanced down at her chest and softly stated, Qingyang, if you could drive Lin Ran out of Bayan, I will express my utmost gratitude. Clearly, her utmost gratitude implied something far more intimate. Cheng Qingyang's satisfaction was palpable as he smiled. Excellent. It has been a while since I visited Bayan. It is time to accompany Ziyuan. Recalled to the memory of a blade that grazed his cheek at the wedding, a flicker of hesitation crossed Song Ziyuan's eyes as she said, Qingyang, I have fallen out with my parents. They're forcing me to apologize to that man, and I cannot handle it myself. I can only wait for news in Ningzhou. So, please assist me further. With that, she stood and bowed deeply. From Cheng Qingyang's perspective, he could see down her neckline, a mesmerizing sight that was utterly captivating. Her true figure surpassed what was apparent at first glance. Cheng Qingyang gazed deeply, then withdrew his eyes from the alluring view and stood, declaring, Rest assured, if I intervene, I will ensure that Lin Ran kneels before you, begging for forgiveness. Moreover, I shall help you reclaim what you lost in the Song family. Song Zin reiterated her request. Yes, Qingyang, you must bring skilled allies. He is truly formidable. Cheng Qingyang raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Do not worry. I have an A-class powerhouse by my side. He can certainly make Lin Ran regret his actions. Chapter 12. Setting a Trap. A week after the university entrance examination results were announced, He Xiaoi ranked among the top 10 in the entire Beijing city. Lin Ran had specifically reserved a scenic table at the most luxurious hotel in Beicheng to celebrate with the sisters. Today, He Tianqi wore a simple white dress, and despite her bare face, she exuded a beauty akin to a lotus emerging from water, with every detail nearly flawless. He Xiaoi, on the other hand, donned denim shorts and a black t-shirt, her long hair tied back in a simple ponytail, radiating youthful vitality. Moreover, the girl was blossoming. Her features were becoming increasingly exquisite, promising a future as a stunning beauty that could rival her sister. Xiaoi, which university did you apply to? Lin Ran inquired. Ningzhou University, specializing in source energy. He Xiaoi replied, flicking her ponytail. I'm really interested in source energy now. As the status of martial artists rose in society, universities began to offer source energy programs. This major primarily divided into two directions: source energy research and source energy cultivation. Students pursuing source energy research typically entered major research institutions after graduation, while those studying source energy cultivation generally became martial artists. They either joined the military to achieve great things or were recruited with high salaries by various factions. Promising a bright future, Ningzhou University has a strong program in source energy. Lin Ran nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of her choice. He Xiaoi blinked and said, When my sister joins the military, will you come with me to Ningzhou? When my sister returns on leave, she can visit us. Though she said this, there was something peculiar about it. Accompany you to Ningzhou? Of course, Lin Ran smiled. However, neither sister noticed the deep complexity that flickered in Lin Ran's eyes when Ningzhou was mentioned. He Tianqi's cheeks flushed slightly. Now, He Xiaoi always called a brother-in-law. And as the elder sister, she was indifferent as long as the girl didn't tease her about certain aspects. With two extraordinarily beautiful women present, other diners occasionally cast glances their way. Bai Xiao, there at that table, someone pointed out. At a table near the restaurant entrance sat Bai Zhenyang and several male students. Observing these sisters and Lin Ran laughing together, Bai Zhenyang's expression darkened. Beside him, a bespectacled boy lewdly remarked, Look at He Xiaoi, laughing so joyfully at the table. I can only imagine how she would react in bed. Bai Zhenyang shot him a fierce glare, then summoned a waiter to whisper a few instructions. The waiter soon approached Lin Ran's table with a bottle of red wine. Miss, a gentleman has sent you a bottle of wine, he said respectfully. This is the most expensive wine in our hotel, worth 120,000 daxia coins. He Xiaoi's lovely brows furrowed slightly. Without even asking who sent it, she promptly replied, No, return it. I only drink my brother-in-law's wine. The waiter hesitated, taken aback by the girl's unrelenting refusal. Sensing his discomfort, He Xiaoi added, Let me return it myself. As she turned, she saw Bai Zhenyang approaching with a few classmates, his face wearing a dark smile, even from a distance. Lin Ran noticed and chuckled, Xiaoi, your admirer seems rather unfriendly. To Lin Ran, who was accustomed to life-and-death situations, the jealousy of these students seemed trivial and unworthy of concern. He Xiaoi pouted, I don't want to deal with him. He pales in comparison to my brother-in-law. It seemed Lin Ran had now become her standard for evaluating men. Bai Jinyang approached, his smile insincere as he said, "Xiaoyi, why didn't you accept my wine?" Xiaoyi maintained a neutral expression, responding coolly, "Bai, I appreciate your kindness. But we are merely ordinary classmates, so there's no need for such extravagance." Ordinary classmates. Bai Jinyang chuckled, but an ominous glint flickered in his eyes. He turned to Lin Ran, asking, "And who might you be? Xiaoyi, why don't you introduce us?" "This is my..." Xiaoyi began, but before she could finish, a mischievous sparkle crossed her eyes, and she pivoted, saying, "This is my new boyfriend. He is amazing." With that, she pulled Lin Ran up from his seat, linking her arm with his, her smile radiating intimacy. Such a display was clearly provocative in Bai Jinyang's eyes. New boyfriend? He is amazing? In what way? Bai Jinyang's expression darkened further. He stared at Lin Ran, his face contorting with rage. "I pursued Xiaoyi for so long, only to have you steal a march on me. Congratulations." Though he spoke words of congratulations, his tone dripped with coldness. Lin Ran sensed the hostility and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your congratulations. I will take good care of Xiaoyi." Bai Jinyang's fury boiled within him. He glared at Lin Ran, his anger twisting into a sneer. "I wonder if you'll still be smiling so brightly when we meet again." With that, he stormed off with his entourage, leaving the restaurant in a huff. Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue at Lin Ran. "Brother-in-law, you're not mad at me for using you as a shield, are you?" While she said this, the fact that Lin Ran had refused her brought an inexplicable sweetness to her heart. "Of course not." Lin Ran shook his head with a smile. However, recalling Bai Jinyang's expression, his demeanor turned serious. "Xiaoyi, your classmate's intentions aren't quite right. Be cautious in the future." Xiaoyi beamed. "I'm not worried. I have my brother-in-law by my side." Qianqi smiled softly, feeling an immense sense of security that Lin Ran instilled in her. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Jinyang kicked his expensive car in frustration, leaving severe dents in the door. The bespectacled boy remarked, "Bai Xiao, look at Xiaoyi. It's clear she is being well taken care of by that man. She should belong to you." Before he could finish, he received a sharp slap across the face. "Shut up. If you keep saying such things to provoke me, I'll break your legs." Bai Jinyang was furious, and feeling that one slap wasn't enough, he continued to strike the bespectacled boy multiple times, leaving him dazed and bruised on the ground. "Xiaoyi, you're asking for trouble. I have 100 ways to make you kneel and beg me." Bai Jinyang's face twisted with malice as he pulled out his phone and made a call. "Mom, tell Dad to help me remove someone's registration information." On the other end, a woman's voice responded, "Let me guess, is this person causing my son distress?" "Yes. Her name is Xiaoyi. I want revenge on her. She wants to apply to Ningzhou University, but I'll make sure she can't get admitted." Bai Jinyang's face was filled with malice as he plotted his revenge. "The well-being of my son is of utmost importance. Letting this minor setback concerning Xiaoyi go unnoticed is hardly a matter that needs to concern your father." Bai Jinyang's mother chuckled, acknowledging that, after all, the wife of the Minister of Education in Liaojiang Province holds a certain sway. It turns out that Bai Jinyang's father is the head of the entire educational system in Liaojiang Province. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinyang hesitated for a moment. If my dad finds out, won't he be upset? What reason would he have to be unhappy? Without your grandfather's assistance, could he ever have attained the position of Minister of Education? Bai Jinyang's mother scoffed lightly. By the way, I've arranged for Bai Sanni to support you in the coming days. With his capabilities, you need not harbor any concerns. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinyang immediately smiled, though a hint of darkness lingered in his expression. All right, if Sanni can come, I'll have him help me deal with a rival. Bai's mother asked with concern, A rival? Is this person formidable? Bai Jinyang revealed a disdainful smirk and replied, He is nothing more than a toad dwelling at the bottom of a well. Chapter 13. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine. 2 days later, it was time to announce the admission results. In truth, given Xiaoyi's remarkable performance, her acceptance into Ning University was virtually assured, leaving no room for concern. In the current era of the Great Xia, admission letters from various universities are sent en masse to the schools of the candidates, from where they are distributed to the students. At this moment, all the graduates gathered in the classroom, eagerly awaiting their good news. Lin Ran was at home, accompanying Qianqi in practicing the fundamentals of source energy combat. Thus he did not join Xiaoyi at school. Xiaoyi's homeroom teacher, Xiao Wan, a young and attractive woman in her 20s, was a star figure in the education sector of Bayan due to her beauty and exceptional teaching results. At this moment, Xiao Wan entered the classroom holding a stack of large envelopes, her face radiating joy. It must be said, when a beautiful girl smiles, it is a delight to behold. Her smile seemed to brighten the entire classroom. I will now begin distributing the admission letters. I have not seen the results beforehand, so at this moment, I share your anticipation and anxiety, Xiao Wan announced as she began to open the first envelope. Li Pingyin, Southern University. Lu Guisi, Donghai University. Si Xiaoqing, Bayan University. With each name she called, applause erupted in the classroom, a celebration for the admitted students. However, when she read out the name Bai Jinyang, the applause did not follow. Bai Jinyang, Ningzhou University. Xiao Wan paused, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. In her view, Bai Jinyang's exam scores were far too inadequate for admission into the prestigious Ning University, ranked first among the 5 provinces of the northern border. Yet, this admission letter was undeniably authentic. After confirming twice, she suppressed her doubts and proclaimed, "Let us congratulate student Bai Jinyang." The applause was sparse, coming primarily from Bai Jinyang's few loyal followers, while the rest of the students wore expressions of confusion. Clearly, this young master of the Liaojiang province's education system was not well liked in class. Bai Jinyang smirked as he stood up, strode to the front, snatched the admission letter from the teacher's hand, and raised it high, casting a provocative glance over his classmates. "This is indeed the genuine admission letter from Ning University. Do any of you have objections?" He taunted, adding, "If you're dissatisfied, why not take the entrance exam for Ningzhou University and show me what you've got?" With that, he returned to his seat. However, as he passed Xiaoyi, he paused slightly, lowering his voice, a sinister grin on his face. "Soon, I will give you a little surprise." Xiaoyi shot him a cold glance, saying nothing, yet a faint sense of foreboding stirred within her. Xiao Wan was certain that Bai Jinyang's admission to Ning University was fraught with unspoken complications. Yet she had no evidence and could not confront her student in such a setting. Observing the reactions of the students, she sighed internally, realizing that from this day forward, these young students would begin to grasp the harsh realities of society. However, once Xiao Wan had distributed all the admission letters, she sensed something amiss. Xiaoyi raised her hand. "Teacher, I did not receive my admission letter." Xiao Wan was visibly surprised. Upon reflection, she realized she had indeed overlooked Xiaoyi's letter and quickly replied, "Xiaoyi, please wait a moment while I check with the academic office. It may have been an oversight." "All right, thank you, teacher," Xiaoyi nodded. At this moment, aside from Bai Jinyang, the other students in the class believed that Xiaoyi's admission letter had simply been misplaced, as her exceptional scores allowed her to choose from nearly any university in the country. Yet, when Xiao Wan checked the admission status on the academic office's computer, she discovered that beside Xiaoyi's name, there was a note in parentheses stating sliding record. Sliding record indicated that she had not been admitted. "This is absolutely impossible," Xiao Wan exclaimed, her expression turning grave. "Xiaoyi scored second in our school. She should have been more than qualified for Ning University. There is no possibility of a sliding record." The head of the academic office looked at Xiao Wan with difficulty. After all, this information comes from the provincial education department. There could be no errors. Perhaps it is due to the exceptionally high cutoff score for the source energy program at Ningzhou University. Even with the highest cutoff score, Xiaoyi would surely qualify. Xiao Wan interjected, suddenly recalling Bai Jinyang's smug demeanor. "Our classmate Bai Jinyang scored over 200 points less than Xiaoyi, yet was also admitted to Ning University's source energy program. His admission is entirely normal. His acceptance has no bearing on Xiaoyi's sliding record." At that moment, a voice rang from outside. The principal, Quan Kunshin. Xiao Wan, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. "Principal Quan, did you just refer to Bai Jinyang as young master?" It was now glaringly evident that Bai Jinyang's background might exceed her understanding. "Principal, Xiaoyi's sliding record is clearly the result of foul play. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to this matter. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly dishearten the entire faculty and student body," Xiao Wan insisted. Quan Kunshin regarded her with a measured glance and shook his head. "You should advise Xiaoyi to have a good conversation with young Master Bai. Perhaps there is a chance for a resolution." With that, he departed. It was evident that he had some inkling of the underlying issues, but was unwilling to intervene for the sake of preserving his position as principal. Xiao Wan's eyes flashed with determination as she called out after him, "Principal Quan, I cannot be like you, a teacher who disregards their duty. I cannot allow my student to be disheartened. Quan Kunshin turned, his voice cold. Teacher Xiao, be mindful of your words. If you continue to confront the principal, I can have you removed from this school at any moment. Xiao Wan understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly returned to the classroom. Observing her solemn expression, many students felt a sense of foreboding. Xiaoyi, please step outside with me, she instructed. As Xiaoyi stood, Bai Jinyang's mocking laughter echoed through the room. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his feet on the desk, arrogantly declaring, Xiaoyi has a sliding record. What's there to hide? The classroom descended into shock at the news of Xiaoyi's non-admission. Xiao Wan glared at Bai Jinyang. Bai, you knew about this all along, didn't you? Does Xiaoyi's non-admission have anything to do with you? Bai Jinyang shrugged, non-committal, yet his smile suggested otherwise. If Xiaoyi doesn't get into university this year, she can always repeat a year. Who knows, perhaps she'll be admitted to Ning University next year. Repeat a year? His words were so casually spoken. Xiaoyi, with her stellar second-place score in the school, ranked among the top 10 in Bayan, certainly deserved admission. Why was she the one left out? Xiaoyi's eyes reddened. Though no tears fell, it was clear to anyone that Bai Jinyang's admission was intricately linked to her misfortune. Xiao Wan gazed deeply at Bai Jinyang, and then spoke. Classmate Bai, I am aware of your remarkable background. However, given the current circumstances, could you provide me with an explanation? An explanation? What ground do I have to offer you one? Just because you are a few years my senior? You have constantly criticized me, and now that I have graduated, why should I still heed your words? Bai Jinyang's tone was devoid of any respect for Xiao Wan. On the contrary, it was laden with provocation. As he spoke, his gaze wandered over her figure with an unmistakable intent. The notion of respecting teachers had become a mere farce in his presence. At 25, Xiao Wan was indeed striking in both appearance and form, and Bai Jinyang had often indulged in fantasies about her during the quiet of the night. Faced with the brazen look in Bai Jinyang's eyes, Xiao Wan found herself at a loss for words, her anger rendering her speechless. Bai Jinyang then turned his attention to Xiaoyi, smiling as he said, If you come to my house tonight to apologize, I might arrange for Ning University to send you an acceptance letter. After tonight, your chances will be gone. In truth, Ning University had not declined to admit Xiaoyi. Rather, her score and application details had been intercepted within the Liaojing province education system and never reached the university. You scoundrel! Bai Jinyang, do you understand the gravity of your words? Xiao Wan accused, her face flushed with indignation. You are committing a crime. If you remain obstinate, I will report you to the supervisory department. Report? If this teacher does not wish to regret her decision later, she is welcome to try. A chilling, mocking voice echoed from outside the classroom. The air within seemed to thicken under the weight of the speaker's presence, clearly indicating that the voice belonged to a martial artist. As everyone turned to the source of the voice, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in black summer attire standing at the classroom door. With a shaved head and a strong physique, a scar adorned his profile, and he regarded Xiao Wan with a smirk, his gaze lingering on her chest for a moment. San Yi. Bai Jinyang's eyes brightened instantly. This was Bai Jinyang's mother's appointed protector, Bai Sanyi, one of the family's elite bodyguards. Known for his ruthless demeanor and decisive actions, highly regarded by the family hierarchy. Following Bai Sanyi were two men, both wearing cold smirks as they eyed Xiao Wan, their presence radiating a palpable aura of strength, indicating they were also martial artists. This is a school, not a place for your reckless antics. Depart at once. Xiao Wan stood her ground, admonishing them sternly. Bai Sanyi shot a derisive glance at the beautiful teacher, ominously advising, I suggest you heed my words. Do not dismiss them lightly, or else His gaze shifted to her lower waist, the implications unmistakable. Xiaoyi slammed her hands on the table and stood up abruptly. If you have issues, direct them at me. This has nothing to do with Teacher Xia. Do not make things difficult for her. Sensing her defiance, Bai Sanyi smiled and replied, Excellent. I appreciate dealing with perceptive young ladies like you. As the young master instructed, we will await your apology at our residence tonight. If your remorse is sincere, you shall receive your acceptance information from Ning University by noon tomorrow. Forcing a blossoming young woman to apologize late at night, and judging the sincerity of her contrition, even a fool could see their ulterior motives. Chapter 14, delivered to the doorstep. After Bai Jinyang and Bai Sanyi arrogantly departed, tears finally streamed down Xiaoyi's cheeks. It is indeed infuriating to witness a blossoming young girl being bullied to such an extent. The classmates in the classroom began to voice their discontent. Yet moments ago, when faced with the formidable Baisani, they had all been rendered mute, not daring to step forward. In truth, it is not their fault. Challenging a source power warrior as an ordinary person is akin to courting death. Xiaowan gently pulled He Xiaoyi out of the classroom, whispering, "Xiaoyi, this situation may be difficult to resolve." Bai Jinyang's family wields considerable influence within the educational system of Ningzhou. So I suggest we seek assistance from that gentleman who helped you last time. As the homeroom teacher, Xiaowan had taken the time to thoroughly understand the ordeal of He Xiaoyi being held captive and was filled with righteous indignation towards Song Yuandong's lawlessness, while simultaneously admiring the young man who had appeared as if from the heavens. If he could intervene and resolve the matter with force, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Recalling the way Bai Jinyang and Bai Sanyi had scrutinized her, a wave of disgust surged within Xiaowan. An hour later, Lin Ran sat on the sofa, listening to Xiaowan recount the events that transpired in class. His expression remained inscrutable, leaving no indication of his inner thoughts. He Xiaoyi, initially worried, found her concerns dissipated upon returning home and seeing Lin Ran, replaced by a profound sense of security. "Xiaoyi, rest assured, let me handle this," He Tianqi said softly, grasping He Xiaoyi's hand. She was still clad in loose sportswear, having endured a vigorous sparring session with Lin Ran, resulting in a bruised rear. Nevertheless, He Tianqi showed no signs of retreat. She understood that if she wished to rapidly enhance her strength, there was no room for complaints. "Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that as we were about to leave Bayan, trouble would come knocking at our door," Lin Ran remarked candidly. "It seems the Bai family has deep roots in the provincial capital's educational system. However, I wonder why, with such connections, they would choose to have him study in Bayan." Filled with concern, Xiaowan asked, "Mr. Lin, what shall we do?" The thugs Bai Jinyang brought seem rather formidable. They are said to be from the Ningzhou Bai family. The Ningzhou Bai family? A glint of sharpness flickered in Lin Ran's eyes. In Ningzhou, many families bore the surname Bai, yet only one could be referred to as the Ningzhou Bai family, widely recognized by all. "Do not worry," Lin Ran reassured, the intensity in his eyes softening as he smiled. "This evening, I will accompany Xiaoyi and Tianqi to take a look. Xiao teacher, you need only await news at home." Xiaowan nodded, though concern still lingered in her gaze. After all, if the Bai family was indeed a powerful clan in the provincial capital, the repercussions of their retaliation could be endless. Force might only suppress them temporarily. What would happen after He Xiaoyi enrolled at Ning University? Would they continue to cause her trouble? After pondering for a moment, Xiaowan suggested, "Mr. Lin, I would like to accompany you. After all, should the inspection team launch an investigation later, I could serve as a witness." Lin Ran regarded Xiaowan with admiration and half-jokingly said, "Very well, thank you, Teacher Xiao. However, should I need to be a bit heavy-handed, it would be wise for you to prepare yourself mentally. I hope you won't distance yourself from me then. Tonight, it is highly probable that blood will be shed." At that moment, He Xiaoyi interjected, tilting her head, "Brother-in-law, are you flirting with my teacher?" Lin Ran shot a glance at He Tianqi, who immediately coughed awkwardly. The latter pinched her younger sister, reprimanding, "You silly girl, the teacher is here. Mind your words." Xiaowan, her cheeks slightly flushed, waved her hand. "It's all right. Xiaoyi has a good sense of humor." In truth, the turn of events today had taken Xiaowan by surprise. She had initially anticipated that Lin Ran and He Tianqi would be furious, yet appeared that the handsome young man remained remarkably at ease, as if victory was assured. What could be the reason behind this? Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Ran's composure bolstered Xiaojuan's confidence significantly. Yet at that moment Lin Ran silently scoffed. Reflecting, the Ningzhou Bai family? It has been years since we last crossed paths. At 7 o'clock that evening, Bai Jinyang and Bai Sanyi sat in the living room, sipping wine, yet the former was clearly growing impatient. "Why hasn't He Xiaoyi arrived yet? She truly is testing my patience. It seems she's genuinely prepared to repeat a year." Bai Jinyang sneered, "Unfortunately for her, as long as I am here, even if she were to repeat for a decade, she shall never gain admission to university. For certain individuals, altering the course of another's life is a simple matter, and Bai Jinyang had become quite adept at it." Bai Sanyi chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "That little girl is indeed quite beautiful. She would make a fine match for you, young master." Bai Jinyang replied with a grin, "Brother Sanyi, He Xiaoyi's older sister is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Bayan. Would you not want to sample the allure of the first beauty? Upon hearing this, Bai Sanyi's eyes lit up. That does sound tempting, but your father intended for you to maintain a low profile while studying in Bayan. I wonder if this will displease him. Who cares? My father lives in constant caution, burdened by the weight of his own caution. I refuse to live like him. Bai Jinyang scoffed, downing his drink in one gulp. He then glanced at the time, his expression darkening. I'll give you Xiaoyi 1 more hour. If she does not arrive within that hour, even if she kneels and begs me tomorrow, I shall show her no mercy. Bai Jinyang said coldly. Why wait until tomorrow? Bai Sanyi suggested with a smile. Why not tonight? We go meet the most beautiful woman in Bayan. All right, I can hardly wait. Bai Jinyang chuckled sinisterly, his eyes sparkling with lascivious intent. Brother San, let's indulge together. However, at that moment, Bai Sanyi's phone rang. Checking the number, he promptly stood up and answered, Madam, I am beside the young master. The caller was Bai Jinyang's mother, Cheng Luhan. Sanyi, please help Jinyang resolve his issues. Additionally, my nephew Cheng Qingyang is heading to Bayan and should arrive in about 2 hours. He is accompanied by several elite warriors. You should meet him and see how he can assist. Young Master Qingyang is coming too? Very well, madam. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost, Bai Sanyi said, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have heard that the Master Han Heian from Bayan has recently been injured by a formidable foe. No one in the city can threaten me now. Once this matter is settled, bring Jinyang back to Ningzhou for the summer holidays, Cheng Luhan instructed, adding with a hint of displeasure. I truly do not understand what Jinyang's father is thinking, insisting on placing him in this wretched place, allowing the child to endure so much humiliation. With that, she hung up, evidently displeased with her husband, by shawning. In truth, Bayan is far from the so-called desolate place. It stands as a crucial stronghold on the borders of the Great Xia. Over the years, it has thrived economically through trade with the nations of Hayder and Rolls, once ranking second in economic capacity within the entire Liaojing province, second only to the provincial capital of Ningzhou. This is quite remarkable in the northern provinces, which are predominantly known for heavy industry. However, in recent years, due to continuous harassment from Hayder along the Great Xia border, tensions have escalated, leading to a near cessation of trade. Consequently, Bayan's economic status has significantly declined. The union of Bai Shaning and Cheng Luhan was indeed a formidable alliance between two powerful families in Liaojing province. Yet over the past decade, with the passing of several elder members from both families, their standings have somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, even in decline, they retain substantial influence in Ningzhou. Bai Jinyang, having overheard the conversation on the phone, was somewhat taken aback. Has my lecherous cousin also come to Bayan? Isn't he preoccupied with the inheritance dispute? How does he have the time to concern himself with Bayan affairs? Meanwhile, Cheng Qingyang's vehicle was traversing the highway from Ningzhou to Bayan. Once I conclude this matter, I wonder how Song Ziyuan will refuse me, Cheng Qingyang remarked with a smile from the back seat. The Song family in Bayan possesses considerable prowess in foreign trade and is now reportedly involved in the source crystal mining industry. Such a lucrative opportunity is truly irresistible. Beside him in the passenger seat sat a middle-aged man clad in traditional Chinese attire, who, while twisting a string of prayer beads, queried, Qingyang, are you preparing to marry Song Ziyuan? In truth, given Song Ziyuan's family background and personal attributes, marriage would not be out of the question. She could be deemed a suitable match. However, I am still young and wish to enjoy life for a few more years, Cheng Qingyang mused, shaking his head as the image of Song Ziyuan's alluring figure flashed before his eyes. Moreover, I must focus my efforts on securing the position of chief heir within my family. Uncle Hu, you must assist me in ousting my cousin when the time comes. The middle-aged man, Hu Weibiao, glanced down at his beads and chuckled. Qingyang, my expertise lies in combat. To be frank, had I chosen side in your family's succession struggle, I would not have remained in the Cheng family until now. Cheng Qingyang raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with this response, his tone growing somewhat colder. While that may be true, my cousin is quietly allied with numerous skilled individuals. Uncle Hu, if my cousin resorts to unconventional methods to secure victory, do you have the means to thwart him? The unconventional methods Cheng Qingyang referred to implied the potential threat his cousin posed to his life. Regardless, I shall ensure your safety, Qingyang. This was a promise I made to your father, Hu Weibiao replied calmly. At that moment, he seemed to sense something amiss. He lowered the car window and gazed into the distance, where a faint rumble carried on the night breeze. The sound grew increasingly louder, overshadowing even the noise of the car. Chung Qingyang observed and remarked, "There are helicopters flying towards Ban. It appears there is more than one. Are they military aircraft?" "It's difficult to discern," Hu Weibiao replied, shaking his head. "However, due to the tense relations with Hader, civilian helicopters are prohibited from taking off in the northern cities." The implications were clear. "Then we shall disregard it. We have no ties with the military," Chung Qingyang chuckled. "After all, our purpose here is merely to pursue romance." "Let's accelerate," Hu Weibiao suggested, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone, as an unsettling premonition arose from within, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Chapter 15, Unilateral Domination. Bai Sanyi set down the phone and remarked, "Madam said that young Master Qingyang will arrive here in approximately 2 hours. Bai Xingyang chuckled with a hint of amusement. "The only reason my cousin would come here is undoubtedly due to the presence of a stunning beauty. Perhaps he is here for He Qianqi. Sanyi, we must act swiftly, lest my cousin pluck this flower, leaving you with naught but soup." Bai Sanyi stroked his bald head, grinning, though his smile harbored a trace of latent cruelty. 2 hours is ample time for many endeavors. However, if young Master Qingyang is indeed pursuing He Qianqi, I shall have to yield to him. Subsequently, Bai Sanyi instructed one of his subordinates, "Prepare the vehicle and gather everyone. Young Master and I shall be departing." Bai Xingyang's mind was already filled with visions of tormenting He Xiaoi, and as this thought crossed his mind, a smug smile crept upon his lips. Yet, upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of 3 women and 1 man, standing at the entrance of the villa. He Xiaoi had arrived. Bai Xingyang's eyes lit up, and his gaze instinctively swept past Lin Ran, before tugging at Bai Sanyi. "Sanyi, look, the one in black is He Qianqi." He Qianqi was clad in a black tracksuit today, the night cascading over her graceful curves. Even without embellishment, her beauty was exquisite, though not dressed in finery. She exuded the allure of a royal princess lost among the common folk. Beside her, Xiaowan exuded a gentle charm, her looks undeniably striking. Coupled with the youthful and captivating He Xiaoi, the 3 young women formed a dazzling tableau. Bai Sanyi had completely disregarded Lin Ran, his thoughts consumed with images entwined with amorous pursuits upon laying eyes on He Qianqi. Bai Xingyang smiled slightly. "Sanyi, I desire only He Xiaoi. The other 2 are yours. What say you?" "Very well." Bai Sanyi's gaze swept over He Qianqi, filled with aggression and possessiveness. "He Xiaoi, wise individuals recognize the tides of fortune. Your arrival today indicates your astuteness." Bai Xingyang stepped forward, his eyes brimming with arrogance. "As long as you acknowledge your missteps, I assure you, you will be admitted to Ning University." In truth, he had often employed similar tactics in the past, coercing and enticing young women with ease. At this moment, Bai Xingyang was under the impression that He Xiaoi had come to apologize to him. "You truly are walking into the line of fire," Lin Ran remarked coolly. His initial intention had been to convey that those who fall asleep will find pillows delivered to them. Earlier, upon learning that He Xiaoi intended to apply to Ningzhou University, a complex expression had washed over Lin Ran's face, revealing an apparent connection to Ningzhou. Now, as fate would have it, he was returning to that city, and Bai Xingyang's brazen confrontation was, in a sense, aiding Lin Ran. He pondered relaying this information back to the city. Certain so-called insightful individuals would undoubtedly take note. The Bai family undoubtedly served as an excellent conduit for information dissemination. Bai Xingyang cast a derisive glance at Lin Ran. "Ha, do you still dare to show your face? Do you believe I won't reduce you to a mere cripple?" As his words fell, more than a dozen bodyguards surrounded Lin Ran and his companions. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, Xiaowan felt a surge of anxiety. However, upon seeing that He Qianqi and her sister displayed no signs of fear, her own tension began to dissipate. Lin Ran surveyed the scene, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Not bad. I see 5 A-level and 2 D-level fighters here. Bai Xingyang's display is indeed considerable." Bai Xingyang boasted, "Indeed. Now that you know, it would be best to spare yourself the effort and kneel before me. Banging your head for a night. Perhaps I may forgive you." Yet, the discerning Bai Sanyi was not as short-sighted as Bai Xingyang. For one must possess superior strength to perceive another's capabilities at a glance. Could it be that this young man is a master above D-level? He certainly did not appear so. In Bai Sanyi's assessment, there was no trace of energy fluctuation emanating from Lin Ran. However, the renowned beauty, He Qianqi, appeared to exhibit signs of having been nourished by source crystal liquid. Follow my young master's directives, or else. Baisani advanced a step, his voice icy, as his aura began to deliberately radiate. Otherwise, you shall be rendered a cripple, and these 3 women will endure nightmarish fates, though perhaps they might experience an entirely different pinnacle of pleasure. Baisani could not fathom the depths of Lin Rand's capabilities. Yet he believed that eliminating the opponent should not prove overly difficult. This man, accompanied by 3 beautiful women, could easily be subdued by capturing one. Xiaowan stood slightly behind Lin Ran, acutely aware of the predatory gazes assessing her figure. Yet, with so many formidable opponents present, could they truly turn the tide? At that moment, however, Lin Ran suddenly moved. To be precise, he merely stepped forward and then returned to his original position. A D-level bodyguard, standing before Lin Ran, was propelled backward without any defensive maneuvers, soaring through the air like a cannonball and crashing into the villa's entrance. Boom! The villa's grand doors were obliterated, a cloud of dust erupting. Unilateral domination. The entire scene fell into silence. Moments later, the D-level fighter attempted to rise, but his limbs had entirely lost their strength, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly having lost all combat capability. Lin Ran's lightning-quick kick left the remaining family bodyguards frozen in shock. Bai San, too, was taken aback. He stared at Lin Ran, questioning, "Who are you?" To dispatch a D-level fighter with a single strike, you cannot be an unknown in the 5 northern provinces. Indeed, Han Heian possessed peak B-level strength and had become a master figure in a city, revered by countless admirers. Lin Ran's exhibited prowess undoubtedly warranted a reputation commensurate with it. Bai Jinyang remained oblivious to the situation's gravity, inquiring, "Sang, quickly incapacitate this brat, so I may savor his Xiaoi's allure. I can hardly wait." Silence. Bai Sani bellowed angrily. Bai Jinyang was rendered speechless. In his memory, Bai Sani had always been dutifully obedient, responsive to his every whim. Had he taken leave of his senses today to dare shout at him? Yet, just as Bai Jinyang was about to explode with rage, a dozen figures suddenly leaped into the fray. Their speed was astonishing. In mere moments, they had secured their positions in the arena. These figures were clad in black combat attire, wearing black masks, with armbands emblazoned with the word inspection. The leader, a man, spoke with a voice as cold as ice. "The Bayan Special Inspection Team has arrived to execute a mission. Those who obstruct shall be slain." Upon finishing his proclamation, he drew a long blade. Swish, swish, swish. All the team members revealed their long blades, their energies surging, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive atmosphere. The scene had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Without a doubt, the arrivals were none other than Li Fangming. After their chance encounter, Li Fangming realized that he could not engage too openly with Lin Ran, as her identity must remain undisclosed. Consequently, he began to closely monitor the movements of Lin Ran and the He sisters, wishing to alleviate some of her troubles. After all, Li Fangming had retired 4 years ago from the Northern Front with the rank of captain, and the young Lin Ran had previously been one of his early instructors. During the nationally renowned funeral in the north, he stood in the procession, witnessing the loyal souls laid to rest beneath the snowy peaks. Upon the arrival of the Special Inspection Team from Bayan, Bai Sani's expression darkened considerably. The team symbolized the official stance of Bayan, and with such a violent apparatus intervening, could they still apprehend the 3 beautiful women? "Lay down your weapons and leave this place immediately." Li Fangming commanded the bodyguards surrounding Lin Ran. However, they merely glanced at Bai Sani, showing no intention of retreating. "We hail from the provincial capital of Ningzhou. It seems the Bayan Inspection Team has no jurisdiction over us." Bai Jinyang chuckled. "When has my Bai family of Ningzhou ever feared the Bayan Inspection Team?" He then addressed the bodyguards. "Stand firm. Should anyone falter, I shall expel them from the Bai family at once." Seeing this, Li Fangming's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. With a swift motion, a flash of a blade cut through the air, and blood sprayed from a bodyguard who fell to the ground, his arms severed. "Do you take my words lightly?" Li Fangming coldly reiterated. "I shall say it again. Lay down your weapons." The remaining members of the inspection team echoed his demand, their voices booming. Bai Jinyang's face turned ashen. He had invoked the name of the Bai family, yet the response was still unyielding, even escalating to a brutal attack on his subordinate. Bai Sani, taken aback by the inspection team's aggression, coldly interjected, "Gentlemen, is there a misunderstanding?" The relationship between our Bai family of Ningzhou and the inspection headquarters has always been cordial. I hope you can remain calm. And are you attempting to pressure me by invoking the provincial inspection headquarters at this moment? Li Fangming interjected coolly. Regrettably, I have never cared for such matters. I only know that you are obstructing my mission. It has been 3 minutes since I instructed you to lay down your weapons. In the past, Li Fangming had fought valiantly on the northern front, countless souls having perished by his hand. This iron-willed man, despite his retirement, held no regard for those in the bureaucratic hierarchy. He then commanded with chilling authority, "Take action. Those who resist shall be dealt with mercilessly." In the next instant, dazzling blades illuminated the night sky, accompanied by the splatter of blood. Chapter 16. Everything is mine. It must be said that Bai Zhenyang had never regarded Lin Ran with any respect from the very beginning. To him, the He sisters were as good as captured. Devouring them was merely a matter of time. However, the circumstances had undeniably changed. With a single command from Li Fangming, a dozen elite members of the special surveillance team unsheathed their blades. The bodyguards of the Bai family were instantly incapacitated, suffering severe injuries. After all, the special surveillance team held the authority of law enforcement. Their determination was unwavering, leaving no room for the bodyguards to resist. As several bodyguards fell into pools of blood, the remaining ones began to retreat hastily. "Quick, come protect me!" Bai Zhenyang shouted in panic, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Those uninjured bodyguards quickly formed a protective circle around him. Bai Sanyi furrowed his brow deeply. Was the Bayan Surveillance Division truly willing to sever ties with the Ningzhou Bai family for the sake of protecting such a man? If the Bai family retaliated with full force, then this captain would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Nonetheless, despite such thoughts, Bai Sanyi's heart sank to the depths of despair. After all, Lin Ran, a figure shrouded in mystery, had yet to make his move, and the Bai family's bodyguards had already sustained such injuries. If the situation escalated further, would he and Bai Zhenyang be able to escape unscathed? Li Fangming stood firm, poised to speak, yet at that moment, Lin Ran placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Let me take it from here," he said, stepping in front of Li Fangming. Observing Lin Ran's silhouette, Li Fangming softly remarked, "It has been nearly 6 years since you last patted my shoulder." Hearing this, Lin Ran subtly nodded, his right hand moving to his back, forming a fist. Upon witnessing this gesture, Li Fangming's eyes ignited with fervor. In the northern wilderness military, this motion was often a signal from a charging warrior to his comrades, a declaration of trust. "I've got your back." Although the current situation hardly warranted such a charge, Lin Ran's clenched fist stirred countless memories within Li Fangming. Clearly, Lin Ran was signaling his return, reaffirming his identity as the same man he once was. This exchange was unique to the two veterans of the northern wilderness, incomprehensible to outsiders. However, He Qianqi, who was about to enlist, understood the emotions conveyed, having heard about such camaraderie from He Tianming. Witnessing this scene, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, intensifying her resolve to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect those she cherished from any harm. For reasons unknown, as this emotion surged within her, He Qianqi felt a warmth rising in her lower abdomen, which then spread throughout her limbs. Though her experience with source crystal liquid was limited at that moment, she unexpectedly perceived that wielding source energy was not as daunting as it seemed. She gazed at her fists, feeling a heat radiating from her fingers, as if the energy within her was yearning to break free from her physical confines. Whether this sensation was real or merely an illusion, she could not tell. "If you truly believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me, then you are gravely mistaken," Lin Ran stated, fixing his gaze on Bai Sanyi. "Your young master tampered with my sister's admission letter. How do you intend to address this? My young master is merely a playful youth, and this was but a jest. It is unnecessary for us to suffer mutual destruction over such a trivial matter," Bai Sanyi replied, looking directly into Lin Ran's eyes, feeling increasingly uncertain. "How about this? You have already injured so many of us. Let us not pursue this matter further, and we can consider it even, shall we?" "Even?" Lin Ran's smile turned frigid. "Do you truly think such matters can be settled merely by your declaration of equality?" Undoubtedly, had Lin Ran not intervened, He Xiaoyi would have faced a fate far worse this evening, one that would have irrevocably altered the course of her life, casting a shadow over all her future days. Such a vile act could not simply be dismissed with a casual agreement of even. What do you propose? Bai San scoffed. The Bai family maintains close ties with the Chung family. You must be aware of this. Do you truly wish to confront the two formidable powers of Liajiang province? Lin Ran completely disregarded this statement, calmly asserting, if you wish to move past this incident, then you and Bai Jinyang must each forfeit a leg as a form of punishment. I demand one of your legs. His tone was unyielding, each word imbued with an unwavering intensity. Sensing Lin Ran's chilling intent, Bai Jinyang's heart surged with uncontainable fear. Lin Ran did not rush to take action. He appeared to be waiting for Bai Jinyang to make a decision. Had this privileged young master ever considered that he might one day find himself in such a state of despair, reveling in the anguish of others? Bai San's expression grew increasingly grim. Their homeroom teacher, Xiao Wan, stood silently behind them, refraining from intervening. She had recognized Lin Ran as a martial artist, aware that there existed particular protocols among warriors. Although the demand for Bai Jinyang to suffer such a fate was gruesome, Xiao Wan inexplicably found it rather reasonable. For such a despicable student, she harbored no sympathy. At that moment, Bai Jinyang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered, exclaiming, "Cousin, hurry and help me." It was Chung Qingyang on the line. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, he casually asked, "What do you need help with? Helping you a girl?" "Ha ha." Before Bai Jinyang could respond, Chung Qingyang continued, "By the way, Jinyang, can you find out if there's someone named Lin Ran in Bayan? I want all the information on him." Bai Jinyang could hardly fathom that his cousin was also seeking Lin Ran. He exclaimed, "He's right in front of me." "Really? That's fantastic." Chung Qingyang sounded thrilled. "Tell Bai Sanny to go easy on him. Don't kill him. I'll be there shortly. Leave him to me." Without waiting for Bai Jinyang to explain further, Chung Qingyang abruptly hung up. Bai Jinyang clutched his phone, his face paling to an extreme. Meanwhile, helicopters, potentially from a military, had already arrived in Bayan City, hovering over the rooftop of the building where He Qianqi resided. The cabin door opened, and a woman in military uniform, adorned with the rank of colonel, leaped out, landing gracefully on the rooftop. Below her, just a floor away, lay the residence of the He sisters. This female colonel did not bother knocking. She simply stood on the rooftop, closing her eyes to sense the surroundings before coldly instructing. "There is no one in the room." Immediately ascertained their whereabouts. Behind her, a soldier remarked, "Colonel Xia, aren't we overstepping? We are merely here to retrieve one person. Is it necessary to deploy so many elite forces, especially for your personal attendance? Because we are here to retrieve a future genius of the classified sequence, one with S-level qualifications." Colonel Xia removed her military cap, her short hair tousled by the night wind, exuding a strikingly charismatic demeanor. Her features were exquisite. Her lips were thin, her nose pronounced, yet her eyes, though they should have been alluring, were filled with an icy detachment. Her aura resembled that of an iceberg, radiating an impenetrable chill from head to toe. S-level qualifications. The warrior behind her gasped, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock, an S-rank prodigy. It has been 2 whole years since we last encountered one. If it is indeed an S-rank, it would not be excessive to welcome them with an awe-inspiring assembly. At this point, the warrior suddenly realized that the frosty beauty before him, the ice-cold officer, had once been an S-rank genius who had caused a sensation throughout the entire army. And now, her strength had ascended to a level that commanded reverence. No, this gathering was not solely for that prodigy. Colonel Xia paused momentarily, her gaze becoming distant, as if countless memories surged from the depths of her heart. Her lashes lowered, and she continued, "Because we are to meet him." The soldiers beside her noticed that as she uttered these words, the famously frosty Colonel Xia Hanbing's voice bore an extraordinarily rare softness. Chapter 17 should have anticipated this day. Truly, relentless efforts yield no results, yet the unexpected comes effortlessly. After Chung Qingyang ended the call with Bai Jinyang, he reclined in his chair, crossing his legs, and a vision of Song Ziyuan's exquisite form danced before his eyes. He smiled faintly, remarking that Lin Ran had unwittingly placed himself in his path, sparing Chung the trouble of a search. Hu Weibiao gazed in the direction where the helicopter had vanished, saying nothing further. To Chung Qingyang, Lin Ran was akin to a fish on the chopping block, perhaps already tormented beyond recognition by Bai Sanny. However, the scene was starkly different. Cheng's young master is also coming? Lin Rant's eyes turned frosty. Very well. Very well. His voice was low, akin to distant thunder. Strangely, those simple words struck Bai Sanyi's heart like a hammer, engendering an inexplicable urge to vomit blood. He instinctively clutched his chest. In contrast, others around him exhibited no similar reaction. This indicated that Lin Rant's earlier display of pressure had been directed solely at Bai Sanyi. How had he achieved this? What was the true identity of this young man? What experiences had he endured to wield such formidable, intangible intimidation? Bai Sanyi found it utterly unfathomable. Even invoking the Chung family name had failed to intimidate Lin Ran, who clearly harbored no fear of either the Chung or Bai families. Was this sheer ignorance, or did he possess some hidden support? At that moment, Lin Ran raised his hand and tossed a knife toward Bai Sanyi, which clattered to the ground at his feet. "Dislocate your left leg, or I shall do it myself," Lin Ran stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Upon seeing the knife on the ground, Bai Sanyi's complexion drained of color, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He turned to Bai Jinyang, shouting, "Young master, quickly call mother and seek her assistance." All right. Bai Jinyang hastily dialed his mother, Chung Luhan. The blood-soaked scene filled him with dread. He had never before witnessed such brutality. In the past, revealing his status as the young master of the Bai family had led opponents to yield without resistance, unlike the obstinacy displayed by Lin Ran and Li Fangming. As soon as the call connected, Bai Jinyang exclaimed in panic, Mom, come save me. Someone is about to cripple my leg." "And Bai San? Isn't he protecting you? What on earth is happening?" "Don't panic. Take your time to explain." Chung Luhan's brow furrowed, her voice laced with tension. After all, her son was her most cherished treasure. Throughout his life, she had indulged his every whim, even assisting him in intercepting He Xiaoyi's admission letter. As long as her son was content, she would do anything. However, before she could hear her son's response, a piercing scream echoed through the receiver. Chung Luhan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. She was utterly convinced that the cry belonged to Bai Sanyi. As the captain of the Bai family security team, his prowess should have rendered him invincible in Baiyan. What had transpired today? Who had her son angered? The sound of such anguish indicated that Bai Sanyi was enduring unimaginable torment. Chung Luhan was engulfed in panic. At that moment, Bai Sanyi lay on the ground, his right leg severed below the knee. Blood gushed from the wound. Just moments prior, Bai Sanyi had scarcely comprehended the events unfolding before him. Lin Ran seemed to materialize before him, seizing the knife, and then, with a swift movement, blood splattered. His actions were so rapid that Bai Sanyi had no time to react defensively. "Every misdeed demands a price," Lin Ran remarked coolly. "To think that matters could be so easily settled, I will not permit it." Bai Sanyi's face turned ashen as he lay trembling on the ground. Just from Lin Rant's recent strike, he realized that the young man could effortlessly eliminate him. In the face of such overwhelming strength, any resistance was futile. Damn it! What kind of person has our young master offended? This individual, at such a young age, possessed such power. How could he possibly be an inconsequential figure? "Mother, come save me, please," Bai Jinyang cried into the phone, his voice thick with desperation. Watching Lin Ran approach with the bloodied knife, Bai Jinyang's legs quaked uncontrollably. "Do not harm our young master," Bai Sanyi shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Lin Ran glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then watch closely and see how I treat your young master." With that, he turned to face the Bai family's bodyguards blocking his path and coldly ordered, "Stand aside." Bai Jinyang, in a state of panic, shouted, "Protect me. Quickly, kill him." Lin Ran cast a disdainful glance at him, his voice icy. "You should have anticipated this outcome the moment you took my sister's admission letter." With that, he flicked his wrist, and the blade sliced through the air, piercing a bodyguard's abdomen. Blood erupted from the wound, and the man clutched his belly, collapsing to the ground. Lin Ran did not pursue further attacks, but stated, "Anyone wishing to share his fate may remain, otherwise, leave." This singular strike filled the remaining bodyguards with terror. "Run!" someone shouted, and the remaining guards scattered like frightened birds. None dared to linger. "Come back! Return!" Bai Jinyang shouted in despair, but no one heeded his call. Li Fangming had intended to send his men after them, but Lin Ran interjected coolly, "There is no need. Given the Bai family's methods, they will not spare those who flee." Lin Ran approached the bodyguard who had been pierced by the knife, and amidst the man's agonized gaze, he pulled the blade free. The bodyguard screamed and promptly fainted. Bai Jinyang's legs weakened, unable to support him, and he collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat drenched his clothing. "So, you should have anticipated this day," Lin Ran remarked mockingly at the fear-stricken face before him. Meanwhile, his phone lay nearby, the call still active, with Cheng Luhan's anxious voice echoing through. "Xinjiang, what on earth is happening? Please answer me." As her son faced peril, Cheng Luhan felt as though her heart were shattering. Lin Ran picked up the phone and stated, "Your son intercepted my sister's admission letter. Are you aware of this?" "I know. It was my doing. I did this for my son." Cheng Luhan's voice was tinged with hysteria. "Why?" Lin Ran inquired. Cheng Luhan, consumed by worry, replied sharply, "My son does as he pleases. As long as he is happy, what need is there for justification? If you dare to harm my son, neither the Bai family nor the Chung family will spare you." "Very well, since you say so. I feel much reassured." Lin Ran's voice dripped with coldness. "Then come to Bayan to collect your son's corpse." "Collect his corpse?" With that, Lin Ran plunged the blade into Bai Xinjiang's thigh. The blade pierced through muscle, embedding itself into the ground. Bai Xinjiang could not suppress a piercing scream. He was directly pinned to the ground by the long blade. "Do not harm my son! Do not harm my son!" Cheng Luhan shrieked, nearly losing her grip on her phone. However, Lin Ran abruptly ended the call. Cheng Luhan's legs buckled, and she sank onto the sofa, momentarily lost in the chaos following her son's agonizing cry. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat on the sofa, observing the scene with a shake of his head. His eyes filled with discontent as he chided, "I have long advised you against indulging the child. I sent Xinjiang to Bayan precisely to temper his ostentatious disposition. And now, look where we are. You dare intercept someone else's admission notice? Is it simply to prevent that girl from being accepted? What does that even amount to?" Even at this moment, Cheng Luhan failed to recognize the egregious nature of her actions. Rising to her feet, she pointed an accusatory finger at her husband by shouting, "This is not the time to discuss the admission notice. Our son is in peril in Bayan, and you, as his father, do you not wish to find a solution? You must realize, if it were not for my father, would you have attained your current position? Always bringing up your father. You never cease to mention him." Bai Shanning retorted, his anger flaring. "Am I merely the son-in-law of the Chung family? Look at your Chung family's wayward sons. What kind of individuals are they? Xinjiang has been led astray by them." Cheng Luhan stood firm, hands on her hips, one finger still aimed at her husband. "This is not the moment for a quarrel. If you do not take action, should anything happen to my son, I will ensure that the Bai family faces dire consequences." Bai Shanning glared at Cheng Luhan. Suppressing his fury, Bai Xinjiang is an adult now. He has brought this trouble upon himself, and I will not be cleaning up his mess. The recent secret inspections by the military in the 5 provinces of the northern border loomed in his mind. If your Chung family continues to act recklessly, I shall make you regret it. In truth, Bai Shanning was deeply concerned for Bai Xinjiang's safety, yet he found himself repulsed by his wife's current demeanor. Cheng Luhan, unable to contain her frustration, began to weep. "Bai Xinjiang is also your son. Will you simply stand by and watch him face danger? What if he loses his life tonight?" Seeing her distress, Bai Shanning sighed. "In Bayan, no one can threaten Xinjiang's life. Besides, isn't your nephew, Cheng Xinjiang, also in Bayan? Hu Weibiao is undoubtedly with him. Let us ask old Hu to take a look, if he is willing to act. There should be no insurmountable issues." After all, Bai Xinjiang was his son, and Bai Shanning could not turn a blind eye. Cheng Luhan quickly picked up the phone, her voice rising. "All right, I will contact Hu Weibiao immediately and have him deal with that scoundrel tormenting my son." Chapter 18. The Legend of the Stars. Rest assured, Aunt, I will undoubtedly protect Xinjiang. Chang Xinjiang received a call from Cheng Luhan, yet he displayed little concern, smiling as he spoke. "Uncle Hu is still with me. Anyone who dares to bully Xinjiang will pay a bloody price." "Well, hearing you say that eases my mind considerably." Cheng Luhan's voice still carried an undercurrent of anger. "Make sure you do not let that person who harmed Xinjiang escape. Bring Xinjiang back safely." Bai Shanning, listening nearby, shook his head and changed his clothes, preparing to leave. He found his wife increasingly tiresome to look at. Upon noticing, Cheng Luhan slammed her hand on the coffee table. "Where do you think you're going at this hour? Our son is in such dire trouble, and you still have a nerve to go out and fool around?" Without turning back, Bai Shanning coldly remarked, "I have an appointment tonight to discuss source crystal mining trade with Lin Kaiga from the Lin family. You can weigh which matter is more important yourself." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Uncle Hu, it seems Bai Jinyang has been severely bullied. We must hurry, Cheng Qingyang said with a smile. Otherwise, my aunt will certainly cause a scene at her family home, and you might end up getting scolded as well. Hu Weibiao twirled the prayer beads in his hand, nodding without any hint of emotion. We have about 3 kilometers left. We will arrive shortly. As he spoke, he recalled the helicopters that vanished into the night sky, a heavy feeling resurfacing in his heart. For a long time, Hu Weibiao had been the foremost expert of the Cheng family, rarely taking action, yet each time he did, it instilled absolute dread. Thus, despite the Cheng family's recent decline, few dared to covet their interests with Hu Weibiao's deterrent presence. No one knew the true extent of Hu Weibiao's strength, but he likely ranked among the top martial artists in all of Ningzhou. Moments later, Cheng Qinyang's vehicle finally arrived at Bai Jinyang's location. Upon stepping out, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming scent of blood, causing him to frown deeply. At that moment, Bai Sanuel lay on the ground, having lost a leg, his complexion pale, while Bai Jinyang trembled on the ground, a knife protruding from one of his legs. Clearly, the situation was far more serious than anticipated. Hu Weibiao also exited the vehicle, scanning the scene and quickly spotting the mutilated Bai Sanuel and the pinned Bai Jinyang, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Bai family. Bain has suddenly become quite interesting, he remarked calmly. Cheng Qinyang's gaze swept over Li Fangming and his group, then to the bloody ground and the injured by family bodyguards. The special monitoring team has been dispatched. What on earth happened today? What has the Bai family done to warrant such severity from the special monitoring team? The atmosphere was far more oppressive than Cheng Qinyang had imagined, dispelling any sense of ease he had previously felt. My cousin is here. Upon seeing Cheng Qinyang, Bai Jinyang called out as if he had spotted a savior. Cousin, I'm over here. Quickly, come save me. However, before Bai Jinyang could finish, Lin Ran struck him hard across the face with the hilt of his sword. Several bloody teeth flew from Bai Jinyang's mouth, leaving him in excruciating pain as he collapsed. The injury to his leg causing him to black out momentarily, cries of agony escaping him. Witnessing this, Cheng Qinyang's eyelids twitched violently. You are Lin Ran? Fixing his icy gaze on Lin Ran, Cheng Qinyang's voice dripped with chilling disdain. Do you know who Bai Jinyang is? Do you know who I am? How dare you harm him in my presence? Those who set their sights on my sister shall meet this fate. As for who you are, it matters not to me. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. But I must ask, are you prepared to stand up for Bai Jinyang? Hu Weibiao stepped forward, clasping his prayer beads, standing with authority. Regardless of the circumstances, there is a principle at play. I believe Bai Jinyang's actions do not warrant such a bloody outcome. Moreover, is the special monitoring team in Bayan truly willing to act as accomplices? Li Fangming's expression darkened immediately. Are you implying that I am an accomplice? With that, the long knives of the Bayan special monitoring team were drawn in unison, glinting ominously in the dim light. Yet Hu Weibiao remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. I advise you not to pit eggs against stones. Truly, it would be best for you to admit your mistakes now. Otherwise, the revenge of the Bai and Cheng families will be beyond your capacity to endure. You would do well to trust me, for I speak in your best interest. As he spoke, an invisible aura began emanating from him, the atmosphere thickening with tension. For our benefit, Lin Ran regarded Hu Weibiao with icy detachment, his voice methodical and unyielding. You wish for me to bow and apologize without even asking for the specifics? How the Bai and Cheng families sunk to such depths of unreasonable behavior? Indeed, after Lin Ran had laid out the general situation, the Cheng family's proposed solution was for Lin Ran's side to apologize. Who had granted them such audacity? However, no one noticed that Lin Ran, upon examining Hu Weibiao's features more closely, found them oddly familiar. Cheng Qinyang interjected, a cold smile on his face. It is quite simple. The one with the stronger fist holds the right. Hu Weibiao's gaze flitted from Lin Ran to Li Fangming's special monitoring team, stating matter-of-factly, do not assume that because you have the monitoring team backing you, you can stand against the Cheng family. Incidents of major casualties involving the Bayan special monitoring team have occurred more than once or twice. Hu Weibiao's words were alarmingly clear. He was suggesting that the special monitoring team might face significant casualties. Upon hearing this, Li Fangming's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Follow my instructions, and I guarantee you will survive. Hu Weibiao locked eyes with Lin Ran, his source energy beginning to surge. Although Chang Qingyang had nurtured his body with source crystal liquid for many years, he had yet to truly step into the realm of martial artists. Standing beside Hu Weibiao, he found it difficult to breathe. Stepping aside to avoid the terrifying aura, Chang Qingyang declared fiercely, "Uncle Hu, help me deal with this bastard. Song Ziyuan sent me to find him." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's eyes lit up with interest. "Song Ziyuan? This matter just became even more intriguing. I have yet to receive her apology." Previously, Lin Ran had made the Song family kneel before him. Song Liangming even intended to offer Song Ziyuan to Lin Ran to curry favor with the rising star. However, since that day, Song Ziyuan had vanished from Beian, the Song family searching in vain for her. Thus, Chang Qingyang had unwittingly stepped into a precarious situation. "Indeed, Ziyuan entrusted me to incapacitate you. It seems you have coincidentally walked into a trap." Chang Qingyang sneered. "Once I deal with you, I shall assist Ziyuan in reclaiming power from the Song family." "Uncle Hu, do hurry. I am pressed for time." In his eyes, Hu Weibiao was an invincible force, while Lin Ran was merely an insignificant opponent. At this moment, Chang Qingyang and Hu Weibiao both believed that Bai Sanyi's leg had been severed by the special inspection team. Hu Weibiao spoke coolly, commanding, "All of you kneel down." After a brief pause, he turned to Lin Ran, stating, "As for you, if you sever your own right arm, the Chung family will spare your life. I speak with sincerity." To the untrained ear, Hu Weibiao appeared to be showing leniency towards Lin Ran, seemingly displaying a measure of compassion. Do you noble families truly disregard all sense of reason? At this juncture, He Qianqi stepped forward, her voice illuminating the night as if it had brightened the very air around them. Hearing the exchange, she could hardly contain her indignation. The truth lay bare before them. Yet the Bai and Chung families remained indifferent, exuding an air of superiority. Hu Weibiao believed he was granting Lin Ran mercy. How misguided. Upon seeing He Qianqi, Cheng Qingyang's eyes sparkled with interest. Who would have thought that Beian could boast a beauty rivaling Song Ziyuan? Indeed, why should I adhere to reason? Cheng Qingyang fixed his gaze on He Qianqi, advancing a few steps with a playful smirk. "Of course, if you were to sincerely admit your error, I might consider sparing you." By the time He Qianqi spoke, Lin Ran had already returned to her side. At that moment, he refrained from retaliating against Cheng Qingyang, for he felt as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. His eyes shimmered with astonishment and delight. For amidst her fury, a faint purplish glow flickered around He Qianqi, an almost imperceptible luminescence that imparted a sense of pure clarity. This ethereal light vanished after a few fleeting moments, almost undetectable to the untrained eye. Even from Hu Weibiao's vantage point, he remained oblivious to the occurrence. Were he to notice the purple glow, he likely would not grasp its significance. However, Lin Ran understood that He Qianqi's manifestation represented boundless potential. It signified an affinity surpassing S rank, a dual superlative talent in martial arts and source energy. Due to the rarity of such purple illumination, few within the current martial artist hierarchy were aware of its meaning. Had Lin Ran not previously encountered classified military documents, he too might have failed to recognize the true implications of this purple light. Most astonishingly, He Qianqi had only been exposed to the source crystal liquid for a few days, and already this attribute had been awakened. The confidential document Lin Ran had perused listed warriors who had once exhibited such purple light. Each name shone brightly, akin to stars adorning the firmament of human civilization. Subsequently, these superlative beings, who transcended humanity's limits, earned the fitting title of celestial level. Now, He Qianqi too possessed the potential to transform herself into a dazzling star. Celestial level warriors were exceedingly rare. The illustrious names had all but faded into the annals of time. Yet, within the current active forces of the Great Xia, a young star still shone. Just days prior, Lin Ran had exchanged words with her. As Lin Ran was overwhelmed by this revelation, the distant sound of helicopters began to reverberate through the air. Several iron beasts approached swiftly at low altitude, their piercing searchlights illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Chapter 19. An overwhelming pressure. Hee. Feeling timid? Upon witnessing Lin Ran's astonished expression, Cheng Qingyang mistakenly believed him to be intimidated and mocked him with a sneer. "Uncle Hu, after you've dealt with this coward, those lovely ladies will be mine." Initially captivated solely by He Qianqi, Cheng Qingyang was soon entranced by He Xiaoi and Xiao Wan. The three enchanting beauties were strikingly distinct, yet equally captivating, igniting a fervor within him. However, in this moment, the infatuated Chung Qingyang remained oblivious to the true reasons behind his cousin's predicament. At that moment, a spotlight beamed down, exposing everyone to its blinding radiance. Chung Qingyang squinted against the harsh glare, cursing, "What on earth are those helicopters doing? Why is the light so blinding?" Hu Weibiao, however, kept his eyes open, peering into the brilliance, realizing that the helicopters were obscured by the overwhelming brightness. Yet he could sense their rapid approach through the intensifying glow. After merely gazing for a few moments, Hu Weibiao felt his eyes begin to sting, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. At such a distance, ordinary spotlights could not maintain such brightness and focus. This was undoubtedly the legendary source power beam technology. Hu Weibiao gravely stated, "I am certain these aircraft are from the military's Advanced Combat Division." The application of source power had become increasingly widespread as people discovered that this extraordinary energy, akin to the essence of the universe, could enhance human capabilities and offer vast applications in technology and medicine. The source power beam was a typical example of such utilization. Yet in Daxia, this technology was exclusively controlled by the military, reserved for elite combat units, while ordinary forces seldom possessed it. Now, every helicopter swiftly approaching was equipped with source power beams. Hu Weibiao could no longer endure the glaring light. Prolonged exposure would render him temporarily blind, and further gazing could inflict irreversible damage to his eyes. The bodyguards from the Bai and Chung families closed their eyes, shielding themselves with their hands. However, the source power beams did not significantly affect Lin Ran and his companions, as the harsh light emanated from behind them. Clearly, this was a deliberate act. To avoid illuminating Lin Ran, the helicopters had circled in the sky. "Damn it, Uncle Hu, what should we do?" Chung Qingyang shielded his eyes, wanting to turn and flee, yet his feet felt inexplicably heavy, as if weighed down by lead. This was the pressure generated by the source power beam. This pressure was directionally released, affecting only the Bai and Chung families, leaving He Tianqi and the others entirely unaffected. Hu Weibiao was increasingly astonished. He understood that so many source power beams would deplete substantial reserves. This was not a time of war. What made their group so special to warrant such military attention? "Do not worry. These aircraft are not enemies," Lin Ran stated, having surmised the situation. His words possessed an almost magical quality, instilling an immediate sense of security within the three ladies. He Tianqi and He Xiaoyi needed no further reassurance. Even Xiao Wan's eyes sparkled, as tonight's events revealed a different facet of the world to her. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's gaze remained fixed on He Tianqi, where a purple glow flickered across her form. Even amidst the blinding light, this violet radiance was strikingly vivid and appeared to intensify. At this moment, the source power beams surged in strength, their output escalating, rendering the Chung family's bodyguards immobile. Though they could barely stand, it was merely a struggle to endure. Chung Qingyang himself had hunched over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. As for the already injured Bai Xingyang, the pressure from the source power beams caused him to roll his eyes and faint. Finally, the helicopters hovered above the area, approximately 10 meters from the ground. The gale from the whirling rotors forced everyone to squint. Yet the source power beams had been deactivated, replaced by ordinary spotlight illumination, allowing the Chung family to collectively exhale in relief. However, Chung Qingyang abruptly realized that in just a few minutes, his clothes had become drenched in sweat. Yet Hu Weibiao showed no signs of relaxation. He was acutely aware that the forthcoming situation might prove even more dire. As the helicopter doors opened, a pressure even more formidable than before began to emanate from within. This pressure was all-encompassing and insidious. Just as Chung Qingyang had begun to relax for a fleeting moment, the overwhelming force descended upon him, causing his knees to buckle as he collapsed to the ground. Hud, hud, hud. The bodyguards he had brought with him also fell to their knees en masse. What did this signify? There was a superhuman presence within the helicopter. This pressure was a deliberate display of dominance. While Hu Weibiao did not kneel, he was far from comfortable in this oppressive state. The flow of source power within him was severely hindered. The more he endured, the greater his shock grew. Just how formidable was the control over source power possessed by the being within the helicopter? Moreover, Hu Weibiao noted that despite the overwhelming pressure, Lin Ran and his group, along with the special inspection team, remained entirely unaffected. What did this imply? Much like the source power beams, this pressure was also directionally discharged, solely suppressing the Bai and Chung families. Within this boundless pressure, there lingered an intense chill, seemingly lowering the temperature by several degrees. The relatively weaker Chung Qingyang began to shiver uncontrollably. Soon, several figures leapt from the helicopter, all fully armed soldiers. They bore combat knives, and as they landed, the gleaming blades were instantly drawn. The soldiers radiated a palpable surge of source power, evidently prepared for battle. A potent aura of lethal intent emanated from them, coalescing into a dense atmosphere that enveloped the Bai and Chung families. Then, a commanding figure appeared at the helicopter's doorway, Colonel Xia Hanbing. The overwhelming pressure emanated from her. Standing at the entrance, her hair was tousled by the night breeze. With her eyes lowered, she surveyed the gathered crowd, her gaze sweeping across everyone before settling on Lin Ran. Lin Ran met Xia Hanbing's gaze. He remained silent, returning her look with a faint smile, and then blinked. As she noticed Lin Ran's wink, Xia Hanbing stepped forward, descending from the helicopter. In fact, she landed merely half a meter away from him, their faces nearly inches apart. A profound silence enveloped the scene. At this moment, the pressure radiating from Xia Hanbing had entirely receded, and the icy aura dissipated, transforming her into a neighborly girl clad in military attire, shedding the sense of aloofness that once surrounded her. Upon seeing Xia Hanbing, those present suddenly comprehended that the term military flower seemed tailor-made for her. However, the overwhelming pressure that had just descended upon them was unexpectedly emanating from this young lady, leaving the crowd profoundly shaken. The disparity between her formidable prowess and her delicate appearance was indeed striking. Hu Weibiao stood gravely in place, silent and unyielding, for he had come to realize that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. In contrast, Chung Qingyang was clearly flustered, encircled by so many fully armed soldiers, which instilled in this pampered young master a profound sense of trepidation. He nervously inquired, "Uncle Hu, what shall we do? Should we call home?" Hu Weibiao shook his head, sighed, and murmured, "This matter, I fear, is beyond the Chung family's control." At that moment, Lin Ran gazed at the young woman before him, inhaling a subtle floral fragrance that wafted through the air. With a smile, he remarked, "It has been quite some time. Even our Colonel Xia has taken to wearing perfume." The soldiers present could hardly believe their ears. The woman often referred to as the Ice Mountain War God, Xia Hanbing, was indeed wearing perfume. She typically abstained from even the lightest makeup. No wonder there had been a faint, pleasant aroma in the cabin earlier. Those steadfast men had not even realized its origin. Xia Hanbing looked at Lin Ran, her gaze softening slightly, and she parted her red lips to softly say, "It is the scent of violet." Lin Ran responded nonchalantly, "Such a singular floral fragrance must be quite rare to procure. Wouldn't you agree? There's no need for us to beat around the bush." Xia Hanbing gently bit her lip, and a potent aura began to emanate from her, enveloping both her and Lin Ran in an impenetrable barrier, completely isolating them from the outside world. Those beyond could not hear a word they spoke. In fact, their figures began to blur in each other's sight. Lin Ran, taken aback, observed, "I did not anticipate your control over source energy to have reached such heights. You truly are the S-class prodigy who once astonished the entire army." Xia Hanbing did not respond to this remark. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Ran's eyes and softly declared, "The Violet Special Forces should be re-established. Thus, you have chosen this particular fragrance to convey a message to me?" Lin Ran chuckled. "Is this the military's directive, your personal desire, or perhaps that of a certain woman?" He suddenly found Xia Hanbing's gesture somewhat endearingly naive. "I come on the orders of Marshal Shangwan," Xia Hanbing stated. "You should be well aware of the Marshal's character. Otherwise, you would not have contacted her a few days ago. She and I are not of the same ilk, never have been. My call to her was merely to ensure He Tianchi has better conditions for growth." Lin Ran's expression grew colder as he replied, "If the re-establishment of the Violet Special Forces is her wish, I will unequivocally refuse." After a brief pause, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Ran's eyes as he continued. "Due to her erroneous decisions, The Violet team suffered catastrophic losses, nearly disbanding entirely. Shangwan must bear the primary responsibility. I cannot accept her nonchalance in the aftermath. Xia Hanbing gently shook her head, saying, "It is lonely at the top. Perhaps you should try to empathize with her. I have faith in a marshal's character. There must be unspoken hardships she endures. If she cannot present a convincing rationale." Lin Ran interjected, "Then I regret to inform you that I shall not engage with her further." Lin Ran extended his hand and lightly patted Xia Hanbing's shoulder. "I know you are the marshal's right hand. I hope my decision does not place you in a difficult position." "I will not be troubled," Xia Hanbing replied, glancing at Lin Ran's hand resting on her shoulder. A subtle smile graced her lips, though she was not accustomed to smiling. This particular smile radiated warmth that could melt even the coldest of ice. "Because your return from this ordeal is of utmost importance." "Very well. Allow me to introduce you to He Qianqi, her potential." Lin Ran's words were abruptly interrupted by Xia Hanbing, who fixed her gaze upon him and stated, "Marshal Shangwan has instructed that you must unconditionally grant her one request." Lin Ran's expression froze, a sense of foreboding surging within him. Xia Hanbing produced an envelope and handed it to Lin Ran. "The marshal's request is contained within this envelope." Her delicate features bore a hint of peculiarity as she added, "I am unaware of its contents." It is said that after finishing, the marshal smiled at her reflection in the mirror for over 3 hours. Chapter 20. Shangwan Xingyue. Upon hearing Xia Hanbing's words, Lin Ran's foreboding intensified. What kind of pit had that woman dug for him to be laughing to herself for over 3 hours? Had she removed the black mask that she habitually wore while chuckling at her reflection? Gripping the letter, Lin Ran retorted, "You probably don't even know what this marshal truly looks like." He was reluctant to open the envelope, genuinely concerned that this enigmatic woman would plunge him into an abyss. "You harbor biases against the marshal," Xia Hanbing replied, unfazed by Lin Ran's comments. "After all, Marshal Shangwan remains the unwavering pillar of the great Xia military. With her, the external circumstances of our nation would be entirely different. As for her appearance, it is rather inconsequential." Lin Ran nodded. Though he disapproved of certain actions of the marshal, he had to concede that Xia Hanbing was correct. This woman, who often took unconventional approaches, was the youngest known star-level figure in the great Xia military, and indeed in human society. Her name was Shangwan Xingyue. "By the way, has your injury improved?" Xia Hanbing inquired once more. It was difficult to discern the deep concern hidden within her seemingly calm gaze. "Source energy can only intimidate. It lacks endurance." Lin Ran shrugged helplessly. "For man, this is truly a melancholic topic." "Indeed, it cannot endure," Xia Hanbing responded, her expression growing more somber. "Given the military's current medical standards, we have done all we could." 5 years ago, Lin Ran, the foremost fighter of the Northern Expeditionary Army, had been severely injured by a national treasure-level expert from Haidier. Though he managed to feign death and escape, he remained in the military's intensive care unit for an entire year. The military expended a staggering 47 tons of source crystal liquid to save him. Yet, even such a colossal amount of life force failed to restore his strength. His body resembled an insatiable black hole, seemingly unable to be filled, despite the vast quantities of source energy. To put into perspective, 47 tons of source crystal liquid nearly equated to the annual supply for a frontline division. For an ordinary person, such an overwhelming influx of source energy would have undoubtedly caused a fatal explosion. However, few knew that although Lin Ran underwent such an extensive cleansing with the source crystal liquid, he retained all the energy within his body. At least, according to current theories of source energy, no one else had achieved such a feat. Even S-level experts could not withstand such an immense energy infusion, let alone retain it all. Thus, Lin Ran found himself uncertain about his own power level. He could temporarily possess the strength to defeat A-level experts, but this power was not sustainable. Facing superlative adversaries could be perilous. "Do not worry. I can sense my wounds gradually healing." Lin Ran smiled reassuringly. "Let us hope you recover swiftly. Otherwise, the reconstruction of the Violet Regiment may remain a distant prospect," Xia Hanbing replied, her gaze fixed on Lin Ran as she gently opened her arms. "As former close comrades, shall we embrace after our reunion in life and death?" "Certainly," Lin Ran said as he pulled Xia Hanbing into a warm embrace, almost causing her to recoil. He then remarked, "You, my dear, possess not only S-level talent, He trailed off, leaving the latter half of his statement unspoken. A faint blush crept onto Xia Hanbing's cheeks, yet the night concealed it perfectly. Had anyone familiar with Xia Hanbing witnessed this scene, they would have been astounded, jaws dropping to the ground. The usually frosty and taciturn Major Xia, displaying such a feminine demeanor, was beyond comprehension. However, only one man had ever witnessed this blossoming side of her. "I must take Qianqi with me," Xia Hanbing said, glancing at the time, her gaze dropping to her toes as she spoke softly. She did not wish for Lin Ran to see the reluctance in her eyes. Before Lin Ran could respond, Xia Hanbing dispelled the barrier of energy, and their figures reappeared before the onlookers. Though their time together had been brief, for those from the Cheng and by families, it felt like an eternity. Cheng Qingyang and Hu Weibiao were still surrounded by fully armed soldiers, fearful to make any move. "Uncle Hu, do you think you can forcibly take me away?" Cheng Qingyang asked, his voice trembling with escalating fear. In the past, this spoiled young master had roamed Liaojiang province unchallenged, never having dealt with the formidable military. The overwhelming source energy beams and oppressive pressure made him realize he had kicked against a hard wall. "I cannot," Hu Weibiao replied bluntly. He offered no explanation, for in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, any resistance would be futile. Not to mention, even if he managed to break through the encirclement of these elite soldiers, that ice-cold major would undoubtedly inflict a fatal blow. As for the prospect of attempting to negotiate, Hu Weibiao deemed it a slim chance, as the military's elite forces were not inclined to reason. Previously, Cheng Qingyang had boasted that whoever had the strongest fist held the logic on their side. Now, his words had come back to haunt him. After dispelling her energy barrier, Xia Hanbing approached Qianqi, appraising her. Her eyes brightened slightly as she spoke. "You possess your brother's fighting spirit. You are a born warrior." "I am prepared," Qianqi replied softly, yearning to grow strong so that her loved ones would no longer suffer indignities. "Good." Xia Hanbing glanced at her watch and said, "We depart in 5 minutes. 5 minutes until we leave. What should we do in that time?" After her words, Xia Hanbing turned to Cheng Qingyang and Hu Weibiao, her gaze instantly turning icy. A palpable chill radiated from her, surging like waves toward the opposing individuals. Hu Weibiao had to muster all his strength to withstand this chill, while Cheng Qingyang trembled uncontrollably under its pressure. Xia Hanbing discerned that Hu Weibiao was the strongest among them, and as she approached, her aura intensified with each step. Cheng Qingyang felt on the verge of tears, trembling as he implored, "Uncle Hu, think of something. Will these military personnel kill us?" Xia Hanbing halted 2 meters in front of Hu Weibiao, then turned to Lin Ran. "How'd he treat you?" she inquired. "He made me sever my right arm as an apology," Lin Ran shrugged. Now, with the military's elite forces backing him up, he was content to play the role of the fortunate beneficiary. Upon hearing these words, Xia Hanbing's gaze grew even colder, seemingly capable of freezing a person solid. "Very well. I shall return your words in kind." Fixing her stare on Hu Weibiao, Xia Hanbing's voice dripped with lethal intent. "Sever your right arm, and this matter can be put to rest. Otherwise, tonight, you shall face annihilation at the hands of the military's blade." Annihilation by the blade. Cheng Qingyang's legs trembled. A vile yellow liquid gushed forth from between them. This fellow still mustered the audacity to declare, "I am Cheng Qingyang of the Cheng family in Ningzhou. Your disregard for human life is truly excessive. Even if you are from the military, you cannot be so unreasonable." Xia Hanbing's expression turned frigid. Her gaze locked onto Cheng Qingyang. Suddenly, her lips curled slightly, resembling a smile, yet her eyes brimmed with derision. "When has the confidential sequence ever been reasonable?" she retorted. As she finished speaking, the glint of her blade flashed. No one could discern how swiftly Xia Hanbing struck. A bodyguard from the Cheng family had his arm severed in an instant, blood gushing forth from the stump. An utterly unreasonable blow. It was only after the arm hit the ground that the bodyguard felt the pain, collapsing to his knees, clutching his severed limb and wailing uncontrollably. The mention of the confidential sequence left Hu Weibiao in a state of shock. "Uncle Hu, what is the confidential sequence?" Cheng Qingyang asked, trembling. Hu Weibiao had no time to explain the intricacies of the confidential sequence and replied to Cheng Qingyang, "Qingyang, you are no longer a child. It is time you understood that there are always greater powers beyond our own. Quick, help me escape. Hurry." Cheng Qingyang shouted. Witnessing Hu Weibiao's swift capitulation filled him with despair. I promised your father I would keep you safe, but this time I must break that promise. Hu Weibiao shook his head, his eyes clouded with despondency. Facing the elite of the confidential sequence, severing an arm is better than dying here. Better than dying here. Hu Weibiao was a skilled fighter, yet such expertise allowed him to discern the dire nature of the situation. Resistance would only lead to death. Xiao Hanbing glanced at her watch, her voice as cold as frost. 2 minutes remain. Hu Weibiao met her gaze and stated resolutely, I will do it myself. With that, he picked up a knife from the ground, and in one swift motion, he struck. The blade flashed. Blood sprayed. One arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. Falling to the ground, the muscles in Hu Weibiao's face twitched, a muffled groan escaping his lips as his clothes became soaked with sweat. Since assuming command of the Chung family, he had never surrendered without a fight, yet this time he did not even attempt to resist before severing his own arm. Upon witnessing this, Chung Qingyang fainted on the spot. However, just as his body fell, Xiao Hanbing's blade flashed once more. The clash of steel and the spatter of blood filled the air. Chung Qingyang was jolted awake by the searing pain. Lying in a pool of blood, he emitted a howl that was anything but human. Xiao Hanbing glanced at her watch and then declared, 1 minute remains. This statement was directed at the elite warriors accompanying her. As her words fell, the blade flickered like lightning. The air was filled with the sound of anguished cries. All of the Chung family's bodyguards lost an arm. Bai Sanyi and Bai Jinyang were not spared either. Xiao Hanbing turned to face He Tianqi, whose complexion was slightly pale yet stable, and said, in the world of source power warriors, this is the norm. You must grow accustomed to it. He Tianqi nodded silently, her resolve strengthening. Beside them, Xiaowan's lips had lost most of their color. Clutching He Xiaoi's arm, she fought to remain upright. The overwhelming stench of blood causing her stomach to churn uncontrollably. He Xiaoi stepped forward and addressed Xiao Hanbing. Beautiful sister, you will protect my sister, won't you? Xiao Hanbing looked at He Xiaoi earnestly and replied, before long, your sister will no longer need protection. She may one day protect many others. Trust me. Tears streamed from He Xiaoi's eyes as she took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Lin Ran approached He Tianqi, gazing at her flawless visage, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. He wrapped his arms around her, saying, wait until you shine brilliantly, resting her face against Lin Ran's shoulder. He Tianqi's eyes shimmered with warmth as she took a deep breath and whispered in his ear, then we shall watch the sunset side by side. Chapter 21. Lin Ran's youthful past at the moment when the confidential helicopters ascended into the sky. He Tianqi welcomed the beginning of her journey. It was only after those helicopters vanished entirely into the night that Lin Ran turned to Li Fangming and remarked, Fangming, this mess is now in your hands. Despite the blood-soaked ground and severed limbs surrounding them, Lin Ran felt reassured knowing that Li Fangming and the special inspection team were present, allowing him to relinquish his concerns. Li Fangming had recently assumed the position of acting director of the Bayan Inspection Division, and his formal appointment was merely a matter of time. However, in the wake of this incident, the Bai and Chung families would undoubtedly exert pressure on Li Fangming through high-ranking officials in the Liaojing provincial inspection system, holding him accountable. By then, he might find himself entangled in unnecessary troubles. Rest assured, Captain, Li Fangming replied, his expression devoid of worry. Those petty criminals won't pose any significant threat. That's good. However, do exercise caution, Lin Ran advised. He then approached Hu Weibiao, fixing his gaze on him as he spoke in a calm tone. I hope today serves as a lesson for you. At that moment, Chung Qingyang and Bai Zhenyang had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Hu Weibiao struggled to remain upright, half of his body drenched in blood. As he regarded the young man before him, an unmistakable terror began to surface in his eyes. Hu Weibiao's past was shrouded in mystery. He only began to gain notoriety within the martial artist community in the north after taking command of the Chung family. Today, however, marked the day he had been most profoundly shaken throughout the years. I apologize for my earlier demeanor, Hu Weibiao said, gritting his teeth against the pain. Upon returning, I will do my utmost to prevent the Chung and Bai families from retaliating against you. However, I cannot guarantee my success. I am indifferent to the retribution of those two families, Lin Ran replied coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. As a martial artist, one should possess a sense of pride, yet your descent into the mundane has nearly extinguished that pride. If you cannot even discern right from wrong, how can you speak of ambition? After a brief pause, Lin Ran continued. As for your apology, is it born from defeat or a genuine recognition of your flaws? Hu Weibiao hesitated, his expression betraying a palpable sense of shame. In truth, he was not inherently malevolent. One could glean this from his prior refusal to assist Cheng Qingyang in seizing the position of heir. Yet, having occupied a high position for so long, he found it increasingly challenging to empathize with ordinary individuals devoid of martial prowess, often seeking simpler solutions to problems. This time, losing an arm was indeed a consequence of his own actions. You are correct, Hu Weibiao solemnly acknowledged, inclining his head slightly. Lin Ran remarked, moreover, if the Bai family members have not suffered amnesia, they might recall how their martial genius, Bai Shoulin, was rendered powerless. Bai Shoulin? Hu Weibiao's expression shifted abruptly, disbelief flooding his features. You were the one who incapacitated Bai Shoulin? He gasped. Though Hu Weibiao had only recently joined the Cheng family, he was well aware of the infamous incident concerning the Bai family. Years prior, Bai Shoulin had emerged as a martial prodigy, rumored to possess an A-grade affinity for source energy, with expectations that he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable A-grade warrior in due time. Bai Shoulin was the younger uncle of Bai Jinyang, and upon the discovery of his astonishing talent, he was viewed as the hope for the Bai family's resurgence, leading to an influx of resources dedicated to his training. Bai Shoulin did not disappoint, rapidly advancing to the rank of D-grade warrior within just 2 years of engaging with source energy, a truly meteoric rise. However, this comet-like figure did not bask in the radiance of success for long. His trajectory plummeted due to a singular incident. Accustomed to being the center of attention, Bai Shoulin developed an arrogant disposition at a young age. One fateful evening, after consuming copious amounts of alcohol at a restaurant, he attempted to force himself upon a young and attractive female proprietor. Accompanied by a retinue, he ensured there was no escape for her. Just as it seemed she would meet a tragic fate, Lin Ran intervened. At that time, Lin Ran was still a youth, albeit one of exceptional distinction, possessing an S-grade affinity for source energy. Furthermore, he had already attained the status of a C-grade warrior, placing him among the elite of his generation across the entire realm of Daxia. In a confrontation between the C-grade Lin Ran and the D-grade Bai Shoulin, the outcome was a one-sided domination. Even the bodyguard from the Bai family stood no chance against Lin Ran. In that moment, Lin Ran's righteous fury left no room for mercy. Bai Shoulin suffered the shattering of his limbs and severe internal injuries, discarded like a lifeless dog onto the streets of Ningzhou. That night brought unparalleled humiliation to the Bai family, shattering their aspirations for resurgence. Despite the potential for Bai Shoulin's severed limbs to heal given the medical conditions of the time, Lin Ran had somehow rendered him incapable of absorbing source energy from source crystal liquid. Even if his limbs were to recover fully, Bai Shoulin's strength would be relegated to the early D grade, and as time passed without the ability to absorb source energy, his power would inevitably wane. In the aftermath of this incident, the Bai family began a downward spiral, and Bai Shoulin vanished from public view. Fearing retaliation, the restaurant where the incident occurred ceased operations, and the beautiful proprietress disappeared from Ningzhou, never to be seen again. As for Lin Ran, he left Ningzhou and did not return for many years, rumored to have been disowned by his family. At that time, Lin Ran's family, the Lin family, was substantial and powerful, far surpassing the Bai family in influence, rendering them unafraid of retribution. In fact, the Lin family remained a prominent force in the source crystal mining industry across the 5 provinces of the north, holding significant sway. Moreover, due to genetic factors, the family boasted numerous martial experts, with several possessing A-grade talents among the younger generation. However, in the years that followed, no second individual with an S-grade affinity ever emerged from the Lin family. While S-grade may seem only a step above A-grade, the chasm between them is far broader than the gaps from C to B or from B to A. Such talent is a rare and precious find. Logically, given the Lin family's circumstances at the time, there was no need to expel Lin Ran. They had no reason to fear the Bai family's vengeance. The situation stemmed from Lin Ran's tarnished reputation within the Lin family. He was a bastard child, and no one knew the identity of his mother. Lin Ran's father, Lin Qingyu, had once been the strongest expert of the Lin family. Years prior, he had vehemently opposed an arranged marriage set by the family patriarch, leading to his departure, only to return 3 years later with an infant in his arms, Lin Ran. As for Lin Ran's mother, Lin Qingyu had never mentioned her, and despite Lin Ran's countless inquiries, he had never received an answer. Due to Lin Qingyu's considerable influence within the Lin family, Lin Ran's childhood was relatively pleasant, allowing him to grow up peacefully until the age of 11, benefiting from the continuous supply of source crystal liquid that laid a strong foundation for his health. However, in the year Lin Ran turned 11, Lin Qingyu traveled abroad to attend a martial arts conference for source energy practitioners, after which he lost contact with the family and never returned. A year passed, then two, with no news from Lin Qingyu. Many believed he had perished. Consequently, Lin Ran's standing within the family plummeted. Although several elders still showed him some care, in such a grand and powerful family, akin to a small society, power struggles were exceedingly common. Lin Qingyu was once the most likely candidate to become the family head, yet his mysterious disappearance allowed his elder brother, Lin Qingcong, to ascend to that position. From that point on, Lin Ran's supply of source crystal liquid was cut off, with only his uncles and aunts occasionally sharing some of their portion with him. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional Lin Ran's talents were, he could not possibly attain the status of a sea-level expert in his youth. After Lin Ran incapacitated by Shaolin, the Lin family finally had a formal reason to expel the illegitimate child from their ranks. He was cast out. Following that, Lin Ran's presence was never again seen within the Lin family mansion, and he lost contact with his few caring uncles, aunts, and cousins. 5 years ago, a national funeral that captivated the great Xia was broadcasted live, and the buried Major General bore the name Lin Ran. At that time, some within the Lin family made the connection, but upon reflection, they deemed it improbable. After all, Lin Ran had left home as merely a sea-level expert. And how could he have risen to such heights in just a few years? Hu Weibiao, possessing some knowledge of this history, instinctively mocked the decision-makers of the Lin family upon realizing that the young man before him was the once exiled genius. Had Lin Ran not been cast out, he would likely have become a formidable powerhouse capable of supporting the Lin family. But there are no what-ifs. Hu Weibiao felt an almost instinctual desire to witness the reactions of the Lin family upon hearing of Lin Ran's triumphant return. Lin Ran could discern Hu Weibiao's true thoughts from his expression and shook his head, stating, "From the moment I stepped out of the Lin family door, I severed all ties with them. There is no longer any kinship." "Very well. I shall keep this matter confidential from Mr. Lin," Hu Weibiao replied. "Do you know why I confided in you rather than them?" Lin Ran gestured toward Cheng Qingyang by Jinyang and the crippled by Sanyi lying nearby. "I do not know," Hu Weibiao replied earnestly. "Please clarify, Mr. Lin, because you hail from the Wei clan of the south, do you not?" Lin Ran remarked. However, Lin Ran's seemingly casual statement stirred a tempest within Hu Weibiao's heart. His body involuntarily trembled. After casting a deep glance at Lin Ran, Hu Weibiao forcefully suppressed his shock and replied, "The Wei clan was eradicated over 20 years ago. Only a few fortunate souls survived. May I ask how Mr. Lin discerned my identity?" Realizing that further concealment was futile, he chose to admit it outright. Over the past 2 decades, Hu Weibiao had changed his name and concealed his past, retaining only the character Wei in his alias to commemorate his former surname. He believed that no one would recognize him anymore. Unfortunately, the enemies of the Wei clan were too powerful. Had he not hidden his identity, he might have faced a second onslaught. Those old grievances seemed to have faded into the dust of time. Yet how had Lin Ran uncovered the truth so effortlessly? This young man had never even crossed swords with him and possessed no knowledge of his martial arts style. Yet he had spoken the truth with such clarity. Chapter 22. To become a son-in-law? In this moment, Hu Weibiao finally comprehended that the energy emanating from the young man before him might far exceed his imagination. Although Lin Ran had already demonstrated a robust network of connections, with deep ties to the military and the special inspection team, how could he possibly be privy to matters concerning the Wei clan? After all, the once illustrious source power family had long been annihilated. Lin Ran coolly remarked, "Because you and your son are practically cast from the same mold." Father and son? Hu Weibiao was momentarily bewildered by these words, but soon the realization struck him, sending a shiver through his body. Qinger survived? His voice trembled with excitement. He could hardly believe Lin Ran was lying, for only a scant few were aware of his son's existence. For years, Hu Weibiao had believed his son had perished at the hands of their enemies. Yet now, Lin Ran had undoubtedly ignited a flicker of hope within him. "Wei Qingkong would not wish to acknowledge you as his father," Lin Ran stated expressionlessly. If he knew you were still alive, he would likely take matters into his own hands. Hu Weibiao's expression froze, quickly replaced by a dawning regret. He inhaled deeply and struck his chest with a fist. Back then, I had too many constraints. I must find him. I need to explain to him. However, at that moment, Hu Weibiao remained oblivious to the fact that his son, Wei Qingkong, was known by a formidable title, the King of Qing, one of the four heavenly kings. Observing Hu Weibiao's disarray, Lin Ran shook his head. What has transpired cannot be reversed. Your realization has come too late. With that, Lin Ran delivered a swift strike to Hu Weibiao's neck. The latter, caught off guard, lost consciousness and collapsed heavily to the ground. Lin Ran then turned to Li Fangming and instructed, find a vehicle to transport these individuals and their severed limbs back to the Bai and Chung families, as a rather unique greeting gift from me. With current medical technology, severed limbs can be reattached, yet reconnecting certain nerves remains a formidable challenge. Restoring them to their original state, even with the nurturing effects of source crystal liquid, is nearly impossible, especially for source power practitioners. Suffering injuries, such as amputations, signifies the premature end of their martial careers, making it exceedingly difficult to ascend to higher levels. Once everyone from the Bai and Chung families had been loaded into a van, Lin Ran noticed a phone belonging to Bai Jinyang lying on the ground. At that moment, the phone began to ring again. It was a call for Bai Jinyang's mother, Chung Luhan. Upon seeing this, Lin Ran pressed the answer button. Jinyang, how are you doing? Chung Luhan inquired impatiently as soon as the call connected. Lin Ran smiled faintly. Your son is quite well. I have dispatched a vehicle to return him. Considering the distance from Bayan to Ningzhou, you should be able to see him in about 4 hours. Upon hearing this, Chung Luhan assumed Lin Ran was frightened and let out a cold laugh. Let me tell you, this matter cannot be settled so easily. I will ensure you pay a price. Lin Ran replied with a smile. I eagerly awaited. Chung Luhan's voice sharpened. Hu Weibiao is utterly useless. He couldn't even eliminate you directly. It seems my Chung family has wasted years on him. After hearing this, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. I hope you do not feel too surprised when you see your son. With that, he casually tossed the phone into the nearby pond. On the other end of the line, Chung Luhan felt an ominous premonition swell within her upon hearing Lin Ran's words. She hurriedly attempted to contact Chung Qingyang and Hu Weibiao, but to no avail. Chung Luhan stood up, her voice trembling. Quick, take me back to the Chung family. Faced with Lin Ran, she felt utterly unmoored. Her husband, Bai Shaoning, was unreliable, and she could only seek help from her family. At this moment, it was already 1 a.m. Lin Ran turned to He Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, let's first escort teacher Xiao back. He Xiaoyi wiped her eyes and pouted with a smile. All right, since you wish to flirt with my teacher, and my sister is not here, I don't mind playing wingwoman for you. Is my sister-in-law capable of such thoughtfulness? He Qianqi had already departed with the military plane, and He Xiaoyi had yet to recover from the sorrow of parting. However, she understood that her sister had cared for her for so long. It was time for her to pursue her dreams. Yet, He Xiaoyi's teasing lightened the atmosphere considerably. This girl, while appearing carefree, was surprisingly understanding. Xiaoyi, refrain from such nonsense. Xiaowan chided, her cheeks flushing. In truth, the events of the evening had profoundly impacted Xiaowan, as a world that had never belonged to her was slowly revealing itself. The young teacher had witnessed more blood, stronger individuals, and taller mountains. Rather than feeling trepidation towards the unknown, Xiaowan was eager to embrace the challenge. Some sparks, once ignited, are not easily extinguished. Teacher, I've graduated. I'm no longer afraid of you, He Xiaoyi declared, wrapping her arms around Xiaowan's slender waist, laughing. Oh, Sister Wan, your waist is so slim. Lin Ran found himself amused yet exasperated. However, following He Xiaoyi's remark, he instinctively glanced at Xiaowan's waist and indeed found her observation to hold merit. Though Xiaowan's waist was delicate, it possessed remarkable flexibility and coordination, lacking any rigidity, and she would likely be dubbed a petite waist by others. At this moment, Lin Ran was not contemplating any provocative actions. He merely observed Xiaowan's slender waist and then her proportionate figure, realizing she could potentially be an exceptional martial arts prospect. Xiaowan noticed Lin Ran's gaze, and a faint blush crept across her face. Once Lin Ran had driven Xiaowan to her residence, she hesitated before asking, Lin Ran, may I have your contact information? He Xiaoyi, with her gossiping eyes, chimed in, having caught on. Sister Wan, would you like me to help you pursue my brother-in-law? Help another woman pursue her brother-in-law? Lin Ran took Xiao Wan's phone, entered his number, and said, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. Okay. Xiao Wan accepted the phone, biting her lip, hesitating before asking Lin Ran, at my current age, can I still pursue the path of martial arts? Absolutely, Lin Ran replied with a smile, but I need to assess your affinity for source power. That's wonderful, Xiao Wan exclaimed excitedly. Shall we schedule for tomorrow afternoon? Tomorrow morning works, as well, Lin Ran replied cheerfully. I have something to attend to in the morning. Xiao Wan's smile abruptly faded. Lin Ran had yet to realize the implications. However, the perceptive Xiaoi immediately surmised Xiao Wan's intentions, and a complex expression emerged in her eyes. Sister Wan, you don't need to resign for my sake. Are you truly considering resigning? Wouldn't that be too regrettable? Lin Ran inquired. Shouldn't you think it over before making a decision? Lin Ran had previously heard from He Xiaoi that although Xiao Wan was still young, she had been recognized as an outstanding teacher in Beian for 3 consecutive years. Could it be that, due to recent events, she was contemplating departure? If a student encounters unjust treatment, and the principal, fearing the influence of power, sacrifices a student's future to preserve his own position, then such a school is not worth remaining in. As Xiao Wan spoke, her resolve grew ever stronger. From a moment, Principal Quan Kunshin refused to assist He Xiaoi. Xiao Wan had felt disheartened and decided to leave this place. Upon returning to her room, Xiao Wan opened her phone and saw a message from her close friend Mu Mu. The message read, Wan, have you heard about the formidable talent that has recently emerged in Beian? Xiao Wan and Mu Mu were university classmates, inseparable during their studies. After graduation, Mu Mu returned to her family to take over the family business, while Xiao Wan chose to teach in her hometown of Beian. Although the two friends did not meet often, their bond remained strong. Seeing Mu Mu's sudden inquiry about this matter, Xiao Wan hesitated briefly before calling her back. Mu Mu, I believe I know the person you're referring to, Xiao Wan stated. Really? That's wonderful. Mu Mu's excited voice came through the line. Brother-in-law, you must help teacher Xiao. Back in her room, he said to Lin Ran, she chose to resign because of me. Don't worry, Lin Ran nodded, then changed the subject with a smile. But you used to say that I was pursuing your sister. Why aren't you worried now? He pouted and replied helplessly, anyway. You and my sister haven't truly started anything. I can't manage your romantic life. Lin Ran ruffled He Xiaoyi's hair and chuckled. You're quite the little schemer. Hurry and take a shower. He Xiaoyi, slightly indignant, stood on her toes and declared, I'm not a child anymore. I'm no longer an underage kid. Indeed, she had grown to 7 meters tall, radiating the vibrant essence of youth. You're certainly not a child. Go wash up and get some sleep. Lin Ran gently pushed He Xiaoyi toward the bathroom. Soon, the sounds of rustling clothes being removed and the splashing of water echoed from within. Lin Ran, however, was not tempted to daydream. He first went to He Tianqi's room and gazed at the empty bed with a soft sigh. Although He Tianqi had embarked on her journey towards the future, Lin Ran deeply understood the arduous path that lay ahead, especially in such a secretive field. After all, higher positions come with heavier responsibilities, and for a soldier, responsibility and danger have always been proportional. Returning to his own room, Lin Ran pulled out an envelope from his pocket. As he tore open the seal, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Confronted with the enigmatic Shangwan Xingyue, Lin Ran felt uncertain. Who knew what kind of trap this illustrious star of the military might set for him? Inside the envelope was a piece of red paper. As Lin Ran unfolded it, he was startled to see the bold characters at the top. Marriage certificate. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt a surge of panic and muttered to himself, Is this forcing me to become a son-in-law? Chapter 23. Enchanting City. Upon encountering the words marriage certificate, Lin Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. His right hand, usually steady when wielding a blade, trembled noticeably at that moment. In order to secure He Tianqi's future in the military, Lin Ran had unconditionally agreed to a request from Shangwan Xingyue. However, he could never have anticipated that this unpredictable woman would present him with a marriage certificate. Was she truly intending to marry Shangwan Xingyue? What could the woman, who consistently concealed her beauty, possibly look like? Would she be utterly unappealing? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Ran suddenly contemplated an early escape. Had he truly dug himself into such a deep pit, he was risking his lifelong happiness. Being exceptionally handsome seemed to attract unwanted attention from women. With a heavy sigh, Lin Ran's gaze fell back on the marriage certificate. The red paper had noticeably faded over time, and the writing was somewhat faint, indicating it was quite old. The document bore two distinct handwriting styles, one of which made Lin Ran squint in recognition. I have a son named Lin Ran. A quick glance confirmed it was indeed his father, Lin Qingyu's handwriting. The next line, however, was written in a different hand. I have a daughter named Qingsheng. A girl named Qingsheng? Lin Ran couldn't help but scoff internally. Such a grand name. What kind of beauty must she possess to live up to it? The subsequent lines were penned by this Qingsheng's father. Lin Su's marriage, a binding agreement, from this day forth. Lin Ran and Su Qingsheng shall be united in a good marriage, sharing heart and spirit, growing old together, treating each other with respect, as evidenced in this document. At the end of the certificate were two signatures. One was Lin Qingyu's, while the other was a flamboyant scrawl. Lin Ran squinted to decipher it, and his heart sank. Su Ritian. Lin Ran could hardly contain his exasperation, clutching his forehead in disbelief. My heavens, is there really someone named that? How utterly shameful. Yet, as he rifled through his memories, he realized he had no acquaintance by the name of Su Ritian, nor had he ever heard of a martial artist with such a name. It was only natural that he hadn't heard of him. If he bore such a name, he would likely spend his days hiding at home in embarrassment. He was left with no face to show the world. Behind these two names were two small red fingerprints, presumably his and that of the girl named Su Qingsheng, a father named Ritian and a daughter named Qingsheng. The naming prowess of this family was simply extraordinary. After a moment of incredulous contemplation, Lin Ran could not recall when he had ever pressed his fingerprint. Judging by their size, it had to have been before he turned 3. Could it be a forgery? Had he never actually pressed his fingerprint? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Lin Ran opened a certain app on his phone and scanned the left fingerprint. The interface promptly displayed the words, "Match successful." It was indeed his fingerprint. Lin Ran nearly lost his mind. Dear father, what on earth were you thinking? I don't even know what Su Qingsheng looks like. Having two undeveloped infants press their fingerprints on a marriage certificate is utterly unethical. As the primary party involved, he was entirely oblivious to this engagement. And yet Shangguan Xingyue somehow acquired this marriage certificate. Lying on the bed, Lin Ran felt too disheartened to even take a bath. One hand propping his head, the other flipping the marriage certificate back and forth as he sought signs of forgery or aging. However, after straining his eyes, he could discern no trace of deceit. From the texture of the paper to the nuances of the writing, it was evident that this was a legitimate marriage certificate from many years ago, definitely not a fabrication. What should he do now? Could he pretend to be unaware? Lin Ran pondered. If he feigned ignorance as if nothing had happened, would Shangguan Xingyue let him off the hook? Clearly, Lin Ran was indulging in wishful thinking. The very next moment, his phone rang. An incoming call from Shangguan Xingyue. This woman. Lin Ran gritted his teeth, hesitating for a few seconds before finally pressing the answer button. He had heard from Han Bing that she had delivered the letter. Shangguan Xingyue's voice dripped with sarcasm. So, how's the surprise? Is it delightful? Delightful, my foot. Where did you even get this? I had no idea I was engaged. Lin Ran retorted, irritation lacing his tone. Don't grind your teeth, she replied. The marriage certificate is genuine. As for why I delivered it, that's none of your concern. Shangguan Xingyue smiled slightly. What is this? You don't intend to honor the engagement? Why should I? That was a promise made by my father. If anyone needs to honor it, it should be him. Lin Ran shook his head. I've been searching for him for years. If you can help me find him, I promise I'll never speak ill of you again. Shangguan Xingyue feigned surprise. Oh? It seems you've been saying quite a bit behind my back. Lin Ran maintained his composure. It's not slander. It's merely stating facts. I can't help you find your father, so feel free to continue your criticisms that way. I know you're still thinking of me, she responded with a smile, clearly enjoying the banter. Realizing that this conversation would lead nowhere, Lin Ran finally asked, what do you want by handing me this ancient marriage certificate? To have you fulfill the engagement, of course. You've already agreed, and you can't back out now. Shangguan Xingyue replied cheerfully. After all, He Qianqi is already considered mine. If you dare to go back on your word, I won't hesitate to make things more difficult for this S-class genius during his path to strength. Upon hearing He Qianqi's name, Lin Ran's tone immediately turned icy. Shangguan, if you dare to let Qianqi suffer, I will definitely come to the military to find you. He abruptly halted, realizing he had almost suggested a fight. Remembering that she was a stellar-level powerhouse, he swallowed the rest of his words. When one lacks strength, humility is necessary. Yet, the fact that he had to humble himself before Shangguan Xingyue, someone he held in disdain, left him feeling quite disgruntled. Shangguan Xingyue couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ran. Over the years, you've shown some commendable changes. Lin Ran chose not to engage with that remark and instead inquired, "What should I do next?" You need to do nothing at all. Just continue to honor the engagement. Regardless of who approaches you to annul it, you must refuse. No backing out. Shangguan Xingyue seemed pleased to see Lin Ran's reluctant acceptance. Does that mean I've become utterly shameless? Exactly. I want to see just how shameless you can be. Shangguan Xingyue laughed heartily. Despite the underlying tensions between them, Lin Ran had to admit her laughter was rather pleasant. Moreover, judging by her tone, Shangguan Xingyue seemed quite youthful. If he calculated correctly, from her meteoric rise to power, orchestrating several remarkable victories, to gaining influence over the military, it hadn't been long at all. However, Lin Ran had never regarded Shangguan Xingyue as a friend. To him, she was not merely a soldier, but also a politician. Their methods had never operated on the same wavelength. If that Su Qingsheng were to personally come and seek to annul the engagement, would he truly be unable to acquiesce? Must he persistently cling to this arrangement? Lin Ran has begun to perceive the gravity of the situation. After all, he never considered himself to be shameless. Such persistent entanglement with others is entirely out of character for him. Indeed, Shangguan Xingyue remarked with a smile, but rest assured, she will not turn you down. Will she be terrible? Lin Ran asked, his anxiety palpable. I meant in terms of appearance. Shangguan Xingyue, both amused and exasperated, replied, "You have been away from the martial world of Daxia for far too long, so long that you have not even heard of the title the Enchanting Fairy." The Enchanting Fairy? Is that referring to Su Qingsheng? Is she truly beautiful? Shangguan Xingyue's spirits were high as she declared. In my view, only the Enchanting Fairy can rival my beauty. Shangguan, you are deeply mistaken about yourself, Lin Ran said, his tone growing slightly more serious as he stated. Let us adhere to our agreement. After this matter, we shall owe each other nothing. Well, that depends on whether you can earnestly fulfill our pact, Shangguan Xingyue teased, adding with a playful tone. Moreover, your current profile remains classified, and strictly speaking, I am your superior. I hope I will not have to turn our agreement into a command. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran furrowed his brow once more. However, I do not wish to have a father-in-law named Su Ritian. That name is simply too embarrassing. Su Ritian? On the other end of the line, Shangguan Xingyue fell silent for a moment before she struggled to respond. His name is Su Hao. Chapter 24. A gift delivered to your door. It turns out the person was named Su Hao. After Lin Ran hung up the phone, he gazed at the marriage certificate, where the name Su Ritian was inscribed, feeling both amused and perplexed. However, his body suddenly trembled. Swell? Could it possibly be the renowned Su Hao from the southern martial world? A brilliant gleam flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. It must be him. There cannot be another Su Hao. 30 years ago, Su Hao was a major general in the Great Siam Military Command, famous for his extraordinary martial prowess and 2 battle blades. He fought valiantly for the military, achieving great feats before retiring to the martial world, where he was rumored to have nearly swept away all warriors in the southern realm. Yet, at the peak of his glory, he chose to retreat into seclusion, gradually fading from the limelight, and now he has almost vanished without a trace. To think that this unexpected father-in-law of his would be someone akin to a war god. At this thought, Lin Ran frowned suddenly. So, both Su Hao and his father, Lin Qingyu, had disappeared for over a decade? What secrets lay behind this? Otherwise, how could it be so? With the strength of his father and Su Hao, surely few in this world could defeat them? Lin Ran was unaware of the true level of strength possessed by his father and Su Hao. Beyond grade A is grade S, and anything above that is hard to define. Only a few top human warriors, distinguished by their unparalleled martial might, are referred to as stars. Thus, the term star level is not a concrete classification, but rather a title representing extraordinary martial prowess. At this moment, Hishawi pushed the door open and entered. The girl, drying her hair, sat by Lin Ran's bedside. She had just bathed, wrapped in a white towel, her long, snow-white legs exposed to the air, and her delicate collarbone revealed to Lin Ran's gaze. The room was filled with a pleasant fragrance. Though it was unclear whether it was from her body wash or the unique scent of youth, Lin Ran paid it little mind. Although He Xiaoyi claimed to be an adult, to him, she was merely a tall, leggy young girl, hardly different from a child. "Brother-in-law, why do you look so troubled?" He Xiaoyi asked curiously, observing Lin Ran's expression. She then spotted the marriage certificate on the bed, her long eyelashes fluttering. "What is this?" Lin Ran did not conceal the truth from her. "A somewhat misguided female officer has coerced me into fulfilling this marriage contract under the pretext of your sister's safety." He pondered whether Shangguan Xinyue would feel an urge to strangle him upon hearing such a description. Unbeknownst to He Xiaoyi, the somewhat misguided female officer Lin Ran referred to was actually a renowned marshal of the Great Siam Military Command. After glancing at the marriage certificate, she inquired with curiosity, "Su Qingsheng? Is she the legendary fairy Qingsheng?" Now it was Lin Ran's turn to be surprised. "Even you know about Su Qingsheng?" "Yes. She visited the northern border a few years ago and effortlessly dealt with a band of bandits crossing over from Hader. That incident caused quite a stir around here," He Xiaoyi said, her expression dreamy rather than hostile. "It is said that Fairy Qingsheng single-handedly held off hundreds of Hader barbarians, saving an entire border town." Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. "It is said that Su Qingsheng is from the south. What could she possibly be doing in the northern border?" He Xiaoyi shook her head. "It seems she spent a few days in the snowy mountains, claiming to visit an old acquaintance. However, no one resides in those mountains." Lin Ran's gaze shifted slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. The frigid snowy mountains may be uninhabited, but amidst the ice and snow lies a martyr's cemetery. At the very depths of that cemetery is the grave of a major general. Could it be that Su Qingsheng traveled thousands of miles to the northern border merely to pay homage to her betrothed from infancy? Meanwhile, Lin Ran, who had faked his death, remained oblivious to these events, far removed on another chaotic continent. After a long while, Lin Ran returned to reality, noticing that He Xiaoyi was looking at him with a peculiar expression. "What are you pondering, girl?" Lin Ran immediately understood her thoughts. Chuckling mirthlessly, "I do not even know Su Qingsheng." "Brother-in-law, you are quite the catch," He Xiaoyi remarked softly. "There's Sister Wan, Colonel Xia, and now another fiancé in the form of Fairy Qingsheng. It seems your competition is growing stronger. This has nothing to do with anything. Off to bed with you," Lin Ran said, pulling He Xiaoyi's arm as he guided her outside, bewildered by what was occupying her youthful mind. "I've told you, I'm not a child anymore. I am an adult now." Bang! Before He Xiaoyi could finish her sentence, Lin Ran unceremoniously shut her in the bedroom. Then, returning to his own room, Lin Ran looked at the name on the marriage certificate, his gaze growing solemn as he murmured to himself, "Dad, where are you? Are you still alive?" In the silent room, no one could answer him. As dawn broke, the sky lightened to a pale hue in the east. However, the atmosphere in the Cheng family manor was thick with tension. Cheng Luhan paced back and forth in the reception hall, having not settled down the entire night. Cheng Qingyang and Bai Zhenyang remained unreachable, while Hu Weibiao and other bodyguards were also unaccounted for. The son-in-law of the Cheng family, Bai Zhenyang's father, Bai Shaning, had also arrived, fully aware that the situation was dire. At that moment, several men were seated in the reception hall, most of whom were key figures from the Cheng family's second generation. As for the elder Cheng, once the vice-governor of Liaojing province, he had grown too old to involve himself in family matters, rarely appearing in the family estate and residing for years by the southern seaside for health recuperation. "Luhan, could you stop pacing? Watching you makes my head spin." With Hu Weibiao around, there shouldn't be any major issues in Beinan, said Cheng Dongfang, a man in his 50s and the current head of the Cheng family. Though the elder Cheng had not formally relinquished his position, he had gradually delegated authority to his sons, with the primary decision-making power resting in Cheng Dongfang's hands. However, despite his words, concern lurked in his eyes. The Cheng family had enjoyed tranquility for too long, and this situation was clearly different from the past. Moreover, both Cheng Qingyang and Bai Zhenyang were particularly favored juniors of his. Cheng Luhan, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "Brother, with Zhenyang's life uncertain, how can I not worry? If anything were to happen to Zhenyang, I would mobilize the entire Cheng family to eliminate that scoundrel. We don't even know where they are. Your reassurances are meaningless." With Hu Weibiao and Bai San both missing, such an occurrence had never before transpired in the histories of the Bai and Cheng families. Cheng Shiliang, the second son of the Cheng family, donned a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, his complexion pale and clean-shaven, his hair meticulously arranged. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "To dare bully the Chung family is truly to seek a swift demise. Whether it's Qingyang or Xinjiang, if either of them suffers even a scratch, the Chung family will ensure that the perpetrator faces utter ruin." Despite his refined appearance, he was, in fact, the most ruthless among the Chung family's second generation, possessing the highest martial talent. At present, the Chung family remains oblivious to the precise level of strength possessed by Chung Shiliang. However, there are rumors suggesting that his combat prowess is on par with that of Hu Weibiao, a claim made by Hu Weibiao himself. Bai Shanning, seated in a chair, refrains from interjecting. The uncertainty surrounding his son's fate weighs heavily on his expression. Yet, upon closer observation, one might discern an undercurrent of impatience and agitation lurking in the depths of his eyes. Chung Luhan and Bai Shanning's relationship is far from amicable. The former often behaves like a fierce matriarch, excessively indulging her son, Bai Zhenyang, whose arrogance has become a source of profound disdain for Bai Shanning. Had it not been for Chung Luhan's coddling, such a significant predicament would likely have been averted. Nonetheless, within the confines of the Chung family, Bai Shanning, despite his inner discontent, cannot express his grievances. However, he has already contacted the head of the admissions office at Ningzhou University, urging them to expedite the delivery of He Xiaoyi's acceptance letter to Beian. It seems that Bai Shanning is the only rational individual in the hall, yet his wife hampers his efforts in every conceivable way. "Third brother is no longer with us. We must not allow his son to suffer injustice," stated the fourth brother, Chung Beijian, with a stern countenance. The third brother, Chung Nanfeng, had perished a decade ago in a conflict among source energy warriors, leaving behind only one child, Chung Qingyang. At that time, Hu Weibiao pledged to protect Chung Qingyang's safety, and since then, he has become the stalwart guardian of the Chung family, quelling numerous storms that threaten their peace. Several hours have elapsed, and if the other party transported Qingyang and Xinjiang by vehicle, they should be nearing their arrival. Chung Dongfang, the eldest, slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, rising to declare, "Summon all the warriors of the family to gather in the reception hall. Furthermore, are the medical personnel on standby?" The steward replied, "Rest assured, Master, everything has been arranged." Chung Dongfang nodded, his gaze piercing through the morning mist toward the estate's entrance. Just then, the main gate swung open, and a panicked family bodyguard rushed in, his face betraying alarm. "Master, something is amiss. I just spotted a van parked around the corner, and the driver seems to have vanished." The bodyguard was sweating profusely, clearly agitated. "The van reeks of blood. Fool, take us to see it at once." Chung Dongfang bellowed. "I've already had someone bring the vehicle here." The bodyguard gestured towards the estate's entrance. Look, at that moment, a van crept into view, drawing the attention of all present. Chung Luhan's heart sank suddenly, prompting her to urge, "Quickly, open the cargo hold." The members of the Chung family hastened to surround the vehicle, the nauseating stench of blood emanating from the seams of the cargo hold inciting a wave of revulsion. Meanwhile, Chung Shiliang, the second elder of the Chung family, stood at the rear of the van, his brow furrowed in a fierce scowl. With a swift kick, he struck the lock on the cargo door. The force of his kick shattered the spring mechanism, causing the door to crash open with a thunderous sound. A pungent wave of blood rushed forth from the cargo hold, and several severed arms, severed at the shoulders, tumbled to the ground. Chapter 25, The Classified Sequence of Visit. Lin Ran truly exhibits a remarkable sense of consideration, returning these severed limbs to their rightful owners. Retaining these dismembered arms serves him no purpose. Yet the visual impact they evoke upon the Chung family is undeniably profound. Chung Luhan let out a piercing scream upon witnessing the bloodied limbs. She felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her legs weakened. Had it not been for the timely support of her bodyguard, she would have collapsed to the ground. "Quickly, bring everyone out," Chung Dongfang shouted urgently. Soon, the individuals within the carriage were lifted out and lined up on the ground. Each one lay in a state of unconsciousness, and each had lost an arm. No, more precisely, Bai Shanning had even lost a part of his calf. Xinjiang. Upon seeing her son's severed arm, Chung Luhan rolled her eyes back and fainted immediately. Even the seasoned Chung Dongfang felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing such a gruesome scene. To have so many arms severed from the Chung family, and to return the victims alongside their dismembered limbs is nothing short of a provocation. This is a humiliation inflicted upon the Chung family. Damn it! Investigate this. Get to the bottom of who did this. Chung Dongfang growled, I will tear him to shreds. He was on the verge of becoming the family head in a few years, yet suddenly such a grave incident occurred, which could likely incite the elder Cheng's dissatisfaction with him. If this matter is not handled appropriately, he might even lose the position of family head. Chung Qingyang and Bai Jinyang had both been rendered incapacitated, a burden that the Chung and Bai families could hardly bear. Fourth brother Chung Beijing clenched his fists tightly, a murderous intent bubbling within his words. No need to investigate. Once Hu Weibiao awakens, we can simply ask him for answers. This time, even Hu Weibiao has lost an arm. It is time to reveal our trump cards. We must no longer allow anyone to perceive the Chung family as easy prey. His bond with third brother Chung Nanfeng was the strongest. Seeing his brother's child rendered a cripple filled him with unparalleled rage. Second brother Chung Shiliang wore a grim expression, grinding his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging, as a surge of power coursed through him, coldly stating, he is as good as dead. He will meet a gruesome end. Bai Shanning, seeing his wife faint, instructed his subordinates, carry Luhan inside arrest, then contact the best doctors in Ningzhou. We must ensure that everyone's severed limbs are reattached in the shortest possible time. His face was grave, yet he displayed no favoritism, nor did he lose his composure due to his son's serious injuries. Chung Dongfang echoed, hurry, take them to the hospital. We must reattach Xingyang's and Jinyang's arms. They are so young. They cannot be left as cripples. As for whether the arms of the bodyguards could be reattached, this consideration did not cross the mind of the future head of the Chung family. Just then, Hu Weibiao had already regained consciousness. He surveyed the ground littered with severed limbs and blood, letting out a heavy sigh, his expression one of despondency. Weibiao, what on earth happened? Chung Dongfang inquired hastily. Hu Weibiao shook his head, glancing at the wound on his shoulder. Let's discuss it inside. Also, I will not go to the hospital. There's no need to reattach my severed arm. Bai Shanning was taken aback by this statement, quickly replying, Brother Biao, with current medical technology, severed limbs can indeed be reattached. In conjunction with the nurturing properties of source crystal liquid in the later stages, even if peak strength cannot be restored, at least it would facilitate normal living. If I cannot restore my martial prowess, then there is no need to reattach the arm, Hu Weibiao declined, a sense of desolation in his gaze. I understand my own physical condition. I can manage daily life with just one arm. Additionally, this injury serves as a warning. With that, he led the way into the reception room. Old Wang, you go to the hospital and personally oversee the surgeries for Qingyang and Jinyang. Chung Dongfang instructed the family's steward before hurriedly entering the reception room himself. A heavy cloud of foreboding loomed over the Chung family estate, every individual bearing an inscrutable gravity in their eyes. Dozens of bodyguards stood solemnly in the courtyard, all practitioners of source power, though their levels were not particularly high. They were invincible compared to ordinary folk. Moreover, with so many martial artists gathered, even a master of Han Hain's caliber would find it challenging to leave unscathed. Weibiao, please recount the details. Why did this happen? Chung Dongfang implored. At this moment, the person in charge had managed to regain a measure of calm. The audacity with which the opposing party tread upon the Chung family clearly indicated they possessed formidable backing. If the Chung family retaliated recklessly, it could lead to even graver repercussions. At this juncture, Hu Weibiao stood bare-chested, revealing his muscular physique, while two medical personnel carefully tended to his wound, wrapping it in bandages. Despite the pain, Hu Weibiao did not even furrow his brow. He reflected on the events that transpired, stating, the origin of this matter is quite simple. Bai Jinyang coerced Luhan into withholding a classmate's admission notice, using it as leverage to forcefully claim that classmate. Bai Shanning felt a wave of shame wash over him upon hearing this, quickly retorting, I was unaware of this matter beforehand. Had I known, I would never have allowed Jinyang to create such a colossal mess. That still does not justify severing Jinyang's and Qingyang's arms. Chung Dongfang firmly contended, his voice icy. Who is that person? Could you not even defeat him? Hu Weibiao nodded, his gaze complicated. His name is Lin Ran. I am no match for him. But I severed my own arm. You severed your own arm? Why? Chung Dongfang furrowed his brows deeply, questioning. Had I not done so, Qingyang and Xinjiang would likely have perished, Hu Weibiao sighed, explaining that the circumstances were insurmountable at that moment. Insurmountable circumstances? Who exactly is this Lin Ran? Setting aside the numerous bodyguards from the Bai family present, even with you, Hu Weibiao, as a lone force, it would be hard to find an opponent in Ningzhou. How could such a formidable master possibly exist in Bayan City? Fourth brother Cheng Beijing expressed disbelief. Ever since Hu Weibiao took charge of the Cheng family, the clan had entered a phase of stable development. Even when source power practitioners stirred up trouble, he had deftly resolved the issues without incident. Thus, many members of the Cheng family regarded the undefeated Hu Weibiao as an insurmountable force. Second brother, Cheng Shiliang, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, coldly stating, with such a bloodbath on his hands, the supervisory division of Bayan cannot possibly let him off. This fellow is as good as dead. Bayan will undoubtedly become inhospitable for him. Upon hearing this, Hu Weibiao shot Cheng Shiliang a glance, a hint of mockery lurking in his eyes. No. The special inspection team appeared alongside him. The severely injured bodyguards under Bai Xinjiang were all dispatched by the special inspection team of Bayan. What? Cheng Shiliang was taken aback. Why would the special inspection team become his accomplice? Cheng Dongfang furrowed his brow. I have recently heard that a rising star has emerged in Bayan, one who trampled the wealthy Song family beneath his feet upon making his debut. The supervisory division aided him at that time. Could it be that this rising star is Lin Ran? Hu Weibiao nodded slightly, indicating that no one else in Bayan possessed such influence and skill. Bai Shaning sighed. In seeking retribution for Xinjiang, even Xinjiang found himself in such dire straits. I am truly sorry. Certainly, although he feigned an apology. Bai Shaning's dissatisfaction with his wife had reached its zenith. Had it not been for Cheng Luhuan's excessive pampering of their son, the events of today would not have transpired. You need not feel remorse. Xinjiang's journey to Bayan was solely to confront Lin Ran. He had pledged to Song Ziyuan, the eldest daughter of the Song family, to ruin Lin Ran and reclaim the Song family's power. Hu Weibiao candidly revealed the truth. These two cousins were merely driven by lustful intentions. Although he had lost an arm, he harbored no animosity towards Lin Ran, especially since the latter possessed information about his son, Wei Qingkong. Were it not for the Cheng family's relatively good treatment over the years, Hu Weibiao would have chosen to vanish without a trace. Upon hearing this, the second son, Cheng Shiliang, felt a profound disappointment towards Cheng Qingyang, his countenance darkening further. Yet he cast a glance at Hu Weibiao, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. Who exactly was this person? Cheng Dongfang sensed he had stumbled upon a formidable adversary. He slammed the armrest of his chair and exclaimed, "Why does this individual seem to have materialized from thin air? I have never heard of such a figure in the 5 provinces of the Northern Territories. Lin Ran, why does that name sound vaguely familiar?" Bai Shaning pressed his temples, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he smote his thigh, a flash of enlightenment illuminating his mind, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "I remember now," he exclaimed involuntarily. "Quickly, tell me who it is." Cheng Dongfang urgently turned to his brother-in-law. Many years ago, there was indeed a Lin Ran from the Ningzhou Lin family. Bai Shaning's gaze was tinged with trepidation. It was this Lin Ran who had incapacitated my brother, Bai Shoulin. Upon hearing Bai Shaning's revelation, a profound silence enveloped the reception room for a minute. The incapacitation of Bai Shoulin was undoubtedly a pivotal moment in the Bai family's decline, abruptly halting the family's ascent. After all, since the advent of source power, the status of martial artists had risen significantly. Should a family produce a high-level martial artist, it could secure prosperity for decades to come. Everyone present was aware of the Bai Shoulin incident, which only intensified their shock. That teenage C-grade boy? Cheng Dongfang queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. Over a decade ago, he was already at C-grade. If these two Lin Rans are indeed the same person, to what heights has he ascended now? Bai Shoulin remained silent, increasingly convinced of the likelihood of this connection. If they were indeed one and the same, then the Lin family was in for a considerable headache. Bai Shaning mused, his expression grave. At this moment, a flicker of relief washed over him. He was grateful his son had survived. Compared to the cost of losing an arm, that was indeed a small price to pay. Reflecting on his younger brother, Bai Shoulin, whose life had been irrevocably altered, once a resplendent martial genius, now reduced to a mere shell, unable to harness source power, was a painful reminder. What shall we do now? Chung Beijing inquired with a solemn demeanor. Regardless of whether this individual is the Lin family's former prodigy, we cannot afford to appear weak, lest we tarnish the Chung family's reputation. A shadow flickered in Chung Dongfang's eyes as he replied, "This person is also a cast-off of the Lin family. I believe it is prudent to consider an alliance with them regarding this matter." However, at that moment, Hu Weibiao shook his head. "I do not recommend this course of action. If possible, swallowing your pride would be the wisest choice for the Chung family." Swallowing pride? Chung Shiliang's brow furrowed deeply, his dissatisfaction evident. "Hu Weibiao, have you been cowed? How could you utter such words that bolster another's ambition? This is not like you. Shiliang, I recognize your strength, and am aware that the Chung family has been quietly fostering source power martial artists over the years. However, I must inform you that this matter involves a military department's top-secret sequence. Just hours ago, they made their presence known in Bayan to support Lin Ran," Hu Weibiao remarked, casting a glance at him. "If you insist on interfering, the entire Chung family could be dragged down with you." Chung Dongfang instinctively changed color, nearly dropping his teacup as he stammered, "Top-secret sequence? You mean the elite among the elite?" "Indeed, it is the top-secret sequence," came the reply, resonating in everyone's ears. Yet, this response did not originate from Hu Weibiao, nor from any present individual. The voice was unmistakably feminine, chilling the atmosphere of the reception room significantly. "Who is speaking?" Chung Dongfang's tension escalated. The head of the Chung family, not a martial artist, felt the sudden drop in temperature causing his teeth to chatter. Then, all within the Chung estate heard the chilling proclamation. "The Army Headquarters top-secret sequence has arrived to visit the Chung family of Ningzhou." Chapter 26. The Blade Embedded in the Hall. A slender figure clad in a black combat uniform stood silently atop the roof of the Chung family's reception hall. No one knew when she had arrived or how long she had been there. It was the formidable Xia Hanbing. Rather than proceeding directly to the military headquarters in the capital of Daxia, she had veered off course to Ningzhou. She was above them. At that moment, the dozens of bodyguards in the courtyard had spotted Xia Hanbing's silhouette and immediately exclaimed in alarm. Hu Weibiao remained silent, having already discerned from her voice that the person who had come was none other than the immensely powerful Ice Mountain Beauty, the Colonel. Chung Shiliang's expression darkened, and a surge of energy coursed through his body. Many considered Chung Shiliang to be a master who often concealed his prowess, never revealing his true abilities. Yet now, with a super-strong adversary from the highly classified ranks poised to crush the Chung family, could he really hold back from striking? In principle, the classified ranks were expected to adhere to the most stringent confidentiality regulations. However, due to Xia Hanbing's remarkable feats on the international battlefield in recent years, many have become aware of the classified ranks, the embodiment of Daxia's military elite. "Shiliang, exercise caution." Chung Dongfang gritted his teeth and urged. The sudden drop in temperature had rendered his face pale, the color draining from his lips. Only Chung Shiliang and Hu Weibiao appeared relatively unperturbed. The others struggled to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Xia Hanbing. Meanwhile, standing atop the second-floor roof, Colonel Xia had drawn her long blade. With a swift motion, the blade glinted coldly in the night, intensifying the already chilling atmosphere. The bodyguards in the courtyard attempted to retaliate, but found themselves unable to lift their weapons. Merely standing upright had become an arduous task. This was the pressure of a higher-level warrior's aura. They had nowhere to hide. Xia Hanbing twisted her left wrist, pointing the blade downward toward the roof. "Regrettably, I have only just arrived and overheard your discussions about the classified ranks." Xia Hanbing's voice was chillingly cold. "Across nations, anyone who dares to oppose the Daxia military's classified ranks meets a grim fate. Should the Chung family choose to align themselves with such folly, then I shall not intervene." With that, she forcefully struck the hilt of the blade. The long knife plunged into the roof beneath her feet. Boom! The instant the blade's tip met the roof, dust and shockwaves erupted, surging in all directions. The second-floor roof shattered open, but before the debris could settle, the long blade had already reached the first-floor roof. This time, the first-floor roof also exploded with a thunderous roar. The blade seemed to be imbued with an extraordinarily sharp essence, carrying an overwhelming intent to kill as it struck the center of the reception hall. Dust instantly clouded the air, and as the blade embedded itself into the ground, a powerful tremor radiated outward from its tip. The wooden armchairs in the reception hall shattered under the force of the vibrations, sending Cheng Dongfang and Cheng Beijing tumbling to the ground. Cheng Shiliang, having stood up early, managed to remain on his feet, yet he distinctly felt a strange sensation coursing through his body, triggered by the tremors of the ground. However, he could not articulate what this feeling was. Moreover, the crucial point was that the blade now rested merely half a meter in front of Cheng Shiliang. It was unmistakably a warning directed at him. After all, with Hu Weibiao having lost an arm, Cheng Shiliang stood as the strongest in the room. Xia Hanbing's strike was clearly a message to Cheng Shiliang. Do not act rashly. Had Cheng Shiliang taken a single step forward, the blade would have pierced through him. Gazing at the blade still quivering with ominous energy, Cheng Shiliang felt as though his legs were weighed down with lead, his expression darkening to its utmost. To maintain such formidable lethality across 2 floors was beyond Cheng Shiliang's imagination. He could hardly fathom the true strength of the female officer from the classified ranks. Initially, Cheng Shiliang had contemplated confronting her head-on, unwilling to swallow his pride. However, upon witnessing the blade, he suppressed the urge to engage. Should a confrontation ensue, not only could he perish, but the Cheng family might also face annihilation. The spacious reception hall had fallen into a profound silence, including the strongest among them, Cheng Shiliang. No one dared to move. 10 minutes passed, and Xia Hanbing remained atop the roof, her overwhelming aura continuing to suffocate those below. Cheng Shiliang gritted his teeth, clearly unable to swallow his indignation. After years of concealing his abilities, being subdued by a woman left him thoroughly discontented. He glanced at his elder brother, Cheng Dongfang, and gestured silently toward the blade, conveying his thoughts. The army's classified ranks cannot possibly maintain constant surveillance over Ningzhou. We should take action against Lin Ran while they are distracted. Otherwise, the Cheng family's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Cheng Dongfang offered no response, merely gritting his teeth to endure. He was not a high-tier source power warrior, and resisting Xia Hanbing's oppressive presence was already a formidable challenge. He had no time to strategize with his younger brother. Yet, perhaps sensing Cheng Shiliang's unspoken thoughts, Xia Hanbing's voice, which had fallen silent for 10 minutes, echoed once more in their ears. This blade shall remain here. I will return to retrieve it later. With that statement, her icy presence dissipated as if the overwhelming pressure had never existed. Xia Hanbing's message was clear before she returned for the blade. If the Cheng family harbored any ulterior motives, then they would be doomed. The longer the blade remained embedded in the reception hall's floor, the longer the Cheng family would have to remain compliant. Amidst the swirling dust, the Daxiao military's standard long knife continued to gleam ominously, stinging the eyes of all who beheld it. Though Xia Hanbing had departed, her formidable aura lingered. The blade, lodged in the floor, had undoubtedly transformed into the sword of Damocles hanging over the Cheng family's heads. A good 15 minutes passed before Cheng Shiliang regained his composure. Realizing his clothes were soaked with sweat, he stared at the blade, panting heavily, and said, "Elder brother, should we not remove it?" Cheng Dongfang cast a glance at his younger brother, his eyes filled with disapproval. His voice was cold. "If you believe that our Cheng family's martial prowess can withstand the military's classified ranks, then I do not mind if you attempt to remove that blade right now. The classified ranks do not have the luxury of focusing their attention solely on us. They are constantly preoccupied with the prowess of other nations." Cheng Shiliang remained visibly unsatisfied. "Elder brother, the Cheng family's dignity cannot be so easily discarded." Cheng Dongfang replied coldly, "The Cheng family's dignity must indeed be restored, but it shall not be at this moment. If this formidable opponent truly possesses power, let the other families in Ningzhou take the brunt of it. Why should our Cheng family act as the vanguard? Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Shiliang fell silent for several seconds, no longer voicing his thoughts. Indeed, the elder brother speaks with undeniable reason. Despite his profound discontent, he must endure. Furthermore, Cheng Dongfang glanced at his younger brother and, in a calm tone, stated, "As the head of the family, I do not require your guidance on how to make decisions." Upon finishing his words, Cheng Dongfang brushed off the dust from his attire and departed from the reception room. Cheng Shiliang observed his elder brother's retreating figure with a brooding expression, and once he had distanced himself, he whispered with a sardonic chuckle, "He is so resolute with me now, yet just moments ago, he nearly soiled himself in the face of the classified sequence." The fourth brother, Chung Beijing cautioned softly. Second brother, mind your words. Now is not the time for blame. We must present a united front. Chung Shiliang shook his head. Immediately deploy all available resources to ascertain the true identity of this Lin Ran. Bai Shanning sighed, expressing, I am increasingly convinced that he may indeed be the Lin Ran of your. Chung Shiliang turned his gaze toward Bai Shanning and smirked darkly. My dear brother-in-law, it seems that this time your Bai family will be tethered to us in this endeavor. Bai Shanning rose from the ground, glancing at the dust upon his clothing and the dilapidated ceiling above, speaking gravely. I must return to report this matter to the elder. If he is truly the Lin Ran who once destroyed the protection of the forest, it is likely that the repercussions will ensnare more than just the Bai family. He left his statement incomplete. Who else would be dragged down? The answer was evident. The Lin family. If that Lin Ran, once cast out, were to return, how could the Lin family remain indifferent? They would likely be even more frantic than both the Chung and Bai families combined. A fierce expression flickered across Chung Shiliang's face. Having severed so many limbs of the Chung family, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Hu Weibiao, observing the situation, shook his head and remarked, having failed to protect Qingyang, I feel a sense of guilt towards the Chung family. Thus, I have decided to take my leave. I am grateful to all of you for your care over the years. His sudden farewell took everyone by surprise. In truth, Hu Weibiao understood that should Chung Shiliang persist in opposing Lin Ran, he would be hastening his own march toward doom. Chung Beijing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Hu Weibiao's abrupt declaration, and he hastily replied, Brother Biao, you need not feel so despondent. The injuries you sustained were for our Chung family. We would never. Hu Weibiao offered a self-deprecating smile. Thank you for your kindness, Beijing, but my decision is resolute. Take care, everyone. With that, he stepped towards the exit. Chung Beijing wished to retain him. Yet Chung Shiliang coldly regarded Hu Weibiao's departing figure and spoke in a voice loud enough for all to hear. There is no need to retain him. Such sentiments of guilt are merely signs of cowardice, a fear of retaliation from the military. The derision in his tone left the other members of the Chung family feeling awkward. After all, Hu Weibiao had mitigated several significant risks for the Chung family over the years, and now, such disparagement was disheartening. Nevertheless, Hu Weibiao smiled, unperturbed, and continued on his way, soon vanishing from their sight. Second brother. Brother Biao has sacrificed much for the Chung family over the years. Your words are rather hurtful. Chung Beijing trembled with frustration, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Just a mere cripple. What use is there in keeping him? Chung Shiliang retorted bluntly before turning to leave. However, at that moment, he suddenly halted, his expression shifting dramatically. Subsequently, the second master of the Chung family could not contain himself, and a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. Chapter 27. An International Call. Though Chung Shiliang seldom intervenes directly, many speculate that his prowess is nearing the A-class level. This is undoubtedly one of the Chung family's secret trump cards, and Chung Shiliang himself is patiently awaiting a remarkable opportunity to shine. However, at this moment, his injury is the consequence of a trap meticulously laid by Xia Hanbing. Previously, when her long blade pierced through the rooftop and embedded itself into the ground, a powerful tremor emanated from the blade's center, radiating outward. At that time, Chung Shiliang sensed something amiss in his body but dismissed it, believing the tremor merely shattered a few chairs. Yet, at this very moment, 20 minutes after Xia Hanbing's departure, that peculiar sensation within Chung Shiliang suddenly erupted, causing him to spit blood. It turns out that Xia Hanbing had already unleashed her source power, allowing the tremor to silently infiltrate Chung Shiliang's body. Although this extraordinary talent from the secret sequence made a formidable entrance, she did not fully rely on her blade to keep the Chung family in check for long. Hence, she had left behind a more potent aftershock for Chung Shiliang. After Xia Hanbing's departure, the surge of source power erupted within Chung Shiliang, severely injuring his heart and lungs. This sudden explosion was utterly unexpected, and in such a critical moment, even if Chung Shiliang realized the impending danger and attempted to harness his source power for defense, it was far too late. At this moment, after spitting blood, Chung Shiliang's face turned ashen, and he instantly lost control of his body, collapsing backward. The others in the reception room were unable to assist him, helplessly watching as Cheng Shiliang fell into a cloud of dust, the back of his head striking the fractured floor with a heavy thud. At 7 in the morning, Song Ziyuan opened her eyes. She found herself in a hotel in Ningzhou, where no one knew that a long-term suite had been reserved for Miss Song, not even Cheng Qingyang. Even if one were to check the registration, it would be impossible to discover that Song Ziyuan resided there, for she is one of the hotel's shareholders. An investment she completed during her studies abroad, unbeknownst even to her parents, Song Yuandong and his wife. Upon awakening, the first thing Song Ziyuan did was to check her phone. She was aware that Cheng Qingyang had gone to Bayan and would likely seek trouble with Lin Ran that night. If all went as expected, she would receive good news by dawn. However, Song Ziyuan remained cautious and did not accompany Cheng Qingyang to Bayan. Yet, as she opened her phone, she found no messages from him. Had Cheng Qingyang not succeeded? That seemed unlikely, if he had already subdued Lin Ran. This young master of the Cheng family would surely be boasting about it by now. A sense of dread began to weigh on Song Ziyuan's heart. She kept her wits about her and refrained from sending an inquiry, knowing that if Cheng Qingyang had failed, his phone might very well fall into Lin Ran's hands. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, threw off her covers, and stepped into the bathroom. Dressed only in a fitted camisole and shorts, the pure white fabric complemented her fair and delicate skin, accentuating her alluring curves that evoked a blend of innocence and desire. Looking in the mirror, Song Zin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Is it the fate of a woman to be objectified? Must one ultimately barter their body for status and dignity? No one answered her, but deep within her heart, she already knew the answer. She understood that this time, Cheng Qingyang was at her service because she had painted a tantalizing picture with her still alluring figure. Moreover, her parents wished to offer her to Lin Ran. Seeking his forgiveness, she removed her fitted camisole, revealing a cascade of white light in the mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she bit her lip, her eyes narrowing slightly as she softly murmured, "Lin Ran, must you force my hand like this?" After several minutes of contemplation before the mirror, Song Ziyuan still could not calm herself. Thus, she decided to take a shower, hoping the water would soothe the tension deep within her. 10 minutes later, she emerged, her body dry and wrapped in a towel, her fair legs exposed to the air, creating a striking sight. At that moment, her phone rang. She glanced at the number, immediately answering, her brow slightly furrowed as she asked, "Uncle Zhou, is there news from the Cheng family?" This Uncle Zhou, named Zhou Qiming, was also a source power warrior, secretly safeguarding Song Ziyuan's safety, though the rest of the Song family was largely unaware of his existence. Similar hidden protectors like Zhou Qiming were among Song Ziyuan's several cards. "Miss, there's been a significant upheaval in the Cheng family. All those who went to Bayan have had an arm severed. This includes Cheng Qingyang and Bai Jinyang." Zhou Qiming's voice was unmistakably tinged with panic. "What? All of them lost an arm?" Upon hearing this, Song Ziyuan was utterly shocked. She instinctively loosened her grip, allowing her phone and towel to tumble to the ground. In Bayan, the Song family. As Song Ziyuan's towel fell, Song Liangming and Lve Wei were having breakfast, completely unaware of their daughter's predicament. After a few spoonfuls of millet porridge, Lve Wei placed her bowl down, lost in thought. "What's wrong? Lost your appetite?" Song Liangming inquired. "There has been no word from Ziyuan, and our son cannot return. This family is on the brink of collapse. How can I find joy in eating?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. However, her desire for Song Ziyuan's return stemmed not only from longing, but also from hoping her daughter would befriend Lin Ran to regain their son. With a sigh, Song Liangming remained silent, noting how the wealthiest man in Bayan had grown unusually discreet lately. "After all the money we've lost, why can't we retrieve our son? God knows how much he has suffered in the inspection division." Lve Wei's eyes were red as she spoke. "Lin Ran's appetite truly knows no bounds." "Mind your words." Song Liangming glared sternly at his wife. "You should understand that the funds we provided were not to reclaim our son, but to preserve the entire Song family. Otherwise, if the Fei group were to launch a full-scale assault, the Song family wouldn't last a week. But I cannot bear to see Yuan Dong tortured by those from the inspection squad." Lve Wei wiped her tears. "If he is convicted, who knows how many years it will take for him to be released. Forget about any thoughts of getting Yuan Dong out early." Song Liangming stated coolly. "Yuan Dong's temperament is far too unruly. Letting him stay in there for a few years to temper his disposition is the safest course for him." "How can you say that?" That is a prison. Can you truly bear to let our son suffer in such a place? Are you even his father? Lv Wei's voice rose an octave as she slammed her hand on the table. Better that than death. Song Liangming stood, glaring at his wife with cold resolve. Do you realize that last night, the young masters of the Cheng and Bai families from Ningzhou encountered disaster in Bayan? Each and every one of them has become crippled. What? All of them have become crippled? Lv Wei gasped in shock. Who did this? Who has such audacity? After all, while the Song family was the wealthiest in Bayan, Bayan was merely an ordinary city among the 5 northern provinces. Despite their wealth, the Song family could not hope to compare with the traditional aristocracy of Ningzhou, like the Cheng family, in terms of influence. Thus, it is no wonder that Lv Wei was so astounded this time. How dare he provoke both the Cheng and Bai families? Has he lost his mind? Who else could it be? Song Liangming retorted. Cold sweat trickled down Lv Wei's forehead. Is it him? Song Liangming non-committally replied. So, now do you still blame me for making you kneel? At this juncture, the only way to preserve the Song family is to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Ran. There is no other alternative. Lv Wei wiped the sweat from her brow and sank heavily onto a chair. Previously, she had contemplated uniting with other noble families to retaliate against Lin Ran, but now that idea seemed utterly naive and laughable. He does not even regard the young masters of the Ningzhou families. Whom could she possibly unite with? It appears we must swiftly locate Ziyuan. With her beauty, she should be able to forge a closer connection between us and Lin Ran, Lv Wei stated. In Song Liangming's view, his wife's words indicated that she had finally come to her senses, no longer solely focused on rescuing their son. The survival of the family is of utmost importance. With a composed demeanor, Song Liangming remarked, to my knowledge, that old fox Han Han has already begun devising ways to strengthen his ties with Lin Ran. We cannot afford to lag behind. At that moment, Han Han had concluded his morning exercises and was preparing to instruct a few disciples on their martial skills when one of his students rushed over, cradling his phone, which was incessantly ringing. Master, you have a call, the disciple exclaimed, appearing quite anxious. Han Han's expression darkened. Did I not mention that I would not take calls at this time? Master, it is a call from Shirgu. Han Han's brow furrowed. Quickly, hand me the phone. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples perked up their ears. They had never met their Shirgu, but they had long heard tales of her beauty, rumored to be among the foremost in the martial world of the Great Xia, possessing extraordinary talent. However, she had departed from Great Xia, residing in the Black Eagle Federation for over a decade without returning to her homeland. After concluding the call, Han Han remained still for a long moment, enveloped in silence. His expression grave. Master, what is the matter? The disciples inquired with concern. Han Han took a moment to compose himself, sighed softly, and then said, if Mr. Lin is indeed that person, then the northern region is on the verge of a monumental change. His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving his disciples bewildered. Just then, another disciple rushed in, shouting, Master, trouble has arisen. Last night, significant events transpired in Bayan and Ningzhou. Han Han's brow knitted once more. Speak slowly. What is all this commotion about? The disciple, wiping the sweat from his brow, gasped for breath. Hu Weibiao of the Cheng family was severed an arm in Bayan, and both the Cheng and Bai families have suffered devastating blows. Hu Weibiao's arm was severed? Han Han was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of the situation. As a fellow martial artist, he understood Hu Weibiao's formidable strength. However, as Han Han recalled the information relayed by his sister from abroad, the astonishment in his eyes gradually faded, and a name surfaced in his mind. If all goes well, this should also be the handiwork of Mr. Lin. He thought with a self-deprecating smile. How foolish I was to oppose him. It is said that a powerful force from the military intervened, apparently referred to as the confidential sequence. The disciple added. Han Han's eyes widened in disbelief. The confidential sequence? The elite of the military? They have also arrived in Bayan? A profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone absorbed this shocking revelation. After all, this elite organization affiliated with the military was, in their minds, distant and shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Han Han recalled a piece of information mentioned by his sister during the call, prompting him to command, immediately investigate if there have been any sightings of individuals from the Black Eagle Federation in Bayan recently. If so, inform me at once. Chapter 28. You might have never encountered a martial artist. Shirao Wan had hardly slept through the night, for the events that had transpired were overwhelmingly surreal, leaving her emotions in a tumultuous state that refused to settle. When the time for work arrived, she brought her resignation letter to Principal Quan Kunshin's office. Ms. Shirao, is there something you require? Quan Kunshin's tone was indifferent as he glanced up briefly before returning his attention to the documents on his desk, seemingly disregarding her presence altogether. It appeared that his displeasure lingered from Shirao Wan's public confrontation with him regarding He Xiaoyi the day before. However, it was evident that he remained unaware of the events that had unfolded last night. Observing this, Shirao Wan felt little anger. Perhaps the disappointment from the previous day had dulled her expectations of the principal. Principal, she began, but was interrupted when Quan Kunshin spoke again. Ms. Shirao, you arrived just in time. Here, take a look at this document. With that, he handed her a sheet of paper on which the words personnel transfer were prominently displayed at the top. Upon reading it, Shirao Wan's brows furrowed in dismay. Principal Quan, why am I being transferred to the logistics department? My graduating class achieved the highest overall score. She had yet to submit her resignation, yet he had already initiated an attack against her. This was clearly an act of retaliation for her actions the previous day. Quan Kunshin replied nonchalantly, this is the result of a collective decision by the school leadership. Young teachers require rotational training. While your performance in the classroom has been commendable, it is necessary for you to familiarize yourself with other aspects of the school's operations, which will lay the foundation for your future leadership role. By the way, your first assignment in logistics will be at the cafeteria. The cafeteria? His words were grandiose, masquerading as an opportunity for foundational growth. Yet transferring a frontline educator to the cafeteria was nothing short of a blatant act of sabotage. Shirao Wan glared at the principal, her expression icy as she declared, I have never heard of such a transfer. Our school has never had a precedent for this. It is utterly absurd. Shirao Wan understood that Quan Kunshin was intentionally making things difficult for her. She could scarcely believe that he could be so petty. In truth, his actions were twofold: to harass Shirao Wan and to further ingratiate himself with the Bai family of Ningzhou. After all, Bai Jinyang's acceptance to Ning University was dubious, and He Xiaoyi's situation was equally suspicious. If Shirao Wan were to escalate the matter, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon him as principal. Thus, he devised this strategy to suppress her, ensuring that she remained silent. In his pursuit of closeness to the Bai family, Quan Kunshin seemed unconcerned about the departure of a capable teacher from her position. After all, Bai Shaoning, Bai Jinyang's father, was the current head of the Ningzhou Education Bureau. Shirao Wan's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving with indignation. Ms. Shirao, please do not be upset. The school is merely a microcosm of society, is it not? If you, as a teacher, do not understand certain rules, how can we expect the students to? Quan Kunshin, noticing her outrage, suddenly felt better, even managing a smirk. However, the mockery behind that smile was unmistakable. Furthermore, I must remind you that you should not concern yourself with Bai Jinyang's matters. His father is the head of the Education Bureau. If you continue to speak out, I fear you may lose your position in logistics as well. Quan Kunshin warned with a smile, yet the implication was indistinguishable from a threat. Shirao Wan trembled with rage. Principal Quan, you have gone too far. If everyone acted as you do, this school would become a cesspool. For your own interests, you would sacrifice a child's future. Where's the fairness? Where's the integrity of teaching? Enough. Quan Kunshin slammed his hand on the desk, raising his voice. Mind your tone. Ms. Shirao, you do not have the right to speak to me in such a manner. With tears welling in her eyes, Shirao Wan gazed at the loathsome principal and forcefully placed a resignation letter on the desk, enunciating each word. I will no longer be a teacher at this school. Though her voice was soft, her words carried immense weight. To her surprise, Quan Kunshin did not react with anger. Instead, he laughed. Ah, Ms. Shirao, so you had intended to leave all along? As he spoke, he took a resignation letter, not even glancing at it, and with a vigorous motion, tore it in half. You, Shirao Wan was incredulous. How can you tear up my resignation letter like that? Quan Kunshin crumpled the torn pieces and tossed them into the trash, sneering. Ms. Shirao, I do not accept your resignation. Your employment contract with the school is still in effect. If you breach it unilaterally, I can take you to arbitration. So, you might as well head to the cafeteria now. If you continue to resist, I will assign you to the serving window for students. Xiao Huan, undeterred, looked at Quan Kunshin with renewed determination. I have never encountered such a shameless principal. You truly are unworthy of being a role model. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. The secretary entered the principal's office, her eyes widening as she noticed the tear-streaked face of Shirawan. Principal Quan, we just received a letter of acceptance for student He Xiaoyi from Ningzhou, sent overnight. Should we share this good news with her? To the secretary, He Xiaoyi's acceptance brought relief to many within the school, as no one wished to see such a brilliant student left without options for further education due to dubious reasons. Yet, the secretary was taken aback as Quan Kunshin accepted the acceptance letter without even opening it, placing it on his desk, and stating coolly, "This letter seems suspicious. I will verify it with the Education Bureau to ensure it is not counterfeit." As he uttered the word counterfeit, he cast a significant glance at Shirawan, insinuating that she might have forged the letter herself. The secretary stood frozen, unable to believe that the principal could utter such words. It was evident to anyone with discernment that He Xiaoyi's failure to be accepted was a result of Bai Jinyang's underhanded actions. However, Quan Kunshin's behavior clearly indicated his desire to cling to the Bai family's favor, regardless of right or wrong. Shirawan's lips quivered with rage. Having experienced the conflict of the previous night, she understood the true nature of the situation. Pointing at Quan Kunshin, she exclaimed, "How can this possibly be counterfeit? How can you reverse right and wrong? Principal, perhaps you should reconsider, as this concerns He Xiaoyi's future." The secretary interjected, attempting to advocate for the student. "Leave this room. You have no place to speak here." Quan Kunshin shouted at the secretary, "If you utter another word, I will have you expelled from this school immediately." The secretary's eyes filled with tears as she lowered her head and turned to exit. "And you, go to the cafeteria at once." Quan Kunshin pointed at Shirawan, coldly asserting, "If you refuse, I will ensure your name appears on the provincial blacklist of teachers." Despite her tear-filled eyes, Xiaowan clenched her fists and resolutely declared, "Even if I have to escalate this to the National Education Headquarters, I will ensure that you, a principal who cannot discern right from wrong, are brought down." "Very well. I await your efforts," Quan Kunshin replied with a derisive smile. "However, before that, you must serve meals to the students at the cafeteria window." "Huh." At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Upon hearing it, Xiaowan paused momentarily, her eyes brightening with recognition. It was Lin Rant's voice. The door to the principal's office swung open, revealing Lin Rant's figure. "Who are you?" Quan Kunshin's expression hardened. "This is a place of school administration. It is not a venue for just anyone to enter." Lin Ran merely cast a glance at Quan Kunshin before stepping forward to stand before Xiaowan. Observing her reddened eyes and the remnants of tears on her cheeks, he gently shook his head and remarked, "Has someone wronged our teacher Xiao?" Xiaowan wiped her tears, and an indescribable sense of reassurance surged within her. It was as if the grievances she had endured prior paled in comparison upon Lin Rant's arrival. Though her acquaintance with this man had not been long, in her subconscious, Xiaowan had already begun to regard him as her pillar of support. Given her scarcity of friends in Bayan, "Don't worry, I'm fine," she said, managing a smile while wiping her tears away. Lin Ran disregarded Quan Kunshin entirely and picked up a personnel transfer document from the desk, his gaze turning icy upon inspection. In that instant, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. He had come today, fearing that Xiaowan might encounter difficulties during her resignation, but despite being mentally prepared, he could hardly fathom the extent of the principal's overreach. Is the position of principal truly one that anyone can occupy so casually? Lin Ran slowly tore the document apart, fixing his emotionless gaze on Quan Kunshin. He then walked to the door and locked it. With a decisive click, the expansive principal's office became suffocatingly silent. Yet, Quan Kunshin exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smile crept across his face. "Locking the door? Since you dare to provoke me, then." He looked at Lin Ran with a calm smile. "Very well, this has now become much simpler." With that, Quan Kunshin removed his coat, and an imposing aura began to emanate from him. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably oppressive. Lin Ran squinted at the scene, remaining silent, while Xiaowan displayed no sign of tension. Quan Kunshin, oblivious to these nuances, sneered at Lin Ran. "I wonder if someone of your lowly status has ever encountered a source power warrior. As it happens, I am one." Chapter 29. Make you disappear. Quan Kunshin is also a martial artist. In this school, it is likely that almost no one is aware of this secret. As the source energy becomes increasingly prevalent, Quan Kunshin has been nurturing his body with source crystal liquid. Perhaps due to his commendable talent, Although he started later than most, he has already reached E-level strength. In the realm of ordinary people, such prowess allows one to walk with confidence. However, this cunning individual has never revealed his true capabilities. Yet, this did not come as a surprise to Lin Ran. From the moment he entered, Lin Ran had already discerned the depth of Principal Qian's abilities. As for Xiaowan, she was not astonished at all, having witnessed the overwhelming pressure exuded by that beautiful colonel the previous night. Compared to her, Qian Kunxin's current aura was hardly noteworthy. If one were to liken Xia Hanbing's strength to that of an adult master, then Qian Kunxin's martial prowess was akin to that of a toddler just learning to walk. The disparity was vast. Qian Kunxin's gaze swept across the faces of Xiao Wan and Lin Ran, noting their lack of surprise. Initially taken aback, he then sneered coldly and remarked, "Ignorance breeds courage. Ha ha." After sneering, Qian Kunxin suddenly swung his fist toward Lin Ran's face. To the eyes of an ordinary person, this punch would appear incredibly swift and forceful, capable of causing severe injury or even death, and Qian Kunxin believed the same. As he threw the punch, he imagined Lin Ran's face bloodied and bruised, a smile creeping onto his lips. However, within a second, Qian Kunxin's smile froze completely. His full-force strike was effortlessly caught by Lin Ran. How could this be? Shock filled Qian Kunxin's eyes. He struggled to withdraw his fist, but it was futile. Lin Ran's grip was like a vice, preventing any escape. "Quite the coincidence. I'm also a martial artist," Lin Ran stated calmly. "Damn it, let go." Qian Kunxin felt Lin Ran's grip tightening, his knuckles threatening to deform. In this situation, Qian Kunxin could summon no strength, let alone retaliate. "Principal Qian, you wield absolute power in this school, yet you fail to grasp the concept that there are always greater forces beyond your comprehension," Lin Ran taunted. And with a twist of his wrist, crack, Qian Kunxin's wrist was abruptly broken. His body twisted half a turn from the force. He was on the verge of a scream, but Lin Ran's left hand lightly pushed against his back. This seemingly gentle push sent Qian Kunxin flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Bang! The dull thud echoed as his face collided with the wall. His nasal bones shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. The impact fractured his jaw and knocked out several teeth. Had Lin Ran not controlled his strength, Qian Kunxin's cervical vertebrae would likely have snapped. This blow rendered Qian Kunxin utterly powerless, his vision dimming as he crumpled to the ground, his face scraping against the wall, leaving a long streak of blood on the pristine white surface. Lin Ran turned to Xiao Wan, noticing her calm demeanor, and smiled, saying, "In an age where source energy is becoming increasingly widespread, resolving issues with brute force might be more efficient. However, imparting this lesson to an educator in such a manner seems rather unpleasant." Pausing, Lin Ran continued, "It resembles a regression of society, does it not?" Xiao Wan, however, shook her head with a smile. "No, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, applies here in this urban jungle as well. I realized this truth rather late." Dazed and confused, Qian Kunxin could hardly comprehend that these two were conversing amidst his predicament, seemingly discussing philosophical insights. Lin Ran, noticing the determination in Xiao Wan's eyes, remarked, "Possessing a resolute spirit is the first step to success for any martial artist." One wonders if Lin Ran, while uttering this, considered Xiao Wan's seemingly delicate yet explosively powerful figure. Afterward, Lin Ran approached Qian Kunxin and said, "Principal Qian, I understand your desire to align yourself with the Bai family, but I must inform you that in your current predicament, you cannot cling to anyone's support. You are already beyond saving." Qian Kunxin could not dispute this assertion, as the young man before him could easily crush him to death. Initially, Qian Kunxin regarded Xiao Wan as a mere insignificant figure, but in Lin Ran's eyes, she was equally inconsequential. "I rarely return, and I have many matters to attend to. I truly do not wish to waste time on someone like you," Lin Ran concluded. Then, with a swift movement of his leg, executed a kick without any preparatory motion. It appeared effortless. Yet, with this kick, the air in the room seemed to ripple. Xiaowan even felt her vision distort. Qian Kunxin was utterly defenseless, sent rolling away. His head shattered the office window, and he fell to the ground below. 2 seconds later, a muffled thud resounded. Bang! That was the sound of Qian Kunxin's body hitting the ground. Although the height of the 3rd floor was not sufficient to kill a source energy warrior, At that moment, Qian Kunshan could not muster any strength to resist the impact. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortuitously, it was already summer vacation, and students were absent from the school. Otherwise, Principal Qian would have faced immense embarrassment remaining on campus. Even if there had been students, they likely would not have recognized the bloodied and battered figure as their typically stern principal. When Qian Kunshan gradually regained consciousness, he found himself seated in the office chair. He could only remember the moment he fell, but had no recollection of how he returned. Shaking his head in an attempt to retrieve his lost memories, he was met with excruciating pain, as if his skull had fractured, causing him to wince in agony. "Principal Qian, long time no see," a voice suddenly called out. Enduring the pain, Qian Kunshan turned to see two men seated on the sofa. One wore a black martial arts uniform, adorned with the character Han embroidered on the chest. This recognition jolted Qian Kunshan to full awareness. In the city, only the esteemed Master Han Heyin would don such attire. The man sitting opposite him was dressed in a seemingly simple, yet exceedingly expensive custom summer outfit, his face well known to the majority of the city's residents. He was none other than the wealthiest man in Beian, Song Liangming. Qian Kunshan's heart sank. He could not fathom why the foremost martial artist and the richest man in the city had both appeared in his office. "You, what brings you here?" Qian Kunshan stammered. The sight of Principal Qian now appeared rather pitiable. Han Heyin chuckled lightly. At this moment, Qian Kunshan was not merely pitiable. He was utterly wretched. His face was smeared with blood. His nose had collapsed, and several broken teeth caused his speech to be comically garbled. "Master Han, Boss Song, did you carry me back?" Qian Kunshan could distinctly sense that his mental faculties were somewhat compromised. He simply could not fathom what merits he possessed that would warrant the intervention of these two prominent figures from Beian. "Old Song, why don't you have a word with Principal Qian?" Han Heyin chuckled, yet there was an unsettling darkness lurking beneath his smile. This ominous undertone sent a chill down Qian Kunshan's spine, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Song Liangming clutched a piece of paper, and upon hearing Han Heyin's words, he lifted his gaze from it and remarked, "I have seen this personnel transfer document. It appears that Principal Qian's views on staffing arrangements are indeed quite fanciful." With this statement, Qian Kunshan finally grasped, albeit belatedly, that the intentions of his visitors were far from benign. These two formidable individuals had evidently come to cause him trouble. Yet, how could a mere young teacher, possessing only a modicum of attractiveness, inspire such solidarity from these two powerhouses? Qian Kunshan found it utterly incomprehensible. There may be a misunderstanding in this matter. "So, I will have a proper discussion with Teacher Xiao." Qian Kunshan endeavored to suppress his rising panic, though his voice quivered nonetheless. "A proper discussion?" Han Heyin shook his head with a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. "No, Principal Qian, you no longer have that opportunity." "What?" Upon hearing Han Heyin's words, Qian Kunshan felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. He understood that if these two influential figures were to conspire against him, there would be no refuge for him in Beian. "I am uncertain of the intentions you both wish to convey." Qian Kunshan rose to his feet and said, "As you can see, I am not in the best condition today and must seek medical attention. If you do not mind, perhaps we could converse another day." With that, he made his way toward the office door. However, at that moment, Han Heyin, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked, "If Principal Qian insists on leaving, that would not be an issue." Qian Kunshan seemed to ignore him, having opened the door and poised to step outside. Yet Han Heyin continued, "But I can assure you, should you set one foot outside, from this day forth, Principal Qian shall vanish from Beian, as if he never existed." Chapter 30. The Visitor from Exiled Lands. Vanished into thin air. Had these words been uttered by another, Qian Kunshan might have dismissed them as mere jest. However, at this moment, they were spoken by the foremost master of Beian. In the realm of Source Force warriors, a B-grade powerhouse commands the awe of E-grade warriors. Qian Kunshan felt neither the inclination nor the courage to engage in combat with Han Heyin. Thus, the foot that he had raised in defiance was abruptly lowered. "What should I do? I beseech you both for guidance." Qian Kunshan forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his face marred by blood, rendering the expression comically absurd. Song Liangming chuckled lightly. "Logically, you have offended Mr. Lin, and neither Han Master nor I should spare your life. This statement plunged Quan Kunshin into a chilling despair. He finally comprehended why the two titans of Baiyan had come to his office. All due to that young man by Xiao Wan's side. Who is he? And how does he wield such influence? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. He bent his knees and prostrated himself before them. I implore you both, spare my life. Quan Kunshin kowtowed fervently. He understood that the department overseeing Source Force warriors had yet to be established, and the martial world operated under unique, unspoken rules. If Han Heian were to end his life over a martial dispute, even the special supervision team might not be able to restrain him. However, Mr. Lin had expressed his desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed before departing. Thus, your life is spared. Song Liangming cast a discerning glance at Quan Kunshin. Yet, it still hinges upon your attitude. Upon hearing this, Quan Kunshin kowtowed with even greater fervor, exclaiming, Thank you both, thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, He. While your death sentence may be commuted, your punishment remains. Han Heian waved the personnel transfer order in his hand and remarked, Principal Quan, Mr. Lin is merciful, and I do not wish to make things overly difficult for you. From this day forth, you shall serve in the cafeteria for 5 years. If you dare to skip work even for a day, I will plunge a knife into you and see whether you emerge as a hedgehog. At these words, Quan Kunshan Shudarat Unkuntruyabli. He certainly did not wish to serve in the cafeteria for 5 years, yet the current circumstances left him no choice. Refusal would be tantamount to death. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your leniency. I shall certainly perform well. Quan Kunshin hurriedly responded. A wise man knows how to read the times. After Han Heian spoke, he turned to Song Liangming. Old Song, shall we find a place to enjoy some tea? Certainly, Song Liangming replied solemnly. Their presence in the principal's office was purely coincidental. Both had resolved to cling to Lin Ran's favor, and upon learning of his visit to the school, they had hurried there independently, seeking an opportunity to meet him while leaving a positive impression. However, upon their arrival, Lin Ran was just about to leave, and Principal Quan Kunshin was already in a state of disarray. Even after the two titans had departed for quite some time, Quan Kunshin remained on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Due to a single erroneous decision, this once familiar city had transformed into a hellish nightmare for him. Half an hour later, the figures of Song Liangming and Han Heian appeared in a secluded tea house's private room. Old Song, we are old acquaintances. What are your plans this time? Han Heian inquired. The tea was brewed from the most expensive leaves the establishment offered, yet the two titans of Baiyan seemed devoid of any inclination to savor it. My choice mirrors yours. Otherwise, why would I be here? Song Liangming offered a rueful smile. After all, I have already knelt before Mr. Lin. Many perceived Song Liangming's kneeling as utterly spineless, a disgrace of the highest order. After all, a man should never kneel unless in death. Yet, those who held such opinions had merely been fortunate enough to escape similar predicaments. Han Heian, however, did not share this sentiment. Old Song, you made the most astute choice. He said gravely, we have both offended Mr. Lin, and the consequences of such offenses are beyond our capacity to endure. We must devise ways to mend this relationship. Indeed, the Fei group nearly brought about my ruin. With but a mere finger, they could crush the entire Song family. A look of trepidation washed over Song Liangming's face. Pondering why Mr. Lin maintained such a strong rapport with this international energy giant, Han Heian lowered his voice. It appears that the Fei group is deliberately seeking to forge closer ties with Mr. Lin. Have you noticed this? I have certainly perceived it, which is why I knelt so readily. Song Liangming furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, a young talent like Mr. Lin should already be renowned. Yet I have never heard his name before, whether within the Great Xia or on the international stage. He remains obscure. Han Heian regarded him and lowered his voice further. Our unfamiliarity does not equate to his lack of renown. It is highly probable that he goes by another name. Another name? Upon hearing this, Song Liangming's expression shifted sharply. It must be. Han Heian nodded earnestly. Anything that has existed must have left a trace with Mr. Lin's connections to the Fei group and the military. It is evident that his influence has been cultivated over time. He must possess other identities. Following Han Heian's revelation, a sudden epiphany illuminated Song Liangming's mind. The wealthiest individual in Baiyan exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be from the Black Sea? Han Heian nodded gravely. That is precisely what I surmise. I have never set foot on that chaotic continent and know little of it, but I believe this unassuming yet exceptionally talented Mr. Lin hails from the Black Sea. As he spoke, Han Hayan paused, a solemn expression filling his eyes. That realm is indeed a den of darkness. The Black Sea, a solitary region on the Azure planet, is often referred to as the Exiled Land. Globally, there are 14 continents and 7 oceans, with the Black Sea being the smallest among them, encircled by the 7th ocean. In truth, this land is a realm of chaos, a stark antithesis to the world of light. Historically, it was a lawless territory. Centuries ago, many criminals from various nations were exiled here, facing the treacherous waves of the Black Sea, never to return to their homelands. Over time, as more exiles arrived, this region gradually morphed into a haven for mercenaries and underground forces, and an increasing number of people began to immigrate to the Black Sea, perhaps due to the covert interventions of other sovereign nations. Since the age of exploration uncovered the Black Sea, no sovereign state has ever emerged from this land. This seems almost unbelievable, for while the Black Sea ranks last in area among the 14 continents, when accounting for the myriad islands scattered around it, its total area exceeds 11 million square kilometers. This continent has long been divided among various powers, often witnessing clandestine dealings and frequent armed conflicts between factions, which have only begun to stabilize in recent years. This newfound stability is directly correlated with the gradual strengthening of a particular organization. The organization is called the Carmen Prison. This seems to be the most plausible explanation. Song Liangming pondered for a moment before stating, that continent is characterized by its intricate terrain and unpredictable climate, devoid of any sovereign nations, yet abundant in source crystal resources, making it a paradise for source warriors. If Mr. Lin hails from the Black Sea continent, then all our questions would find resolution. Han Hayan smiled lightly and inquired, what kind of person do you believe Mr. Lin to be over there? I cannot yet render a definitive judgment, Song Liangming replied, not due to a lack of strength on his part, but rather his youth. A person capable of effortlessly defeating me would surely reign supreme in the Black Sea continent, wouldn't they? Han Hayan paused briefly before continuing. On the day of your son Song Yuandong's wedding, I had a bout with Mr. Lin. I'm aware of that incident, Song Liangming sighed. At that time, many believed Han Hayan had touched the threshold of B-grade peak, virtually unmatched. However, he was no match for Lin Ran. Before Song Liangming could finish, Han Hayan interrupted, uttering a statement that left Song Liangming utterly astonished. No, what you do not know is that I had already reached A-grade at that time. Boom. Han Hayan's revelation struck Song Liangming's mind like a thunderclap. You were already A-grade then? Song Liangming found it hard to believe. Many assumed Han Hayan was merely at the pinnacle of B-grade, and even that was a generous estimation. Who would have thought that this master from Bayan had quietly broken through to A-grade? In the realm of ordinary source warriors, S-grade is almost legendary, rarely ever seen, while A-grade represents the peak figures they revere. To think that Han Hayan had achieved such a level. I have just crossed the threshold of A-grade. My realm has yet to stabilize, but such power is worlds apart from B-grade. Han Hayan breathed deeply. Yet even with this, I still could not withstand a single kick from Mr. Lin. Song Liangming gasped in disbelief. Could it be? He is the legendary S-grade? Han Hayan nodded, his eyes filled with astonishment. At the very least, he is at the pinnacle of A-grade. Song Liangming instinctively asked, how many years do you think it will take for you to reach the pinnacle of A-grade? Han Hayan sighed heavily, then self-deprecatingly chuckled. That is a height I shall never attain in this lifetime. After uttering this, he retracted his smile, a pronounced seriousness settling on his face. Old Song, I have laid my cards on the table. From this day forth, we are in the same boat. Song Liangming nodded, his tone earnest. Where sincerity is genuine, even metals can be forged. I believe that if we demonstrate our earnestness well, Mr. Lin will surely notice our intentions. The wealthiest man in Bayan was resolutely determined to alter his image in Lin Ran's eyes. How long his son would remain in prison seemed to pale in significance. Old Song, I have also come across some news regarding your daughter. Would you like to hear it? Han Hayan gazed at Song Liangming, an unexpected glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. What? News related to Ziyuan? Song Liangming's expression instantly tightened. It is said that this time, the young master of the Chung family came to Bayan to trouble Mr. Lin at the behest of Miss Xin. Han Hayan remarked, this information is nearly confirmed. If you can reach out to Miss Yuan, please advise her to exercise caution. It appears the Chung family has already begun searching for her. Bang! Before Han Hayan could finish his sentence, he witnessed Song Liangming's eyes roll back as he collapsed to the ground. This man, who had navigated the turbulent waters of the business world for decades, was utterly unable to bear the shock that this revelation had wrought. Chapter 31. The deep blue in the storage room. Lin ran. I am truly grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to extricate myself. Xiao Wan expressed sincerely. She held immense gratitude towards Lin Ran, yet found herself at a loss for words to convey her feelings. Indeed, had Lin Ran not intervened, Xiao Wan might have faced insurmountable difficulties at the hands of Quan Kunshin, leading to a protracted period of hardship. You have assisted Xiao Yi so much. I have yet to express my thanks, Lin Ran replied with a smile. Now that we are all friends, there's no need for formality. Yes, we are friends, Xiao Wan softly repeated, her tone imbued with earnestness. At that moment, she had led Lin Ran to her residence. To his surprise, she lived alone in a grand villa. Though the house had seen better days, it still exuded an air of opulence. In the soaring real estate market of Daxia, this home might well be the lifelong dream of many. This is my family's old house, Xiao Wan remarked with a smile, though a hint of melancholy flickered across her face. My parents used to conduct business here and had accumulated some wealth, but they have been missing for quite some time now. Lin Ran's heart tightened at her words. Missing? Where did they disappear? In the Black Sea, Xiao Wan replied. My parents went to the Black Sea continent for business, but they encountered a tsunami on their return journey. The Black Sea, often referred to as the Black Sea continent, is surrounded by a myriad of islands. Due to climatic and geological factors, the Black Sea is the most unstable maritime region among the 7 oceans, frequently plagued by tsunamis and underwater earthquakes, with maritime storms being exceedingly common. In earlier, less advanced technological times, many vessels would lose navigational control upon entering these waters, becoming ghost ships adrift at sea. Of course, such occurrences depended on luck. Not all ships face such dire fates, especially in modern times when technological advancements have significantly reduced the frequency of maritime disasters. What kind of business necessitated a trip to the Black Sea? Lin Ran pondered, though he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Instead, he said, I apologize for bringing up painful memories. It's all right. It's been so long that I can now face it with equanimity. Xiao Wan poured Lin Ran a glass of water, composed herself, and then continued, shall we begin testing the source power aptitude? I've always wanted to explore source power, but I lacked a guide until now. Certainly, Lin Ran nodded, instinctively glancing at Xiao Wan's slender waist. You might be a promising candidate. Xiao Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. Please wait for me. I need to change. 5 minutes later, she returned, clad in a form-fitting white yoga outfit that accentuated her graceful contours. I practice yoga daily, so my flexibility is quite good, she explained. Shall we head to the yoga room upstairs? Sure, Lin Ran nodded, noticing her well-proportioned figure, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Xiao Wan caught his gaze and felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Yet she discerned the sincerity in Lin Ran's eyes, filled with appreciation but devoid of any ulterior motives, unlike many men she had encountered before. By the way, I brought a bottle of Source Crystal Liquid. Lin Ran indicated a small box he had just carried in. Source Crystal Liquid is so expensive. I can't possibly accept your money, Xiao Wan smiled. My parents left some behind, and I believe it's stored in the storage room. I'm unsure if it has expired. The shelf life of such substances is quite long, and their preservation is stable. The source power rarely dissipates. Lin Ran chuckled. However, it's quite bold of your parents to keep such valuable items in the storage room. At that moment, Xiao Wan stood before the storage room door, opened it, and gestured towards dozens of silver metal boxes inside. All of these contain Source Crystal Liquid. So much? Lin Ran was visibly taken aback. It was likely that even a thief would never suspect such valuable Source Crystal Liquid was hidden in a cluttered storage room. He carefully retrieved one box, opened it, and was immediately bathed in a deep blue glow. The hue was remarkably pure, as he gazed at the vials of Source Crystal Liquid within the box. A look of astonishment crossed his face. The color was markedly different from the varieties available on the market, much deeper in shade. Xiao Wan noticed the astonishment in Lin Ran's expression and inquired, Is this unusual? Lin Ran did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up a vial, examined the embossed text on the glass, inhaled lightly, and then asked Xiao Wan, What business did your parents engage in? They primarily dealt in the import and export of minerals, but I am not well versed in the specifics. I have rarely participated in the family business, and my parents seldom discussed it with me," she explained. "This batch of source crystal liquid is extraordinarily rare and has never circulated in the market. It resides in your family's storage room," Lin Ran stated gravely. Xiaowan gasped in disbelief. "What? It has never appeared in the market? Is it contraband?" Lin Ran could see that Xiaowan was genuinely unaware of the implications. He pointed to the text on the vial and lowered his voice, saying, "This is a specialized container from the energy laboratory of the Blackhawk Federation, and this source crystal liquid is one of the laboratory's most advanced achievements, with a purity exceeding 5 times that of standard source crystal liquid. 5 times the purity, and sourced from the National Laboratory of the Blackhawk Federation." Xiaowan's eyes widened. The Blackhawk Federation is renowned as the nation with the highest technological advancement globally. Xiaowan was not naive. She quickly grasped the value and sensitivity of the source crystal liquid her family possessed. Confusion swirled in her mind. How could such classified materials from the Blackhawk Federation end up in her home? Lin Ran shook his head. "Thus, the issue arises here. However, we cannot inquire further with your parents at this moment." From what he observed, Lin Ran deduced that Xiaowan's parents' business dealings were far from ordinary. How could they have concealed the world's most elite source crystal liquid in their home, and yet have vanished during a tsunami? Was there something more to the story? Xiaowan seemed to read the thoughts reflected in Lin Ran's eyes, her emotions surging. Instinctively, she grasped Lin Ran's wrist. "Does this mean my parents might still be alive?" Meeting the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Lin Ran nodded seriously. "I believe there is a strong possibility. Focus on living your life patiently. Perhaps one day, your parents will return safely." After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, their absence may stem from circumstances they cannot disclose." Sao Juan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "Lin Ran, thank you. Although I recognize this is merely consolation, your words have instilled hope within me." Upon realizing that she had tightly grasped Lin Ran's wrist, turning it red, she quickly released it, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. After glancing at Xiaowan, Lin Ran lowered his voice slightly and solemnly stated, "This is of great importance. What we have here must not be disclosed to anyone else. Do you understand?" Xiaowan promptly replied, "I only know that, aside from you and me, there is no one else who is aware of this." "That's good," Lin Ran nodded. "The purity of this source crystal liquid is exceptionally high. Your constitution is not yet suitable for its use. You should stick to the one I brought." 2 minutes later, the two were seated opposite each other in the yoga room. Lin Ran opened the bottle of source crystal liquid and handed it to Xiaowan, saying, "Try taking a sip. Do not drink it all at once." As he spoke, Lin Ran couldn't help but think of He Qianqi, who had downed an entire bottle in one go, shaking his head with a wry smile. Such a beautiful girl also had her reckless side. However, the thought of He Qianqi flooded his heart with longing. At that moment, Xiaowan grasped the long, thick bottle with both hands, her red lips brushing against the opening as she tilted her head slightly to take a small sip. The image, accentuated by the sleek contours of her yoga attire, evoked an inexplicable sense of unease. Lin Ran focused his mind, gazing intently at Xiaowan. "Do you feel anything yet?" "I feel a slight warmth in my stomach," Xiaowan replied, holding the glass bottle and carefully sensing the changes within her body. After a brief pause, she added, "Now, the warmth is spreading to my limbs." Lin Ran nodded gently. In his estimation, while Xiaowan's innate talent might not be as extraordinary as He Qianqi's, it was certainly above average. If the supply of source crystal liquid could keep pace and she had a good mentor, the possibility of her achieving class, it was quite substantial. A minute later, Xiaowan remarked, "The warmth has dissipated. It seems to have spread completely." Lin Ran immediately urged, "Then drink another sip right away. Since this is your first encounter with the source crystal liquid, I want to ascertain your limits." Xiaowan took another small sip, indeed more cautious than He Qianqi. It was not until she had taken 5 small sips that she finally felt overwhelmed. "Lin Ran, I'm feeling quite hot." Xiaowan's breathing began to grow heavier, the rise and fall of her chest becoming markedly more pronounced. At that moment, her forehead was glistening with fine beads of sweat, and her white fitted attire had become soaked, rendering it semi-transparent. Chapter 32. 1 in a Million. It was uncertain whether it was the excessive warmth emanating from Xiaowan that caused Lin Ran to feel the temperature in the yoga room gradually rising. Heat is a natural response. Lin Ran took a sip of water, struggling to suppress the warmth coursing through him, and gazed into Xiao Wan's eyes. He noted that her gaze remained relatively clear, devoid of any confusion, and thus suggested, "Endure this heat and take another sip." Xiao Wan nodded, feeling her breath becoming increasingly heated, as if a flame were igniting within her. However, she sensed that the intensity of this fire was still a fraction away from engulfing her entirely. "I really wish I could take a cold shower," she remarked, before taking another sip of the source crystal liquid. At that moment, her face flushed, revealing a charm she would never display on the podium. As they continued this cycle of sipping and pausing, over the next half hour, Xiao Wan astonishingly consumed half of the bottle of source crystal liquid. Her performance had already brought Lin Ran considerable surprise, for her ability to absorb source energy was evidently far superior to that of an ordinary individual. Unlike He Tianqi, who could endure a massive influx of source energy all at once, she demonstrated a consistent and steady ability to absorb the energy contained within a liquid. Such a capacity for prolonged absorption was truly rare. "I really can't bear it any longer," Xiao Wan said, looking at Lin Ran. "It's unbearably hot. I feel like I'm being cooked alive." Blood vessels were already visible in her eyes, and a puddle of moisture had formed beneath her, steadily expanding. But do not misunderstand. It was all sweat. From the beginning until now, Lin Ran had not allowed Xiao Wan to rehydrate, appearing entirely unconcerned about her risk of dehydration. He seemed eager to test the limits of her absorption of source energy and suggested find a way to dissipate this heat. This was no easy feat for someone who had just begun to engage with source energy. However, upon hearing Lin Ran's words, a glimmer of determination flickered in Xiao Wan's reddened eyes. "May I move?" she inquired. "Of course," Lin Ran affirmed. Upon receiving his encouragement, Xiao Wan immediately began to move, as if she had been yearning for this moment. She raised her arms, stretching backward, causing her figure to take on a breathtaking contour. Subsequently, her body arched back, revealing an astonishing flexibility in her slender waist. With her hands now supporting her behind, she formed an inverted bridge, her every curve exuding an exquisite femininity. Maintaining this pose for half a minute, Xiao Wan exerted herself, flipping into an upright position. Following that, a series of yoga postures flowed gracefully before Lin Ran's eyes. After several minutes, she finally paused. By then, her complexion had returned to a more normal hue, indicating a significant reduction in her internal heat. Though one would expect that increased physical activity would elevate the body's temperature, Xiao Wan seemed to defy this expectation. After carefully assessing her condition, she remarked, "I'm not as hot anymore. It seems the previous warmth has dissipated through movement." Observing the radiant glow on Xiao Wan's face, Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his spirits soared. He couldn't help but grasp her shoulders, barely containing his enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "I have never seen such a constitution as yours. Believe me, you are undoubtedly a rare genius." Based on Lin Ran's combat experience, he recognized that Xiao Wan's remarkable ability to continuously absorb source energy would provide her with a significant advantage in battle. This was a quality that Lin Ran, currently nursing an injury, deeply envied. Endurance. "Really?" Xiao Wan responded, her excitement evident in her sparkling eyes. A new path had unfolded beneath her feet. "Indeed," Lin Ran replied. "I shall devise a training regimen for you. If you adhere to it strictly, you will soon astonish everyone." "Thank you." Xiao Wan gazed into Lin Ran's eyes, her lips parting slightly. "You have helped me so much. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "It's nothing," Lin Ran smiled. "Just small matters." At that moment, Xiao Wan was unaware of the significance of Lin Ran's statement about creating a training plan. In certain realms, many would take pride in being guided by him. Xiao Wan glanced at her sweat-soaked clothing and the semi-transparent fabric, her cheeks flushing further as she quietly asked, "May I take a shower now?" She seemed hesitant to meet Lin Ran's gaze. "Of course," Lin Ran chuckled. "Today's testing has concluded. All right, I'll go shower." Xiao Wan took a couple of steps before turning back, saying, "Wait, I'll cook you a meal afterward." Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for formality. Just prepare a simple bowl of noodles." Meanwhile, as Lin Ran awaited Xiao Wan at her home, the Bai family in Ningzhou was engulfed in fury. Bai Zhenyang had lost an arm, and Bai Sanye's leg had been severed. Lin Ran's actions had effectively trampled the Bai family's dignity into the ground. However, When they learned from Bai Shanning that a highly classified combat knife was currently embedded in the floor of the Chung family's reception room, they all fell silent, fearful that a similar blade might descend upon them. In recent years, following Shangguan Xingyue's ascension as the youngest marshal, the military had grown increasingly powerful. Who would dare provoke such elite forces? Presently, the head of the Bai family was Bai Shui, the eldest of the Shou generation. He sat at the forefront of the conference hall, his expression calm. After a prolonged silence, he finally turned to Bai Shanning and said, "Shanning, Jinyang has lost an arm. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Even if the opposing party has the military's backing, we cannot endure this humiliation. Otherwise, the Bai family will become the laughingstock of Ningzhou." After a brief pause, Bai Shui continued, "Moreover, the root cause of this incident is Lin Ran. If he is indeed the same youth who once crippled Shoulin, we certainly cannot allow this to pass. The Bai family had already been made a laughingstock once over the Shoulin incident. Such a disgrace must not be repeated." At that moment, Bai Shui was unaware that becoming a laughingstock multiple times would lead to a disturbing familiarity with it. Bai Shanning remained silent for a moment before responding, "Elder brother, the military is indeed too powerful now. While we are not averse to retaliating, we must deliberate carefully." Bai Shouzhang, the second brother, glanced at Bai Shanning and remarked, "Shanning, your relationship with Lin Kaigu from the Lin family has been relatively amicable. What is his stance on this matter?" Bai Kaigu has stated that regardless of whether this Lin Ran is the Lin Ran of old, the Lin family will not intervene. "There is no longer any connection between the two parties," Bai Shanning replied. "What?" Bai Shui slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his eyes blazing with intensity. "So, if we were to act against this Lin Ran, the Lin family would certainly not interfere?" Bai Shui had harbored thoughts of revenge against Lin Ran for many years. When Bai Shoulin was ousted, the hopes of the Bai family for resurgence were irrevocably dashed. Now, with Bai Jinyang, barely of age, having suffered the loss of an arm, the head of the family, Bai Shui, could no longer swallow this affront. Bai Shanning nodded, stating that the current head of the Lin family is Lin Qingsong, while Lin Ran's father, Lin Qingyu, has become a mere relic of the past. In light of Lin Kaigu's recent declaration, it can be interpreted as support for our cause. Many are aware that Lin Qingyu was once the beacon of hope for the Lin family, the most formidable contender for the position of head of the family. Had it not been for his mysterious disappearance, Lin Qingsong would never have ascended to that role. After taking power, Lin Qingsong showed no care for his only younger brother's son. In fact, after Lin Ran incapacitated by Shoulin, Lin Qingsong seized the opportunity to expel the troublemaker Lin Ran from the family. However, Bai Shanning quickly added, "Nevertheless, now is not the time to confront Lin Ran, especially since the classified sequence stands firmly behind him." Yet before Bai Shanning could finish, his elder brother Bai Shouzhang interjected, "No, Shanning, you are being overly cautious. To my knowledge, the classified sequence is not acting on behalf of Lin Ran. Their presence in the Northern Territory is solely to retrieve the young lady beside Lin Ran. Their conflict with the Bai and Chung families was merely coincidental." This revelation ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of the eldest, Bai Shui. "Is that truly the case? If so, indeed," Bai Shouzhang affirmed with a chuckle. "It is said that this young lady is a prodigy of source energy. The classified sequence is merely conducting a routine retrieval." He laughed softly. "That Lin Ran has certainly struck lucky." Bai Shui clenched his fist and coldly declared, "Since the classified sequence has no ties to Lin Ran, and the Lin family has chosen to remain indifferent, we shall take it upon ourselves to discipline this uncouth individual." Although not everyone had laid eyes on Lin Ran, the members of the Bai and Chung families had instinctively conflated him with the youth of yore. A fierce glint emerged in Bai Shouzhang's eyes as he continued, "It is rumored that Lin Ran is en route to Ningzhou. We must expedite our preparations and strike while he is unprepared." Chapter 33. The arrival of the stars and moon as the Bai family deliberated on how to confront Lin Ran. He was savoring a delicious seafood noodle dish prepared by Xiao Wan, who proved to be quite an adept cook. Lin Ran was thoroughly satisfied, even finishing the soup. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he remarked, "In a few days, I will take Xiao to Ningzhou. The enrollment period for the Source Energy program at Ningzhou University begins earlier than expected. Are you leaving so soon?" A flicker of melancholy crossed Xiao Wan's face. "I will come to see you off. After all, you two have just become relatively trusting friends, yet you must soon face separation." This was difficult for someone as sentimental as Xiao Wan to accept. What are your plans after resigning? Lin Ran inquired. Would you like to join us in Ningzhou? I had intended to go to Ningzhou, but now. Xiaowan cast a glance toward the storage room. If I leave, I would be uneasy leaving such crucial source crystal liquid behind. The significance of this batch transcended mere financial value, as it was linked to the State Energy Laboratory of the Blackhawk Federation. If word got out, it could lead to dire consequences. Lin Ran contemplated this carefully and then said, staying here is actually more perilous. If someone were to come for the source crystal liquid, you would be unable to defend it, and you might even endanger yourself. However, Xiaowan hesitated. I have yet to find a suitable place to store these items. While she could entrust the source crystal liquid to her close friend Mu Mu, this would undoubtedly transfer the risk to her as well. Given Xiaowan's character, she would never consider such an option. If you trust me, I can arrange for someone to take the source crystal liquid away, Lin Ran offered. Moreover, if you're not interested in it, I could pay you the highest market price. I certainly trust you, Xiaowan exclaimed instinctively. However, realizing she had been too direct, she quickly added, there is no need for us to discuss money. I would gladly give you the source crystal liquid without a second thought. At that moment, Lin Ran found Xiaowan's demeanor and attitude quite endearing. He smiled and said, let me find a place to help you store it. Additionally, I know some people in Black Sea Prefecture who could assist in inquiring about your parents' whereabouts. Perhaps there may be a turning point. Really? That would be wonderful. Xiaowan's excitement was palpable, and her eyes sparkled with newfound hope. After Lin Ran's previous analysis, she began to consider that her parents might not have simply gone missing in the tsunami. Perhaps they had their own reasons and were living in some corner of the world, unable to contact her for the time being. Although the likelihood of this was not high, she understood the importance of maintaining hope for the future. Xiaowan was acutely aware that this glimmer of hope was brought forth by the man she had only recently met. Lin Ran left to gather information about Xiaowan's parents before taking his leave. Shortly after his departure, a moving truck arrived at the villa. The door swung open, and a figure emerged from the driver's seat. It was Li Fangming. He was disguised with a mask and hat, his brim pulled low, clearly having taken measures to conceal his identity. Teacher Xiao, I am here to collect the items. Li Fangming gently knocked on the living room door. Half an hour later, he had loaded all the boxes containing the high-purity source crystal liquid onto the truck and departed. Watching the vehicle vanish around the corner, Xiaowan exhaled softly. Then, as if remembering something, she picked up her phone and called her dear friend. Mu Mu, I believe if you want to ask Lin Ran for assistance, it would be best to come to Bayan in person, Xiaowan said, her gaze softening. He is truly a warm-hearted person. On the other end of the line, Mu Mu's voice was laced with hesitation. But I'm not sure if he will agree, as there might be some risks involved. By the way, is he handsome? Why did the conversation suddenly shift to looks? Xiaowan couldn't help but smile incredulously at her friend. Not only is he good-looking, but he also possesses great charm. Are you about to swoon again? Then I should find an opportunity to meet this Mr. Lin, Mu Mu replied, biting her lip. If necessary, I could offer myself. I can't believe he wouldn't help. Offer yourself? In Huaihai Province, the line of men wanting to marry you, Miss Mu, would stretch for miles. Why would he go so far? Xiaowan teased, then quickly added though he indeed has that qualification. Lin Ran truly had the qualification to warrant such admiration from Xiaowan. This revelation left Mu Mu astonished. One, your standards are so high. I have never heard you praise a man so fervently before. Am I being too enthusiastic? Xiaowan's cheeks flushed slightly, recalling how much more effort she had exerted in the yoga room earlier. In the eastern district of Bayan, there was a quaint CAF owned by a foreign gentleman named Eric. In his 40s, he had lived in Bayan for over a decade and spoke the language fluently. Many artistic young women hoped to engage in romantic stories with him, but he politely declined them all. You can come for coffee, but dating me is out of the question. If we were to date, wouldn't that mean you could enjoy my coffee for free? This reasoning was somewhat peculiar. Yet Eric's charm was undeniable. Several women had thrown themselves at him, despite the rejection. Today, however, a young lady had occupied a small round table in the corner of the CAF for several hours without leaving. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring part of her face, making it difficult to discern her features, though her profile appeared fair. She sat quietly watching a movie on her laptop, exuding a serene aura. Miss, I'm closing soon. If you wish to continue enjoying coffee, please return tomorrow, Eric said with a hint of self-importance. Of course, if you want my number, that is a different matter. It must be said that Eric was indeed charming, sporting a short beard and black-rimmed glasses, always dressed in a shirt that accentuated his well-defined physique. However, the girl did not respond immediately. Instead, she swept her hair back and removed the hair tie she had been biting, tying it into a ponytail. Wow, that move is quite alluring. Eric shrugged, but I'm afraid I'm only interested in men. For some inexplicable reason, the girl's appearance evoked a vague, dreamlike sensation in Eric. Though he could clearly see her features, there was something indescribably ethereal about her. It was as if she was close yet distant. However, Eric was unaware of any disquiet and was solely focused on persuading her to leave. I have other matters to attend to. Could you possibly return tomorrow? Eric seemingly helplessly remarked. You are truly beautiful. How about this? If you come by tomorrow, I shall treat you to a complimentary cup of coffee. Those who know me are aware that this is my most generous offer. It is only 9 o'clock now. Don't you close at 11? The young lady smiled as she glanced at her watch. I concede. Your smile is indeed enchanting, yet it is insufficient to warrant your stay, Eric replied. I have matters to attend to today, so I must close early. I hope you can understand, my lovely miss. The young woman chuckled softly, closing her laptop and stowing in her bag. I presume you are quite irate, wishing to throw me out. Am I correct? No, I am quite the gentleman. Even in my haste, I would never resort to such rudeness, Eric shrugged, adding, It seems you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me. The girl maintained a subtle smile upon her delicate face. Perhaps you not only wish to eject me, but even consider ending my life. My goodness, what nonsense are you spouting? To kill you? Merely because you lingered a while longer? Eric exaggeratedly cradled his head, then spread his hands in resignation. Let us cease the jest. You depart, and I will close up, shall we? She shook her head and rose. I know you have been waiting for someone all day, yet they have not arrived. You must now seek them out. Upon hearing this, shock surged through Eric's expression. The brilliance in his eyes intensified instantly. Who are you? Eric furrowed his brows, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. You are from the Black Hawk Federation, operating within the National Security Agency, affiliated with Major Tina's assassination team. Accompanying you are 3 other members, am I correct? The young lady smiled, unfazed by Eric's threatening demeanor, her eyes devoid of any anxiety. How do you know this? Eric was visibly astounded. He had been undercover in the Great Xia for a decade, having undertaken various missions. Yet he never imagined any possibility of exposure. Over a year had passed since he last received an order, lying in deep concealment. Yet, this woman seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his true identity. The energy within Eric surged fiercely, filling the quaint CAF with a dense atmosphere of hostility. He fixed his gaze upon the seemingly youthful woman before him. Who exactly are you? How do you possess such clandestine knowledge? This is Great Xia, not a place for your Black Hawk Federation to act with impunity. The girl's smile faded, her expression becoming neutral. The crux is, my people can also act against you. As she spoke, an air of authority emanated from her, her gaze sharpening into something fierce. I care not whether Lin Ran is one of yours. You all deserve to perish, Eric bellowed, swinging his fist towards the young woman. The sound of air exploding erupted before his fist, akin to thunder rolling from a clear sky. However, the stunning young lady remained rooted in place, not even shifting her stance. In the face of such a ferocious assault, her eyes exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, she extended her slender fingers, rubbing her middle finger and thumb together before snapping lightly. Snap! The crisp sound reverberated through the air. Instantly, the tumultuous currents within the CAF settled into tranquility. Eric abruptly halted his advance, clutching his chest, eyes wide, as blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the ethereal visage of the woman before him, feeling his vitality wane, Eric finally comprehended who she was. Such prowess. I did not expect. I never imagined that the illustrious Marshal Shangwan would appear in my CAF. With great effort, he managed to utter these words before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 34. An encounter at the station time swiftly passed, and soon it was time to bid farewell to Ban. Lin Ran was unaware that the world-renowned Shangwan Xingyue had personally visited this city, resolving the threats posed by the Black Hawk Federation's hunting squad. He was equally oblivious to the fact that this youngest marshal in the history of the Great Xia military stood inconspicuously at a street corner, silently gazing at his bedroom for over an hour. As Lin Ran prepared to depart, he stood at the door, suitcase in hand, speaking to the reluctant He Xiaoi. The girl, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, meticulously observed each room, her eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. Brother-in-law, will I have fewer chances to come back once I start school in Ningzhou? You can always return during the holidays, Lin Ran reassured her. By the time your winter break arrives, it should coincide with your sister's first family visit. That's wonderful, He Xiaoi exclaimed, pouting slightly. I find myself missing her already. Tianqi must be working really hard every day. Indeed, Lin Ran replied. But will she be surrounded by many muscular men? He Xiaoi clicked her tongue playfully. Brother-in-law, you might be in danger now. My sister's figure is quite alluring, and I wouldn't want her to be taken advantage of. Lin Ran found himself at a loss for words, bemused by He Xiaoi's boldness. By the way, your uncle's family is currently at the Administrative Hall's Relief Center receiving disability benefits. Do you want to visit them before we leave? He inquired. He had not concealed the news about Zhang Jing'an's family being severely injured by Han Heian from He Xiaoi. I would prefer not to see them. If it weren't for them, my sister wouldn't have been forced into such a dire situation, she replied, shaking her head. Her gaze held no signs of conflict or complexity. Their downfall is, in a way, deserved. At least it reassures me that the world is fair. However, she added, only those with strength can truly secure greater fairness. Lin Ran smiled, choosing not to comment further. In his view, with the increasing prevalence of source energy, many previous rules of conduct had become obsolete. To possess a voice, one must indeed cultivate strength. He felt it was not a bad thing that He Xiaoi grasped this principle early on, as it would save her from many detours in life. Xiaojun had been waiting at the station entrance for some time. Over the past few days, she had diligently practiced the techniques Lin Ran had taught her, and her overall demeanor had significantly improved. She appeared radiant, her steps lighter, and her skin noticeably fairer and firmer. Lin Ran immediately noticed the transformation in Xiaojun and couldn't help but speculate about her true parentage. After all, possessing such exceptional affinity for source energy likely involved significant hereditary factors. Having immersed himself in the realm of source energy for many years, he had never encountered someone like Xiaojun, who could continuously absorb it. With her lips slightly parted and her eyes sparkling, Xiaojun smiled and said, I'm here to see you off. While her smile was warm, a hint of complexity and reluctance lingered in her eyes. He Xiaoi stepped forward to embrace Xiaojun, wrapping her arms around her slender waist. Sister Wan, I will miss you. Why don't you come with us? With a smile, Xiaojun nodded. Perhaps soon. I will come to Ningzhou to find you. Clearly, this former teacher had already contemplated her path forward. However, He Xiaoi's response was rather unconventional. Her hand slid down Xiaojun's waist, playfully tapping the curve at the top. When we meet again, you'll be even more alluring, right? Xiaojun jumped back slightly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. At such a young age, where did you learn such nonsense? She retorted, biting her lip. Yet, Lin Ran thought there was nothing inappropriate about He Xiaoi's remark. With the nurturing effects of source energy and the training methods he had imparted, certain aspects of Xiaojun would naturally become more defined. Sister Wan, let the farewell time be for you and my brother-in-law, He Xiaoi whispered in her ear, pulling Xiaojun closer. Of course, my brother-in-law and sister share a very innocent relationship. They aren't in a romantic involvement. If you wish to pursue him, I would actually support it. After all, to me, you and my sister are equally precious. Xiaojun's cheeks burned, and she quickly protested, Xiaoi, don't say such things. My relationship with your brother-in-law is very innocent too. At that moment, Lin Ran felt that He Xiaoi was truly born in the wrong gender. Her talent for teasing women was remarkable, and it seemed a shame she wasn't a rogue. Xiaojun confidently approached Lin Ran, gazing into his eyes with a smile. Take care on your journey. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Lin Ran had already left a profound impression on her. His enigmatic nature piqued her curiosity, yet she hesitated to unravel the mystery, fearing it might jeopardize their friendship. You must take care as well, Lin Ran replied. And remember to practice the methods I entrusted to you every day. Understood, Master, Xiaojun said half-jokingly, then opened her arms. As we are about to part ways, let's embrace. All right, Lin Ran acquiesced, giving her a gentle embrace, mindful not to be too forceful. At the station, many travelers cast envious glances at Lin Ran. For being surrounded by two beautiful women was indeed a sight to behold. Brother-in-law is truly a gentleman, He Xiaoi remarked, unable to contain herself. If it were me. He Xiaoi, be quiet, Lin Ran chided her with a glare. Xiaojun chuckled, stepping back. I will come find you soon. All right, Sister Wan. I will await your arrival in Ningzhou. He Xiaoi waved as she linked her arm with Lin Rance, entering the station. Xiaojun remained rooted in place, watching the pair disappear from sight, her gaze lingering with a hint of starlight. Lin Ran had not noticed this glimmer before. He simply thought her eyes shone brighter and more vividly than others, but he did not dwell on it. Unbeknownst to Xiaojun, after her exposure to source energy, certain traits within her began to manifest. In the realm of source energy, various special physiques existed. Although affinity for source energy was the most common criterion for assessment, it did not apply to every prodigy. At that moment, a man in a suit approached Xiaojun, saying, "Hello, miss, may I introduce myself?" This interruption pulled Xiaojun from her drifting thoughts, and she shook her head. "I'm sorry." With that, she turned to leave. However, the man was undeterred and continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am from the largest clothing trading company in Bayan." Before he could finish, a startled yelp escaped his lips as two burly men appeared behind him, lifting him effortlessly by the shoulders. "No one wants to hear your introduction. Get lost." The two burly men simultaneously swung their arms, hurling the suited man several meters away. The man fell to the ground, scrambling to his feet in a state of disarray, limping as he fled, clearly too intimidated to provoke them again. Subsequently, the two strong men bowed to Xiao Wan, saying, "Miss Xiao." "Oh, it's you." Xiao Wan responded with a smile. "Has Mumu arrived?" The two men were indeed the bodyguards of Mumu. "Miss is over there." One of the bodyguards pointed toward the roadside of the station square. There, a fiery red luxury sports car was parked, beside which leaned a tall young woman clad in a striking red dress. Her hair cascaded in voluminous burgundy waves, and she wore sunglasses that framed her fair skin. With slightly pursed, luscious red lips, she blew a kiss toward Xiaowan. The entire aura of the girl exuded a fiery charm. It was Mu Mu. Xiaowan approached, pinching Mu Mu's waist, saying, "You're late. Lin Ran has already left." Lin Ran. "I can't shake the feeling that your way of addressing him carries a hint of ambiguity," Mu Mu replied with a teasing smile. However, she soon seemed to notice something, lowering her sunglasses to reveal her long, enchanting eyes that sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized Xiao Wan, then remarked, "My Wan, you seem to have become even more beautiful, and this seems to have changed as well." As she spoke, Mu Mu pretended to reach for Xiao Wan's chest. The latter swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "Don't be ridiculous. There are so many people around." At that moment, Xiao Wan felt a sudden inclination to introduce He Xiao Yi to Mu Mu, believing these two spirited women would share a great deal in common. "I'm not joking. You truly have changed," Mu Mu said astutely, quickly grasping the essence of the matter. "Wan, have you begun to engage with source power? Is it Lin Ran who is guiding you?" Xiao Wan nodded with a smile. "It's been a short time. Just about a week." At that moment, a woman in her 30s descended from a nearby business vehicle. She possessed a striking appearance, her thin lips and well-defined features exuding a sense of cold elegance. Her neck was long and white, her figure the type favored by young men, curvaceous and alluring. Even in loose training attire, her exaggerated curves remained evident, fueling the imagination. Yet, in stark contrast to her physique, her expression was frosty, her eyes radiating a sharp intensity. In her left hand, she held a sword, complementing her presence with an air of formidable prowess. This woman's aura differed slightly from that of Xia Hanbing. While Xia exuded pure coldness, this woman radiated sharpness and intensity, yet beneath that sharp exterior lay a hint of maturity. Approaching Xiao Wan, she spoke. "If I am not mistaken, Miss Xiao's aptitude should be quite remarkable." Although her words were a compliment, they carried an inherent chill, as if her very essence demanded it. "Mumu, who is this sister?" Xiao Wan inquired hesitantly. Mumu smiled, linking her arm with the striking woman. "I almost forgot to introduce her. This beautiful sister is my master, Ji Ningyu. She is only a few years older than us. You may call her Sister Ji." "Greetings, Sister Ji," Xiao Wan said, though she remained puzzled, having never heard of Mu having a master. Had her dear friend already begun practicing source power? Ji Ningyu's gaze swept over Xiao Wan from head to toe before stating, "Miss Xiao, having only engaged with source power for a week, yet achieving such progress, beyond exceptional talent, possessing a good method is also indispensable. Might I inquire about your practice method?" After voicing this request, Ji Ningyu seemed to reconsider, adding, "Of course, if it is inconvenient to disclose, that is perfectly acceptable." When Lin Ran provided Xiao Wan with this technique, He did not impose any restrictions on sharing it, deeming it insignificant. However, what he found trivial might be invaluable to others. There's really nothing to hide. I memorized it, Xiao Wan replied, reciting a few lines. Mu Mu, unable to discern the depth, turned to Ji Ningyu, asking, Master, is this method particularly special? Yet, despite her repeated inquiries, Ji Ningyu offered no response. Turning to her master, Mu Mu was taken aback to see Ji Ningyu rigid, her usually icy visage now reflecting shock and complexity. Master, what's wrong? Mu Mu asked with concern. Ji Ningyu did not answer, but murmured to herself, simplifying the complex. The path is fundamentally simple. Why didn't I think of this? Chapter 35. The Pretend Boyfriend? Xiao Wan was taken aback by Ji Ningyu's immense reaction after she recited a few phrases from the cultivation techniques imparted by Lin Ran. Is this truly impressive? Xiao Wan inquired, her surprise evident. This is an exceptionally brilliant method of practice. One could never distill such profound insights without an extraordinary comprehension of the theory of source energy. Ji Ningyu replied earnestly, gazing at Xiao Wan. After all, the more fundamental the principles, the more challenging they are to alter. The realm of source energy practitioners in Daxiao revolves around a handful of basic mantras, and few dare to innovate upon these time-honored methodologies for novice warriors. Did Lin Ran really deduce all of this? Xiao Wan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed in the direction the train had vanished, softly murmuring, he is truly remarkable. Ji Ningyu remarked, even if he did not originate these insights, the fact that he so casually shared such crucial cultivation techniques with you speaks volumes about your standing in his eyes. Ji Ningyu's supportive words were quite on point. With her emotions running high, she spoke more than usual, even crafting several lengthy sentences, something rare for her. In reality, Ji Ningyu was overthinking it. In the martial world, some individuals excel at theoretical research, while others focus on enhancing their prowess. Lin Ran was remarkably a genius in both realms. Thus, the cultivation mantras he shared with Xiao Wan were indeed his own formulations. However, Lin Ran did not regard them as precious secrets to be hoarded. He had never cautioned Xiao Wan against sharing them. He possessed a wealth of similar theoretical insights, far from being his most treasured possessions. Nonetheless, Ji Ningyu's words stirred a ripple of emotion within Xiao Wan. Lin Ran had barged into her life with a forceful presence, unreasonably aiding her in embarking on a new journey, and her perception of him was rapidly evolving. Mu Mu, with her arms crossed and blinking playfully, quipped, "Oh dear, with Lin Ran treating our Wan so well, if I were to pursue him, wouldn't that be akin to stealing someone else's beloved?" Xiao Huan blushed, shooting her a reproachful glance. "Mu Mu, please don't say such things. Lin Ran and I are merely friends." "All right then, since you say so, I shall not hold back," Mu Mu replied with a mischievous grin, wrapping her arms around Xiao Wan's slender waist. "If I manage to win over Lin Ran, you mustn't feel jealous." Xiao Wan swiftly regained her composure and asked, "Mu Mu, what troubles have you encountered that compelled you to journey all the way from Huaihai to Liaojing?" "Actually, I haven't told you this before, but the Mu family is a lineage of warriors," Mu Mu confessed after a moment of silence. "My source energy level is rated C, yet I must find a peak A-level individual to pose as my boyfriend." "An A-level peak boyfriend?" Xiao Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Mu Mu sighed again. "Someone has come to propose to me, and the pressure from my family is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it." Seeing her best friend in such distress, Xiao Wan felt a pang of sympathy. "Mu Mu, I have never seen you look so melancholic. The infighting within the family is intense. If I refuse this union, my uncles will have all the more reason to criticize my father and me for neglecting the greater family interests," Mu Mu lamented. "Unless I can find a truly exceptional young man to masquerade as my boyfriend, I will lack the confidence to reject this marriage." Understanding the situation, Xiao Wan replied, "If that is the case, Lin Ran truly fits the bill. It's just a matter of whether he would agree. By the way, is your prospective fiancé impressive?" Xiao Wan inquired. "Very much so. He is the chief disciple of the Tianping Mountain in Jiangnan," Mu Mu stated. "It is said that his talent is extraordinary, having reached A-level in his 30s, and he is likely to become a pillar of the Daxiao martial world. However, I truly do not wish to marry someone with whom I share no feelings. In the Daxiao martial world, Tianping Mountain is a formidable sect. The chief disciple, Huang Yunpeng, at 32, has already attained A-level strength, with a future that shines brightly ahead. A marriage alliance with Tianping Mountain would firmly bind the Mu family to this significant power, making it difficult for Mu's elders to resist the allure. Moreover, knowing Mu's character, her family would seize any opportunity to pressure her father, Mu Tiancheng, into relinquishing the position of family heir if she attempted to refuse the marriage. However, if Lin Ran consented to pose as Mu's boyfriend, he could face repercussions from Tianping Mountain and be marked by Huang Yunpeng. Any man would find it intolerable to witness the theft of his fiancée. Though Mu did not wish to drag an innocent person into her troubles, she felt she had no other choice. I cannot bear to watch my father be cornered by the other uncles. Therefore, if possible, I would like to meet with Lin Ran in person, Mu expressed. Time is of the essence. You must hurry to Ningzhou, Shirao Wan urged, grasping Mu's hand. You need to seize this opportunity. Ji Ningyu interjected. I too am quite intrigued by this Lin Ran. Despite the gravity of the situation, Mu managed to smile, her melancholic demeanor lifting momentarily. She glanced at Ji Ningyu's curvaceous figure for a brief moment, her long, curled lashes fluttering, before saying, Master, aren't you also single? Why not see if Lin Ran suits your taste? Ji Ningyu cast a sidelong glance at her disciple, responding coolly, If you continue to speak like this, you shall endure an extra 2 hours of practice tonight. Yes, my esteemed master, I shall refrain from teasing you. Mu pouted, elongating her words with a playful tone. As Ji Ningyu was merely Mu's mentor, she felt it inappropriate to interfere in the matter of the family's marriage alliance. Shaking her head, Ji Ningyu remarked, Ultimately, this matter lies with you. If you could become an A-level warrior, why would you need assistance from others? With that, Ji Ningyu turned and boarded the business vehicle, her shapely silhouette exuding an air of alluring confidence even as she moved. Shirao Wan gazed intently into Mu's eyes, saying, Mu, I have promised to be your bridesmaid. However, I do not wish to witness a bride who cannot smile on her wedding day. Mu's eyes glistened momentarily, and she nodded resolutely. Yes, for your sake, I must find a way to delay the engagement. The eldest Miss Mu bore a heavy heart, far from the cheerful facade she portrayed. You should depart now. Do not linger any longer, Shirao Wan urged. Mu caught the underlying meaning in her words. Huan, will you not accompany me to Ningzhou? I will not, Shirao Wan replied, her gaze lowering slightly before she smiled. I wish to sort through the belongings left by my parents. I have avoided them until now, fearing the pain they might evoke, but I locked them away entirely. Realizing that her parents' disappearance might harbor deeper secrets, Shirao Wan felt compelled to search for clues among their possessions. Mu embraced Shirao Wan, saying, All right, I will head to Ningzhou and await your arrival. 3 hours later, Lin Ran and He Xiaoyi arrived at Ningzhou, standing at the entrance of Ningzhou University. This institution is renowned as the foremost university in the 5 northern provinces and ranks among the top 5 in all of Daxia. Lin Ran had been away from Ningzhou for several years. After being cast out from his home, he never set foot in this city again. Brother-in-law, the start of the term at Ningtai University is rather early. It hardly gives the freshmen a chance to enjoy their summer vacation. He Xiaoyi lamented, clutching Lin Ran's arm. It is because you're in the Source Force Major, Lin Ran replied. In the future, some of you must become warriors, and you have to seize every moment for practice. Even those students focusing on the theoretical aspects of Source Force will face a vast array of complex knowledge that demands considerable time investment. Over the past few days, Lin Ran had assessed He Xiaoyi's aptitude for Source Force, and the outcome was quite mediocre. Her affinity for Source Force paled in comparison to He Qianqi's extraordinary talent and lacked the distinctiveness of Xiao Wan. She was simply subpar. Lin Ran genuinely hoped that He Xiaoyi would pursue a path in Source Force theoretical research. After all, not only in Daxia but worldwide, there is a significant demand for talent in this field. Moreover, He Xiaoyi possessed a strong capacity for learning, making her well-suited to become a researcher. He Xiaoyi pouted and shot Lin Ran an annoyed glance. Brother-in-law, I didn't ask for a serious explanation. I merely wanted to indulge a bit and have you accompany me for a few more days of fun. You're such a typical guy. Today, He Xiaoyi wore a white dress that fell just above her knees, her long legs fair and straight, making her resemble a blooming summer flower, exuding youthfulness and grace. Lin Ran gently pulled her arm away, taking a couple of quick steps forward. You've grown up. It's inappropriate to cling to me like that. Huh, now you realize I've grown up? He Xiaoyi said, striding after him. Besides, you are my brother-in-law. What is inappropriate about that? That makes it even more inappropriate. Your teachers and classmates might misunderstand. Lin Ran genuinely regarded He Xiaoyi as a young girl and had never entertained any notions of playful banter about brother-in-law and sister-in-law relationships. He Xiaoyi blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of mischief sparkling within them. Let them misunderstand. If anyone bothers me in the future, I'll just claim you're my boyfriend. Behave yourself, Lin Ran replied. Finding himself at a loss with He Xiaoyi and unwilling to engage in a debate with her on such frivolous matters. As the start of the term for other majors was still some time away, only the Source Force Academy had students arriving early, resulting in a relatively sparse campus. After collecting the necessary items at the registration area, Lin Ran accompanied He Xiaoyi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. I want to go in. You can head up on your own. He Xiaoyi pouted again, tugging at Lin Ran's arm, her voice softening. Brother-in-law, this is the girls' dormitory. Don't you want to take a look at the scenery? Lin Ran scoffed dismissively. What is so interesting about a girls' dormitory? With that, he stepped inside first. Chapter 36, The Girls' Dormitory. He Xiaoyi's dormitory was located on the 6th floor, and Lin Ran, carrying 2 large bags and dragging a suitcase, climbed the stairs one step at a time. However, this weight was quite trivial for him. As for He Xiaoyi, she cheered her brother-in-law all the way up. Finally, they arrived at dormitory 606 on the 6th floor. He Xiaoyi took out the key she had just received and said while unlocking the door, "We should be the first to check in, right?" As the door swung open, it felt as though a room of spring had been unveiled. 3 girls dressed in light attire stood within, one of whom was drying her damp hair with a towel. Lin Ran was immediately enveloped by the invigorating essence of youth. His eyes filled with refreshing hues. The exuberance of spring was undeniable. Without realizing it, he stepped back a couple of paces. He Xiaoyi's lovely face broke into a smile. "Hi, everyone. I'm He Xiaoyi." The girl drying her hair greeted He Xiaoyi warmly before turning to Lin Ran, saying, "Is this your brother?" "He is so handsome." "Indeed. I've never seen such a good-looking man before," added another girl with short hair. "You all," a girl in a white summer outfit said. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Don't make him feel embarrassed. He is quite shy." "Xiaoyi, I'm also single. If you don't mind, could you introduce me to your brother?" The tall girl drying her hair chimed in. Lin Ran, still holding the heavy bags, instinctively took another step back. Although he was a few years older than these girls, he couldn't shake the feeling of being teased. Was everyone so bold right after entering university? Yet, he suddenly sensed a remarkable camaraderie among the girls in this dormitory. Had the school deliberately grouped all the spirited newcomers together? Well, that girl in white summer attire seemed to be the only one a bit more reasonable. "He is my brother-in-law," He Xiaoyi said, pulling Lin Ran closer. "Oh, come on, brother-in-law, why are you retreating? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Since he's your brother-in-law, does that mean we have no chance?" The girl in a tank top wore a disappointed expression. "I was hoping to resolve my lifelong singlehood on the first day of university, but it seems I've failed again. No, actually, my brother-in-law and my sister don't have a substantial relationship yet, but I think they are quite compatible," He Xiaoyi replied. "Although you are all beautiful, you can't steal my sister's thunder." Her words flattered the 3 girls in the dormitory, instantly narrowing the distance among them. Lin Ran cleared his throat. He felt he could no longer remain passive, so he stepped forward and said, "Hello, I'm Lin Ran, Xiaoyi's brother-in-arms. For the next few years, I'll be entrusting this unreliable girl to you all. So you're a soldier." The girl drying her hair tossed aside the towel and extended her hand to Lin Ran. "Hello, Brother Lin. I'm Lan Yusin, almost 19. My family is quite strict. I've never been in a relationship." "Yusin, you don't need to introduce yourself in such detail." At that moment, the short-haired girl approached, nudging Lan Yusin aside, and shook Lin Ran's hand. "Brother, I'm Xianbei. My name means peace in the northern borders. Isn't that memorable?" Lin Ran nodded with a smile. "It's a very grand name." Xianbei winked, flipping her short hair with a remarkable flair. "By the way, I'm single too. Let me introduce you all to the only little lady in our dorm." Lan Yusin pulled the girl in white summer attire closer. "This is Mo Qingxiu from Jiangnan." Clearly, before He Xiaoyi arrived, the 3 had grown quite familiar with one another. Though Mo Qingxiu was not as outgoing, she carried herself with grace. "Hello, Xiaoyi. Hello, Brother Lin," she greeted with a smile. When she uttered Lin Ran's name, a gentle light flickered in her eyes. Mo Qingxiu embodied the gentle elegance characteristic of Jiangnan beauties. providing a striking contrast to the other three spirited girls. Lin Ran, curious, asked, "Since you're from Jiangnan, why not study there instead of coming to the northern borders?" Transitioning from the picturesque Jiangnan to the war-torn north was a leap that transcended mere courage. Regardless of her reasons, Lin Ran admired her. "Because it's a place I've always longed for," Mo Qingqiu replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair profile, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. "I have an idol, and I aspire to be like him." He Xiaoi, intrigued, inquired, "Who is your idol?" "He is the youngest major in our great Siam military." Mo Qingqiu smiled briefly, but a hint of melancholy soon graced her gentle gaze. "Unfortunately, the first time I learned his name was at his funeral 5 years ago." Upon hearing this, He Xiaoi coughed lightly, casting a surprised glance at Lin Ran before saying nothing further. Although her impression of that funeral was vague, having spent time with Lin Ran and hearing of his deeds from He Qianxi, she realized that the idol Mo Qingqiu spoke of was none other than her brother-in-law. She suspected Mo Qingqiu could not fathom that her idol was so close at hand. "It's a pity, I don't even know what he looks like," Mo Qingqiu said softly, shaking her head. "Actually, before checking in here, I visited the Martyrs' Cemetery in the northern borders and spoke my heart at his grave." Girls are often drawn to heroes. One could only wonder how many youthful dreams Lin Ran, who had pursued the enemy alone for thousands of miles, had adorned during those past days. Xian Bei and Lan Yusin fell silent, saying, "We all admire him." He Xiaoi cast Lin Ran a complex glance, murmuring, "I suddenly feel that my sister faces quite a bit of competitive pressure." "What did you say, Xiaoi?" Lan Yusin, the girl with long hair, asked. Nothing. He Xiaoi quickly tucked away her complex feelings, smiling. This girl began to eagerly anticipate the day Lin Ran's true identity would be revealed, curious about the expressions her dormitory sisters would display. "All right, I've delivered you here. Xiaoi, take some time to get acquainted with your roommates. I'll be on my way." After helping He Xiaoi set up her bed, Lin Ran said, "Where are you going, brother-in-law?" He Xiaoi asked. "I haven't been to Ningzhou in years. I need to find a place to stay. I'll take a stroll and reacquaint myself with the city." Lin Ran chuckled. "Why don't you take us along?" He Xiaoi linked her arm with Lin Ran's again. "Yes, brother Lin, it's my first time in the northern borders. I'd love to explore with you," Lan Yusin added with a smile. Given Lin Ran's meager experience in romance, he genuinely couldn't discern whether Lan Yusin was joking or if her 19 years of singlehood had led her to feel restless. The latter expressionless girl pulled Lan Yusin's arm aside and said, "What I'm doing is not suitable for you girls to follow." Lan Yusin curiously continued, "Not suitable? Are you going for some adult entertainment?" Lin Ran listened, nearly stumbling, and hurriedly exited the dormitory, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Yet, there was an unmistakable aura of retreat about him. Lan Yusin crossed her arms, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she remarked, "Xiaoi, your brother-in-law is truly adorable." He Xiaoi glanced down at Lan Yusin's chest, then playfully poked her with a finger, inquiring, "How on earth did you develop like this? It's quite astonishing." Indeed, Lan Yusin was merely clad in a thin camisole, devoid of any additional garments, yet the shape was undeniably impressive. A source of pride among her peers at such a tender age. Lan Yusin reveled in the flattery, but soon expressed her frustration, saying, "In truth, it feels burdensome. After all, during battles, it amplifies the area of impact. Sigh, I much prefer Anbei's physique. Her style is so sophisticated." Short-haired Anbei glanced down at her unassuming chest, then stomped her foot in indignation. "Lan Yusin, are you trying to provoke me? Do you dare me to explode you?" With that, she lunged at Lan Yusin, and the two became entangled, chaos erupting within the dormitory as light flashed and laughter resounded. Meanwhile, Lin Ran had descended the stairs and gazed up at a particular dormitory on the 6th floor, shaking his head, squinting slightly as he mused. 1C level, 2D levels. This dormitory holds quite the intrigue. Chapter 37, The Appearance of Miss Mu. Lin Ran reserved a suite in a hotel not far from the school, paying for 2 months up front. As he lay on the bed, he reflected on the 3 distinctly styled newcomers he encountered at school today, a smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself, "Xiao-yi, if you don't step up your game, you'll be holding back your dormitory." He deliberately withheld the news of the 3 exceptional talents in their dormitory from He Xiao-yi, fearing it would add to her mental burden. Nonetheless, it was indeed rare for 3 young women to achieve such remarkable prowess before the age of 20. It was improbable that all the freshmen in the Source Power program at Ningzhou University were such anomalies. Was it mere coincidence that these three outstanding young ladies were placed in the same dormitory? However, Lin Ran had not anticipated that among these three newcomers, the most formidable one would be the Jiangnan girl who idolized herself. After taking a shower, Lin Ran was about to rest on the bed when his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Xia Hanbing. He immediately answered, inquiring, "Hanbing, are you about to update me on Tianqi's recent situation?" Upon hearing this, Xia Hanbing fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "I initially intended to inform you, but seeing your eagerness, I suddenly lost the desire to share." Her tone exuded an icy detachment that Lin Ran could sense even through the phone. Perplexed, Lin Ran asked, "Hanbing, what's wrong? Who has upset you?" At this, Xia Hanbing's features softened slightly, a subtle, almost imperceptible expression of bemusement crossing her face as she replied, "The marshal personally visited Bayan not long ago." Lin Ran nearly dropped his phone at this revelation. Surely, this woman hadn't come for matters concerning their engagement. The thought of his own betrothal made Lin Ran's heart tighten. What was her purpose for coming to Bayan? How could he have been unaware of this? He truly hadn't anticipated that Shangguan Xingyue, who usually remained stationed at the military headquarters, would personally come to the northern territories. "The marshal knew you didn't wish to see her, so she didn't seek you out," Xia Hanbing explained. "She dealt with a hunting squad from the Black Hawk Federation." A hunting squad? The legendary elite team from the Black Hawk National Security Bureau? Lin Ran furrowed his brows. He had indeed heard of their formidable reputation, known for their flawless track record, but he had never encountered them directly. Yet, why had this hunting squad come to Bayan? For whose sake had they arrived? Seemingly sensing Lin Ran's confusion, Xia Hanbing declared, "They came for you." Lin Ran's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination igniting within them. "So, they have been monitoring me all along," he remarked with a cold smirk. Although exposure was inevitable after his return, he was taken aback by the swiftness of the Black Hawk Federation's response, far quicker than that of Hader, who had a deep-seated vendetta against him. "They activated a mole who has been undercover for a decade to deal with you," Xia Hanbing continued. "However, they are no match for the marshal." True, while that woman may not be likable, she is nonetheless a star-level powerhouse, Lin Ran conceded, though he questioned, shouldn't she be stationed at the military headquarters? Even if the hunting squad is formidable, they hardly warrant her direct involvement. Despite their poor rapport, Lin Ran had to admit that it would be akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito if Shangguan Xingyue were to personally handle these individuals. They may not merit the marshal's attention, but you do. This unvoiced thought lingered in Xia Hanbing's mind, though she did not express it aloud. She merely shook her head. "Just know about this matter." With that, Xia Hanbing abruptly ended the call, leaving the matter of Tianqi unaddressed. However, Lin Ran was not overly surprised by her frosty demeanor. In fact, for a super elite team like the Secret Sequence, the absence of news regarding Tianqi was, in itself, the best news. After the call, Lin Ran found sleep eluding him. He stood by the window, gazing at the observation tower across the street. The uppermost floor of that tower had once housed a renowned revolving restaurant, allowing diners to take in a vast expanse of Ningzhou. It was there that Lin Ran had incapacitated by Shoulin from the Bai family. Now back in the city, Lin Ran felt a slight unease, though it was minimal. He had already been in Ningzhou for several hours. Even the slowest of reactions from the Bai family should have led them to ascertain his precise location by now. As the sun dipped low and night began to fall, Lin Ran decided to venture out and explore the city's neon lights. Xiaojun had already briefed him on Mu's affairs, but Lin Ran refrained from making any commitments, opting to wait until he met Mu before deciding. After all, he still bore an uncertain engagement, and pretending to be someone else's boyfriend could lead to complications. As he reached the hotel entrance, Lin Ran noticed a luxurious sedan parked conspicuously. Flanking the vehicle were two bodyguards clad in black suits, their muscular frames radiating a palpable aura of strength, their expressions menacing. These two men deliberately exuded an intimidating presence, causing guests to hastily steer clear, wary of provoking a confrontation. As Lin Ran approached the entrance, the bodyguards positioned themselves on either side, their gazes scrutinizing and vigilant. With a faint smile, Lin Ran inquired, "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" "Our young master requests your presence," the bodyguards replied. "I have no time to meet your young master," Lin Ran rebuffed without even inquiring who they were referring to. "That may not be for you to decide, Mr. Lin." A woman's voice emerged from the back seat of the car. "This is Ningzhou, and no one can refuse our young master's invitation. Is that so?" Lin Ran responded with an intrigued smile. "Who might your young master be?" The rear door swung open, revealing a woman in a form-fitting black dress. She crossed her arms and scrutinized Lin Ran, her tone cool as she said, "Mr. Lin, you know once you go." "Oh." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. "Is this an invitation? It seems rather insincere." "Indeed, it is an invitation." The woman's crimson lips were striking, her expression one of pride. "However, in Ningzhou, no one can decline my young master's invitation." Lin Ran chuckled. "And what if I insist on refusing?" "Then you shall face the consequences," she replied, her gaze suddenly sharp, a fierce aura emanating from her. The two robust bodyguards similarly unleashed their formidable presence, suffusing the air at the hotel entrance with a tense atmosphere. Lin Ran found the situation increasingly amusing. This woman was a B-class. The remaining two bodyguards were nearing the pinnacle of C-class. In the realm of ordinary life outside the martial world, B-class individuals were quite rare. Otherwise, a mere Han Hayan would not have been hailed as a master in Bayan. As the three of them unabashedly radiated their formidable auras, many passers-by hastily avoided them, though they did not venture far, lingering 20 to 30 meters away to witness the unfolding drama. To dispatch such a formidable entourage to invite me is indeed a display of sincerity, Lin Ran mused with a smile, then shrugged indifferently. "But if I still choose to refuse, are you prepared to take action? In that case, Mr. Lin, it is no longer your decision to make. Whether you go or not will not be up to you." The woman coldly uttered a phrase, then extended her hand, aiming for Lin Ran's chest. The force behind this grasp was formidable, and the sound of an explosion erupted right before her palm. If an ordinary person were to endure such a strike, their chest would likely be pierced, with the heart possibly extracted in the process. Clearly, this woman intended to assert her dominance over Lin Ran, making him pay for his transgressions. Witnessing this sharp attack, Lin Ran exhibited no inclination to evade. He remained rooted in place, not even raising a hand to defend himself. Onlookers in the distance could no longer contain their gasps, believing that Lin Ran might bleed out within the next moment. However, at that very instant, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. This was the sound of an engine with an extraordinarily large displacement. A luxurious sports car appeared before the crowd, approaching the hotel at an alarming speed, showing no signs of deceleration. In fact, it accelerated further and executed a stunning drift before violently colliding with the rear of the upscale sedan that the woman in the form-fitting dress had been occupying. The crash resounded with a thunderous boom. Under the immense impact, the sedan was catapulted away, tumbling down the stairs in front of the hotel lobby. The entire rear of the car was crumpled, and the roof was completely deformed. If there had been anyone else inside, they would likely have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Naturally, such a violent collision also left the front of the sports car utterly mangled. This luxury vehicle was something the average person could never afford in a lifetime, now rendered a total loss, causing many onlookers to feel a pang of sorrow. In the wake of this catastrophic crash, the woman in the form-fitting dress halted her attack on Lin Ran, turning to glare furiously at the sports car. The car's door and cabin remained intact, and as it swung open, a woman clad in a striking red dress emerged into Lin Ran's view. It was none other than Moo Moo. After patting her chest, Miss Moo stuck out her tongue, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Wow, I'm so sorry. I accidentally flipped your car." Chapter 38. An Elusive Feeling. The woman in the black dress cast a glance at the car that had careened down the stairs, then turned her gaze to the seemingly innocent Moo Moo, her eyes brimming with unmistakable fury. "Damn it, you did that on purpose." The drift just before the collision was executed with such precision that it could not possibly be attributed to a mere misstep on the accelerator. Furthermore, there was hardly a trace of remorse on Moo Moo's face. Instead, it radiated with mockery. The young lady's expression screamed, "I crashed on purpose. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Ran chuckled, giving Moo Moo a thumbs up. It must be said, her dramatic entrance had certainly won Lin Ran's favor. It was simply to his liking. In response, Moo Moo winked at Lin Ran. The woman in black was on the verge of exploding with rage at the sight of their exchange, shouting, "This is Ningzhou. Do you dare to crash a Chung family car? You seem decent looking. Seize her and take her back to the young master. Go beg for his forgiveness." Before her words could fade, the two burly bodyguards lunged for Moo Moo. Standing firm, Moo smiled brightly, showing no intention of evasion. However, at that moment, the passenger door of the supercar swung open. A woman clad in white sat within, her voluptuous figure captivating, yet her face shrouded in frost. It was none other than Moo's master, Yu. Who dares to lay a hand on her? She uttered coldly, stepping forward with a flare of her sleeve, delivering a powerful palm strike toward the two bodyguards. It appeared to be a simple motion, yet a ferocious surge of energy erupted from her palm. The two bodyguards, who had been charging toward Moo, were struck by this overwhelming force and sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Releasing energy from a distance? What level is this? The onlookers were utterly stunned. After tumbling to the ground, the two burly bodyguards clutched their chests, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their faces rapidly paling. They struggled to rise, yet found themselves utterly incapacitated. Yu coldly remarked, "I wish to see who dares to speak so arrogantly in my presence." Releasing energy externally? You're at the A-class. The woman in the black dress gazed at Yu, her eyes filled with shock, although she herself was B-class and considered formidable. The chasm between the pinnacle of B-class and A-class was insurmountable. Countless masters spent their lives stymied at this threshold, with Han Hayan only managing to break through by sheer serendipity. Just now, you were going to seize my disciple and present her to your young master, correct? Yu's gaze was icy, her words seemingly chilling the very air around them. The black-dressed woman trembled, unable to suppress her fear. "My name is Li Feishue, from the Chung family." The woman glared at Yu, forcing herself to withstand the overwhelming aura as she gritted her teeth. "This is Ningzhou. I advise you to be wise, for opposing us brings no benefit." Her identity revealed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Clearly, while the Chung family had seen better days, their reputation in Ningzhou was formidable, especially to ordinary people. Such a prominent family was not to be trifled with. They would do well to steer clear. Many began to worry for Lin Ran and Yu. After all, if the Chung family wished to eliminate someone in Ningzhou, they possessed 100 methods to ensure their demise. Ningzhou Chung family? Huh. I truly wonder where your audacity stems from. Yu scoffed coldly, waving her hand once more. An even more frigid surge of energy erupted from her palm, sending Li Feishue flying. She was unable to regain control of her body and crashed directly into the hotel's revolving door. The expensive glass shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor. Li Feishue tumbled into the hotel lobby, rolling several times before coming to a halt, her hair disheveled, blood streaming from her wounds. The scene fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. After Li Feishue had revealed her Chung family identity, Yu's ferocious strike was utterly dominant. Who on earth were they? Why did they act without fear of the Chung family? Did they not worry about retaliation? "My master is truly formidable," Moo said with a smile, then approached the fallen Li Feishue, observing her before commenting, "You have quite the figure, but your brain seems rather underutilized." Li Feishue lay on the ground, her vision blurred, as if the world were spinning. The hotel manager stood at the center of the lobby, surveying the chaos with helplessness. Esteemed guests, what do you propose I do about this?" Given Yu's overwhelming presence, the manager dared not demand any compensation, fearing that even a word with this regal beauty could freeze him in place. Lin Ran chuckled and addressed the hotel manager. "Please calculate the damages and send the bill to the Chung family to cover all costs." At this point, Lin Ran glanced toward the entrance and added, "Oh, and make sure they compensate for my friend's supercar with a brand new one." Upon hearing Lin Ran's demand for the Chung family to reimburse her for the car, Moo's eyes turned crescent-shaped with delight. The hotel manager wore a bitter expression. "Sir, I cannot provoke the Chung family. If I present them with the bill, they might throw me out." "Rest assured," Lin Ran said confidently. He then crouched next to Li Feishue, asking, "Did you hear what I just said?" Li Feishue, still dazed, managed to respond, "I heard you." "Good to hear. Take the bill back and present it to your young master." Lin Ran's smile was bright, yet his words sent chills down her spine. If he wishes to avoid becoming crippled, he will comply. "Oh, and for that supercar, I require the latest top-tier model. Do you understand?" Moo looked at Lin Ran, her face alight with joy. Li Feishue hesitated, not responding immediately, but Lin Ran, smiling, pressed on, "What is this? You refuse to comply?" I agree. I will relay it to the young master, she stammered, feeling utterly powerless to resist, fearing further punishment if she did not acquiesce. Excellent. Within 24 hours, I expect to see the compensation. As for the car, it must be delivered to me within 3 days, Lin Ran concluded, casting a deep, lingering look at Li Feishue before slowly uttering, "Now be gone." These ultra-luxurious vehicles are limited in number. They cannot simply be purchased at will and must be imported from abroad. Lin Ran's demand for the Chung family to deliver the car within 3 days was exceedingly harsh. Li Feishue struggled to rise, limping as she made her way outside. As she passed Jining, she dare not glance up. The 2 bodyguards, finally managing to get to their feet, followed Li Feishue. Their previous arrogance completely vanished. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." The hotel manager promptly bowed to Lin Ran, overflowing with gratitude. Mumu smiled at Lin Ran and said, "Thank you. The Chung family came after me, and you both saved me. I owe you my gratitude." Lin Ran addressed both Mumu and Jining. In truth, many bystanders shared this sentiment. After all, throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Ran had not lifted a finger. Even when faced with Li Feishue's aggression, he stood his ground, showing no signs of defense whatsoever. Certainly, this encapsulates the notion that while outsiders merely observe the spectacle, insiders discern the subtleties. Lin Ran's composure in the face of adversity may, to those unacquainted with the essence of source energy, appear indistinguishable from sheer terror. Among the onlookers, many cast envious glances towards Lin Ran. After all, whether it be the aloof Jining or the fiery Mumu, both are rare exemplars of beauty, and the fact that they would unite in defense of this man evokes a sense of jealousy. As Mumu contemplated a humble retort, Lin Ran continued, remarking, "Moreover, your recent collision was rather impressive." Mumu's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she gazed upon Lin Ran's visage and, almost instinctively, commented, "You are more handsome than I had anticipated." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Ran replied, bemused by Mumu's sudden shift in tone. Did this imply that women are indeed creatures who prioritize appearances? The collision Mumu had just experienced was perilously intense. Such a violent impact could injure even a novice martial artist. Lin Ran distinctly sensed that at the moment of impact, Jining had enveloped Mumu in source energy, ensuring her safety. Of course, given Mumu's C-class prowess, this collision would not have inflicted grievous harm upon her, yet her makeup and hairstyle remained impeccably intact. This cold-faced seductress possessed a mastery of source energy far surpassing her displayed strength. In truth, you need not express gratitude, for we have our own interests at stake, Jining conveyed to Lin Ran. Moreover, had you intervened earlier, those 3 might not have survived. "Let's change the venue," Lin Ran suggested with a smile. "This place is too crowded and chaotic for reminiscence." Reminiscence? But this is our first encounter. What history is there to recount? Mumu and Jining both noted his choice of words, but dismissed it, assuming Lin Ran had simply misspoken. "Very well, I also have a business vehicle." Mumu nodded, tilting her head to appraise Lin Ran, a charming smile gracing her lips as she whispered to Jining, "I initially thought he was merely formidable, but he is unexpectedly handsome. What a delightful surprise." Jining cast a glance at Mumu, her expression tinged with disdain as she bluntly remarked, "Shallow woman." "Oh dear, master. Admiring a handsome man is an enjoyable pursuit," Mumu said, wrapping her arm around Jining's. "You ought to try experiencing this joy with me." The notion of a master and disciple sharing an enjoyment related to men sounded rather peculiar. Faced with such a proposition, Jining remained impassive, choosing not to engage. Yet, as she observed Lin Ran's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirred within her, a fleeting sensation akin to having encountered him before, yet elusive and intangible. Chapter 39. You do not wish to marry, nor do I. An hour later, the 3 of them found themselves seated in a private dining room of a restaurant. Mumu, in a display of generosity, ordered an extravagant spread of the most expensive dishes available. "Mr. Lin, do you drink?" she inquired. "If I'm not driving, I can have a little," Lin Ran replied with a gentle nod. "You may call me Lin Ran. As Shaowan's friend, I am your friend as well." With an earnest expression, Mumu leaned on her hand, her delicate features betraying a hint of distress. "To put it bluntly, I am not ready to marry just yet, so I need a dashing young man to help shield me from my family's pressure." At this, Lin Ran couldn't help but recall his own engagement and thought to himself, "You do not wish to marry early. Neither do I wish to take a wife at this time." Noticing Lin Ran's silence, Moo Moo quickly added, "As for the price, you may set it as you wish. I should be able to afford it, as long as it means I do not have to be betrothed to that Huang Yunpeng. I am open to anything." "Anything?" Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Moo Moo. Indeed, her figure exuded a certain allure that was quite impactful. Realizing her faux pas, Moo Moo coughed lightly and clarified, "For the time being, that does not include..." "That? Not including which part?" "For the time being?" Lin Ran found it amusing, choosing not to press further. Instead, he met her gaze and remarked, "You're in Huaihai, and I am in Ningzhou. It may not be feasible for us to meet frequently. If we pretend to be a couple, your family might not believe it." Ji Ningyu had remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "They should believe us. After all, we are of similar age and appearance." "Lin Ran, why don't we try to cultivate some feelings?" Moo Moo suggested, covering her forehead as she looked down at the table, as if summoning the courage to utter those words. Yet, her hesitance did not stem from shyness. Was her request too forward, making even the ever-open Moo Moo feel somewhat uncomfortable? Cough, cough. Ji Ningyu cleared her throat, opening her eyes to glance at her disciple, and said coolly, "Be more composed." However, Moo Moo's subsequent words made it clear why she hesitated. "Alas, this is indeed not a wise idea. If we truly became close, I would be at a loss as to how to explain it to my dear Wan Wan. After all, I cannot take away someone else's beloved." "Take away someone's beloved? What nonsense!" Lin Ran felt a few strands of black lines appear on his forehead. Could Moo Moo not grasp the crux of the matter? Nevertheless, from a certain perspective, her proposition was not entirely unappealing. After all, with her stunning figure and beauty, Lin Ran would not be at a disadvantage. Yet, the key issue was that assisting Moo Moo would undoubtedly lead to complications. "This engagement of yours involves the martial factions of Daxia," Lin Ran stated. "Tianping Mountain holds a respectable position in the martial world. If Huang Yunpeng and I were to clash..." At this point, Lin Ran's train of thought shifted abruptly, and a hazy silhouette clad in white suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Qingcheng, his betrothed, was also a figure akin to a celestial being in the martial realm. What would she think if she learned of his close relationship with Moo Moo? As this thought flitted through his mind, Lin Ran found it rather amusing. He had yet to meet the so-called Qingcheng fairy in person since their childhood. Why should he be concerned about her feelings? Observing Lin Ran lost in contemplation. Ji Ningyu shook her head gently. Initially, she assumed Lin Ran was apprehensive. However, upon reconsideration, she thought it unlikely. This man was not afraid of the prominent families in Ningzhou, so why would he be intimidated by Tianping Mountain? Unexpectedly, Lin Ran's next words were, "If Huang Yunpeng and I were to have a conflict, Tianping Mountain would likely face annihilation." Annihilate Tianping Mountain? Was that necessary? Such a statement was undeniably bold. Moo Moo's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing her features as the allure and charm radiated from her. It felt as if they were merely meeting for the first time, yet they were already in sync. She had anticipated Lin Ran to be wary of Tianping Mountain's influence, but he had instead declared his intention to eradicate their faction. For reasons unknown, Moo Moo found herself ignited with a burning sensation. "No, Lin Ran, you need not go to such lengths. If you were to destroy Tianping Mountain for my sake, I would truly be at a loss as to how to repay you." Her tone was earnest. "In truth, just for the collision we had earlier, I would gladly assist you," Lin Ran replied with a smile. "No need for repayment, for I wish to foster friendship with you. I do not require repayment." Yet, as Lin Ran uttered these words, he remained unaware that in this world, the more freely given something is, the greater its true value becomes. When the day arrives that Moo Moo owes Lin Ran an insurmountable favor, how will she navigate that predicament? The typically carefree Moo Moo found herself slightly moved by Lin Ran's declaration. Rising to her feet, she poured herself a generous glass of red wine and raised it in a toast. "To express my gratitude, allow me to drink this as a gesture of respect." With that, she downed the entire glass in one go. However, in her haste, a trickle of wine escaped from the corner of her lips, cascading over her glistening chin and down her slender, milky neck, eventually pooling in the valley of her neckline. The contrast of the crimson liquid against her alabaster skin was striking, beautifully illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. Oblivious to this, Mumu set her glass down forcefully, intending to speak to Lin Ran when her master, Ji Ningyu, interjected coolly, "Wipe your neckline." Neckline. Oh. Mumu looked down, suddenly aware of the dampness at her chest. She hurriedly retrieved a tissue to dab at her dress's neckline, but in her absent-mindedness, she failed to turn around, leaving Lin Ran to witness the entire spectacle. This was unexpected. Mumu's cheeks flushed as she stammered then. Meeting Lin Ran's gaze, she playfully blinked, turning the situation around. "So what do you think? Is it appealing?" Lin Ran coughed lightly, finishing his glass of wine and averting his gaze. Your skin is quite fair." Ji Ningyu observed her disciple and shook her head. "Mumu, if you feel my presence here is superfluous, I can step outside." In truth, their relationship was more akin to that of sisters than teacher and disciple. However, due to their backgrounds and experiences, Ji Ningyu's demeanor was notably conservative, occasionally struggling to adapt to her disciple's more liberated banter. Mumu elongated her tone, her voice tinged with a playful lilt. "I understand, my beautiful master." Lin Ran chuckled. "So what should we do next? Should I find time to accompany you back to the Mu family?" "For now, that won't be necessary. Let us take a selfie first to show my family my new boyfriend," Mumu replied, her spirits evidently lifted. After speaking, she settled beside Lin Ran, wrapping her arms around his neck and bringing his face close to hers. Lin Ran was instantly enveloped by a delicate fragrance that seemed to penetrate his senses, leaving him feeling uplifted. In that moment, he instinctively discerned that this delightful aroma did not emanate from any perfume, but was rather the unique scent that belonged to Mumu herself. A woman with a natural fragrance. How rare that is. With one arm around Lin Ran, Mumu held her phone aloft, pouting her rosy lips and pausing just an inch from Lin Ran's face. From her photographic angle, it appeared as though her lips had already brushed against his skin. "1, 2, 3, cheese," Mumu exclaimed before pressing the shutter button. Snap! The image captured a certain intimacy between the two. "May I post this photo on my social media?" Mumu inquired. "Wouldn't it reveal your face?" "Not a concern. If we're to play a part, let us fully commit," Lin Ran replied, unperturbed. "All right, full commitment it is." Mumu snapped her fingers and promptly hit the send button. "Oh dear, once this photo is sent out, I fear it will unleash a storm of trouble upon you," Mumu observed, her gaze on Lin Ran tinged with a hint of remorse. "You truly are a loyal friend. Friends should never stand on ceremony." Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively, jokingly adding, "At worst, I shall offer myself in return." "Fine. Just hope you want tea back out when the time comes," Mumu replied with a playful smile. Ji Ningyu, however, seemed unfazed by the playful banter between the young couple. She lifted her glass and addressed Lin Ran. "Thank you." With that, she tilted her head back and drained her drink. Yet, as she performed this action, certain curves became even more striking. In Ji Ningyu's eyes, Lin Ran exhibited remarkable talent in martial arts, with his insights into the theories of source energy being refreshingly straightforward. If he were to become Mu's nominal boyfriend, he would likely deter Huang Yunpeng from any advances. "I'm going to the restroom," Mumu announced as she stood. Once she departed, the room was left with just the two of them, and the atmosphere suddenly felt palpably quiet. Ji Ningyu appeared somewhat uncomfortable being alone with the young man, sipping her drink in silence. However, her calm demeanor belied any significant discomfort. Lin Ran glanced at her and smiled. "It seems Sister Ji has forgotten about me." Sister Ji? The term felt overly familiar. Ji Ningyu's gaze became slightly awkward. She had always perceived Lin Ran as someone who did not engage in frivolous flirtations. Yet this remark seemed rather flippant, as though he were attempting to draw closer. Sitting up straight, Ji Ningyu grasped her glass, staring into the ruby liquid, and replied, "Is this not our first meeting today? Does your abdomen still ache after all these years?" Lin Ran inquired. At his words, Ji Ningyu's body stiffened. She turned to Lin Ran, disbelief washing over her previously composed features. Chapter 40. An Unexpected Reunion. Do you still experience pain in your lower abdomen? This question might sound like a casual inquiry about menstrual discomfort, seemingly lacking seriousness. However, only Ji Ningyu truly comprehended its significance, for she bore an injury in that very region, one that had never fully healed. This was a closely guarded secret, unknown even to the elders of the Ji family. Remarkably, they were unaware that their strongest member of this generation carried an unhealable wound. Ji Ningyu was burdened with numerous familial responsibilities, and she could not afford to reveal her injury, as it would invite unnecessary troubles. for the past 2 or 3 years. There were always a few days each month when she would endure excruciating abdominal pain, tossing and turning in bed at night. Yet once those days passed, it was as if nothing had occurred. The pain receded like a receding tide, leaving no trace. Faced with the torment that felt as if it could shatter her very core, Jin Yu could only withstand it through sheer willpower. If she attempted to channel her source energy to resist the pain, it would only amplify the agony several-fold in a short time. Over the past 2 years, Jin Yu had concealed her suffering remarkably well, to the extent that even her closest companion, Mu, had not sensed anything amiss. Yet, how did Lin Ran come to know of such a deeply hidden matter? After a moment of shock, Jin Yu inhaled deeply, her eyes flashing with intense wariness as her source energy began to circulate. She coldly asked, "How do you know?" If Lin Ran could not provide a satisfactory explanation, Jin Yu would likely take immediate action. Her injury was a matter of utmost secrecy, and it was crucial that it remained undisclosed. This issue entailed too much, and to protect her secret, Jin Yu was prepared to adopt a ruthless demeanor. Lin Ran sensed the ominous energy emanating from Jin Yu and smiled slightly. "Little G, you seem to be overreacting. Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Jin Yu remained silent, her gaze still icy, yet a flicker of doubt began to surface in her eyes. 3 years ago, in the Black Sea, on Boro Island, Lin Ran's lips parted to speak. Upon mentioning the time and place, Jin Yu's body stiffened once more, her form visibly trembling. The silhouette of a figure clad in black emerged vividly in her mind, a memory deeply etched yet never spoken of. "Was it you who saved me back then?" Jin Yu's eyes shimmered, her emotions stirred. To single-handedly confront Boro Island with an initial grade A-level strength was indeed admirable. Lin Ran smiled. "I never anticipated we would meet again here. The world is truly small. The world may not be small, yet reunions often arrive unexpectedly." Jin Yu's eyes seemed to brew a tempest, and after taking a deep breath and biting her lip, she rose, bending her knees to kneel before him. "My life belongs to you. Gracious Savior, please allow me to pay my respects." She placed her hands on the ground, her waist bowing low, her forehead touching the back of her hands. This gesture accentuated the graceful curves of her waist and hips, exuding a palpable allure that was hard to ignore. Perhaps the Frosty G sister did not fully grasp the impact of her humble submission. Lin Ran forcefully diverted his gaze from her enticing form and quickly reached out to assist her in rising. "To be honest, I had long found Boro Island distasteful. I merely took the opportunity to eliminate them while rescuing you," Lin Ran remarked. "As friends, there is truly no need for such formalities." Jin Yu allowed him to pull her up, her eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill forth. The storm brewing in her eyes had begun to pour. At that moment, Lin Ran was oblivious to the fact that Jin Yu had never allowed another male to touch her, not even her arm, and he was the sole exception. Boro Island was a medium-sized isle among the Black Sea archipelago, home to 1,000 pirates. 4 talented youths from the G family had been raided by the pirates while on a mission, resulting in the loss of their cargo and leaving 2 dead and 2 severely injured. This incident dealt a heavy blow to the G family, particularly because those 4 youths were Jin Yu's younger brothers, whom she had always cared for deeply. Thus, she resolved to venture alone to the Black Sea, determined to confront Boro Island. Although she had achieved A-level martial prowess by then, human strength has its limits. After vanquishing hundreds of lower-tier pirates and a dozen B-level warriors, as well as a fledgling A-level opponent, she ultimately found herself exhausted. The most critical factor was that her intelligence had been flawed. Unbeknownst to her, an A-level peak pirate still lurked on the island. Even at her full strength, Jin Yu could not contend with a peak A-level opponent, especially in her weakened state. Devoid of energy and combat ability, given her beauty and form, her fate in the hands of those pirates was all too predictable. Alas, the peak A-level pirate was overwhelmingly powerful, extinguishing any hope of victory in Jin Yu's heart. She was struck in the abdomen by his blade, blood gushing forth. Her source energy rendered inactive, leaving her utterly defenseless. Just as despair enveloped her, a figure donning a black mask descended from above, rescuing her from the clutches of the peak pirate and carrying her away. That savior was Lin Ran. However, due to her grievous injuries, Jin Yu had no opportunity to converse with him. She lost consciousness shortly after being rescued. When she awoke, It was in the hospital of the Great Siam Military Defense Corps. She had no recollection of how she returned or what transpired during her unconscious state. The memories of that brutal island battle were shrouded in a haze of crimson, with only the image of the descending figure remaining clear. From that moment onward, Ji Ningyu never mentioned the Pirate Island incident to anyone, including her disciple, Mu Mu, whom she had taken years prior. Yet, over the past 2 years, her desire to uncover the identity of her savior intensified. With each passing day, her obsession grew stronger. Fortuitously, encounters often occur when least expected. After Lin Ran helped her to her feet, Ji Ningyu lifted her gaze to him and softly inquired, "May I embrace you?" Before Lin Ran could respond, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. It was an embrace devoid of reservation, a connection felt deeply through their entwined forms. This embrace spoke of life and death, gratitude, and a reunion that transcended time and bloodshed. Had those familiar with Ji Ningyu witnessed this scene, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. She had always been aloof with men, dismissive to the point of indifference. How could she possibly initiate an embrace with another man? Yet now, Ji Ningyu indeed embraced Lin Ran, and with such fervor, it felt like an outpouring of emotion. Lin Ran could feel her heart racing, even from across the snowy peaks. "I've been slow to realize. I should have known it was you from the very first moment we met," Ji Ningyu confessed. Her tears had already soaked Lin Ran's shoulder. "Come find me when you have the time. Let me examine your injuries. Perhaps there's a way to remedy them," Lin Ran suggested. This statement, when interpreted on a deeper level, could evoke many ambiguous scenarios. Ji Ningyu, of course, harbored no dissenting thoughts and promptly acquiesced, saying, "All right." If this proposition had come from another man, she would have refused without hesitation. Yet, only Lin Ran possessed an undeniable persuasive power over her. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the private room. It must be Mu Mu returning from the restroom. Ji Ningyu quickly took a step back, seated herself at the table, and dabbed at the traces of tears on her face with a tissue. Just as she set the tissue down, the doorknob turned, and Mu Mu entered. Consequently, she beheld a man and a woman sitting upright. Mu Mu smiled and inquired, "While I was away, how did your conversation fare?" However, Ji Ningyu's reddened eyes immediately caught her attention. "Master, what happened? Who bullied you?" Despite her usual carefree demeanor, Mu Mu was momentarily flustered, for she had never witnessed her mentor in tears before. "It's nothing," Ji Ningyu replied impassively, gesturing towards a dish before her. "This fish contains wasabi." "Oh, I see," Mu Mu responded with a smile. "But, Master, your tears certainly evoke a strong desire to cherish you." Ji Ningyu, stating she was full, set down her chopsticks and exited the private room without casting Lin Ran another glance. Observing this, Lin Ran smiled faintly. Although Ji Ningyu lacked any acting prowess, as long as she maintained her usual aloof demeanor, no one would realize the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Mu Mu picked up a slice of fish and popped it in her mouth, only to express confusion. There's no wasabi in this dish." Lin Ran feigned ignorance, lowering his head to continue eating. As Lin Ran engaged in conversation with Mu Mu within the private room, the photograph she had sent out had already been seen by many. In Huaihai Province, Qingzhou City, the Mu family. What is this girl up to? When did she start dating? A man clad in martial arts attire sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on the photo on his phone, his expression dark and brooding, starkly contrasting with Mu Mu's radiant smile in the picture. His name was Mu Shansheng, Mu Mu's third uncle and a formidable contender for the position of the next head of the Mu family. This girl is becoming increasingly reckless. Doesn't she realize that her actions could provoke Huang Yunpeng and Tianping Mountain? Our family desperately needs the support of Tianping Mountain right now. Mu Mu's actions could jeopardize everything. Another man, equally incensed, spoke up, "Third brother, we need to contact Mu Mu immediately and urge her to delete that photo." The speaker was the fourth brother, Mu Rulin, who appeared to be in his 40s, often trailing behind the third brother, Mu Shansheng. He had little hope of inheriting the family leadership, possessing only mediocre affinity with source energy, and had consumed countless source crystal liquids to elevate himself to an E-level warrior. His vices included excessive drinking and womanizing, resulting in several illegitimate children. Indeed, if Huang Yunpeng sees that photo, it would spell disaster, Mu Shansheng said grimly, retrieving his phone to initiate a video call. However, before he could dial, another call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, Mu Shanqing's expression darkened even further. It was Huang Yunpeng, the eldest disciple of Tianping Mountain. Chapter 41. Impeccable Third Uncle. This is Yunpeng. Upon answering the call, Huang Yunpeng's deep voice resonated from the other end. Mu Shanqing's heart tightened immediately. In truth, compared to the Mu family, Tianping Mountain wielded significantly greater influence. With the remarkable talent of their elder disciple Huang Yunpeng, this sect was poised to hold substantial weight in the future landscape of the great Xia martial world. Thus, Mu Shanqing sought to facilitate this marriage, aiming to tightly bind the Mu family with Tianping Mountain. However, at this moment, Mu Shanqing could only feign ignorance, striving to infuse his tone with a hint of enthusiasm as he inquired, "Yunpeng, what brings you to call me at this hour?" Huang Yunpeng's voice turned grave. "I wonder if third uncle has seen the photo that Mu posted 10 minutes ago?" Mu Shanqing, perplexed, replied, "Did Mu post a photo? I just checked my phone and am not yet aware." "Third uncle, I find Mu's attributes relatively satisfactory. However, as a potential partner, she is not irreplaceable to me. Do you understand?" Huang Yunpeng's tone was laced with suppressed anger. Since the Mu family wishes for Mu to marry into Tianping Mountain, it would be best for you to intervene and clear away the distractions surrounding her. Mu Shanqing had already scolded the reckless Mu in his mind countless times. He hastily responded, "Yunpeng, please do not rush. Allow me to investigate the matter thoroughly before I reach out to you." "Very well." After a brief silence, Huang Yunpeng continued, "Third uncle, I will be entering seclusion for a few days to solidify my A-level realm. Upon my return, I hope to hear good news, preferably that Mu herself comes to apologize to me. Rest assured, Yunpeng, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. The Mu family will ensure that Mu does not act in a manner that dishonors Tianping Mountain." Mu Shanqing took a deep breath, wishing he could deliver a few sharp slaps to Mu right then and there. "I have regarded Mu's actions as a provocation," Huang Yunpeng stated coolly. "After all, not many men would relish the idea of being the subject of ridicule. If you cannot handle the situation, I have no qualms about personally seeking an explanation from the Mu family. Personally go to the Mu family." At this moment, Huang Yunpeng had already attained the A-level realm. If he truly led the experts from Tianping Mountain to demand an explanation, could the Mu family withstand it? After speaking, Huang Yunpeng gave Mu Shanqing no opportunity to respond and abruptly hung up, leaving no room for consideration. "Third brother, what did Huang Yunpeng say?" inquired the fourth brother, Mu Ruilin. Mu Shanqing did not respond, his expression dark as he smashed his phone to the ground in frustration. Immediately summoned Mu back. She must go to Tianping Mountain and kneel to apologize to Huang Yunpeng. Mu Shanqing tugged at his collar, panting heavily. However, Mu Ruilin, with a glint of cleverness in his eyes, suggested, "Third brother, we could leverage this situation. If Mu insists on refusing to marry Huang Yunpeng, it could severely impact our second brother's chances of succeeding as the head of the family. Regardless of how this unfolds, it will be advantageous for us." Mu Shanqing nodded thoughtfully, then replied, "You are correct, but we must prepare for both outcomes. Even if I become the head of the family, I do not wish to be at odds with Tianping Mountain." "Very well. I shall call Mu now." Mu Ruilin chuckled softly this time. "I am curious to see how our second brother will protect his precious daughter once his seclusion concludes." Meanwhile, Mu was still engrossed in conversation with Lin Ran about family matters, seemingly unperturbed by the question of whether there was mustard in the dish. "This is how our family operates, embroiled in internal power struggles, with relatives harboring mutual distrust. It can be quite exhausting," Mu said, resting her chin on her hands. "Sometimes I truly wish to escape and wander the world with my friend Wan. Lin Ran laughed. "What kind of adventure would two young ladies embark upon? You should at least bring along a man." Mu winked playfully. "What, do you wish to join us?" "I would not mind. After all, you're quite handsome and in good shape. I wouldn't be at a disadvantage." Good shape. That phrase left much to the imagination. Lin Ran shot her a sidelong glance, saying, "A girl who has never been with a man is trying to act like a seasoned rogue." Feeling slightly indignant, Mu retorted, "How do you know I've never been with a man?" However, she soon noticed Lin Ran's gaze drifting towards her abdomen. "I can sense your physical condition." Unfazed by Lin Ran's scrutiny, Mu boldly challenged, "You think you could deduce my experiences just by looking at me? Nonsense. What does that have to do with my physical state?" Yet, in the next moment, Mu realized the implication of Lin Ran's words, instinctively squeezing her long legs together. So, that's what you meant. Can you really see through to that? Lin ran, unwilling to concede before this audacious girl. Took a sip of red wine and smiled. I cannot speak for other high-level martial artists, but if I concentrate, I can discern whether you are lacking in certain aspects. Lacking in certain aspects? What do you mean? Mumu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at Lin Ran's statement, feeling as if she were exposed under his gaze. Nevertheless, Mumu defiantly replied, "You are not wrong. I am indeed still intact." Intact? Perhaps that is synonymous with perfection? Lin Ran felt a strange warmth at her words. Thus, I have no desire to give Huang Yunpeng an advantage. Mumu scoffed. I have heard that many female disciples of Tianping Mountain have fallen for him. This charming elder brother is not as virtuous as he appears. Indeed, Huang Yunpeng held a high status within Tianping Mountain, attracting the affections of many female disciples, some of whom bore his children only to be expelled under the pretext of violating sect rules, wandering sorrowfully through the martial world. At that moment, Mumu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she realized it was her fourth uncle, Murulin. Looks like that photo had an effect, Mumu remarked, sitting beside Lin Ran and turning to him. Are you ready to make your appearance, my faux boyfriend? As Mumu turned to speak, the distance between her and Lin Ran diminished, her breath brushing against his ear, ticklish. Ready, Lin Ran replied, glancing at Mumu's luscious lips, swallowing hard. Mumu's face lit up with a smile. You just swallowed. Lin Ran maintained a stoic expression. I did not. I'm answering now. Mumu leaned in closer. Make sure to act convincingly. Understood, Lin Ran affirmed, placing his hand on Mumu's slim waist. Her body tensed momentarily, but she shot him a glance before pressing the answer button. Mumu, what are you doing right now? As soon as Murulin saw Mumu's alluring face on the screen, he was filled with ire. Uncle, it's so late. Of course, I am with my man. Mumu slightly adjusted the camera angle, ensuring both her and Lin Ran's faces appeared on screen. Quick, Ran, greet Uncle. Ran? Lin Ran nearly choked at that nickname, his expression stiffening considerably. At this moment, the camera was focused on him, and Lin Ran could only cough twice, managing to squeeze out a smile as he greeted, Hello, Uncle C. Although his words were polite, his hand resting on Mumu's waist was far from courteous. As he pinched her softly, this slender waist was indeed quite soft. Mumu maintained her expression, still smiling. But she lifted her high heel and stepped on Lin Ran's foot. He inhaled sharply. When would the cycle of vengeance end? At that moment, Murue Lin cast a cold glance at Lin Ran and said, Kid, name your price. How much would it take for you to leave Mumu? Such straightforwardness was striking. Lin Ran's smile remained unchanged as he replied, Uncle C, my feelings for Mumu run deep. How could they be measured in monetary terms? Murue Lin fixed his gaze on Lin Ran, stating, I'll offer you $5 million. Take the money and disappear. Absolutely not. Mumu is my girlfriend. Our love is genuine. Lin Ran was resolute. No matter how much you offer, I will never give up Mumu. Mumu watched Lin Ran's performance with a smile, sipping her tea, showing no intention of intervening. Murue Lin's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 10 million. He continued, This is your last chance. If you choose not to take the money and leave, then prepare to vanish without a trace. Unexpectedly, Lin Ran responded, Uncle C, I believe you would not wish for Mumu's child to be born without a father. Would you? What? Murue Lin's hand trembled, causing his phone to slip and fall to the ground. Mumu also spat out a mouthful of water, subsequently choking and coughing. What audacity Lin Ran displayed. Murue Lin was so furious his hand shook as he finally retrieved his phone. At that moment, the third brother, Mu Shancheng, took the phone and, with a stern expression, said to Lin Ran, I want to speak with Mumu. You can speak directly to me. After all, I am Mumu's boyfriend. Lin Ran beamed brilliantly. Seeing Lin Ran's expression, Mu Shancheng was filled with rage. Suppressing the impulse to smash the phone, he retorted, Kid, you're not qualified to talk to me. Mumu is already carrying my child. Do I still lack the qualification to converse with you? All right, just wait. Mu Shancheng's eyes were filled with intense hostility. Dare you tell me where you are? Just as Lin Ran was about to reply, Mumu leaned closer to the screen, wrapping an arm around Lin Ran's neck, and said to Mu Shancheng, Third uncle, why are you so angry? I found a boyfriend. Shouldn't he be happy for me? I'm already pregnant with Ran's child. Mu Shancheng pointed at the screen, shaking with anger. How could the illustrious Mu family produce such a shameless being like you? In that moment, Mu's smile remained unchanged, seemingly anticipating such insults. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's gaze had turned icy. He took the phone from Mu's hand, fixed a stare on Mu Shancheng, and said as an adult, "One must be accountable for their words. I await your personal apology to Mu. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Chapter 42. The Abandoned Child of the Lin Family? Lin Ran was genuinely incensed. After terminating the video call, he turned to Mu and declared, "What qualifications does such a person have to be called senior?" Mu, who believed in love freely, had been labeled as shameless. By uttering such words, Mu Shancheng had indeed narrowed his own path. However, Mu remained silent, instead gazing at him with a radiant smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment under Mu's sparkling gaze. She blinked and teased, "No man has ever stood up for me like this. Are you not afraid I might be so touched that I fall in love with you?" Although her words appeared flirtatious, there was a subtle redness around her eyes. To her, Lin Ran's defiance against her family's elders, despite their brief acquaintance, was profoundly moving. "That's not possible. I am betrothed," Lin Ran replied with a smile. Mu was direct. "Then tell me who your betrothed is, and I'll go dig her corner." "Her name is Su Qingcheng. I haven't seen her in many years," Lin Ran stated plainly. "When was the last time you saw your betrothed?" Mu asked with a smile, clearly skeptical, believing Lin Ran was joking. "Probably when both Su Qingcheng and I were in diapers," he replied. "Diapers? You are quite the scoundrel." Mu's words trailed off, her smile freezing on her face. "Who did you just mention?" "Su Qingcheng." "Su Qingcheng?" Surprise and disbelief flooded Mu's eyes as she exclaimed, "You mean that enchanting fairy?" Lin Ran nodded. "Indeed, the very same. Her father is Su Ritian, or rather, Su Hao. If anyone else had said that, I would have thought they were boasting. But if it comes from you..." Mu paused, not revealing whether she believed him or not, and instead remarked, "In any case, digging into the corner of that enchanting fairy will not be an easy task." It was rare to see Miss Mu sigh, her delicate face betraying a hint of frustration. Lin Ran had not been in the country for long and was unaware of the significant influence his betrothed held. "Why do you not think I am boasting?" Lin Ran asked, amused by Mu's reaction. Mu, seemingly never doubting him, shrugged her pristine shoulders and stood up, stating, "If your fiancé truly is Su Qingcheng, then the rivals you will face are certainly not of the caliber of Huang Yunpeng from Tianping Mountain." Lin Ran shook his head with a smile. "I have no desire to marry so soon. I would rather dissolve the engagement." Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are serious, not joking? Men who admire the enchanting fairy are as numerous as fish in a river, and you wish to annul your engagement?" "Of course," Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. "The world is so beautiful. Why must I hang myself on a single tree?" Mu regarded him thoughtfully, her gaze deepening with significance as she softly remarked, "You may not fully understand what kind of tree that is. In the Cheng family estate, even at 2 in the morning, the lights in a certain room remained illuminated. A man, around 30, sat within, his expression grave. He was of average height, with a buzz cut, and possessed an unremarkable appearance, one that would easily be lost in a crowd. Li Feishue, injured by Jining Yu, knelt before him on one knee. Having changed out of her fitted skirt into loose practice attire, her injuries were hastily bandaged, yet her pallor was evident. Jining Yu's forceful attack had inflicted severe internal damage, and blood occasionally seeped from the corner of her mouth. After a long silence, the man rose to address her. "Feishue, I asked you to politely invite him back, not to handle it this way." "Young master, I apologize. It was my fault." Li Feishue lowered her head. She had been kneeling for over 2 hours, her legs numb, yet she dare not rise. From her address, it was clear that this man was Cheng Hongyu, the eldest son of the Cheng family. Cheng Hongyu had indeed instructed Li Feishue to be more courteous in bringing Lin Ran back, but she had focused solely on the act of bringing him back, entirely neglecting the need for courtesy. Her threats against Lin Ran had resulted in her own injury. "Feishue, it is precisely due to the actions of many in our family that we find ourselves on a downward spiral." Cheng Hongyu shook his head, visibly frustrated. "He initially refused me, so Li Feishue began, but hesitated, realizing her mistake. Indeed, the young master's expression darkened further. "When you spoke so rudely, Did you not consider that the battle blade from the confidential sequence remains embedded in our family's reception hall? Chung Hongyu approached, delivering a kick to Li Feishua's shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. Xiao Hanbing had stated that he would return personally to retrieve the blade, which is why no one from the Chung family dared to remove it. No one wished to follow in the footsteps of Chung Shiliang. After all, the second young master of the Chung family lay in a hospital bed, gravely injured by a residual force from Xiao Hanbing. Li Feishue, after being knocked down, endured the pain in silence and promptly knelt again. If you remain oblivious to the situation, then this family is doomed. Chung Hongyu gasped. Chung Qingyang lost an arm to that Lin Ran. I refuse to share my cousin's fate. Recognizing her blunder, Li Feishue declared, Young master, I will seek Mr. Lin's forgiveness at once. That would be futile. You do not possess the standing to warrant his attention. Chung Hongyu sighed. I will find an opportunity to apologize personally. Understood. Li Feishue bowed deeply, aware that her standing with the young master had significantly diminished. Chung Hongyu continued, prepare the compensation for the hotel, and within 3 days, procure the latest model of that sports car. I will present it to Lin Ran. As Li Feishue was about to respond, Chung Hongyu added, this matter cannot remain concealed for long, but do not let anyone in the family know, not even my father. Understand? His tone conveyed a sternness. His father was Chung Dongfang. I understand. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you again. Li Feishue promise earnestly. Chung Hongyu said nothing further and strode out. In that moment, an unsettling aura radiated from him, a pressure of status that left even Li Feishue, newly entered into the B level, gasping for breath. Gazing at the young master's retreating figure, Li Feishue realized that her master seemed to have chosen a path contrary to the entire family. The following morning, upon awakening, Lin Ran discovered the hotel manager waiting respectfully at his door. Upon seeing Lin Ran, admiration and reverence sparkled in the manager's eyes. Mr. Lin, the Chung family delivered the compensation late last night, and they even provided several times the amount. The manager remarked, I have transferred the additional funds to your bank account. Lin Ran did not decline, but instead inquired, what did they say about the car? They mentioned that within 3 days, the Chung family will personally deliver the latest model to you, the manager replied. Lin Ran nodded, saying, all right, I await their news. I appreciate your efforts. It's no trouble at all. It is my duty, the manager insisted repeatedly. He had already resolved to convene a meeting upon his return, instructing all hotel staff to treat Mr. Lin as if he were a deity. After all, in the entire Ningzhou, or even the whole Liaojiang province, who could so effortlessly compel the Chung family to submit? At this moment, Lin Kaiga was having breakfast with his father, Lin Qingtsong. After several hesitations, he finally spoke, Dad. Lin Ran has returned. Strictly speaking, Lin Kaiga could be considered Lin Ran's cousin, and he was the most promising candidate to inherit the family's power. Currently overseeing the family's source crystal mining trade, Lin Ran has returned. Which Lin Ran? Lin Qingtsong sipped his porridge, speaking without even setting down his bowl and chopsticks. In reality, he was over 60, but appeared merely in his 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a prominent mustache that lent him an air of authority. He's the son brought back by my uncle, the one who was later expelled from the family, Lin Kaiga explained, adjusting his glasses, slightly surprised by his father's words. After all, Lin Ran had been expelled by his father's direct order, and it had been 10 years. Had this name truly slipped his father's memory? Oh, it is the boy who once incapacitated by Shoulin. Lin Qingtsong shook his head, a glimmer of intrigue appearing in his eyes. Does he seek revenge against the Lin family? This question was rather direct and unfriendly. Currently, there is no indication of such intent from Lin Ran, Lin Kaiga replied, but previously, there was a conflict between him and the Chung family. Last night, Chung Hongyu's people clashed with Lin Ran at the hotel entrance. As he spoke, Lin Kaiga retrieved his phone and played a video. This video was the hotel's surveillance footage, capturing the entire confrontation between Li Feishue and Lin Ran, though it remained unclear how Lin Kaiga had obtained it. After watching the video, Lin Qingtsong fell into silence for a moment before stating, I recall that Lin Ran had considerable talent in the past. Indeed, at that age, he was capable of defeating Bai Shoulin. No one from my generation possesses his talent, Lin Kaiga affirmed, a hint of wariness glimmering in his eyes. Though Lin Kaiga had previously declared his neutrality in the conflict between the Chung and Lin families, Such a stance could be interpreted as using those two families as pawns. However, upon scrutinizing the video, one would notice that Lin Ran did not strike a single blow throughout the encounter. If it weren't for the car accident, he might have been severely injured by Li Fei-Xue. It was those two women who saved him, Lin Qingsong remarked calmly. Lin Kaigan nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for Mu Mu and Jining Yu's intervention, Lin Ran would likely have been taken away by Cheng Hongyu. Though he was clever as child, it does not guarantee greatness in adulthood. Over the years, deprived of the Lin family's resources, how far could Lin Ran truly go? Lin Qingsong set down the phone and resumed his porridge, speaking with indifference. Perhaps he is merely a man living off a woman's support now, not worthy of concern. Understood. Lin Kaigan nodded, though he appeared somewhat unsettled, adding, but, should I meet him? Lin Qingsong's face twisted into a mocking smirk. He is merely a discarded child of the Lin family. Does he deserve such consideration? Chapter 43. The Peril of a Rainy Night. Master, what do you think of him? Mu Mu inquired, as she and Ji Ningyu resided approximately 5 kilometers from Lin Ran's hotel. According to Miss Mu's plan, she intended to remain here until her family dispatched someone to separate her from Lin Ran. Not bad, Ji Ningyu replied, her gaze seemingly drifting through a myriad of memories. Is that such a simple assessment? Mu Mu remarked. However, it is rare for a man to receive your commendation. This 3-word evaluation carries significant weight. Indeed, Ji Ningyu was typically aloof, offering no warmth to men. A few influential figures from a Mu family had once expressed admiration for her, yet she had utterly disregarded them. After a moment of silence, Ji Ningyu added, he is a person worthy of trust. Ji Ningyu understood that, given her beauty, being rescued by Lin Ran while maintaining her dignity meant he was not the type to exploit a vulnerable moment. He could uphold his principles. Is not a person of such character deserving of trust? Upon awakening from her unconsciousness, Ji Ningyu's first instinct was not to assess her injuries, but to sense a particular aspect of her body. Upon realizing no one had traversed the shortest path to her heart, she sighed in relief. Her gratitude towards Lin Ran growing deeper. That gratitude had lingered until now. Mu Mu turned to admire Ji Ningyu's elegant profile. As if recalling something, she asked, Master, I just had that dish too, and it seemed to lack mustard. How did it make you cry? Mu Mu was genuinely puzzled. Even if the dish contained mustard, her master's prowess should have enabled her to easily suppress such discomfort. Why then were her eyes red? Upon hearing this, Ji Ningyu's expression remained unchanged, yet her gaze momentarily stiffened. She offered no explanation, instead closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Mu Mu seemed unconcerned, as her master's demeanor was typically like this. However, upon returning to the hotel, Ji Ningyu did not immediately wash up and rest. Instead, she lingered for half an hour before departing her room. Upon exiting the hotel, Ji Ningyu hastened towards Lin Ran's residence. A mere few kilometers posed no challenge for a martial artist of her caliber and, in previous instances, would not consume much time. Yet, today her pace was not swift. In fact, as she walked, her delicate brows began to furrow. The discomfort in her abdomen resurfaced, gradually spreading. For the past 2 to 3 years, Ji Ningyu had endured a few days of pain each month, an affliction that appeared without warning, leaving her helpless. Based on her previous experiences, Ji Ningyu anticipated that in a few hours, the pain would reach its peak, by which time Lin Ran would likely be by her side. The mere thought of that young man suddenly filled her with a sense of security. However, today as circumstances seemed different. She had not ventured far when the discomfort in her abdomen abruptly escalated into excruciating pain, halting her steps entirely. This agonizing sensation struck without warning, offering no respite. It surged to its zenith in an instant. Ji Ningyu's brows knitted tightly, her lips pressed together, clutching her abdomen as she bent over, unable to contain her anguish. Damn it, why is it so painful this time? Ji Ningyu murmured softly. Based on her prior experiences, she knew she could not channel her internal energy to suppress this pain. Doing so would amplify the agony exponentially. Yet, a distinguished A-level expert found herself incapacitated by this torment. Ji Ningyu's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming instantly on her forehead. She attempted to take a step forward, but the piercing pain erupted once more, making her feel as though she were being torn apart. Gasping for breath, Ji Ningyu pressed her hands against her abdomen and knelt on one knee. At this hour of the night, the streets were desolate, with no passers-by to offer assistance, nor any kind-hearted soul to escort her to a hospital. Moreover, even if she were to enter a hospital, such an affliction might be beyond the capabilities of a conventional facility. Within the realm of energy systems, many previous studies on the human body would need to be re-evaluated. After enduring 10 long minutes, Jining felt the pain begin to recede slightly and attempted to rise. At this moment, her white attire was drenched in sweat, clinging to her form and accentuating her graceful silhouette. After much effort, she finally straightened her back, realizing she must reach Lin Ran without delay. On such a night, human desires can easily be magnified. Should any male martial artist pass by and witness her in this state, it would undoubtedly give rise to inappropriate intentions. In her current condition, Jining possessed no capacity for resistance. Even an E-level martial artist could subdue her effortlessly. I never anticipated that Miss Ji from the Ji family would be reduced to this state. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from afar. In truth, I have long suspected you bore unresolved injuries, yet I never found the opportunity to confirm it. Upon hearing this, Jining's heart sank. Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. It was the very scenario she had dreaded most. The intruder was not merely a martial artist, but a skilled one who recognized her. Jining turned her gaze towards the voice, and a figure emerged from the shadows, gradually becoming clearer to her eyes. Mu Lianchuan. Jining hissed, striving to stand tall, her expression remaining frosty. Yet, her pallid complexion and lips devoid of color betrayed her current frailty. This man, Mu Lianchuan, had long been a trusted aide to Mu Shancheng, the third elder of the Mu family. Though not of their bloodline, he had been adopted and nurtured by the Mu family from a young age, displaying notable martial talent, and had become Mu Shancheng's foremost confidant. Over the years, Mu Lianchuan had performed numerous unsavory tasks for Mu Shancheng. Clearly, tonight's events were among them. Mu Shancheng's response had evidently exceeded the expectations of both Mu and Jining. They had presumed it would take 3 to 4 days for him to react and send someone from Huaihai province to the Northern Territory. Yet they had not anticipated that his confidant had been lurking here all along. After concluding a video call with Lin Ran, Mu Shancheng had issued the order for retaliation. Why, Miss Ningyu, are you surprised to see me here? Mu Lianchuan chuckled, his gaze shamelessly surveying Jining's exquisite form, lingering on certain curves for an extra moment. The implications of his gaze unmistakably crude. Mu Lianchuan, if you continue to look at me like that, do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes? Jiningyu retorted coldly. However, her voice lacked its usual icy edge, a consequence of her weakened state, rendering her unable to project her inherent aura. Do not feign innocence. Miss Ningyu. Mu Lianchuan blinked, his eyes seemingly teasing her. Had this been the old you would have struck me without hesitation. If you still possessed your strength, why would you utter such words? Indeed, Mu Lianchuan had thoroughly grasped Jining's character. Jining was invited by Mu's father from the Ji family to assist in enhancing Mu's strength. Typically, she paid little attention to other senior members of the Mu family, her demeanor cold and distant to an extreme. It was inconceivable for her to regard someone like Mu Lianchuan as anything but a mere pawn. What do you want, appearing here in the dead of night? Jining inhaled deeply, her voice steady but laced with tension. However, her breath caused her already exaggerated curves to rise and fall dramatically, prompting Mu Lianchuan to steal several furtive glances. He wiped his mouth with his hand, chuckling softly. Miss Ningyu is indeed a rare beauty. If I were to let you go tonight, would I still be a man? As he spoke, Mu Lianchuan took a significant step forward, closing the distance between them to merely 2 or 3 meters. The night breeze brushed past as he inhaled deeply, savoring the air. A beauty is a beauty. Even the scent of sweat is sweet and fragrant. His perverse demeanor incited a fierce desire in Jining to twist his head off. Yet, she found herself utterly unable to summon even a fraction of her power, rendering her no match for Mu Lianchuan. Curse you, you scoundrel. Jining's eyes brimmed with resentment. Ordinarily, Mu Lianchuan barely reached the threshold of B-level strength. Not even at the mid-tier. She could have dispatched him effortlessly. Yet now, the tables had turned completely. Why aren't you making your move? Mu Lianchuan, confident in her inability to retaliate, smirked wickedly. I'm right here, waiting for you to come and finish me off. At that moment, a sudden surge of pain erupted within Jining, intensifying dramatically. In an instant, the agony coursed through her entire being. Even with her formidable willpower, she couldn't suppress a pained gasp as she clutched her abdomen and collapsed to the ground, the excruciating sensations rendering her incapable of rising. Her eyes were filled with anguish. "Wow, this is truly spectacular," Mu Yinchuan remarked with a smile. "I've always sensed something amiss with you. You seem to vanish for days each month, and even when you're present, you often appear pale, as if recovering from a severe illness. It appears my deductions were entirely accurate. You dare treat me this way? Yes, you. The Ji family won't let this slide, nor will Mu Ti and I." Jining struggled to articulate. Mu Ti and I was Mu's father. What is Mu Ti and I? Really? It won't be long before the Mu family is under the control of the third master. Mu Yinchuan scoffed, moving closer to Jining, crouching beside her, relishing her suffering while asserting, "You all have such audacity to provoke the third master with a mere wild boy. Little do you know, you've only sealed his fate. He won't see the sunrise tomorrow." It was evident that the third master, Mu Shansheng, had issued a death warrant for Lin Ran, preparing to eliminate Mu's boyfriend without hesitation. The third master of the Mu family was indeed a ruthless man, ready to confront Lin Ran in a life-or-death struggle. "You deserve to die." Jining gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, but the sensation in her abdomen continued to amplify, as if eroding her very essence. "Unfortunately, in your current state, you can't even contemplate self-harm." Mu Yinchuan reached out, gripping her delicate chin, his smile widening. "Tonight you're mine. To conquer a woman who feigns aloofness is a gratifying achievement." Jining did not weep. Her eyes blazed with defiance and hatred. "I will haunt you, and Mu Shansheng will not spare you either. That can wait until I've thoroughly tormented you," Mu Yinchuan said, letting his hands slide from her chin to her pristine neck, his desire palpable. "Just the delicacy of your skin is nearly unbearable. Once I conquer you, I will extinguish that boy's life, fulfilling the third master's orders." Suddenly, a voice resonated, imbued with sharpness and mockery. "Really?" Mu Yinchuan replied with a smile. "Of course. It's true." Yet, it was only after he spoke that he realized the gravity of the situation. The voice did not belong to Jining. "Who are you? Show yourself," Mu Yinchuan shouted, spinning around in alarm. Chapter 44. In times of pain, he is there. In Mu Yinchuan's view, after tonight, the marriage between Mu and Huang Yunpeng would be settled, with no possibility of any further changes. However, at that moment, a voice that appeared out of nowhere in the night instantly put him on high alert. A glimmer of relief and ease flickered in Jining's eyes, allowing her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, to return to its rightful place. For the voice belonged to Lin Ran. This man always emanated a profound sense of security. After a brief moment of relaxation, Jining was flooded with emotions. This was the second time Lin Ran had saved her in a critical moment. Mu Shansheng had indeed narrowed his path. She had merely jested with him, yet he sought to eliminate her. A man-esque figure emerged from the night. Although he was still 20 to 30 meters away from Mu Yinchuan, the words he spoke resonated in Mu Yinchuan's ears as if he were right beside him. As this figure became increasingly clear in her line of sight, Jining's gaze filled with complexity and emotion. With each step the young man took closer, her heart found more peace. Truly fearless, Mu Yinchuan thought, his eyes brimming with derision. The outcome of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, I fear, is beyond your capacity to bear. With that, he advanced step by step towards Lin Ran. The reason Mu Yinchuan chose not to take Jining as a hostage was that he had never regarded Lin Ran as a threat. To him, disposing of Mu's boyfriend was merely a matter of moments. Stopping just a few meters away from Lin Ran, Mu Yinchuan scrutinized the young man before him, smirking mockingly as he said, "Apart from possessing a decent appearance, you are utterly worthless. I wonder what means you employed to deceive Mu." Lin Ran chuckled in response. "I do enjoy compliments about my looks. Were it not for the pressing nature of today, I would have certainly encouraged you to elaborate further. I truly wonder what gives you the audacity to say such things." After a couple of cold laughs, Mu Yinchuan replied, "If you kneel down now, admit your wrongs. Promise to sever all ties with Mu and allow me to break both your arms, then your life might be spared." Breaking both arms. Yet, this was the world of martial artists, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Had it not been Lin Ran standing here today, but rather another man of lesser strength, he would likely have already been tortured to death by Mu Yinchuan. Lin Ran shook his head with a smile. Your bravado is quite remarkable. But you think Mu Shansheng can decide my fate? Do your words hold any weight? Of course not. You are merely an ant to me. Squashing you would be a trivial task. Mu Yinchuan glanced at Jining Yu, sprawled on the ground, his lips curving upward once more. Compared to you, I would prefer to spend a little time resolving matters with this woman. Regrettably, you shall be disappointed, Lin Ran shrugged. At that moment, two figures suddenly plummeted from the rooftops on either side of the street. Bang, bang, they crashed onto the pavement, only to bounce back up half a meter before they could even scream. Their limbs twisted and contorted, resembling noodles, broken into countless segments. Their bodies convulsed involuntarily, blood pouring from their mouths. Upon recognizing the two figures, Mu Yinchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. They were his subordinates, both at D-level strength. Previously, Mu Yinchuan had assigned them to patrol the rooftops, but he never anticipated they would be thrown down like this. D-level martial artists are not easily dealt with. Yet Mu Yinchuan was certain he had heard no sounds of a struggle. What did this imply? Could it be that an expert far surpassing D-level had ambushed them on the rooftop? What was the true identity of this young man before him? Capable of mobilizing such power? In that fleeting moment, numerous questions surged in Mu Yinchuan's mind. Do you recognize these two? Lin Ran asked with a smile. At this moment, his grin starkly contrasted with Mu Yinchuan's incredulity. Damned! Do you understand the consequences of treating members of the Mu family this way? Mu Yinchuan bellowed in fury. Without waiting for Lin Ran to respond, he swung a powerful punch. With B-level initial strength, he was nearly invincible in the realm of ordinary humans. This punch, infused with source energy, could easily reduce a living person to a bloody pulp. Mu Yinchuan roared, his eyes filled with a fierce glare, as if he could already envision Lin Ran's head exploding. However, at that moment, Lin Ran made no attempt to evade. He merely shifted slightly to the side. Thus, Mu Yinchuan's punch whiffed past him. His fist grazed Lin Ran's cheek. Caught off guard, Mu Yinchuan had exerted too much force and lost his balance, staggering 2 steps. This was certainly not a mistake a B-level martial artist should make. It stemmed from Mu Yinchuan's overconfidence. Yet before he could comprehend how Lin Ran had evaded his punch, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his ribs. Bang! Lin Ran executed a side kick, striking Mu Yinchuan's side with tremendous force. The latter was sent flying, crashing down several meters away. Attempting to channel his strength for a counterattack, Mu Yinchuan felt his ribs crack and internal injuries surge. As he tried to harness his source energy, a wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat. Unable to control himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ran approached Mu Yinchuan and crouched beside him, smiling. I expected Mu Shansheng to send formidable opponents to deal with me. Is this all he could muster? How underestimated you are. At this moment, Mu Yinchuan could barely lift himself off the ground, gazing at Lin Ran with disbelief. How can you be so strong? Ignoring him, Lin Ran turned his attention to Jining Yu, lying on the ground. Ningyu, which hand did that scoundrel use to touch you? This time, he disregarded the age difference, calling her by her name directly. Jining Yu felt a slight alleviation of pain. She did not dwell on the address, inhaling deeply. It was his right hand. She had realized Lin Ran's intentions. All right, Lin Ran nodded, rising to seize Mu Yinchuan's right arm and twisting it backward. Simultaneously, he kicked at the bend of Mu Yinchuan's elbow. Crack, crack. 2 excruciating sounds of bones fracturing echoed. Mu Yinchuan's shoulder and elbow formed a grotesque angle that elicited shivers. Mu Yinchuan could not bear such torment. Letting out a painful roar, his face flushed, sweat soaking his clothes. How noisy, Lin Ran remarked casually, delivering a swift kick to Mu Yinchuan's chin. Another crack resounded. Mu Yinchuan's jaw shattered from the impact, collapsing inward. Rendered speechless, he lay on the ground, drooling blood and saliva from the corners of his mouth. We are all adults. When contemplating the destruction of others, one must be prepared for the possibility of one's own downfall. Lin Ran spoke as he lifted his foot and pressed it down upon Mu Yinchuan's right hand, reducing it to a mere pulp. This was the same hand that had previously grasped Ji Ningyu's chin. Observing Lin Ran's willingness to act for her sake, Ji Ningyu's gaze softened, revealing a hint of gratitude. In this moment, Mu Yinchuan, connected to Ji Ningyu by an unbreakable bond, was overwhelmed with pain. His face drenched in cold sweat, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Return and inform Mu Shancheng that I await his personal apology to both me and Mu Mu. Naturally, I expect him to express his remorse towards Ning Yu as well, Lin Ran remarked with a mocking smile, his expression abruptly shifting to one of icy seriousness. Otherwise, the life of the third young master of the Mu family will be forfeit. Had this been 2 hours earlier, Mu Lianchuan might have dismissed Lin Ran's words as mere bluster. However, the display of martial prowess before him compelled him to reconsider. At that moment, even Huang Yunpeng might not stand a chance against Lin Ran. Did you hear that? Lin Ran asked, slapping Mu Lianchuan's disfigured face. The latter endured the pain radiating from his jaw, nodding repeatedly. I will spare your legs to deliver the message. However, should you dare to appear before me again, you may not be so fortunate. Lin Ran's voice was calm, yet resolute. Now be gone. With great difficulty, Mu Lianchuan struggled to rise, one arm hanging limply by his side as he bore the pain in his ribs and navigated the street with great effort. Lin Ran moved directly in front of Jining Yu and inquired, "How are you feeling now? Can you walk on your own?" "Thank you," Jining Yu replied, not addressing his question directly. Had Lin Ran not intervened, the consequences of her ordeal would have been unimaginable. "Do not mention it. We are friends now," Lin Ran said with a smile. Indeed, Jining Yu attempted to steady herself, but although the pain in her abdomen had subsided somewhat, she remained utterly weak and unable to rise unaided. "Do not push yourself," Lin Ran urged, placing one arm under her armpit and the other behind her knees, effortlessly lifting her in a classic princess carry. In that instant, he sensed her body stiffen slightly, clearly indicating that Jining Yu was unaccustomed to such proximity with a male. Her mind was likely more tense than her body at that moment. "Do not be anxious. This is not our first embrace," Lin Ran chuckled. "You feel a bit heavier than last time." "Heavier? Or have I gained weight?" Jining Yu pouted, her cheeks regaining a touch of color as she surprisingly defended herself. "Not at all. For women, gaining weight is synonymous with becoming heavier, and even the aloof Jining Yu would not admit to such change." Lin Ran discerned her thoughts and laughed. "Let me examine your injuries later." "All right." Jining Yu assessed her condition, noting, "I can feel that the worst of the pain has passed." Casting a glance at Lin Ran's profile, feeling the strength of his arm, she silently thought to herself, "Fortunately, during the most painful moments tonight, he was here." After Lin Ran and Jining Yu departed, two figures leaped from a tall building by the street, landing gracefully on the pavement. Clearly, Mu Lianchuan's two subordinates have been discarded by these individuals. "It seems the warden has no intention of meeting us. How long must he remain in Daxia?" one remarked, appearing somewhat distressed, as certain individuals from the Black Sea continent were growing restless. The other replied, coldly, "The warden is here to apprehend individuals. We need not concern ourselves with the specifics. Our duty is to assist him in clearing any obstacles, for the authority of Cayman Prison must not be undermined." Chapter 45. The Perilous Injury of Little G. Lin Ran cradled Jining Yu as he returned to his chamber. The latter's complexion had improved significantly, and the excruciating pain that felt like a knife had subsided considerably. Although some discomfort lingered in her abdomen, it remained within the bounds of what Jining Yu could tolerate. Throughout her life, Jining Yu had only been embraced in a princess carried by a man on 2 occasions, the last of which occurred 3 years prior. However, the last time she had been completely unconscious, rendering this experience markedly different. She was now in such close proximity to Lin Ran that she could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. It was quite an ordeal, her garments drenched. Lin Ran gently set Jining Yu down and assessed her white attire with a sigh. Under the illumination of the hotel room's spotlight, her white clothing had transformed into a semi-transparent fabric, exuding a delicate and ethereal glow that revealed glimpses of her porcelain skin through the woven threads, captivating Lin Ran's gaze. Noticing Lin Ran's scrutiny, Jining Yu turned slightly, 2 faint blushes appearing on her fair cheeks. She was typically not one to easily succumb to shyness. Yet the intimate setting with Lin Ran, a lone man, rendered the usually aloof goddess somewhat bashful. "Remove your clothing," Lin Ran stated directly. "I need to examine your abdominal injury." To commence with undressing. This, although Jining Yu understood the necessity of the procedure and believed herself prepared, she still found it challenging to overcome her psychological barriers at this moment. "Do you wish to engage in some mental preparation?" Lin Ran observed her extreme conservatism and smiled. "However, you need only expose your abdomen. No critical areas need be revealed. What critical areas? Must a straightforward man speak so bluntly? Actually, there is no need for any mental preparation, for you are my savior. Jiningyu gazed intently at Lin Ran and declared. He had saved her twice already. The debt felt overwhelming. How would she ever repay it? Jiningyu was the type to clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment, making her uncomfortable with the feeling of indebtedness. Therefore, Lin Ran chuckled lightly. You may remove your clothing now. After a moment's silence, Jiningyu replied, however, I have sweated considerably. Should I not take a shower first? If others were to witness the typically unapproachable Jiningyu grappling with such a dilemma, they would surely be flabbergasted. Her innate conservatism led to a whirlpool of psychological turmoil. Moreover, Jiningyu had never allowed another man to behold her body. No need for a shower. I do not mind your sweat, Lin Ran laughed. And what if you were to faint from pain while bathing? Would I rush in or refrain? Jiningyu was at a loss for how to respond to Lin Ran's seemingly flirtatious yet candid jest. After a moment's thought, she turned her back and slowly began to unfasten the buttons of her top. 1 button, 2 buttons. With each button released, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly serene. At last, she had undone all the buttons and gently removed her blouse. Her slender neck and fair shoulders were now fully visible to Lin Ran. Jiningyu then turned to face him, though her hands awkwardly shielded her chest. Do not be so tense. Your attire is not overly revealing. If we were at the beach, would not any swimsuit expose even less fabric? Very well, Jiningyu conceded, releasing her hands. Thus, certain scenic views reminiscent of snowy slopes came into Lin Ran's view, the dazzling brightness of her upper body nearly overwhelming. Nevertheless, Lin Ran, despite his composure, merely glanced briefly before his gaze settled on Jiningyu's flat abdomen. Your wound. It appears your pants need to be lowered slightly. Jiningyu murmured softly, glancing down and tugging her pants down a bit, revealing a dark red scar, roughly the size of a thumb. The stark contrast of her delicate alabaster skin rendered the scar almost grotesque, eliciting a pang of sympathy at first glance. However, the proximity of the injury to her most intimate area compelled Jiningyu to grapple with her unease. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but under Lin Ran's gaze, Jiningyu felt a warmth emanating from her wound. Lie down, and you might as well remove your pants. They're rather cumbersome, Lin Ran suggested. All right. Indeed, Jiningyu recognized that tugging at her waistband was impractical, especially as she would need her hands free to assist Lin Ran in treating her injury. With a decisive motion, she pulled her pants down. Though she still wore white, fitted shorts, her nearly perfect, curvaceous figure was laid bare before Lin Ran. Neatly folding her pants, she placed them gently on the sofa before approaching the large bed and reclining upon it. This marked the first time in her life that she appeared before a man clad in only 2 articles of clothing. Consequently, Jiningyu heartbeat kwitskenet, the rise and fall of her chest becoming more pronounced. However, at that moment, Lin Ran was utterly focused, seemingly unaffected by the alluring sight before him. His attention was solely directed at her abdomen. The low cut of her fitted shorts failed to conceal the scar, allowing Lin Ran to scrutinize it with precision. He extended his hand, placing his palm upon her smooth, flat abdomen, covering the scar. As he did so, Jiningyu's body reacted with a gentle shiver, tensing in response. Relax, Lin Ran instructed, a surge of energy flowing through his palm and penetrating Jiningyu's wound. This energy was exceptionally soothing, instantly alleviating Jiningyu's tension and diminishing the pain within her scar. The experience left her profoundly astonished, for Lin Ran's energy had the remarkable ability to heal. In the understanding of most energy practitioners, energy was primarily used to enhance physical strength or to attack foes, while it could occasionally be employed to mitigate pain internally. Healing another was undoubtedly a complex endeavor. Yet, Jiningyu was unequivocally aware that the energy Lin Ran was channeling was genuinely relieving her discomfort. The sensation was akin to parched earth receiving a refreshing rain. Every cell near her wound seemed to greedily absorb this energy. Compared to the previous pain, her current experience felt as though she were floating amongst the clouds. Unbeknownst to her, a soft sigh escaped her lips. The sound bore an undertone of intimacy, leading any unaware observer to misconstrue their actions. Upon realizing this, Jiningyu's cheeks flushed crimson once more. Yet her embarrassment was fleeting, as a stronger wave of coolness and comfort surged within her. Lin Ran evidently intensified the energy flow. This prompted Jin Yingyu to involuntarily arch her slender waist, pausing midair for a few moments before descending heavily back onto the bed. This sensation was peculiar. Jin Yingyu bit her lip, feeling as though her very cells were singing in delight. Just a little longer, Lin Ran encouraged. His palm remained firmly pressed against Ji Ningyu's abdomen. Yet at this moment, Lin Ran lacked the inclination to savor the delicate sensation. Beads of perspiration had already begun to form upon his forehead. Sustaining such a degree of source power output while maintaining an exquisitely precise control was no simple feat furthermore. Within the penetrating wound on Ji Ningyu's abdomen resided a force imbued with a ferocious intent. A remnant of the A-grade peak powerhouse who had once grievously injured her on Pirate Island. It was evident that for the past 2 to 3 years, every bout of pain Ji Ningyu experienced was linked to this very power. This was a peculiar form of source power, remarkably impure and exceedingly rare within the martial world, infused with a potent essence of darkness and destruction. Was this the fabled dark source power? After lurking in the shadows for so long, I have finally discerned its clues. Lin Ran took a deep breath and continued to intensify the infusion of source power. With each increment of power he channeled, Ji Ningyu's relief grew correspondingly. If one could perceive the scene, they would witness Lin Ran's azure source power contending for dominion against a faintly dark force. The azure source power was robust, vastly exceeding the dark force in volume, initially establishing an absolute advantage. However, the insidious dark source power concealed within Ji Ningyu's wound evaded a direct confrontation with Lin Ran, darting about in a bid to escape his encirclement. In truth, each episode of Ji Ningyu's pain erupted from this dark force's desperate attempt to liberate itself from the scar. This penetrating wound had inexplicably formed a vessel containing the dark power. Otherwise, Ji Ningyu would have long been bedridden and on the brink of demise. Should this dark energy be unleashed, it would wreak havoc upon Ji Ningyu's body, devouring her vitality. Thus, each time pain struck, and Ji Ningyu harnessed her source power, it inadvertently nourished this dark energy, causing it to swell and intensify her suffering. However, now, confronted with Lin Ran's azure source power, the dark force found itself powerless, continuously being compressed until it had nowhere left to flee. Nonetheless, this dark source power was remarkably tenacious, its concentration exceedingly high, and Lin Ran seemed unable to completely dispel it in the short term. Indeed, despite Ji Ningyu appearing comfortable at present, the situation was perilously precarious. 2 foreign sources of power were clashing within her body, posing the risk of catastrophic explosion at any moment of negligence. From this, it was clear that Lin Ran's mastery over the external control of source power had reached an extraordinary level. It was likely that in the realm of source martial artists, few could achieve such delicate manipulation. At last, Lin Ran inhaled deeply, allowing an even more refined source power to surge forth from within him, all directed into the penetrating wound within Ji Ningyu's body. The immense and vigorous source power, upon entering, instantly enveloped the severely oppressed dark force. Then, in a sudden contraction, Lin Ran's azure source power, carrying the dark energy, extricated itself entirely from Ji Ningyu's body and returned completely to Lin Ran himself. Chapter 46. Your wishes I shall fulfill. In truth, Lin Ran had been seeking this source of power for a considerable duration. Ever since this dark attribute source first manifested in the Black Sea continent, he had tirelessly pursued any clues related to it. He recalled that Ji Ningyu might possess such power within her, and tonight his efforts bore fruit. As the slender tendril of black source power was extracted from Ji Ningyu's body, enveloped by Lin Ran's immense source energy, she immediately experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. It felt as though a heavy burden that had weighed her down for so long had finally dissipated, and Ji Ningyu felt as if she had been reborn. A wave of relief washing over her. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively arched her back and let out a melodic cry of joy, each note resonating with pure bliss emanating from deep within her being. Ji Ningyu was certain that in her 30-odd years of life, she had never experienced such ecstasy. Had anyone outside heard that sound, they would have been utterly perplexed by the events unfolding within the room. However, As Jiningyu's waist remained suspended for a few seconds before collapsing back onto the bed, Lin Ran emitted a muffled groan, his complexion paling noticeably. After extracting the black source power from Jiningyu, he did not disperse it. Instead, he absorbed it directly into his own body. Lin Ran was already nursing injuries. Although his source power was immensely potent, it could not sustain a prolonged outburst. The consequences of this dark and destructive source power entering his body were still uncertain. While Lin Ran could indeed release this power, such an action would be a grave waste. After all, he had finally discovered such a rare dark attribute source power and wished to study it thoroughly. Nonetheless, this course of action undeniably entailed considerable risk. Lin Ran, are you all right? Jiningyu, still basking in the afterglow of her pleasure, quickly noticed Lin Ran's distress. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang up, disregarding the fact that she was still clad in her undergarments, and supported Lin Ran from behind. At that moment, Lin Ran was teetering backward, but was caught in the embrace of her warm and delicate form instead of falling onto the bed. Yet, he was utterly preoccupied, unable to appreciate the soft and tender sensation against his back. His face visibly drained of color. Jiningyu's heart brimmed with concern. She well understood the terrifying nature of that power. Its destructive capacity was nothing short of horrifying. If Lin Ran were to endure prolonged pain due to his efforts to heal her, she would be consumed by guilt. At that moment, she cast aside all modesty and societal conventions regarding physical contact, prioritizing Lin Ran's safety above all else. She held him tightly from behind, her chest pressed against his back. But she could feel his temperature plummeting, significantly colder than the 37 degrees of a snow-capped mountain. Lin Ran, you mustn't be harmed. What can I do to help you? Jiningyu felt utterly helpless. She was acutely aware that her source power lacked healing capabilities and that she had no knowledge of relevant treatment skills. If she recklessly attempted to channel her power into Lin Ran, it could yield disastrous consequences. Lin Ran did not respond to Jiningyu's inquiry. He gritted his teeth, seemingly fighting against the encroaching dark source power. Jiningyu could only hold him tighter, adjusting her position to increase their contact. She yearned to envelop him in her own warmth, hoping to prevent his temperature from continuing to drop. In that moment, Jiningyu's thoughts were devoid of any romantic notions, despite the intimate proximity of their bodies. However, her efforts seemed futile. Lin Ran's temperature continued to decline, his skin growing increasingly cold. Lin Ran, you must hold on, Jiningyu urged, her voice laced with worry. A chill emanated from Lin Ran's body, penetrating Jiningyu's skin and sending a shiver coursing through her. This was no ordinary coldness. It was an eerie chill that was quite distressing. Yet, despite this discomfort, Jiningyu showed no intention of loosening her grip. She clung to Lin Ran, even hoping for more of his coldness to transfer to her, in order to alleviate his suffering. This state persisted for about 10 minutes before Jiningyu could feel Lin Ran's temperature gradually rising. She exhaled a sigh of relief, but did not release her embrace. After another 10 minutes, Lin Ran's temperature finally stabilized, and his pallor began to fade. Jiningyu slowly loosened her hold. Yet she remained unaware that her fervent embrace had left a delicate blush on her fair skin, quite enchanting. It was only then that Lin Ran turned his head and said to Jiningyu, "Thank you for earlier." He could certainly feel the warmth and softness of her embrace, as well as the gentle pressure against his back. However, he had been too focused on combating the dark power to express his gratitude at that moment. In truth, Jiningyu's embrace had not provided any substantial aid to Lin Ran, but he felt deeply touched by her concern. "You need not thank me. It is I who should express my gratitude," Jiningyu replied, her eyes filled with concern. "How do you feel now? The power has been subdued, for the time being. There should be no further issues," Lin Ran smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "However, this power seems inherently cunning, and to fully harness it will require some time." Indeed, the process of healing had been perilous, yet for Lin Ran, the rewards far outweighed the risks. In retrospect, Jiningyu had demonstrated impressive control over her source power, creating a closed space around her own wound to contain the foreign force within, thus preventing it from consuming her vitality. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this day. "If it weren't for you, I shudder to think how much longer I would have had to endure this force," Jiningyu said, shaking her head. Her eyes filled with emotion. "Few are aware of my injuries, and I have never sought help from others. In my understanding of source power, Such wounds can only be healed by oneself. Her statement held merit. After all, Lin Ran's technique of extracting the power from her body was something that most source practitioners had never even heard of. Just imagine the terrifying implications if such a technique could be employed freely in combat. It would bear a striking resemblance to the famed star absorption technique in martial arts novels. Recently, I have sensed that this power is becoming increasingly difficult to contain. As if it wishes to turn my body into its host, Jining Yu continued, pausing momentarily to gaze intently into Lin Ran's eyes. So, I'm truly grateful for your presence. I am fortunate to have waited for you. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with sincerity. The usually icy Jining Yu had never exhibited such vulnerability before. Fear not. I'm not in any danger. We need not stand on ceremony. Lin Ran replied with a smile. No, you have saved me 3 times, and I am at a loss for how to repay such a debt of gratitude. Jining Yu stated, her knees pressed together as she knelt upon the bed. Subsequently, her body bowed down, her forehead resting upon her hands. This gesture radiated an overwhelming brilliance, an effulgence that shimmered delicately, nearly blinding Lin Ran. At times, the more aloof a woman appears, the more fervently she can ignite the flames of desire within one's heart. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you, Jining Yu proclaimed earnestly. Growing up in a family steeped in the legacy of source power, the principles of gratitude and righteousness have been deeply ingrained in her very essence. When someone saves your life thrice, what could possibly suffice as recompense? Perhaps even offering oneself in servitude would fall short, at least in Jining Yu's eyes. Even if Lin Ran were to claim her at this very moment, she would harbor no reservations. What does it mean to repay kindness? What does it mean that one's life belongs to another? The other can demand it will, and one must acquiesce entirely. Please rise. Lin Ran extended his hand, helping Jining Yu to her feet. Her skin felt exquisite, as delicate as frost and snow. Lin Ran, I am serious, and I mean what I say, Jining Yu insisted after standing, fully immersed in the emotions of gratitude, seemingly indifferent to her current attire. All right. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and he undoubtedly believed Jining Yu's words. Her gaze was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. He then glanced at Jining Yu, who was still kneeling on the bed, his throat involuntarily tightening with a hint of unease. He swiftly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he suggested, please, get dressed. Jining Yu looked down at herself, a faint blush rising upon her cheeks. However, familiarity breeds comfort. After more than half an hour of interaction, the formerly reserved Jining Yu was no longer excessively bashful. She gently acknowledged his request and began to rise to dress. Yet, at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hotel corridor. In the next instant, the door to Lin Ran's room was forcefully kicked open. Muumuu's figure appeared before them. Being a sea-level warrior herself, it was no challenge for her to breach the hotel room door. Lin Ran, trouble is brewing. My uncle has sent someone to deal with you. My master may also have been lured away. Before she could finish her sentence, Muumuu's expression froze in shock. Chapter 47. The shielding partners at this moment. Jining Yu had just stepped out of bed when she was met with Muumuu's gaze, leaving her utterly mortified. She felt as if no amount of words could adequately explain her presence, and she wished to burrow into the earth to escape the embarrassment. She had come seeking solace, fully aware of her innocence. Yet the attire she wore permeated the room with an unmistakable air of intimacy. Moreover, Lin Ran was ostensibly her disciple's boyfriend. Master? Muumuuu rubbed her eyes and scrutinized Jining Yu's figure before inquiring, how could you? Jining Yu and Lin Ran expected Muumuuu to ask how she ended up there, but her subsequent remark revealed her thought process was quite beyond the ordinary. Muumuuu gulped and continued, how could you be so well endowed? This was indeed a probing question. Lin Ran instinctively followed Muumuu's gaze in a particular direction. She was correct. Jining Yu's curves seemed as if they were sculpted by a life of indulging in a specific brand of coconut juice since childhood. While Jining Yu stood frozen in embarrassment, Lin Ran swiftly grabbed a hanging bathrobe and draped it over her shoulders, obscuring the dazzling whiteness. Although the view was now concealed, Muumuuu, with a hint of regret, shifted back to the main topic. By the way, master, why are you here? Dressed so alluringly. This question was rather blunt. In truth, Jining Yu's undergarments were not of an enticing nature. They were rather modest. However, her figure lent an alluring quality to even the most conservative attire, transforming her into an irresistible peach. Typically, she wore loose training garments, which hid much of this visual allure from the eyes of others. Jiningyu tightened the robe around her and feigned nonchalance as she settled onto the sofa, stating, "I came to seek healing from Lin Ran." In uttering these words, she seemed to strive to regain her usual aloof demeanor. Nevertheless, the robe's hem was somewhat short, and her long legs, exposed to the air, inadvertently invited thoughts of a different nature. Mumu exhibited no signs of jealousy, her smile radiant. "Healing, huh? I believe you, master." Yet, her expression conveyed disbelief. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jiningyu was at a loss for how to respond, unsure how to explain the situation. After all, encountering this scenario, even if she spoke the truth, felt akin to sharing a jest. Over the past 2 to 3 years, she had concealed her injuries so well that even Mumu, despite their close proximity, had not discerned her afflictions. Even when her complexion appeared pale, Mumu had not thought much of it, as she too experienced discomfort during certain days of the month. Thus, would Mumu truly accept that Jiningyu was injured? Mumu moved closer, placing her hand on Jiningyu's thigh with a playful smile, asking, "Master, is your injury better now?" "Thanks to Lin Ran, my old wounds have improved significantly." Jiningyu gracefully removed Mumu's playful hand, replying coolly, "Do not overthink it." "Master, how could I overthink?" Mumu wrapped her arm around Jiningyu's, declaring, "After all, I cannot bear to see you alone. Finding a suitable partner for romance, no, for healing, suits me just fine." Jiningyu nearly choked in disbelief. It was evident she could not dispel this misunderstanding anytime soon. After a moment's pause, Mumu continued, "My dear sister, Lin Ran and I share no substantial relationship. You need not feel any psychological burden. It would be perfectly acceptable for us to share a man." Her words grew increasingly absurd. Jiningyu maintained a stoic expression, though a faint flush lingered on her cheeks. "Do not speak nonsense. The situation is not as you imagine." "I am not speaking nonsense," Mumu retorted, then winked at Lin Ran, "My boyfriend. Did I interrupt your good fortune when I barged in?" As she spoke, Mumu felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether a few moments' delay might have revealed an even more explosive scene. "Alas, I arrived too early." Lin Ran's forehead creased with annoyance, a sardonic laugh escaping his lips. "You certainly disrupted my good fortune. If you were willing to offer yourself as compensation, I could reluctantly accept." "Absolutely not," Mumu exclaimed, glancing at Jiningyu, who had been appraising her master's rosy complexion. "Master, I think you look particularly well. You seem so light and vibrant, entirely different from before." Indeed, Mumu's remark was sincere. The remnants of the dark energy within Jiningyu had been absorbed by Lin Ran, allowing her power to flow freely once more. The stagnation of her abilities for the past few years would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in the near future. Jiningyu nodded, "Yes. The shackles within me have been removed. I truly feel liberated." "Master, the shackles you speak of, are they the same as mine?" Mumu blinked playfully. It seemed this girl had become addicted to the gossip. Lin Ran shook his head in exasperation. "Your master has long carried old injuries. Tonight they flared up, and she nearly perished at Mu Lianchuan's hands. We were indeed healing her." Seeing Lin Ran's serious demeanor, Mumu finally adopted a grave expression, asking, "Master, did Mu Lianchuan come to confront you?" Jiningyu scoffed. "Had my old injuries not recurred, I would have dismissed him entirely." After a pause, she glanced at Lin Ran before turning to Mumu, adding, "I owe my life to Lin Ran. Otherwise, you might never have seen me again." Upon hearing this, Mumu ceased her playful banter, standing to bow to Lin Ran, expressing earnestly, "This trouble was brought upon you by me, and I cannot find the words to convey my gratitude and apologies." Lin Ran waved dismissively, chuckling, "I already mentioned I wouldn't mind you offering yourself in return." What shall we do next?" Mumu asked. "Should I inform my father?" "Your father is currently in seclusion, striving for a new realm. It would be best not to disturb him for the time being," Jiningyu replied coolly. "I believe your uncles are eager to finalize your marriage while your father is away, intending to discuss everything once he reaches his new level." "Understood." Mumu resolved herself, then turned to Lin Ran, her face alight with joy, declaring, "Thus, we shall depend on my boyfriend from here on out." Lin Ran's gaze swept over Mumu, his eyes brimming with intensity. Having the title of boyfriend without the substance of a relationship simply will not do. With a playful grin, Moo pulled Jining up from the sofa, pushing her toward Lin Ran. Since you and my master have reached this stage, why not let her stand in for me? Stand in? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Jining turned her head to glance at Moo and coldly said, "Tomorrow morning, the training intensity will double." Instantly, Moo's delicate face fell. Subsequently, Jining turned to Lin Ran, and the frost in her voice vanished without a trace. "Well, I'll go change now." Lin Ran nodded, smiling as he replied, "All right, make sure to rest well afterwards." Moo leaned closer, placing a hand on Lin Ran's shoulder, and they appeared like close companions. "Hey, why do I feel like I'm the one who is unnecessary here?" Lin Ran's smile was radiant as he reached out, wrapping his arm around Moo's slender waist. She instinctively considered turning away, but recalling that Lin Ran's hand had previously done the same during a video call with her uncle, Mu Shan, she hesitated. However, Lin Ran's fingers remained respectful, providing her with a sense of security. Pouting her rosy lips, Moo remarked, "Well, since we have to pretend to be a couple, I suppose I should let you collect some interest in advance." The pretense of being a couple was mutual. Lin Ran smiled and said, "Now that I'm your boyfriend, when Su Qingcheng arrives, you must stand up and tell her that you're my girlfriend." "What?" In the next moment, Moo's expression grew troubled. At that moment, Mu Shan was also wide awake, waiting for news from Mu Lianchuan. The fourth brother, Mu Rulin, leisurely sipped his drink, showing no signs of concern. "Third brother, your strategy is brilliant," catching them off guard. Perhaps Jining never anticipated that Mu Lianchuan was right in Ningzhou. Mu Shan nodded, a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. This Mu is becoming increasingly unruly. She must be taught a lesson this time. In truth, Mu Shan's intentions were straightforward. He sought to assert his influence over Moo's marriage, aiming to severely undermine the pride of his second brother, Mu Tianai. However, the unexpected emergence of Lin Ran forced Mu Shan to alter his plans. By now, Moo's boyfriend had likely been incapacitated by Mu Lianchuan. He chuckled. Mu Ruilin sneered. "Our actions should convey sincerity to Huang Yunpeng and Tianping Mountain." Just then, Mu Shan's phone chimed. Looking down, he discovered it was a video call request from Mu Lianchuan. Chapter 48. Carmen, capture him. Ah, good news is on the horizon. Mu Shansheng and Mu Ruilin exchanged glances, both detecting a sense of relief in each other's eyes. Perhaps they were about to witness the pitiable state of Moo's little boyfriend in the video. However, when Mu Shansheng pressed the connect button and saw the figure on the screen, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop his phone. What was happening? Mu Shansheng found himself stumbling over his words. On the screen, Mu Lianchuan appeared with a swollen face, his chin caved in, utterly unable to articulate sound. Looking utterly wretched, he could only sob in the presence of his master, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. He had initially aimed to kill, yet now he was the one nearly killed. The more Mu Lianchuan pondered this, the more miserable he became, weeping pitifully. "Don't rush to cry. Take your time," Mu Shansheng said solemnly. "What on earth happened? Was it that wretched Jining who did this to you?" Yet Mu Lianchuan shook his head, tears brimming in his eyes, and then turned the camera to his arm. His right arm was grotesquely twisted, his fingers and palm reduced to a mangled mass, utterly unrecognizable. The sight was indeed shocking. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Shansheng's brows involuntarily twitched violently. This was utterly contrary to his expectations. He had presumed that sending Mu Lianchuan to deal with Moo's boyfriend would be a simple task, one that required no concern. Yet here was this unforeseen calamity. "He is formidable, truly formidable." Mu Lianchuan wept, his words slurred. However, Mu Shansheng and Mu Ruilin could hardly decipher his speech. This was due to the fact that Lin Ran had shattered his jaw with a kick, causing several teeth to fall out. "What the hell are you saying? Text it to me," Mu Shansheng bellowed. At this moment, the third uncle of the Mu family was quite exasperated. After ending the video call, Mu Shansheng nearly smashed his phone. What on earth is happening? Mu Ruilin was equally astonished. This shouldn't have occurred. If Jining didn't do it, then who left Mu Lianchuan in such a state? It's not an easy feat to incapacitate a B-level warrior to this extent. I also do not know the truth. Mu Shansheng panted, his eyes bloodshot. Once Mu Lianchuan sends the message, we shall uncover the specifics. However, with only one functioning hand, Mu Lianchuan struggled to type. After a considerable wait, Just as Mu Shansheng was about to lose patience, the message finally arrived. The content revealed that Mu Mu's boyfriend was a ruthless individual, proclaiming that he demanded the third master personally apologize in Ningzhou, or he would come to Huaihai and obliterate the Mu family. This statement carried a provocative undertone, yet it bore the truth. Lin Ran had never intended to spare Mu Shansheng. Of course, he is seeking your demise. Would you still wish to be courteous? Scoundrel! After comprehending the message's content, Mu Shansheng hurled his phone violently to the ground, trembling with rage. You want me to apologize personally? To obliterate the Mu family? Who does he think he is? Mu Ruolin, upon reading the message, exclaimed, Impossible! This cannot be true. That brat is merely in his 20s. How could he possibly overpower Mu Lianchuan? It must have been Jining Yu. Mu Shansheng remained silent for a lengthy moment before turning to his brother, Ruolin. What do you propose we do? Fourth brother, I suggest we dispatch several skilled fighters to Ningzhou and eliminate that brat. Mu Ruolin's face displayed a fierce expression as he slammed his thigh, declaring, We brothers have not endured such humiliation over the years. To strike a dog, one must regard its master. That brat has united with Jining Yu to reduce Mu Lianchuan to this state. It is an affront to our brotherhood. It seemed that Mu Ruolin had quickly formed his own narrative, firmly believing that Jining Yu had acted on Lin Ran's behalf. You are correct, Mu Shansheng remarked, his hand brushing against his own cheek, which felt painfully hot. The face we have lost, I shall reclaim. Eliminate them. Mu Ruolin, incensed, kicked over the coffee table. The immediate task was to separate Jining Yu from Mu Mu. Otherwise, with this A-level expert present, many matters would become complicated. After some contemplation, Mu Shansheng spoke. I am not an impulsive individual. The issue is merely a lack of cleverness. This is manageable. I shall personally contact the Ji family and instruct the elders to dissolve the master-disciple bond between Jining Yu and Mu Mu. Mu Ruolin bunted heavily. At that moment, the phone that Mu Shansheng had thrown to the ground suddenly lit up. The phone, of decent quality, had several cracks on its screen, yet still received new messages. Upon checking the sender, it was Mu Lianchuan once more. The message stated that Jining Yu had been severely injured and was no longer a threat. The third master should focus on Lin Ran. As Mu Shansheng and Mu Ruolin exchanged glances, they both comprehended each other's thoughts. According to Mu Lianchuan, Jining Yu had indeed intervened, resulting in a mutual injury, allowing Mu Mu's boyfriend to gain an undeserved advantage. Exactly, Mu Shansheng nodded. However, without Jining Yu meddling, dealing with that brat will be far simpler. Yet, the two prominent figures of the Mu family were entirely misjudging the situation. The truth was far from their assumptions. If they were to discover that Jining Yu's old injuries had fully healed and her condition was optimal, they could only imagine their reactions. That brat must die. Mu Shansheng's eyes narrowed, gleaming with a fierce light. Mu Ruolin glanced at his third brother and suggested, Third brother, should we inform Huang Yunpeng of that brat's personal information? I eagerly anticipate the master of Taiyangping Mountain personally dealing with this scoundrel who has cuckolded him. While that is not out of the question, would it not further showcase our incompetence? Mu Shansheng pondered, then replied, Let us first resolve this matter, ensuring that brat vanishes, leaving Mu Mu with no grounds for complaint. We must demonstrate our sincerity to Huang Yunpeng. It appeared that the Mu family was resolutely determined to align themselves with Taiyangping Mountain and Huang Yunpeng. Very well. Mu Ruolin clenched his fists, stating, I shall now arrange for several experts within the family. We will depart for Ningzhou early tomorrow. Thus, tomorrow morning, you shall personally head to Ningzhou, while I remain here to oversee matters. Mu Shansheng nodded, his eyes glimmering with a hint of murderous intent. If earlier he had merely considered eliminating Lin Ran a matter of convenience, now Mu Shansheng was fervently yearning to see Lin Ran suffer 1,000 cuts. Mu Ruolin, slightly taken aback, remarked, Third brother, are you not coming? That brat is so arrogant. Our personal revenge would be far more satisfying. There are still too many affairs at home to manage, if the second brother should emerge from his seclusion. Mu Shansheng lowered his voice, you understand. Mu Ruolin nodded, his expression grave, I understand, third brother. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with care. That night, not only the members of the Mu family found themselves sleepless, but Jining Yu too was ensnared in the throes of insomnia. She lay in bed, her mind unusually alert. However, as she reflected on the events that had transpired mere hours ago, the scenes flickered before her like a surreal dream, utterly unreal. The benefactor who had saved her now stood before her. Was this fate's design or a serendipitous encounter? Jin Yu believed that this was certainly not a mere coincidence orchestrated by Lin Ran. He did not strike her as someone who relished in scheming. Thus, this bond evoked a sense of ineffable wonder within her. Feeling a gentle ease in her abdomen, Jin Yu recalled the exquisite pleasure she had experienced on Lin Ran's bed, a sensation that made every cell in her body exult in joyous song, leaving her utterly enchanted and longing for more. In truth, there existed another means to attain such bliss, though at this moment, this water-peach sister was yet unaware of it. Upon introspection, Jin Yu discovered that her abdominal wound had begun to gradually close, likely to heal within a few days. The troubles that had plagued her for nearly 1,000 days had finally been resolved. Her heart brimmed with gratitude, yet she found herself at a loss for words. As she reminisced about lying in Lin Ran's bed clad only in her intimate garments, a blush crept upon her cheeks, and the warmth spread through her, making sleep elusive. After this brief encounter, the iceberg of her heart had begun to thaw. The following noon, Muruejin awoke from a nap, and, accompanied by several individuals, departed from the family estate. He intended to travel to Ningzhou to seek an explanation from Lin Ran. However, as he ventured beyond the boundaries of Qingzhou in Huaihai province, he encountered several vehicles obstructing the road ahead. He had not previously noticed that this usually bustling provincial highway was devoid of any traffic that day. "Stop the car. Let us ascertain the situation ahead," Muruejin commanded in a low voice. He had brought 2 business vehicles, occupied by an A-level powerhouse and 2 peak B-level experts. These 3 individuals were esteemed figures within the Mu family, for whom they incurred significant annual expenses, including the provision of source crystal liquid, an expenditure not to be taken lightly. Yet, investing in formidable allies was a necessity, and Muruejin bore no regret for the funds spent, knowing there would always come a time for returns. It was also a crucial strategy for maintaining the Mu family's standing in the martial world. In the realm of the Great Xia, the faction with the most source power warriors wielded the greatest influence. This principle held true not only in Great Xia, but across the globe, particularly on the Black Sea continent. To Muruejin, deploying such a formidable entourage against Lin Ran felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, effortless and straightforward. "Fourth Master, there may have been an accident ahead," the driver remarked as he gradually slowed the vehicle. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. One of the peak B-level experts exited the vehicle to investigate, and soon discovered that the cars had not collided. They were merely positioned there deliberately. A group of seemingly youthful men lounged casually on the hoods of the vehicles, appearing to engage in idle chatter. The B-level expert from the Mu family approached, casting a cold glare at the young man. "What is the meaning of this? Move aside quickly. We are in a hurry." As he spoke, his imposing aura began to radiate without restraint. Were they mere ordinary folk, they would surely have been overwhelmed by the pressure of his presence. However, the young men merely regarded the B-level expert with nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by his formidable energy. The B-level expert's expression darkened as he scrutinized the group, his voice icy. "Is this intentional? Few dare obstruct the path of the Mu family in Huaihai's Qingzhou." It was clear he was invoking the Mu family's name deliberately. Yet, the young men maintained their indifferent demeanor, exchanging glances that revealed mutual mockery in their eyes. "Mu family? Yes, we've been waiting for you," one tall man declared as he leapt off the car hood, dusting off his trousers and eyeing the B-level expert from head to toe. "You're headed to Ningzhou, aren't you?" At this, the B-level expert grasped the implications. These individuals were not benign, and they had come prepared. "Who are you to impede Fourth Master Mu's business? Do you wish to court death?" he questioned coldly. His name was Lu Xingwei, a loyal servant of the Mu family for over a decade. Having recently learned of the severe injuries sustained by fellow B-level expert Mu Lianchuan, he maintained utmost vigilance in this encounter. As he conversed with the young men, his heart remained on high alert. To dare obstruct the Mu family's path near Qingzhou, these individuals were either reckless fools or possessed substantial backing. However, even with Lu Xingwei's heightened caution, he was a moment too late. As he awaited their response, a foreboding sensation surged within him, a feeling of being enveloped by an impending danger. This was intensified when the leader of the young men raised an eyebrow and flashed a mischievous grin, emitting a sound akin to a tongue click. This expression and gesture reeked of malevolence. Then the young man spoke. What is fourth master move, after all? When the Cayman prison captures someone, it never concerns itself with who they are. Chapter 49. The Carmen Pack. Carmen Prison. They are here to capture. Each word of this phrase struck Lu Xingwei's heart like a heavy hammer, igniting a visceral urge to vomit blood. He realized that this was undoubtedly a unique source power technique, infused with an attacking attribute within the very sound itself. He longed to dismiss the other party's bravado, yet the discomfort emanating from the sound waves left him no room for negligence. As he attempted to summon his source power in resistance, he was horrified to discover that his source energy flow seemed to be restrained, rendering his strength sluggish and unresponsive. This sensation was entirely foreign to Lu Xingwei. There was no point in struggling further. Carmen Prison had never known defeat. The young man at the forefront snapped his fingers, instructing brothers, act swiftly. We cannot keep the warden waiting. Muralin, seated in the car, observed this scene with a tightening expression and immediately exclaimed, "What is happening? Hurry to assist Lu Xingwei." As his words fell, an A-rank and a B-rank peak powerhouse rushed out. In truth, their strength could dominate most places, and everyone here, including Muralin, believed the young men opposite were courting death. Except for Lu Xingwei, who understood the peril of his situation. His source power was significantly hampered, making him no match for his adversaries. With violent gusts of fist wind encircling him, just as Muralin stepped out of the car, Lu Xingwei was sent crashing against the windshield, shattering the glass upon impact and deforming the vehicle. Gazing at the scattered shards, Muralin's expression darkened to the utmost. This was not the scenario he wished to witness. Clearly, their opponents had come prepared. At this moment, Lu Xingwei, a formidable B-rank expert, lay convulsing atop the engine hood, blood oozing from his mouth, having utterly lost his combat ability. In the recent clash, he and team managed a single effective counterattack. Muralin had initially thought this would be a one-sided affair akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, yet it had taken a turn for the worse. Losing a B rank at the outset was unacceptable. "You scoundrels, do you know who I am?" Muralin's voice chilled the air. "To dare to target the Mu family in Qingzhou. You're seeking death." "No, it is you who court demise," the young man replied, a rich mockery on his face. "No one can threaten the warden, even if he has not disclosed his identity to you. Ignorance is no excuse. Such a phrase does not exist in Carmen Prison's lexicon." Furrowing his brow, Muralin inquired, "What warden? What are you talking about?" His body, drained from indulgence, seemed to have dulled his wits, leaving him utterly bewildered. The young man smiled faintly. "His name in the Great Xia is Lin Ran." Lin Ran? That name sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment's hesitation, Muralin connected the dots. "Did Mumu send you?" Anger surged forth from his visage. "That rascal dares to act so against the Mu family. He is doomed." In uttering these words, Muralin completely forgot about Lu Xingwei, who lay twitching on the hood. The young man opposite chuckled, turning to his companions. "It seems the situation in Great Xia is not quite as described by King Qing. There appears to be a lack of awareness regarding Carmen Prison here." "What are you talking about?" Muralin huffed angrily. "If you kneel and apologize now, I might spare you. Otherwise, you will witness the Mu family's might." "Quite the contrary." The young man's smile bore a sinister edge. "I hope that, after today, you will comprehend the true nature of Carmen Prison." With that, a concentrated pressure emanated from a young man, targeting Muralin first. This individual, who had invested countless source crystal liquids to ascend to E rank, found himself utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his posture, his spine audibly protesting. At that moment, the remaining A rank and B rank were preparing to intervene. However, the young men from Carmen Prison had no intention of granting them any opportunity for rescue. They unleashed a ferocious assault, overwhelming the two Mu family's experts in an instant. The A rank managed to hold out somewhat longer against the collective onslaught, but the B rank was utterly devastated. Attacks rained down from all directions, a relentless barrage of violent fists landing mercilessly upon him. The disparity was insurmountable, and the ferocity of the Carmen youths was staggering. Once they launched their offensive moves, they adopted an unyielding momentum, abandoning all defense. Each strike aimed directly at their opponent's vital points. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air, mingling with the agonized cries, inducing a visceral reaction. Muralin watched in horror as the B-rank powerhouse, whom he had painstakingly supported with resources, was reduced to a pitiful state, collapsing like a limp noodle within mere moments. The A-rank initial stage fighter lasted only a couple of minutes longer before succumbing to the same fate. To Muralin's eyes, the self-proclaimed youths from Carmen prison resembled a pack of wolves, employing a savage strategy of tearing apart their prey. For reasons unknown, despite lacking deep knowledge of tactics or martial prowess, Muralin felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At this moment, the three experts the Mu family had provided lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. Their crucial bones had shattered into fragments, and even the prospect of artificial joints could not restore them to their former glory. Their source energy flow was now compromised. Fourth Master Mu? The young man at the forefront approached Muralin, smiling. In truth, we are not the elite forces of Carmen Prison. We are merely a city hunter squad with a commendable record. He paused momentarily. By the way, do you know what a city hunter is? Muralin had no idea. To him, the chaotic Black Sea seemed utterly unattainable. His E-rank strength had never entertained the thought of venturing there, let alone even dreaming of a visit. You don't even understand what a city hunter is, you fool. The young man appeared at a loss, scratching his head before decisively kicking Muralin to the ground. I truly cannot be bothered to converse with an imbecile like you. Even if I were to capture you and take you to Carmen Prison, it would be a waste of money and resources. As he spoke, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes, and Muralin felt that deadly aura plunging him into an icy abyss. A profound sense of uncontrollable dread began to rise from the depths of Muralin's heart. Do not kill me, do not kill me. His visage was drenched with beads of cold sweat, and he had even commenced bowing in desperation. I will never again meddle in Mu's private affairs. I will never provoke your boss again. Yes, what was his name again? In his frantic state, Muralin even forgot Lin Rant's name. Truly a fool. The young man at the forefront seized Muralin by the collar and unceremoniously hurled him over the guardrail of the highway. At that moment, they were suspended above a vast river, with the surface of the water lying 20 to 30 meters below. For an ordinary person, such a fall would surely result in severe injury upon impact with the water. However, Muralin, despite being somewhat inept, was an E-grade individual, possessing decent physical attributes that would spare him from utter calamity. Clearly, the young man had intentionally spared his life, allowing him to return with a message. With a splash, Muralin plunged into the river, sending up a tremendous spray of water. The young man did not glance back, but instead retrieved his phone and made a call. Once connected, he spoke. Qing Wang, I am in Daxia and have yet to meet with the master. Yet on the other end, a voice replied, I'm also in Daxia. The day after He Xiaoi reported for duty, the Source Energy College of Ningzhou University commenced its academic year ahead of schedule. Unbeknownst to her, a myriad of events had transpired concerning her brother-in-law the night prior. Meanwhile, freshmen who had opted for other majors were still languidly enjoying their summer break at home. However, when the welcome ceremony for the new students at Source Energy College began, the four enchanting flowers from dormitory 606 made their grand entrance, instantly inciting a stir. Almost every gaze in the venue was directed towards these four girls, with some inexperienced male students blushing fervently in excitement. This was due to the undeniable allure and charm of the four girls residing in that dormitory, which far surpassed that of their peers. Naturally, neither He Xiaoi nor her three companions found any cause for excitement regarding the boys' reactions, especially Lan Yusin, who, despite her claims of never having been in a relationship, was utterly indifferent to the fervent glances from the boys. She remarked, these little boys are so immature, far inferior to our Lin Ran Gij. He Xiaoi pouted, her naturally defined lips forming an exquisite arc. Hold on, he is my brother-in-law. How could he be your brother? The short-haired girl, Si Anbei, squinted her eyes into crescent moons and declared, regardless, the four sisters in our dormitory are family now. Xiaoi's brother is also our brother. The Jiangning girl, Emo Qingxiu, simply smiled, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair profile. At that moment, a tall male student from the front row stood up, surveying the room before letting his gaze sweep over the striking faces of the girls from dormitory 606, with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Yet he suppressed this sense of awe and addressed the new students in a clear voice. Fellow classmates, my name is Liang Jiaming, a third-year student and the current vice president of the student council at Ningzhou University. As you begin your academic journey, Feel free to approach me with any questions. After all, the student council exists to serve you. Liang Jiaming exuded a friendly demeanor, yet an undeniable aura surrounded him. It was evident that this vice president was a formidable practitioner of source energy. The president of the student council at Ningzhou University comprises one president and 4 vice presidents. The current president had advanced to the 4th year after the summer break, seldom involving himself in the minutiae of daily affairs. The remaining 4 vice presidents all aspired to succeed him, as the student council often held certain privileges in terms of source energy rewards, especially for the president, who received monthly allocations of source crystal liquid from the school, thus exempting them from personal expenditures. He Xiaoyi regarded Liang Jiaming and thought, "He pales in comparison to my brother-in-law. This person seems rather pretentious." Seated beside her was Lan Yusin, who had always claimed to be perpetually single, yet appeared to have considerable experience in flirting. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, such men are too juvenile. They clearly lack experience in the trials of life, and I cannot find them appealing. I implore you, please take an interest in him. Stop fixating on my brother-in-law. He Xiaoyi exclaimed hurriedly. He seems to have a bright future ahead, and will likely remain at the school to teach. Marrying him would spare you any worries for the coming years. Lan Yusin fluttered her long, alluring eyelashes. I refuse. I have my sights set on your brother-in-law. Xian Bei chimed in. Yes, Xiaoyi. Let us invite your brother-in-law to dine with us. He Xiaoyi huffed in annoyance. He is too busy. Brother Lin Ran is evidently a man of many stories. I long to hear his tales. Xian Bei reached over and playfully pinched He Xiaoyi's thigh. Xiaoyi, would you kindly consider my suggestion? Lan Yusin's lips curled into a playful smile. Indeed, I must dress more alluringly for that occasion. He Xiaoyi felt a surge of protectiveness for her brother-in-law and declared, That won't do. I must safeguard my brother-in-law. Liang Jiaming's gaze drifted towards dormitory 606, where he had long observed these captivating girls, his eyes reflecting a flicker of admiration. Ladies, please maintain your composure. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me directly. Lan Yusin cheerfully raised her hand. Senior, I have a question. How can one become as extraordinary as you? Clad in a sleeveless blue dress that showcased her smooth arms and alluring collarbone, she exuded an enticing blend of innocence and allure, a rare sight among freshmen. Consequently, Liang Jiaming's interest peaked. Without a second thought, he assumed Lan Yusin was merely one of his admirers, oblivious to the fact that this enchanting girl might possess a far superior standing. Well, it is quite simple. Just seize the opportunity to cherish your university years, diligently study, and strive for self-improvement. You will undoubtedly flourish, Liang Jiaming replied with a smile directed at Lan Yusin. If you have any further questions, I welcome you to seek me out for a private discussion after class. As he spoke, he inscribed his contact information on the blackboard. Lan Yusin tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling brightly at Liang Jiaming before turning to He Xiaoyi and giving her a mischievous wink. Do you believe he has taken a liking to you? He Xiaoyi shook her head, her high ponytail swaying. No way. He looks far too flustered by your charm. You must trust my instincts, Lan Yusin whispered, grinning. Just now, while conversing with me, Senior Liang cast several glances your way. That contact information was clearly meant for you. He Xiaoyi wore a skeptical expression. It was evident that she lacked a clear understanding of her own blossoming beauty, though her personality could be quirky at times. The pure and youthful essence that radiated from her was irresistibly captivating, something many girls aspired to emulate but could not replicate. At this juncture, Emo Qingxiu, who had remained silent until now, gently nodded and remarked, Indeed, Yusin is right. Chapter 50, A Pool of Autumn Water. Everyone, please quiet down. Our vice principal, Ms. Li, will be arriving shortly. She also serves as the dean of our Source Energy Academy. Liang Jiaming's eyes sparkled with fervor, clearly indicating his admiration for Ms. Li. Upon hearing his words, a ripple of excitement coursed through the classroom, with murmurs of anticipation filling the air. It was evident that many of the new students were already familiar with the esteemed reputation of Vice Principal Li. He Xiaoyi, with her strikingly beautiful peach blossom eyes, displayed a hint of naive curiosity and confusion as she inquired, Who is Vice Principal Li? It seems everyone knows her. Lan Yusin's lips curled into a gentle smile. She is my idol, though I refer only to her physique and appearance. An idol in terms of physique and looks? In truth, Lan Yusin herself was already exceptionally beautiful, If this vice principal Li was her idol, then surely she must possess a beauty that could captivate nations. Xian Bei chimed in. She's also my idol, but I speak of her prowess. Mo Qingqiu remained silent, yet her eyes, as clear as lake water, revealed a glimmer of expectation. It was apparent that a certain girl from Jiangnan held a keen interest in Vice Principal Li as well. Liang Jiaming surveyed the gathering, pleased by the newcomer's reactions. He smiled and remarked, I believe many of you have heard the name Li Qiushui before enrolling, have you not? In the national competition among source energy educators, Principal Li ranks among the top 5. Indeed, many were aware of Li Qiushui from Ningzhou University, a luminary within the academic community of the Great Xia. The national competition among source energy professionals was intrinsically linked to resource allocation among various institutions. After all, the National Educational Headquarters of Great Xia allocates a budget annually, and the distribution must adhere to certain standards. The resources a university can acquire depend greatly on its educators' performance in these competitions. To achieve a top 5 finish in such a national contest is indeed a commendable feat. Liang Jiaming continued, moreover, Principal Li's illustrious reputation stems from her participation in several northern border conflicts alongside our academy's elite students, yielding remarkable results. Additionally, she hails from a military family. The revelation that students from the Source Energy Academy had engaged in northern border warfare left some new students astonished, with some displaying signs of anxiety while others remained composed, seemingly prepared for such news. Liang Jiaming, eager to impress, elaborated, in recent years, conflicts have arisen not only in the north, but also in the South Sea, East Sea, and Western Front. I trust that since you all have come to the Source Energy Academy, you harbor aspirations of serving the nation. Participating in the northern border wars would be an invaluable experience. Should you ever find yourselves on the battlefield, I encourage you to be courageous and uphold the dignity of Ning University. His impassioned speech stirred a sense of fervor among many of the new students. The borders of Great Xia are extensive, sharing frontiers with numerous nations, making friction inevitable, especially as the number of source energy warriors increases, with neighboring countries' ambitions gradually intensifying. Lin Rant's recent pursuit of the Haida Marine Corps was merely a simplistic reflection of these ongoing conflicts. He Xiaoi raised her hand, asking, Senior Liang, I have a question. Liang Jiaming's expression brightened at her inquiry. Please, feel free to ask. I will answer all your questions candidly. Senior Liang, have you also stepped onto the northern battlefield? He Xiaoi pressed. Could you share your experiences with us? In the next moment, Liang Jiaming's demeanor stiffened slightly, followed by a somewhat awkward smile. Due to the current lull in conflict at the northern border, I have yet to see action. However, I have signed up, and should hostilities resume, I will undoubtedly join an elite team to defend the borders of Great Xia. His words were delivered with fervor, met with a round of applause. However, the short-haired girl, Xian Bei, muttered softly, That's clearly an exaggeration. When has the Northern Front ever been peaceful? Every year, elite teams from the Source Energy Academy volunteer for combat, and the Northern Field Army readily accepts them. However, the casualty rates among Northern soldiers are. She abruptly fell silent, seemingly realizing her misstep. It was clear that this girl possessed knowledge far beyond that of her peers regarding the Northern Field Forces. After all, with a name like Anbei, her true identity likely bore close ties to the Northern Front. He Xiaoi nodded and thanked Liang Jiaming. It was uncertain how many present grasped the underlying implications of Liang Jiaming's words. If you wish to learn more about the Northern battlefield in the future, feel free to approach me. Liang Jiaming offered a smile to He Xiaoi. In these tumultuous times, with frequent conflicts and the growing significance of source energy warriors, the previous world order is gradually being dismantled. The era of pure peace seems to have vanished. Wherever there are people, there are interests, and with interest comes discord. If human power continues to strengthen, the potential for conflict escalates significantly. What kind of bloodshed might ensue if those with unparalleled martial prowess sought to conquer the world? At that moment, a figure clad in a crisp white blazer and black pencil pants appeared at the entrance of the auditorium. Though her attire seemed professional and ordinary, it exuded a distinct aura when worn by this woman. She resembled a serene pool of autumn water, evoking a sense of profound tranquility. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and her tall, perfectly proportioned figure possessed an almost ethereal beauty, each curve and contour seemingly divinely crafted. Her features were striking, yet exuded a quiet grace, a blend of calmness and a hint of elegance. This was none other than Li Qiushui, the youngest vice principal in the history of Ningzhou University, who also served as the dean of the Source Energy Academy. Following her were several rows of faculty members. As Li Qiushui entered, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. All eyes turned to her with renewed fervor. He Xiaoi couldn't help but exclaim softly, "She is so beautiful." Liang Jiaming, beaming, called out, "Now let us warmly welcome Vice Principal Li to address us." Applause erupted, though it was evident that some newcomers clapped with trepidation, uncertain about the prospect of becoming warriors while also facing the reality of combat during their university years. Li Qiushui ascended to the stage, extending her hands in a gesture that gradually silenced the applause. With a faint smile, she began to speak, her presence akin to basking in the gentle sunlight of late summer and early autumn, neither overly warm nor entirely inviting, but carrying a subtle chill that commanded respect. She said, "Dear students, welcome to the Source Power College of Ningzhou University. Ideally, I should be here to encourage you at this opening ceremony, as you may soon transform into Source Power warriors with boundless futures. However, there are several facts I believe it is more appropriate to share with you from the outset." Li Qiushui's voice was melodious, imbued with strength, her pacing neither too fast nor too slow, creating a pleasant listening experience. Yet, the content delivered by the vice principal sent a wave of anxiety through the hearts of most newcomers, causing their breaths to quicken involuntarily. What I must convey to you is that choosing the Source Power major and becoming a Source Power warrior may indeed confer a high social status. But the path you will tread in the future is destined to be far more arduous than that of ordinary individuals. This journey is fraught with peril, soaked in blood and fire, and you may very well face the ultimate sacrifice, your life. Though Li Qiushui's voice was soft, and she did not use a microphone, it resonated clearly throughout the venue, creating an almost haunting atmosphere. The hall fell into a profound silence. Indeed, the conflicts among warriors have increased significantly, and in many instances, these confrontations are matters of life and death. You have never set foot on a battlefield, and you can never fathom the feeling of witnessing your comrades suffer devastating losses, of seeing those with whom you have shared daily life succumb to death. Li Qiushui's gaze deepened as she continued, "I shall refrain from elaborating too much, as it may frighten you. However, you must understand that there is no eternal peace. Conflict is the prevailing theme of our world. Conflict is the prevailing theme." This statement would have garnered no acceptance if uttered decades ago, for nations then valued harmony above all. Yet, as the concept of source power began to permeate society, people discovered that the universal values to which they had grown accustomed were beginning to subtly shift. Resources are finite. Land is limited. If you do not strive, others will contend for it, and source power warriors will undoubtedly take center stage in these struggles. Li Qiushui continued, "I understand that you have chosen to enter Source Power College because you perceive it as glamorous, with a bright future. However, good fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Risk is invariably proportional to opportunity. The competition within Source Power College far exceeds that of other disciplines, and many resources must be earned through your own efforts. Thus, I must share this crucial message with you." At this juncture, Li Qiushui deliberately paused. Her gaze swept across the faces of every newcomer, perceiving determination alongside confusion, courage mingled with fear. Li Qiushui's lips parted slightly. "What I wish to express is that if you harbor regrets about your prior choice, it is still not too late to withdraw now. It is still not too late to withdraw." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many newcomers' eyes reflected uncertainty. Indeed, to ponder matters intertwined with blood and fire at the tender age of 18 or 19 is a daunting and terrifying prospect. Years of diligent study had led them to this point, only to be informed that they might face death. Such a revelation is understandably difficult to accept. Of course, should you choose to withdraw from Source Power College, you may select another field of study as you gained admission to Ning University with high scores. And Ning University will not treat you unjustly. Li Qiushui remarked, "However, you must consider this carefully, for Source Power College does not accept those who regret their choices. It does not accept those who regret their choices." Upon hearing this, some wavering newcomers visibly shifted in their seats. This means that once you decide to leave Source Power College, the doors of this institution shall be irrevocably closed to you. Li Qiuxue stated calmly, once you leave, there is no turning back. Certainly, if these students come from well-off families, they may purchase Source Crystal Liquid to enhance their physical attributes. However, this pales in comparison to the Source Power warriors forged through the rigorous training of professional instructors at Source Power College. After a few minutes of silence, a newcomer finally stood up and said, Vice Principal Li, I apologize. I did not fully consider my choice to enroll in Source Power College. I would like to change my major. Very well. Those wishing to change majors may register in the office shortly, Li Qiuxue replied, her serene smile suggesting she was not displeased by this turn of events. One by one, over a dozen individuals rose and bowed as they departed. A full half-hour passed before Li Qiuxue spoke again. Are there any others wishing to leave? Do not let pride hinder you. Simply follow your heart. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and no one else chose to stand up or leave the venue. Excellent. Li Qiuxue seemed to anticipate this outcome, smiling slightly as she continued. Source Power College has enrolled 1,000 new students. There are still 982 remaining, surpassing my expectations. Silence enveloped the room. Clearly, those who remained were not at ease, as they faced a weighty and perilous academic journey ahead. The path of a Source Power warrior comes with its own set of thresholds, the most significant of which is courage. Li Qiuxue had no inclination to lament the vacant seats left behind. Her voice rose slightly as she declared, I must also congratulate those present. You have crossed the first threshold, triumphing over your own doubts. At this point, the corners of Li Qiuxue's lips curled upward, her body leaning slightly forward. Ladies and gentlemen, shouldn't you give yourselves a round of applause? Applause began tentatively, first from the 4 sisters of Dormitory 606, unwavering in their support, even if one of them possessed a notably low affinity for Source Power. Gradually, the clapping grew fervent, with some newcomers even raising their arms in exuberant cheers. Those exclamations were their means of releasing pent-up pressure. Li Qiuxue smiled, allowing the students' cheers to continue, for this was precisely the effect she wished to achieve. Amidst the thunderous uproar that seemed capable of lifting the roof, Li Qiuxue quietly exited the stage. Stepping into the corridor, she retrieved her phone, noticing 2 missed calls on the screen. Li Qiuxue chuckled and returned the call. Once connected, she said, It's rare to find you so eager to reach me. Having called twice. Auntie, I simply missed you, a melodious voice replied from the other end. I hardly believe that. Li Qiuxue laughed, her eyes softening. Though she was not particularly old, her standing within the family was evidently high, as she would not otherwise be referred to as someone's aunt. Currently, universities across the board are in need of excellent instructors for Source Power. I could recommend someone. He is a retired military officer and, importantly, a good person. Li Qiuxue responded with a smile. That sounds great, but I must inform you that my hiring standards are quite stringent. Even with your influence, I cannot make exceptions. Rest assured, I will not ask you to bend the rules. It should be as strict as necessary. However, I do have one request. The voice on the other end stated. What is your request? Li Qiuxue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I hope that while he serves as a part-time instructor, he may also have unrestricted access to the Source Power Laboratory at Ningzhou University. Unrestricted access to the Source Power Laboratory? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qiuxue responded. This request is rather simple for me. However, the Source Energy Laboratory is a pivotal stronghold of Ning University, and we have numerous collaborative research projects with the military. Before she could finish her sentence, the voice on the other end stated bluntly, Trust me, he will be of assistance to you. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuxue chuckled. Her mood evidently lightened. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. You are not even certain if he can pass my entrance examination. The other party laughed heartily before suppressing their mirth, and gently replied, The person I have my eye on is unlikely to falter. The person you have your eye on. Li Qiuxue smiled, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. That is quite interesting. It is the first time I have heard such words from my illustrious niece. Chapter 51. A call from the military department. At noon, in the North E Hotel where Lin Ran resided, the lobby manager, Li Weiming, was lost in thought, reflecting on the extraordinary events of the previous night. What was the true identity of that young man? And how was he able to compel the esteemed Cheng family of Ningzhou to yield so effortlessly? It was utterly bewildering. At that moment, a front desk attendant approached Li Weiming and whispered in his ear, Manager Lee, yesterday, Mr. Lin brought that beautiful lady into his room. Later, the stunning young woman who drives a sports car also arrived. They spent quite some time together in the room. Do you think? Before she could finish her gossip-laden inquiry, Li Weiming interrupted her sternly. Let us consider this matter as if we had not seen anything. Do not indulge in baseless speculations. And most importantly, do not disclose this to anyone. The consequences may be beyond what either of us can bear, understand? The front desk attendant promptly nodded, assuring him. Rest assured, Manager Lee, I have not told a soul. Nonetheless, she could not help but believe that Lin Ran and the pair of enchanting sisters had undoubtedly engaged in some indescribable activities. After all, they were all adults, and there was no need to feign innocence in the dead of night. Mutual comfort was entirely plausible. In her mind, the concept of late-night healing was inconceivable. Li Weiming's earnest and serious tone emphasized the necessity of treating Mr. Lin as our most esteemed guest. However, an unexpected occurrence soon compelled Li Weiming to ponder Lin Ran's true identity further. The phone at the front desk rang. The young woman answered. This is the Northie Hotel. How may I assist you? A calm voice on the other end replied. This is the Daxiao Military Department, and we need to speak with Mr. Lin Ran in room 3203. The front desk attendant's expression changed drastically. They had just been discussing Lin Ran, and now a call was coming through for him. It was as if their conversation had summoned the very response they were contemplating. Moreover, the caller knew Lin Ran's room number with alarming precision. What was happening? Had the hotel leaked Lin Ran's information? However, after a brief moment of shock, the front desk attendant recalled a crucial piece of information conveyed by the caller. The Daxiao Military Department? Are you truly from the Daxiao Military Department? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. In recent years, due to frequent conflicts, the military stature in the eyes of ordinary citizens had risen significantly, positioning it as the most powerful authority and decision-making body in the nation. Yes, please transfer me to Mr. Lin's room, the caller stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Weiming felt a tightening in his chest. He took a deep breath and replied, I apologize, but our hotel cannot disclose any information regarding our guests. If you wish to contact a guest, please reach out to their personal mobile phone directly, rather than through the front desk. His tone was firm, yet respectful. At that moment, the voice on the other end delivered a chilling statement. You are doing well, Manager Li Weiming. I understand this is your duty, but I must insist you comply with my request. Li Weiming was incredulous. How do you know my name? I not only know your name, but I also know that you are currently holding the phone with one hand while signaling the front desk attendant to quietly go upstairs to inform Mr. Lin. The voice continued. Li Weiming was struck with a sense of dread. Indeed, he was making that very gesture. How could the caller possibly know this? Were they monitoring the hotel's security footage in real time? That was impossible. Who besides the hotel's internal security had such access? The military? Yes, it must be the military. The caller was indeed truthful. Due to the increasing frequency of conflicts and the presence of spies, the military possessed the authority to view surveillance footage in all public spaces, including hotels. Yet, this was his first encounter with such a direct and unannounced intrusion into the surveillance system. What department of the military was this? Why had a call from the military suddenly reached the front desk? What connection did Mr. Lin have with the military? Li Weiming's mind was swirling with questions. If only he knew who he was conversing with, he would not dare to obstruct the matter. Please do not delay the military's urgent affairs, the voice continued, as if anticipating Li Weiming's thoughts. Transfer the call to Mr. Lin's room. He will not hold it against you. After a few moments of silence, Li Weiming finally decided to relent. Very well. I hope you're indeed friends of Mr. Lin, he said. The woman on the other end chuckled. Manager Li, you are quite capable. I'm certain you will be promoted soon. In that moment, Li Weiming assumed this was merely a polite remark, so he did not pay it much mind. I will transfer the call now. Please be ready to answer, he said, pressing the transfer button and entering Lin Ran's room number. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ran answered the call. Li Weiming and the front desk attendant exchanged worried glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. What's the matter? Lin Ran inquired. This is the General Staff Office of the Daxiao Military Department. I am Chief Strategist Tian Shichen, serving under Marshal Shangwan. May I speak with you, Mr. Lin? Came a response. What? Lin Ran glanced at the caller ID. Isn't this the hotel front desk? Are you joking? No, this is the military. I had the front desk transfer me to you, Tian Shichen replied respectfully, without any hint of arrogance. Why is Marshal Shangwan seeking me? Why not call me directly? Lin Ran frowned, puzzled by the unnecessary complications of having the call routed through the front desk. Because the marshal mentioned that you might be reluctant to take her call, Tian Shichen explained. At this, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle, his dissatisfaction and sarcasm evident in his tone. What does she want this time? The marshal left for the Black Sea yesterday. Before her departure, she specifically instructed me to call you to relay an important message. What business does she have in the Black Sea? Lin Ran asked, considering the significance of that location. The Black Sea is her stronghold, after all. We're not entirely sure, but Tian Shichen's tone turned grave. However, the marshal has not left Daxian quite some time. It is clear that her journey across the ocean must be for a substantial reason. Lin Ran pondered this for a moment before responding, "No need to worry. There are very few who can pose a threat to her." "What does she want from me?" Tian Shichen replied. "The marshal has arranged a job opportunity for you, as she mentioned that you have just returned to the country and currently have no income. I do not lack for money. Please convey my gratitude for her kind intentions," Lin Ran said, shaking his head in resignation. If it weren't for Tian Shichen's amiable demeanor, he might have hung up the call without hesitation. He could hardly believe that Shangguan Xingyue was genuinely helping him find a job. Moreover, over the years, she must have been well aware of how he had been living abroad. Thus, Lin Ran succinctly concluded that her intentions were far from innocent. Tian Shichen, however, paid no heed to Lin Ran's remarks and continued. "The marshal has recommended you to teach at Ningzhou University in the field of source energy." "What? Ningzhou University?" Lin Ran replied. "I have no interest in teaching, even if it is at Ningda. The marshal mentioned that you would have unrestricted access to Ningzhou University's source energy laboratory, where you might discover a method to completely heal your injuries." Lin Ran pondered this briefly before dismissing it as nonsense. He retorted, "My injuries couldn't be treated even in the core monitoring room of the military. How could Ningzhou University possibly help?" I don't believe Shangguan Xingyue's words. However, Tian Shichen's next statement prompted Lin Ran to experience a sudden change of heart. "The marshal also instructed me to inform you that if you still refuse after this, I must tell you that if you accept the teaching position at Ningda, she can delay Su Qingqing's arrival by 2 months to fulfill your engagement." "A 2-month postponement of the engagement? That is indeed quite favorable." "Cough, please thank her for me," Lin Ran said, clearing his throat. Though he verbally declined, his body was undeniably honest. "Very well. I shall convey your message to the marshal." Finally, Tian Shichen completed her task, a slight smile gracing her lips. She added, "Once you arrive at Ningda, you could directly contact Vice President Li Qiushui." Upon hearing this name, Lin Ran's expression shifted slightly. "All right, I've heard of her." Indeed, he had only heard of the renowned figure in the academic circle, but had never encountered Li Qiushui. By the time the latter participated in the Northern Border War with her student squad, Lin Ran had already staged his death and fled to the Black Sea continent. Tian Shichen's tone became considerably lighter. Additionally, the marshal stated that if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I will send my contact information to your phone shortly. "Thank you, Advisor Tian," Lin Ran responded before hanging up. For some reason, at that moment, his heart felt somewhat unsettled, as if he owed someone an increasing debt. The more he owed, the less likely he could repay it. Initially, he had quite disliked this woman's methods, yet now it appeared that the rift between them was slowly mending. Shangguan Xingyue had continuously aided Lin Ran from behind the scenes, causing a certain man to gradually realize that he no longer harbored as much disdain for her as before. Could it be that the defeat of Team Violet was a decision she had to make for the greater good? Lin Ran furrowed his brow. Or was there another hidden truth behind that incident? In any case, Shangguan Xingyue's recent series of actions led Lin Ran to feel that the events of that year were not as simple as he had perceived. The appearances that formed in one's eyes often do not reflect the reality. At the Great Siam military headquarters in the General Staff Office, after her conversation with Lin Ran, Tian Shichen sent her contact information to his phone. She felt she had satisfactorily completed the task assigned by the marshal. Just as she was about to call Shangguan Xingyue to report on the matter, the screen in front of the office lit up, revealing Shangguan Xingyue's silhouette. "Marshal, Lin Ran has agreed to teach at Ningzhou University," Tian Shichen reported. "Well done, Major Tian," Shangguan Xingyue replied. "If I had gone myself, it would have had the opposite effect." Tian Shichen smiled slightly. "You flatter me, Marshal. You have remained in the General Staff Office since graduating from the military academy, correct?" Shangguan Xingyue suddenly inquired. "Yes, Marshal. having been an outstanding graduate of the Great Xia capital's premier military academy. Tian Shichen had entered the General Staff office directly as a combat strategist due to her exceptional performance, a feat many envied. What are your plans regarding your future work? Shangguan Xingyue asked. Tian Shichen's heart raced. She had discerned the marshal's intention. It was apparent that there were plans to transfer her to a different position. I will follow the marshal's arrangements, Tian Shichen replied. With the increasing number of source energy warriors, to enhance the military's control over the order of warriors across Great Xia, I have discussed with the president about establishing management departments for warriors in various regions. Would you be interested in going to Liaojiang province to oversee the management there? The warrior management department? Upon hearing this, Tian Shichen immediately understood. Managing source energy warriors. This newly established department would undoubtedly wield significant power. The head of a provincial warrior management department could easily be likened to a high-ranking official. Tian Shichen's heart began to race. Marshal, I am uncertain whether I can handle this position. Shangguan Xiyue turned her head, still wearing a black mask, and said, after following me for so long, if you cannot manage this position, then no one else would be suitable. Indeed, Tian Shichen seized her objections, straightened her posture, and saluted. Observing Tian Shichen's stance, Shangguan Xingye suddenly chuckled, remarking, I hadn't noticed before, but Major Tian has quite a good figure, very commendable. Tian Shichen recognized the marshal's penchant for humor. Yet she found herself somewhat taken aback by the remark, her cheeks flushing slightly. For some reason, a certain advertisement slogan suddenly popped in her mind. Being a woman. What is it that is good? Additionally, Shangguan Xingyue spoke seriously. When you arrive in Ningzhou, if Lin Ran encounters any trouble, remember to keep an eye on him. With that, the video call was abruptly disconnected. Tian Shichen wore a look of slight confusion. That last sentence made her feel that the marshal's main purpose in transferring her to Ningzhou was not solely to manage the warriors, but rather to create a legitimate reason to assist Lin Ran. Chapter 52. Hellish Difficulty. An hour later, Li Weiming received a call from the chairman of the hotel. He was slightly taken aback, for the chairman had never directly called him before. For reasons he could not articulate, Li Weiming instinctively felt that this call was connected to Lin Ran and the military. Upon answering, a piece of good news descended upon him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily dazed. The chairman spoke candidly. Weiming, congratulations. Starting today, you are promoted to vice president of Bei Hotel and will officially join the hotel's board of directors, transitioning from a lobby manager to a senior executive and board member in one leap. How remarkable! Li Weiming could hardly believe his ears. Chairman, you must be joking. Yet, he could sense a warm undertone in the chairman's voice. Absolutely not a joke. Just a moment ago, a video board meeting was held, and this decision was passed. The chairman chuckled, adding, Weiming, you are now Mr. Li. Best of luck. At that moment, Li Weiming recalled the phone call from the military. The lovely female voice had said, Manager Li, you are exceptional. I am certain you will be promoted soon. But this was all happening too swiftly. Upon reflection, Li Weiming was convinced that Mr. Lin was indeed his benefactor. Following his appointment, his responsibilities were straightforward. His primary task was to ensure that Lin Ran received the utmost comfort, thereby strengthening the connection between the hotel and this esteemed guest. Lin Ran had not informed Bi Xiaoyi in advance about his new position as a teacher. He intended to surprise her. By 4 p.m, he stood at the gates of Ningzhou University. Just as Lin Ran was about to step inside, he was halted by a security guard. Please show your student ID. The guard requested. Taken aback by the strict management at Ning University, Lin Ran replied, I don't have a student ID. Then please show your faculty ID. I don't have that either. Then you cannot enter, the guard insisted. Please understand. Lin Ran, unwilling to force his way in, smiled and explained. I just got hired as a teacher and am here to complete my onboarding procedures. The guard scrutinized him skeptically, convinced he was a fraud, given Lin Ran's youthful appearance. If you're here to complete your onboarding, call the HR department now. Otherwise, if I let you in and you steal something, what will happen? Lin Ran felt a tinge of helplessness. Although the military had arranged for his new identity, who would have thought he would be thwarted by security? I don't have the HR number. Could you please call for me? Lin Ran implored. The guard eyed him warily, but eventually stepped inside to make a call. A minute later, he returned, coldly reprimanding. The HR department doesn't recognize you. Are you trying to sneak in for theft? Stay away. Lin Ran raised his hands in surrender, responding, You can't possibly think I look like a thief. That is debatable. Nowadays, even thieves can look presentable. At that moment, a sleek black car approached from behind. Upon seeing the license plate, the guard's demeanor shifted, and he immediately stood at attention. It was the car of Vice Principal Li Qiushui of Ningzhou University. What's going on? The driver's window rolled down, revealing a face that compelled Lin Ran to take a second glance. Even with minimal makeup, she exuded a unique charm, a blend of maturity, intellect, and allure, radiating a refreshing energy that set her apart from younger women. Lin Ran could not ascertain her true age, but her beauty and poise would likely place her among the most striking women he had ever encountered. The fact that someone so young could serve as the vice principal of such a prestigious institution was astonishing. "Principal Qiushui," the guard exclaimed. "This man claims to be here for teacher onboarding, but the HR department has no record of him. I was about to escort him away." Li Qiushui regarded Lin Ran thoughtfully and then uttered a statement that left the guard in disbelief. "His employment was arranged directly by me without involving HR." She turned to Lin Ran. "Please, get in the car." Lin Ran winked at the astonished guard, patting his shoulder. "Thanks for your help, my friend." He then opened the passenger door and settled into the vehicle. The black car drove into the campus, disappearing around a corner. Only then did the diligent guard come to realize the gravity of the situation. He turned to his equally stunned colleagues, murmuring, "Who exactly is this man? No man has ever been in Principal Qiushui's car before." The students passing by were equally astounded, given that Li Qiushui was a goddess in the realm of national universities. Her popularity at Ningzhou University was immense. The fact that a man had entered her private vehicle would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Unbeknownst to Lin Ran, he had just become the first man to ride in Li Qiushui's personal car. Before he could speak, she said, "General Shangwan holds you in high regard and recommended you for a teaching position here. I will do my utmost to facilitate your onboarding." Her lovely face bore an earnest expression, but the faint fragrance surrounding her, combined with her commanding presence, made it easy for others to feel a flutter of attraction. "General Shangwan thinks highly of me?" Lin Ran asked with a smile. "I'm curious about how she described me." "She said you were a good person," Li Qiushui replied, a gentle smile gracing her features, a unique charm enveloping the car's interior. Lin Ran chuckled. That doesn't sound like a very serious endorsement. Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed the highest compliment that could be bestowed upon a man by Shangwan Xingyue. Li Qiushui continued, "However, even with the general's recommendation, you must pass the entrance assessment for the Source Force Academy at Ningzhou University." Lin Ran smiled. "That is splendid. I was beginning to think that General Shangwan's connections would guarantee me a smooth path." Li Qiushui instinctively sensed something amiss about his words regarding connections, but upon further reflection, she realized that Lin Ran's phrasing was quite fitting. "In fact, I have a practice. The higher the status and rank of the recommender, the more stringent my evaluation of the recommended candidate," she stated, casting a glance at Lin Ran. In the Daxia realm, personal connections often dictated success. Yet Li Qiushui's approach seemed to defy this norm, likely ruffling feathers in the past. Yet this was precisely what Lin Ran appreciated. "Well, I was initially quite indifferent about the teaching position, but now you have piqued my interest," Lin Ran remarked cheerfully. "Moreover, having such an enchanting vice principal is certainly an added bonus." Li Qiushui glanced at Lin Ran and then remarked, "Does General Shangwan know that you would so candidly evaluate the opposite sex to their face? This is a heartfelt compliment from me." Lin Ran replied, "Moreover, my affairs with the opposite sex are none of her concern." Li Qiushui said nothing further, merely smiling. However, had Lin Ran known that Li Qiushui's other identity was the aunt of Shangwan Xingyue, one wonders how he would react. As Lin Ran exited the car, he immediately attracted a wave of astonished gazes. Once again, it was evident that sitting in such a vehicle drew an extraordinary amount of attention. "I must admit, I am somewhat unaccustomed to being scrutinized by so many eyes," Lin Ran remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. The gentle breeze tousled Li Qiushui's hair, and her smile under the setting sun was truly enchanting. "Should you successfully pass today's assessment, I shall ensure you become accustomed to such scrutiny in the future." This implied that Lin Ran would have the opportunity to ride in her car often. Lin Ran chuckled. "All right, a promise is a promise. I am indeed quite interested in riding in your vehicle." The phrase "in your vehicle" struck Li Qiushui as oddly suggestive, yet she could not quite pinpoint why it felt that way. She picked up her phone and called her secretary, her voice carrying a subtle chill. Notify all the faculty at Yuanli Academy to proceed to the observation hall to witness the new teacher's exceptionally challenging entrance examination. Chapter 53. A familiar first question. The hellishly difficult employment assessment? Lin Ran could hardly believe that Li Qiushui had presented him with such a formidable initiation gift. Was there some discord between Shangguan Xingyue and Li Qiushui? Otherwise, why would the latter begin with such a ferocious challenge? Not only was he to partake in a hellishly difficult assessment, but Li Qiushui had also summoned all the teachers from the Source Power Academy to observe. If he were to fail, would it not be an immense embarrassment? Or perhaps Li Qiushui had indeed harbored intentions of humiliating him? Beyond that, Lin Ran struggled to find any other reasonable explanation. After Li Qiushui ended the call, her gaze shifted to Lin Ran, who was looking at her with an unusual expression. She smiled and remarked, "Do you think I am targeting you?" No. Perhaps this was merely another way for Principal Li to express her goodwill. Lin Ran was not averse to it. On the contrary, he found it quite intriguing, a flicker of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Li Qiushui observed Lin Ran's reaction, then said, "I admire those who do not shy away from challenges. Your attitude is commendable." Lin Ran, upon hearing this, remained non-committal and changed the subject. "You don't seem particularly old, yet your mannerisms often come off as rather antiquated. Perhaps you could try to adopt a more youthful demeanor." "That is indeed a good suggestion," Li Qiushui replied with a faint smile. "However, if Teacher Lin successfully passes the upcoming assessment, I may consider taking your advice." With that, she quickened her pace toward the observation hall. Simultaneously, astonished whispers began to circulate throughout the Source Power Academy. The specifics of this hellishly difficult employment assessment had been devised by Vice Principal Li Qiushui herself. Previously, some teachers had participated in similar assessments, yet none had achieved satisfactory scores, with many failing outright. After all, Li Qiushui had been on the battlefield and possessed an unparalleled mastery of the application of source power in actual combat. The assessment was divided into 2 rounds, the first being a theoretical examination and the second involving source power combat. Each round was exceedingly challenging. Even the theoretical component was intricately intertwined with practical application. Currently, even the in-service teachers would require significant effort to merely pass the threshold. Teachers hurried toward the observation hall, their conversations intensifying. It had been a long time since the hellishly difficult assessments had been initiated. Who was this new teacher that could prompt Vice Principal Li to activate the Hell mode? Surely, Vice Principal Li must have confidence in this teacher's ability to pass the assessment. "Have you all heard the sensational gossip?" one teacher inquired. "What gossip could possibly be that sensational? Is it related to Vice Principal Li?" "Indeed, it is said that a rather handsome man got in a Vice Principal Li's car today." At this revelation, gasps of surprise echoed through the crowd. Many male teachers were left agape. In this academy, Li Qiushui was regarded as a goddess, and numerous male faculty members had quietly harbored feelings for her, yet few had the courage to confess. After all, her formidable capabilities instilled a sense of pressure in them. Yet, while they might hesitate to profess their affections, the news of another man riding in Li Qiushui's vehicle stirred a wave of jealousy within them. Could it be that the perpetually single Vice Principal Li has found a boyfriend? The man who got into Vice Principal Li's car must be the new teacher participating in the hellishly difficult assessment, a female teacher speculated suddenly. A male teacher chimed in with a mocking tone. "Regardless, we shall soon discover the truth. Perhaps this individual will embarrass himself." Many were merely spectators, while some teachers felt a sense of anticipation. After all, the questions in the hellish assessments were never repetitive, and it was unclear from where Vice Principal Li sourced these queries. This would certainly be an enlightening experience. Once all the teachers of the Source Power Academy had entered the observation hall, Li Qiushui led Lin Ran to the front podium. A long table was set up, with the male and female participants seated on opposite sides. In front of Lin Ran lay a tablet and an electronic stylus. For the first round of the theoretical assessment, he would respond on the tablet, and all his answers would be projected onto the large screen behind him for all to see. Many scrutinized Lin Ran, and murmurs arose once more. The man was indeed handsome. However, if Vice Principal Li truly held him in high regard, why would she subject him to this hellish mode? Perhaps it was not about making things difficult, but rather providing an opportunity for this teacher to shine within the academy. Some female teachers smiled warmly at Lin Ran, their demeanor far less envious than that of their male counterparts. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The hellishly difficult assessment is about to commence. Li Qiushui spoke succinctly, her red lips parting to fill the room with her voice. She did not elaborate on Lin Ran's introduction. The question bank for the hellishly difficult assessment is rarely opened, containing 100 questions. Teacher Lin, please select any 3. As she spoke, a program on the large screen activated, rapidly scrolling through the 100 questions, rendering the text nearly illegible. Lin Ran responded, "Could you kindly select 3 for me?" Principal Li, I am rather disinclined to choose. I am disinclined to choose. Such audacity. The teachers in attendance were taken aback. After all, while Li Qiushui was young, she commanded great respect within the academy, and it was rare for anyone to speak to her in such a manner. This was, after all, an employment assessment. How could he speak so freely before the vice principal, especially when he had yet to become a teacher? Li Qiushui, however, showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, a playful smile graced her lips. In that case, I shall graciously accept your request. I will choose the question I believe to be the most challenging, one which has never been perfectly answered. I look forward to seeing Teacher Lin's completion of it. If your answer satisfies me, the remaining 2 questions will be exempted. The most challenging question? Lin Ran had effectively dug a pit for himself. Very well, he replied without hesitation, showing no signs of retreat. He was eager to gauge Li Qiushui's true level. If it fell short, it would be impossible for the Source Power Academy to retain him. Li Qiushui regarded Lin Ran's expression and smiled. You are making me increasingly curious about what will unfold next. In her view, Lin Ran's calm demeanor could either be a facade or a sign of genuine confidence and capability. Given that he was favored by Shangguan Xingyue, she leaned toward the latter. When the first question appeared on the screen, gasps of astonishment echoed from the observing teachers. Was this question truly so difficult? It seemed utterly impossible to solve. The degree of integration with practical combat was staggering. An intimate understanding of source power application, as well as the tactics of the Great Siam military and the geography of the Northern Front and Hayter, was essential. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could hope to complete it. If it were left to me, I would have no clue where to begin. At that moment, Lin Ran's expression began to take on a captivating brilliance. For on the grand screen, before him appeared the question. If a fully restructured Marine division from Hayter were to invade the northern borders of the Great Xia, and you possessed peak A-level strength, what actions would you undertake to annihilate this Marine division within Hayter's territory, thereby achieving the utmost deterrence against Hayter? Chapter 54. The title is mistaken. This question appears deceptively simple, yet the multifaceted requirements are exceedingly demanding. If elaborated upon, it could indeed evolve into a thesis comprising tens of thousands of words. It seems that Teacher Lin may not be able to teach at our school. Just look at his expression. It appears frozen in disbelief. He assumes the role of a PK level, but without the requisite strength. One cannot fathom the combat capabilities associated with such a tier. Should he make a reckless assumption, numerous off-topic errors may arise. To pursue and annihilate an entire Marine division within the confines of Hayter, must one not avoid reinforcements from other Hayter forces? Should one not strive to leverage advantageous terrain to maximize enemy casualties, while simultaneously securing effective supplies? Some instructors have begun to analyze the key points within this problem. However, the deeper the analysis, the more one realizes the myriad pitfalls, leading to considerable frustration. Li Qiushui smiled and remarked, in fact, I deem this to be the most challenging question in this hellish question bank. My requirements remain unchanged. If Teacher Lin can provide a flawless solution, he may proceed directly to the second round of practical assessments. Even if Lin Ran were to choose to withdraw at this moment, Li Qiushui would not find it problematic. After all, the knowledge and theories encompassed by this question are exceedingly extensive. Li Qiushui had previously attempted to solve it herself, yet she could not arrive at the most reasonable answer. However, the battle blade, still embedded in the square before the Hayter Presidential Palace, serves as a testament that someone has indeed accomplished this feat. Regrettably, the man who once wrought miracles now rests eternally in the snowy mountains. Teacher Lin, you have half an hour to contemplate, Li Qiushui continued. Many observing instructors believed that Lin Ran should concede. The scope of this question is far too vast and complex. When this question was first presented, numerous attendees genuinely felt that Li Qiushui was deliberately setting a trap for Lin Ran. After all, several instructors present encountered a series of knowledge blind spots. oblivious to the composition of a fully integrated Hater Marine division regarding firepower and source warriors. "I need not half an hour," Lin Ran stated, picking up his pen and marking a large X on the tablet. This action incited an uproar among the onlookers. Was this an act of surrender? A complete abandonment? If he could not solve it, why then mark an X on President Li's question? Such behavior is rather disrespectful. Perhaps this fellow was merely embarrassed by the difficulty of the question. These murmurs clearly reached Lin Ran's ears. After marking the X, Lin Ran tossed the pen aside and declared, according to the premise of the question, "This is impossible. It cannot be done." "Oh," Li Qiushui's eyes sparkled. "Teacher Lin, do you assert this because you believe it is an insurmountable task for humanity?" Lin Ran glanced at her with a faint smile, choosing not to respond immediately. Li Qiushui seemed slightly disheartened. If Lin Ran had attempted to solve the problem instead of outright dismissing it, she might have felt a modicum of consolation. Such a direct negation might suggest that his perspective is rather limited and his understanding of source power and tactics is rather mediocre. Yet that should not be the case. For he is someone favored by Shangguan Xingyue. Li Qiushui scrutinized Lin Ran intently, her voice imbued with an icy tone. "If that is your stance, I must inform you that this battle example genuinely exists, and it transpired 5 years ago." No, President Li has misunderstood." Lin Ran smiled and replied, "I'm not suggesting that humanity cannot accomplish this, but rather, this is a task beyond the capabilities of an A-level peak. It requires at least an S level." Upon uttering this statement, Lin Ran's smile slightly faded, as if endless ice and snow began to manifest before his eyes. "At least an S level?" Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui did not immediately refute him. Instead, a contemplative expression crossed her face. Conversely, some male instructors below reacted more vehemently. "Stop making excuses for your incompetence. President Li's question cannot possibly be erroneous. Do you understand the power possessed by an S level? If it were an S level, not even 10 Marine divisions from Hater would suffice to challenge one." The speaker, Gao Bozi, teaches the fundamentals of source power at the Source Power Academy and coincidentally serves as He Xiaoyi's class advisor. This class advisor role is akin to that of a counselor or homeroom teacher. Of course, Lin Ran was unaware of this, and even if he were, he would not care about the other's status. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Ran's expression bore a hint of mockery. "The mere fact that you can utter such words indicates your complete lack of understanding regarding S-level forces and the Hater Marine Division. How can you claim to understand? I simply cannot abide the countenance of someone as incompetent as you," Gao Bozi retorted, glaring at Lin Ran. "When an S-level powerhouse makes their move, it is bound to cause devastation. How many Marine divisions can withstand that? You are deliberately altering the question to lower the difficulty for yourself. Is this fellow merely a provocateur?" Lin Ran felt that engaging with someone like him would only serve to diminish his own intellect. He could not fathom why this instructor harbored such animosity towards him. "I suggest you take a walk outside. It would be best for you to witness the northern front lines firsthand. Otherwise, you will remain foolishly cooped up in this school every day," Lin Ran remarked with a sympathetic demeanor. This statement unleashed a barrage of ire, directly offending a large number of individuals present. After all, most instructors had never set foot on a frontline battlefield, and in targeting Gao Bozi with his ridicule, Lin Ran inadvertently struck a chord with many. Gao Bozi was about to retort when Li Qiushui, deep in thought, raised her head. Her eyes, clear as lake water, glimmered with a hint of light as she gazed at Lin Ran. "Why is an A-level peak insufficient? Could you elucidate your reasoning?" Lin Ran replied, "If I were in your position, I would certainly dismiss the kind of short-sighted teacher you just described. Keeping such individuals in the teaching ranks would be a disservice to the students." Gao Bozi's face turned a shade of green with rage. "This matter is not within the scope of our discussion," Li Qiushui said, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran. "Please share your thoughts. I hope to receive a perfect answer from you." The standard configuration of a Hater Marine division is that the division commander must be A-level, with several brigade commanders at the peak B level, Lin Ran stated. "However, your question pertains to an integrated division, which is a level above the standard Marine division." Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui's expression brightened further. The commander of an integrated division is nominally required to be A-level, yet within the Hater army, there exists an unwritten rule. Only an A-level peak can serve as the commander of an integrated division, and the division's headquarters will be staffed with 4 aides, all possessing mid-tier A-level strength. Gao Bozi immediately stood up to interject, You must have conjured this from thin air. An unwritten rule? Such unverifiable reasoning is absurd. Yet this time, the instructors supporting Gao Bozi were few and far between. After all, it was evident that Lin Ran possessed a thorough understanding of the composition and configuration of the Hader military. Teacher Gao, please be quiet, Li Qiushui said, casting a faint glance at Gao Bozi. Although her tone was mild, it carried an unmistakable reprimand. Very well, President Li, I merely sought to support your argument. Gao Bozi, seemingly reluctant to accept the situation, muttered a retort before reluctantly taking a seat, his gaze towards Lin Ran growing increasingly menacing. An A-class peak powerhouse, along with 4 mid-tier A-class experts, and, disregarding the company and battalion leaders below, there were still over 3,000 soldiers of E-class and above. Lin Ran remarked, human strength can sometimes be exhausted. Does Principal Li truly believe that dispatching a single A-class peak can defy the odds to vanquish so many? He emphasized his words, each syllable resonating with conviction. Forgive my candor, but were I to command such a force, utilizing the advantageous terrain of Hader, I could wear down 10 A-class peak experts through attrition. Upon uttering this, the room fell into a profound silence. We're down 10 A-class peaks. Wasn't that a touch excessive? Gao Bozi instinctively considered countering, but recalling Principal Li's recent warning glance, he swallowed his words. Therefore, do you believe that only an S-class can accomplish this? Li Qiushui, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Ran's rebuttal, appeared rather pleased, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she inquired, if I were to modify this hypothesis to an initial S-class, could you enlighten me on your tactical approach? Certainly, I could provide an answer. However, I must inform you that even an initial S-class would face severe injury or even death. There exists only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Lin Ran's statement ignited a chorus of skepticism below. After all, if the premise had been altered, how could one still claim defeat? What purpose did the assessment serve? Lin Ran observed the myriad expressions of doubt before turning to Li Qiushui and requested, might I have access to an electronic screen? I require a demonstration. Right behind you. She replied, you can draw directly on it with an electronic pen. With a click of the remote, a large screen behind Lin Ran transformed into a blank canvas. Without hesitation, he seized the pen and began to sketch. With just a few strokes, a mountainous landscape emerged. Wow, his drawing is remarkable, exclaimed one of the female teachers. Indeed, though merely simple lines, the mountains appear vividly three-dimensional. Another added, this is truly impressive. I'm beginning to believe that this new instructor is not merely all talk. He possesses genuine ability. The male teachers, however, found it challenging to acknowledge superiority in a peer of the same gender, feeling an undeniable discomfort. The moment the topographical map was revealed, Li Qiushui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For Lin Ran had even marked the contour lines. Li Qiushui was confident that the elevation figures he provided were not arbitrary. Lin Ran, holding the pen, pointed at the peaks on the screen. This here marks the boundary between Daxia and Hader. For Hader, it is easily defended yet difficult to assault. Should they choose to send a reorganized division into Daxia, they would undoubtedly take this route, and the same applies for their retreat. As he spoke, he drew a pentagram in a valley to highlight its significance. He continued, were I an S-class, I would instigate chaos within this reorganized division in the valley, swiftly eliminating their lower-level commanders, such as those at the company, battalion, and regiment levels, leading to a disarray among the 3,000 soldiers, who would lose their direct command. Orders from the division headquarters would fail to propagate, turning the reorganized division into a disjointed and disorganized force. Lin Ran's insights stirred the thoughts of everyone present. All, that is, except Gao Bozi, who still believed that Lin Ran's depiction of the mountains merely attested to his artistic prowess. And what follows? Li Qiushui, suppressing her urge to applaud, patiently inquired. Chapter 55. The smoke of yesterday, this hellish examination had evidently transformed into a stage for Lin Ran's unfettered display. Following the initial ambush, I would undoubtedly choose to retreat, for the supply of source crystal liquid I could carry was exceedingly limited. If I continued recklessly, not only would my source power fail to replenish effectively, but my own strength would also be depleted. Lin Ran remarked, sketching an arrow atop the mountain peak. I will opt to retreat in this direction. The arrow pointed directly towards the realm of Hader. A strategic retreat towards Hader. But would that not entrap the S level even further? The task was set. They must be annihilated within the confines of Hader. This new instructor scrutinized the problem with great care. Numerous educators began to discuss fervently, and a storm of ideas took shape. My retreat will at least allow me to take 2 mid-level A-rank deputy officers with me, Lin Ran stated. Of course, if I were S-rank, defeating 2 mid-level A-ranks would pose little challenge. Resolving the matter swiftly to conserve energy is paramount. I have another reason for this direction of retreat, Lin Ran continued, sketching a circle atop a peak. This is the ammunition depot of the Hader border garrison, routinely equipped with 10 Lee Stand missile launchers. At S-rank speed, utilizing full source power, I could reach here in no more than 10 minutes. At this juncture, Lin Ran drew a reverse arrow pointing to the recently contested valley. Meanwhile, the majority of the foot soldiers remain here in the valley, like headless flies. At that moment, gasps of astonishment echoed through the observation hall. Everyone comprehended Lin Ran's intent. He aimed to utilize those 10 missile launchers to bombard the throngs of foot soldiers. The logic was strikingly clear. 10 Lee Stand missile launchers would unleash 80 missiles. What did this imply? Lin Ran emphatically jabbed the valley's location with his pen. This means at least half of them will perish. Wow, that is incredible. I never considered such an approach. It was the utmost method of conserving one's strength while inflicting damage upon the enemy. Without profound knowledge of the terrain, one could never ascertain the firepower of this ammunition depot. Wow, I now believe this young gentleman has a chance of passing the hellish examination. Genuine expressions of admiration began to ripple through the audience. At this moment, Gao Bozi could no longer contain himself. He stood up and declared, "Isn't this approach a disgrace to the name of an S-level powerhouse? A mere individual with a blade could resolve the matter, yet you resort to heavy weaponry? That tarnishes the reputation of high-tier source power warriors." Lin Ran remained silent, merely casting a look of disdain towards Gao Bozi. Many teachers present began to express their dissatisfaction with Gao Bozi. "Please refrain from speaking, Teacher Gao," Li Qiushui coldly regarded him, her thoughts having been captivated by Lin Ran's analysis, and the interruption was indeed irksome. However, Lin Ran did not intend to relent. He smirked mockingly and addressed Li Qiushui. "Principal Li, kindly escort this teacher out, or I shall cease my presentation. After all, I find such a low-caliber imbecile unworthy of my analysis." Gao Bozi, taken aback by Lin Ran's retort, felt fury rise within him. "You're not even a formal teacher yet you presume to command respect from Vice Principal Li? Who do you think you are, daring to suggest I leave? I've been at Ning University for 7 years." Before he could finish, Li Qiushui's cold voice interrupted. "Teacher Gao, please exit. Your performance today has cast some doubt on your professionalism." That remark was indeed rather weighty, especially coming from the highly esteemed Li Qiushui. Gao Bozi's face shifted in color, a blend of green and white. He dared not lash out at Li Qiushui, swallowing his resentment, casting a furious glare at Lin Ran before exiting without a backward glance. Li Qiushui turned her gaze towards Lin Ran, saying, "Teacher Lin, let us continue." Lin Ran nodded with a smile, continuing, "At this moment, as an S-level, I could charge back. If I swiftly traverse the valley, I could potentially eliminate around 300 individuals." He paused briefly, snapping his fingers. "That leaves 1,200. Li Qiushui's interest peaked further, a smile gracing her lips. "What follows? It seems your S-level stamina remains largely intact. Indeed, even when facing ordinary E-rank fighters, an S-level must expend energy. After these 2 battles and the subsequent sprint, I estimate I retain about 70% of my stamina." Lin Ran stated, deliberately pausing for a few seconds, surveying the audience. Shrugging with a grin, "Wow, no one has rudely interrupted me. This sensation is simply splendid." Gao Bozi had exited, but Lin Ran relished in metaphorically striking him down further. Had he heard Lin Ran's words, his fury might have escalated. Li Qiushui, contemplating the undulating mountains displayed on the large screen, asked thoughtfully, "What will you do next?" 1,200 individuals, if eliminated one by one, would consume an inordinate amount of time. Precisely, Lin Ran agreed. The optimal strategy is to employ a more direct method to eliminate these foes in one fell swoop. He then sketched an arrow directing towards another peak of higher elevation. Yellowmikesham Mountain, which also serves as a fortress at the Hater border. Li Qiushui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With your S-level prowess, capturing this fortress should not prove overly challenging. But what is your true intention? Several teachers below wore expressions of confusion, raising hands to inquire. Isn't your goal to eliminate these land combat soldiers? Why then target the fortress? Lin Ran chuckled. It's simple. I intend to spend 3 days driving these soldiers near the fortress, where they will encounter a massive avalanche at Yalamaksha Mountain. As he spoke, memories flooded back vividly. The pristine white snow seemed as if it had happened just yesterday. Applause erupted. The teachers below comprehended Lin Ran's intent and began to applaud. Securing the fortress would not only replenish his supplies, but also grant him the firepower to induce an avalanche. Yalamaksha Mountain is renowned worldwide. If the eternal snow were to collapse, E-rank warriors would undoubtedly be buried and unable to escape. In this battle, this restructured land combat division will suffer at least 800 casualties, Lin Ran declared. The remaining 400 will pose no issue for an S-level in peak condition. He continued, however, these individuals will scatter, and pursuing them will require some time. Give me 2 days to deal with them. I will leave no one behind. Then this restructured division will likely be left with only 3 A-rank experts, Li Qiushui noted. Even if one is at the peak A-rank, it should not pose a problem for you to confront them directly. Another teacher posed a question. So, can you then eliminate these 3 individuals and complete the mission? Lin Ran chuckled as he turned to Li Qiushui, remarking, if that's the case, our principal Qiushui might at best grant a passing score. Wouldn't you agree? Li Qiushui nodded, acknowledging, indeed, but it wouldn't merely be a passing grade. Your level of completion is already quite commendable, perhaps only a 20% deduction at most. The whimsical nature of this response seemed insufficiently perfect, warranting such a significant penalty. Many of the teachers below appeared perplexed. Li Qiushui refrained from elaborating. While Lin Ran tapped on the screen, addressing the teachers below, remember to read the problem, or the requirement stated. After a brief pause, he emphasized, the final sentence of the question demands a maximum intimidation of Heidel. The teachers below exhibited expressions of realization. Indeed, nearly annihilating an entire armor division at the border was undeniably shocking. However, the public had not witnessed it firsthand, and Heidel's officials would likely suppress such news deliberately. Lin Ran's comprehensive considerations illuminated Li Qiushui's gaze further. I believe you should find the answers to the subsequent matters, Lin Ran asserted, shaking his head. I will find a way to drive these high-ranking A-level officers to Heidel's capital and, under the eyes of the public, execute them, planting the standard military blade of the Great Xia at the square in front of the presidential palace. The observation hall fell into silence instantly. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It seemed as though every teacher was envisioning the scene Lin Ran had described, feeling their blood surge and excitement rise. After a brief stillness, the venue erupted into fervent applause, which echoed endlessly. Upon hearing Lin Ran's ultimate answer, Li Qiushui was momentarily taken aback. Given the passage of several years and the frequent conflicts along the border, most of the teachers present had failed to recall Lin Ran's illustrious military achievements immediately. Yet, even if they did remember, it would be impossible to reconstruct the events with such perfection. In those years, Lin Ran had single-handedly pursued 3,000 enemies over vast distances, and the details of that pursuit remained an unsolved enigma. In response to the applause, Lin Ran shrugged and offered a slight bow. However, once the clapping subsided, Li Qiushui regained her composure and inquired, but if you accomplish this, your A-level peak strength should suffice. There is no need to modify the hypothetical conditions in the question to S-level, is there? Li Qiushui was indeed a master, maintaining absolute clarity of thought in such moments, which was no small feat. Lin Ran smiled, having pursued them to the capital of Heidel with such arrogance. Do you think those S-level powers in Heidel would continue to endure and refrain from taking action? Chapter 56. A fortuitous encounter with Major General Lin Ran's reasoning was exceptionally meticulous, creating a relentless storm in the minds of all the teachers present. Especially when he mentioned the S-class powerhouses, many gasps of astonishment filled the air. Indeed, one cannot pursue a life-threatening chase without the hope of returning alive. While an A-class peak could undertake missions, it would be a formidable struggle, fraught with peril on the return journey. Lin Ran articulated, The reason I hypothesize myself as an S-class is to account for the S-class powerhouses from Hader. A sense of clarity washed over the audience. At this juncture, Lin Ran chuckled. If I could eliminate one or two S-class powerhouses from Hader during the escape, it would be an unexpected gain. Remarkably, even as victory loomed, Lin Ran contemplated further expanding his achievements. Li Qiushui's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this were a test, Lin Ran's statements would certainly earn him additional points. The teachers below brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lin Ran's continued analysis. The majority of them had already recognized the stark contrast between their practical experience and Lin Ran's. What do you know about Hader's national treasures? Li Qiushui inquired. Two S-class individuals stationed in Hader's capital, one named Ruoda, the other Barimo. Given the commotion I caused at the presidential palace, their attention is inevitable, Lin Ran replied. Both possess distinct characteristics. One is exceptionally adept in speed, while the other excels in brute force. Li Qiushui nodded slightly, for she too had heard of these S-class powerhouses. Lin Ran continued thus. If I were merely an A-class peak as previously assumed, I would undoubtedly perish in Hader and would never return. Of course, the current situation is hardly favorable either. He paused momentarily, casually taking a sip from Li Qiushui's cup placed on the table, drinking deeply. Li Qiushui, initially inclined to intervene, could only part her lips in surprise, ultimately remaining silent. After finishing, Lin Ran remarked, this cup is rather exquisite. Li Qiushui pressed her fingers to her temple, feeling the weight of irritation. This was nothing short of an indirect kiss. It was clear that he had done so deliberately. It was not a mere unconscious act of drinking. In truth, based on the parameters of the scenario, my strength is perhaps only at the initial stage of S-class. I cannot outrun Ruoda, nor can I match Barimo in combat, Lin Ran stated, contemplating the dire circumstances he faced. Isn't it evident that I am doomed? The audience fell silent, clearly at a loss, for the might of S-class powerhouses transcended their understanding, making it difficult even to conceive of such a scenario. No, it is proven that while I cannot outrun Ruoda, I can indeed break his legs, Lin Ran asserted. His legs are swift, yet his defensive capabilities are lacking. A teacher raised a hand in query. How do you know Ruoda's legs lack defensive strength? As far as I know, his leg skills are unparalleled in Hader. That is merely your understanding, Lin Ran smiled. Check the news from 7 years ago. At that time, Ruoda's eldest disciple defected to the Black Eagle Federation, seeking political asylum. He publicly disclosed his master's weaknesses to the media, and your ignorance stems from your insufficient knowledge. Really? The teacher, though skeptical, quickly searched for relevant news. Upon finding the information Lin Ran had mentioned, astonishment washed over him. My goodness, this is indeed true. How did you come to know of this? Lin Ran offered a succinct explanation. Remember, never engage in unprepared battles. No matter how well you understand your enemy, it is never too much. Never engage in unprepared battles. The teacher nodded earnestly. Thank you, Teacher Lin. I shall remember this. Please continue, Teacher Lin, Li Qiushui encouraged with a smile. However, even if I managed to break Ruoda's legs, I would undoubtedly pay a heavy price, as his offensive power cannot be underestimated. In a wounded state, I could never hope to contend with Barimo. My only option would be to flee with all my strength. Fortunately, while Barimo excels in brute force, he is not particularly fast. I still have a chance to escape before my source of energy is exhausted. As he spoke, the audience was thoroughly captivated by Lin Ran's incisive analysis. Some even began to feel the tension, as if they were living the scenario themselves. Yet at this moment, Lin Ran's gaze turned steely. But what if a third S-class powerhouse emerges from Hader? This is war. All possibilities must be considered. A ripple of concern spread through the crowd. Indeed, what would they do then? Would they truly be cornered? Some teachers speculated that Lin Ran was exaggerating. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he portrayed. However, they remained unaware that Lin Ran had once been severely wounded by a third S-class powerhouse. Moreover, this third individual was far more formidable than the other two. Years later, it was evident that Lin Ran had performed to the best of his abilities at that time. After all, even the Great Siam military was unaware that that old fellow from Hader was still alive. If the S-class were treasures of Hader, this old man was a veritable antique among them. Naturally, Lin Ran did not disclose this information, as such intelligence was classified, and he had no obligation to share it with the teachers. Li Qiushui pressed her lips together deep in thought. Subsequently, Lin Ran began to sketch on the screen. He depicted a building. Though seemingly simple, his few strokes conveyed an aura of foreboding and darkness. If I were to face the third S-class powerhouse while injured, even if I were to miraculously survive, I would surely be gravely wounded. The best course of action would be to drag my injured body to the consulate, Lin Ran noted. However, given the frequent border conflicts between Great Xia and Hader, all consulates were withdrawn many years ago. What then shall I do? As he spoke, Lin Ran circled the ominous building. Teachers, does anyone recognize this structure? He inquired with a smile. In truth, everyone present recognized it. They simply had not grasped the significance of Lin Ran's drawing at that moment. One teacher remarked, "This is the embassy of the Black Sea continent. Since that continent has not established any sovereign nations, this embassy, representing the entire Black Sea continent, is rotated among the top 30 powers and organizations on the continent." Well said, Lin Ran acknowledged. If I managed to enter this embassy, the S-class from Hader would no longer be able to pursue me. This posed a knowledge gap for the teachers present, as they were unaware of the conditions required to gain entry to the Black Sea Embassy. After all, in the minds of most, the Black Sea continent was synonymous with darkness, rife with bloodshed and chaos. Who in their right mind would willingly venture into such a perilous place? It was akin to courting death. To seek refuge at the Black Sea Embassy, certain conditions must be met. Lin Ran remarked, for instance, that in order to pass their assessment, one must serve them for a certain number of years. Another teacher rose, his words imbued with a sense of righteous indignation. So, are you prepared to sell yourself to the dark world? There will always be those who stand on the high ground of justice to condemn you. His earlier applause for Lin Ran had been sincere, yet at this moment, he clearly disagreed with Lin Ran's viewpoint. Lin Ran smiled slightly. What would you do if you were in my position? The teacher replied with pride. To reach an understanding with the monsters of the Black Sea continent and serve them is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. In comparison, I would rather die at the hands of a Hader S-class. Li Qiushui remained silent, slowly shaking her head. Lin Ran, with a semblance of a smile, asked, "Is that truly your conviction?" "Indeed, to me, nothing is more important than dignity and faith," the teacher declared earnestly. "For that, I would willingly sacrifice my life." His impassioned words, however, elicited no applause. One who has not experienced such adversity should never cast judgment on those who have. No, at this moment, nothing is more crucial than survival. Lin Ran scoffed lightly, stating, "You must understand, I've already clashed with 3 Hader S-classes and discovered their respective weaknesses. What invaluable intelligence, that is. Must I not survive to find the opportunity to relay this information back to the Great Xia?" He then turned his gaze to the teacher. If this intelligence can be successfully transmitted, it could save countless lives in the future. Do you really believe your pride and dignity outweigh such an outcome? His argument was so compelling that it left the teacher speechless, his lips moving without sound. Before he flushed and sat down, Lin Ran chuckled and then looked at Li Qiushui. "Well, my explanation concludes here. I wonder if Vice Principal Li is satisfied?" Li Qiushui approached, genuinely stating, "Teacher Lin, your performance in the first round was impeccable. There is no need for you to participate in the second round of the Source Force Practical Assessment." Lin Ran smiled. Vice Principal Li's decision is wise. It saves us both considerable time. He was utterly indifferent to the content of the second round of Source Force testing. Li Qiushui smiled unperturbed and extended her right hand. "On behalf of the Source Force Academy of Ningzhou University, I welcome your addition." Lin Ran grasped her delicate hand, its smoothness making him reluctant to let go. He smiled. "In the future, I shall endeavor to assist Vice Principal Li in her work, ensuring her days are effortless." Though this statement appeared earnest, Li Qiushui felt an inexplicable oddity. Within the Source Force Academy, the tale of a newly appointed teacher spread rapidly. In truth, to become a teacher at Ning University's Source Force Academy, one must possess considerable comprehensive qualities and professional knowledge. However, they had never anticipated that such a hellishly difficult problem could be resolved so flawlessly. He is truly remarkable. Honestly, Teacher Lin's understanding of terrain and tactics exceeds my comprehension, one teacher remarked. I never thought battles could be fought in such a manner. This teacher was undoubtedly a theoretical genius, yet there remained uncertainty about his martial prowess, as he had not undergone the second round of Source Force assessment. Leaving some wanting more, I suspect he will surely fail the second round. Vice Principal Li is evidently giving him a backdoor. Another male teacher recalled, if you observe closely, you will notice that there is not a trace of source force fluctuation emanating from Teacher Lin. No source force fluctuation. Does that mean Teacher Lin is not a martial artist? Upon this revelation, the expressions of several surrounding teachers varied between regret and disdain. Yet several others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Ran were a high-level martial artist, he would undoubtedly command greater respect. But it seems the reality is otherwise. In a world where people gather, there exists a realm of intrigue and competition. If Lin Ran were a high-tier martial artist, he would surely overshadow them all. This examination was somewhat familiar. I vaguely recall a similar incident from years past, where one of our officers annihilated an entire Hyder division. However, I just searched for relevant news, and, for some reason, those articles seem to have vanished. Indeed, there was a knife planted before the Hyder presidential office. But whose knife was it? Does the search engine hold the answer? Following the first theoretical assessment, discussion surrounding Lin Ran flourished, encompassing admiration, jealousy, ridicule, and skepticism regarding Vice Principal Li's favoritism towards him. Naturally, were this to reach Lin Ran's ears, he would earnestly deny it. Don't be absurd. I do not take a shortcut with Vice Principal Li. Meanwhile, Lin Ran had already entered Li Qiushui's office. Would you care for a drink? Li Qiushui prepared a cup of tea and placed it before Lin Ran. However, as she performed this gesture, a memory struck her of Lin Ran drinking from her cup earlier, causing her hand to pause momentarily. Lin Ran glanced at her and smiled. If Vice Principal Li no longer desires that cup, I shall keep it. Upon finishing his sentence, he retrieved the cup from his pocket. Clearly, Li Qiushui had intentionally left the cup behind at the venue. After Lin Ran had taken a sip, she had indeed resolved to no longer use it. Yes, you. It was unintentional. Lin Ran earnestly explained, I was simply parched. Your parched state? Is it truly so serious? With such a statement, it was evident Li Qiushui could no longer pursue the matter and simply replied, it's quite all right. If Teacher Lin desires it, consider it a gift. Lin Ran chuckled. Then I shall graciously accept it. However, gifting a cup to someone of the opposite sex seems to carry a rather special implication. Li Qiushui, perturbat, smilad, janli. All my friends possess cups I've given them. After saying this, she regarded Lin Ran deeply before continuing. I never anticipated that the question I posed would encounter the very subject. Encountering the subject, indeed, Lin Ran shrugged, not denying it. The world is small. Perhaps this is fate? Perhaps. She paused, her clear gaze seeming to traverse the war-torn peaks of snow-capped mountains, before settling on Lin Ran, as she softly said, Major Lin, a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 57. The Emotion of Defiance. General Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Strangely, when Li Qiushui uttered these words, her eyes felt slightly moist, perhaps due to the military's intervention. It has become nearly impossible to find Lin Ran's achievements from that time on the internet in the Great Xia. Information regarding the Snow Mountain funeral has also become scarce. Yet, it is challenging for anyone to connect the illustrious General Lin, who was posthumously honored after his heroic sacrifice, with a young man standing before her. Initially, Li Qiushui did not give it much thought. However, she now deeply regretted not having contemplated this sooner. In retrospect, when Shangguan Xingyue recommended him to her, she should have sensed something amiss. Frankly, 5 years ago, upon learning of Lin Ran's relentless pursuit of the Haidier Marine Corps and his complete annihilation of the enemy, Li Qiushui was profoundly shaken. She could not fathom how one man, armed with a mere blade, could accomplish such a daunting, nearly impossible task. What kind of willpower and combat prowess must one possess to achieve such feats within the enemy's territory of Haidier? Li Qiushui had imagined herself in that role countless times. Yet she could never arrive at the perfect answer. Thus, she had deemed this question the most challenging one in her hellish exam bank, yearning for someone to solve it. When Lin Ran finally responded at the last moment, she realized that the man standing before her, gesturing authoritatively from the podium, had indeed single-handedly ushered in a long period of stability for this northern territory. Li Qiushui had always harbored a profound sense of patriotism. Otherwise, she would not frequently lead her elite student teams to the front lines for training. Therefore, in her heart, she held nothing but admiration for the man who had once single-handedly confronted the Haidier forces. Thus, when Lin Ran, the very individual she revered, appeared before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Her subsequent decision to prevent Lin Ran from participating in the second round of the source power assessment stemmed from the belief that it was entirely unnecessary. He had already stated in the first question's hypothesis that only an S rank could accomplish such a task, and evidently, he had long surpassed that rank. Was there any point in allowing such an extraordinary warrior to partake in the second round of practical assessments? It would be a straightforward victory, unmatched and unstoppable. As Lin Ran gazed into Li Qiushui's clear eyes, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, and he said, "Qiushui, I ask you to keep this confidential." What an audacious move, addressing her so directly. Previously, he had referred to that little sister, Ningyu, in a similar manner. When interacting with an elder sister, one must never diminish oneself. Remember to cherish her as if she were a younger sibling. You should actually call me. Li Qiushui's position is somewhat elevated. She is Shangwan Xingyue's aunt. If Lin Ran had a close relationship with Shangwan, he might address her as auntie. However, upon reflection, Vice Principal Li felt it somewhat inappropriate and rephrased. "General Lin, you may call me Sister Qiushui." "No, you're not significantly older than me," Lin Ran insisted. "You will call me Lin Ran, and I shall call you Qiushui. That is settled." "Very well." Li Qiushui did not dwell on the matter too long. "Then I shall address you as Teacher Lin for now." "Suit yourself," Lin Ran chuckled. He could distinctly sense that upon realizing his identity as General Lin, Li Qiushui was grappling with complex feelings. She herself couldn't articulate where these emotions stemmed from. Perhaps admiration, perhaps regret, or maybe a tinge of instinctive concern. "Teacher Lin, I will grant you access to the Ningda Source Power Laboratory. Additionally, I believe you could attempt to teach a course on source power, given your profound understanding. The students would undoubtedly benefit greatly," Li Qiushui proposed. This was her way of soliciting Lin Ran's opinion, rather than issuing a direct command. After all, he was a hero who had once single-handedly shaken the mightier forces. "Certainly," Lin Ran replied. "I can teach 2 classes a week." "Just 2 classes a week? This teacher seems rather unmotivated." "Very well, I shall arrange an elective course for you, so the academic burden is lighter," Li Qiushui suggested, finding it acceptable. Moreover, Teacher Lin could offer guidance to the elite teams within the school. "I believe no one is more qualified than you to undertake this task." "Agreed," Lin Ran responded with a smile. After a moment, he stood and said, "It seems it is time for me to take my leave. I have a somewhat unreasonable request." Li Qiushui hesitated, biting her lip, revealing her inner turmoil. Noticing her struggle, Lin Ran smiled and said, "Qiushui, do not hold back. We are now confidants who can share secrets." "Share secrets? How shameless," she thought. Who forcibly tries to close the distance with an elder sister? However, across the globe, the dynamic between sisters and younger siblings often followed such patterns. "I do not know if this request is too much," Li Qiushui confessed, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "If you have the time, Teacher Lin, could you share the stories of your experiences on the Black Sea continent? Are you certain you wish to hear?" Lin Ran's expression suddenly turned serious. Li Qiushui hesitated. "I am, but..." Lin Ran shrugged. "Then you're in danger." "Danger? How so?" Li Qiushui was perplexed. "Indeed," Lin Ran chuckled as he walked out. "Every female who has heard my tales has become utterly captivated. That certainly does not include me," Li Qiushui retorted, shaking her head while seated on the sofa, bemused. Whether it was due to Lin Ran's identity or not, Sister Qiushui found herself unfazed by his jest. On the contrary, she began to believe that only a man of such character could accomplish the miracle of a relentless pursuit amid dire circumstances. At that moment, Li Qiushui's secretary entered. "Principal Li, Teacher Gao Bozi seems quite resentful about this matter. He just called me, adamantly opposing Teacher Lin's appointment." Teacher Gao's perspective is indeed rather short-sighted, Li Qiushui remarked, her expression cool. "Is it within his purview to determine the appointment?" "Principal Li, do you need to personally address Teacher Gao's concerns?" the secretary inquired. "Not necessary," Li Qiushui replied nonchalantly. "Teacher Gao has been working for several years. I trust he can adjust his mindset." In her view, there was no comparison between Gao Bozi and Lin Ran. A teacher who had passed the hellish assessment could hardly be challenged by someone like Gao Bozi. If forced to choose between the two, Li Qiushui wouldn't even blink. Gao Bozi was currently in a fit of rage, seated in his office, having just shattered a teacup. A male colleague across from him remarked, "Old Gao, why are you so upset over a teacher who came in through the back door?" This male teacher, Wang Haidong, primarily taught the practical application of source power. It was evident that he believed Lin Ran's absence from the second round of assessments was dubious. Do you also think he took the back door through Li Qiushui? Gao Bozi let out a cold chuckle and remarked, Vice Principal Li must have informed Lin Ran of the answers in advance. Moreover, that question was exceedingly difficult. If I were to attempt it, I would be utterly lost. How could he possibly answer it so flawlessly? Furthermore, the suggestions I previously offered in the observation hall were not without merit. Were they? The more Gao Bozi pondered, the angrier he became, and he slammed his hand on the table. How could Vice Principal Li have the audacity to expel me? Indeed, the experience of being ousted was tremendously humiliating, especially when shortly thereafter, Gao Bozi heard the sound of enthusiastic applause emanating from the observation hall, intensifying his sense of disgrace. Anyway, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Could it be that Vice Principal Li has taken a liking to this young man and has deliberately provided him with the answers, orchestrating a performance for us? Wang Haidong lowered his voice to inquire. It's not impossible. There are rumors that this young man has been seen in Vice Principal Li's car, Gao Bozi retorted, pounding his thigh with frustration, jealousy burning in his eyes. Wang Haidong smiled slightly, saying, in fact, we can certainly steer this situation in a different direction. That fellow has already been in Vice Principal Li's car. How can we possibly turn the tide? It's worth noting that in the past, no other man has ever sat in Vice Principal Li's car. Gao Bozi's eyes were filled with bitterness as he indignantly declared, I have always strived so diligently to gain Vice Principal Li's favor, yet she chooses to embarrass me with some novice who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Calm your inner fury for now. We certainly have our ways to handle this. Wang Haidong chuckled softly. All we need to do is invite him to the next practical source energy class, and then the entire school will witness this teacher's incompetence. At this point, Gao Bozi's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Old Gao, you are already at the pinnacle of C level. Perhaps within 2 years, you will ascend to the initial stage of B level. With your talent, why should you fear a pretty boy devoid of any trace of source energy fluctuations? Upon hearing these words, Gao Bozi nodded, visibly becoming invigorated. Excellent. If that's the case, Haidong, help me create an opportunity to challenge this Lin Ran. Chapter 58. What is his relationship with He Xiaoi? On the following morning, Lin Ran arrived at Ningzhou University, yet he was not assigned any specific teaching tasks. Instead, he was escorted by Secretary Li Qiushui to familiarize himself with the campus environment. The young secretary was somewhat surprised by this arrangement, as it was uncommon for a newly appointed teacher to receive such personal attention from the vice principal secretary. The campus of Ningda is quite expansive, and the secretary, in her high heels, accompanied Lin Ran for over 2 hours, her ankles beginning to ache. Clearly, she was not a martial artist. What is your name? Lin Ran inquired. Teacher Lin, my name is Ming Yihan, the secretary replied. Yihan, you have worked hard today, Lin Ran said, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a small blue glass vial, approximately 100 milliliters in size. I'm not sure how else to express my gratitude, so please accept this. Ming Yihan stood frozen, stunned by the sight of the source crystal liquid. A single vial of this precious liquid equated to nearly a month's salary for her. This teacher Lin was incredibly generous. No, I cannot accept this. It is my duty to help you familiarize yourself with the campus as instructed by Principal Li, Ming Yihan insisted, shaking her head. She was understandably hesitant, as Lin Ran's gesture was exceedingly lavish. However, he firmly placed the vial into the pocket of her blouse. But if the principal finds out, I will surely be reprimanded. She continued to protest. Yihan, just accept it. Teacher Lin is quite wealthy, a voice chimed in, turning towards the voice. They saw Li Qiushui in her black professional attire, smiling under the sunlight. The rays illuminated her, accentuating her already fair complexion and giving her an ethereal glow. In the transition from late summer to early autumn, the scene exuded a timeless beauty. Principal Li, Ming Yihan appeared somewhat flustered. Well, since Principal Li has spoken, you should accept it, Lin Ran chuckled. I have plenty more. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently showcased his financial prowess, oblivious to the potential impact of such an exhibition. Ming Yihan, her cheeks slightly flushed, said, Thank you, Teacher Lin. I will accept it, but I won't be able to accept anything in the future. She then turned to Li Qiushui, asking, So, Principal Li, may I head back now? For some reason, Ming Yihan felt like a third wheel whenever Li Qiushui was present. Li Qiushui nodded with a smile. Yes, go ahead. By the way, please arrange for 2 meal boxes to be sent to my office. I will treat Teacher Lin to lunch. This statement carried significant weight. Ming Yihan had been secretary to Li Qiushui for 3 years and had never witnessed the principal inviting another man to lunch. In fact, she rarely even acknowledged the presence of other vice principals. Who exactly is this Teacher Lin? Could he truly be Principal Li's boyfriend? All right, I will take care of that immediately, Ming Yihan responded. Oh, and one more thing, Li Qiushui suddenly recalled. This afternoon, the Student Council of a Source Energy College is recruiting new members. Make sure to oversee that everything goes smoothly. Once Ming Yihan departed, Li Qiushui turned to Lin Ran and advised Teacher Lin it would be wise to refrain from demonstrating your financial capabilities too frequently. Otherwise, I fear other young women may become infatuated with you. Secretary Ming has always been single. It is merely a small vial of source crystal liquid. To me, it is hardly a display of wealth, Lin Ran replied with a smile. Yet it is enough to daze someone, Li Qiushui remarked. In her eyes, since Lin Ran was a man of significance to Shangguan Xingyue, it was her responsibility to ensure he remained under watch. However, Li Qiushui was uncertain whether Shangguan Xingyue had meant to imply admiration or mere interest during their phone conversation. The distinction between the two seemed subtly nuanced. Shall we head to your office? Lin Ran suggested, having discerned that Li Qiushui wished to discuss matters regarding the Black Sea continent. As they walked through the campus, they attracted many curious glances. Is that the man who rode in Principal Li's car? One student inquired, her curiosity piqued. What kind of man could possibly match up to such an exceptional woman as Principal Li? This pretty boy doesn't seem particularly impressive, another remarked. You may not know, but it is rumored that Teacher Lin passed the notoriously difficult teacher qualification exam. His theoretical knowledge of source energy is exceptional. Amidst the campus chatter, little did they realize that both Lin Ran and Li Qiushui were high-level martial artists, with senses far surpassing the average person. Even from a distance, they could hear every word of the gossip surrounding them. It appears I am becoming quite famous, Lin Ran mused, a few lines of annoyance appearing on his forehead. I was hoping to keep a low profile, but this is your doing, Qiushui. You owe me. Li Qiushui chuckled lightly. In truth, many of these individuals may have watched your funeral live stream years ago. They simply do not connect the dots. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Lin Ran waved dismissively. I was rather reckless back then. Seemingly casually, Li Qiushui posed a question. If a similar situation were to arise again, would you still choose to pursue the enemy alone across great distances? When she asked this, she already anticipated the answer. After all, for some individuals, their fervor can never be extinguished. Yet, even so, the young and beautiful vice principal was still eager to hear Lin Ran's response. Of course, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his lips. I have heard that President Heidel's daughter is quite beautiful. If I were to invade their capital again, I would at least have to capture the president's daughter as a hostage. Given Lin Ran's earnest expression, it was difficult for Li Qiushui to ascertain the truth of his words. At that moment, the quartet from Dormitory 606 was preparing to enter the cafeteria. Lan Yu halted first, gazing in Lin Ran's direction. Look, who is that beside Principal Li? Is it our Lin Ran Gij? The short-haired girl, Si Anbei, clapped her hands in excitement. Yes, it is our older brother. Not yours, He Xiaoi retorted playfully. He is mine. And Mo Qingqiu chuckled, watching the radiant couple in the distance, and genuinely remarked. They seem quite well matched. My brother-in-law is certainly a better match for my sister. Do not speak nonsense, He Xiaoi said, hands on her hips. However, a hint of confusion crossed her face. But why do I see my brother-in-law and Principal Li chatting amiably, as if they have known each other for quite some time? It is normal for Lin Ran Gij and Principal Li to know each other, as they are of similar ages, Lan Yu stated. But should we go greet them? Never mind. Let us eat first, He Xiaoi decided, concerned that her dorm mates might embarrass her brother-in-law. She had intended to discreetly ask Lin Ran about it after lunch. At that moment, Lin Ran's gaze shifted towards the 4 girls, and he smiled at Li Qiushui, saying something. She nodded in response. I will head to the office and wait for you. With that, Li Qiushui walked toward the administrative building, while Lin Ran approached the 4 girls. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? He Xiaoi pouted. Her lips, even without lipstick, appeared exceptionally alluring under the sunlight. You arrived without informing me, she remarked. Lin Ran chuckled. I thought I would surprise you. What surprise? Brother Lin Ran, you must not neglect us, Lan Yusin interjected, wrapping her arms around Si Anbei and Imo Qingxiu. How about we treat you to a meal? The cafeteria's food is quite decent. No, I'll be dining in Qiu Shui's office shortly, Lin Ran replied with a smile. Oh dear, that slipped out. Qiu Shui? Is it Principal Li Qiu Shui? He Xiaoi's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother-in-law, are you that close with Principal Li? Having lunch together already? Lin Ran nodded, saying we are quite familiar. Of course, we just met yesterday, and now we're sharing secrets. Give a few more days, and we'll be inseparable. The distinctiveness of the 4 vibrant flowers drew considerable attention as Lin Ran conversed with them at the cafeteria entrance, garnering envious glances from many men. Suddenly, Lin Ran recalled something and inquired, by the way, the student council is recruiting this afternoon. Are you planning to sign up? Lan Yusin's big eyes sparkled as she tilted her head to gaze at Lin Ran. I want to hear Brother Lin Ran's opinion. He Xiaoi candidly revealed her roommate's intentions, stating, Lan Yusin, stop pretending. You clearly dragged us along to apply for the student council's administrative department, claiming that this department has a higher allocation ratio of source crystal liquid every semester. At Ningzhou University, participation in the student council could augment one's credits, which could ultimately be exchanged for source crystal liquid, making these positions highly sought after. Lin Ran smiled, dismissing Lan Yusin's hidden motives. It could be a good opportunity to gain some experience in the student council, and from what I know, Ningzhou University assigns more practical tasks to council members. Completing more tasks will also enhance your points, enabling you to exchange for source crystal liquid. Thank you, Brother Lin Ran. Lan Yusin beamed sweetly. In truth, for a girl of her age, it was rare to find peers as enchanting as Lan Yusin. Such charm was innate, not something one could learn. However, in contrast, among boys of this age, He Xiaoi was perhaps even more captivating. Her every movement exuded an irresistible aura of youthful vigor, wielding a tremendous allure. Not far away, Liang Jiaming was chatting with several classmates. He scrutinized Lin Ran momentarily and then asked, who is that man familiar with He Xiaoi? Vice President Liang. He seems to be from off-campus, replied a nearby boy. Liang Jiaming regarded Lin Ran's silhouette thoughtfully before shaking his head. Find an opportunity to inquire about his relationship with He Xiaoi. I do not wish to see such a precious gem being squandered. Chapter 59. The Vice Dean's jealousy. When Lin Ran arrived at Li Qiushui's office, 2 plates had already been set. The dishes from the staff cafeteria were rather simple. Li Qiushui removed her suit jacket, revealing a fitted black long-sleeve t-shirt underneath. The shirt clung closely to her every curve, exquisitely showcasing her proportionate figure, which could only be described as a golden ratio. Lin Ran stole a glance before quickly averting his gaze. Acknowledging her strength, he refrained from probing into her physical state with his mental focus. Observing the few dishes, which were simple yet elegant, Lin Ran took a bite and remarked, the flavors are quite delightful. It reminds me of the cuisine back in Bei. Li Qiushui sat across from him, not immediately picking up her chopsticks. Instead, she retrieved a bottle of unique liquor from Daxia hidden beneath the table. Lin Ran paused, chuckling, isn't drinking during work hours prohibited? Li Qiushui filled 2 glasses, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear and gazing intently into Lin Ran's eyes. I believe reminiscing over past experiences with a drink is rather enjoyable. Indeed, after learning Lin Ran's true identity, Li Qiushui had completely altered her perception of him. For years, she had felt a deep connection with him in her heart. Now, with his identity revealed by a twist of fate, her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her restless throughout the previous night. Lin Ran gazed deeply at Li Qiushui before saying, however, to hear my past, one must offer something in return. His eyes appeared profoundly contemplative. Li Qiushui instinctively glanced down at her attire, hesitating. That seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't he it? Lin Ran, bemused, replied, you're overthinking it. I'm not asking for anything physical. Of course, had Li Qiushui truly been willing to offer such, Lin Ran would have faced a different dilemma altogether. Realizing her overreaction, she brushed her forehead and felt her cheeks flush, then asked, what kind of price do you require? Lin Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile. You need only answer one question. The so-called price was merely a question? All right, ask away. Li Qiushui inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable uncertainty in Lin Ran's presence. She couldn't predict what provocative inquiry he might pose. He once asked for my measurements. Will he? A ludicrous thought crossed her mind. She then silently questioned herself. If he did, would she expel him or request a different question? Clearly, in the presence of this man she had long admired, Li Qiushui's demeanor was far from her usual composed self. Lin Ran, oblivious to her inner turmoil, continued. My question is, are you single? Yes, Li Qiushui responded, somewhat taken aback. The price she had to pay was just this? That's good. Lin Ran smiled. My question is complete. Now it's your turn. Is that it? Li Qiushui had expected him to ask something more personal and found herself slightly conflicted. Yet, his inquiry felt as light as a feather, lacking substantial weight. Did you anticipate I'd ask something more scandalous? Lin Ran chuckled. No, not at all. Li Qiushui blushed slightly, hastily denying it. The usually assertive vice president appeared almost bashful, akin to a shy maiden. Nevertheless, she pondered the relevance of his question regarding her relationship status. Why would it matter to him? As her thoughts ventured further, she abruptly halted, refusing to entertain the notion any longer. Allow me to propose a toast. Li Qiushui adjusted her demeanor, lifting her glass. To your past endeavors. Don't mention it. I believe if you were in my position, you would have made the same choices, Lin Ran replied, clinking glasses with her. I can discern that we are of a similar ilk. Of a similar ilk? Li Qiushui downed her drink, her gaze lowering in contemplation, seemingly mulling over Lin Ran's words. The reason my relationship with Shangguan Xingyue has been strained is due to this very reason. Lin Ran mentioned, I seldom sacrifice one aspect for the greater good, while she does the opposite. Comprehending the underlying meaning in his words, Li Qiushui interjected, she is not a heartless person. However, achieving her position at lightning speed. Do you believe it was solely due to her abilities? Lin Ran shook his head. Qiushui, you are a very pure individual. Yet the marshal you know may not embody the same qualities. In your eyes, what sort of person is Xingyue? Li Qiushui inquired. She can be cunningly clever at times, yet as cold as frost at others, Lin Ran replied, shaking his head. In short, to summarize, she is not to my taste. Li Qiushui was taken aback by the nature of their conversation. Have you considered that perhaps you could be her type? Certainly, I've contemplated that. After all, I am an idol to countless young women. Lin Ran's response astonished Li Qiushui. Winning Shangguan Xingyue's affection isn't an insurmountable task, is it? Li Qiushui's lips curved into an amused smile, her laughter ringing melodiously as she covered her mouth. It was rare for a man to elicit such joy from her, and the gentle sway of her figure was enchantingly captivating, filling the office with an exquisite ambience. At that moment, 3 knocks echoed at the door, and before Li Qiushui could invite the visitor in, the door swung open. Hearing you laugh so heartily is quite a rarity. A familiar voice resonated as a man in a deep blue casual outfit entered. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, his hair impeccably polished, contrasting sharply with Lin Ran's tousled locks. This man radiated an air of refinement, yet he was no weakling. The subtle aura of power emanating from his well-proportioned physique was palpable. Upon noticing a strange man seated opposite Li Qiushui, his expression momentarily froze, and his demeanor stiffened. Behind him, Secretary Ming Yihan followed, her face etched with clear anxiety. Principal Li, Dean Liang has returned from his business trip and wishes to. Clearly, she had been unable to prevent Dean Liang from entering. Understanding Ming Yihan's predicament, Li Qiushui rose and waved her hand. Yihan, you may continue with your tasks. Ming Yihan nodded, casting a worried glance at Lin Ran before gently closing the door behind her. Evidently, the secretary held a far more favorable impression of Lin Ran than of Dean Liang, instinctively concerned that Lin Ran might be subjected to unwelcome treatment. Qiushui, I just returned from my trip and brought you a gift. Dean Liang placed the gift box on the coffee table and turned his gaze toward Lin Ran, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossing his features before he smiled and said, This is a first encounter, rather unfamiliar, isn't it? His name is Liang Fenglong, the vice president of the Source Energy Academy. Meanwhile, in Huaihai Province, Qingzhou City, at the Mu residence, Mu Shanqing sat at his desk, his expression dark as thunderclouds. Mu Ruilin, swathed in bandages, lay on the bed opposite him, having been thrown from such a great height into the water. This E-grade scion of the Mu family had sustained multiple fractures, with a thick brace surrounding his neck. As for the three experts he had brought along, they were now rendered utterly incapacitated. Even with exorbitant expenses spent on joint replacements, they could merely manage to stand and walk, their previous prowess all but unattainable. A bunch of useless fools. Mu Shanqing's face was a portrait of fury. Lin Ran's actions were akin to a stinging slap to his face. Mu Ruelin's complexion was ashen. Third brother, you have no idea how terrifying those people are. It was like they were fighting without regard for their lives, leaving me with lasting trauma. 1 A grade and 2 B grades. Such a lineup could stride through anything. Yet you ended up like this. What good are you? A fierce glint ignited in Mu Shanqing's eyes as he slammed his palm on the table. I see that the so-called experts we have raised are merely a product of source crystal liquid, having seen far too little real combat. According to Mu Ruelin's assessment, that group of young bandits should not have been particularly strong, yet their wealth of battle experience had allowed them to overpower the 3 experts of the Mu family. But where had these individuals emerged from? Were they truly from the infamous Cayman prison in the Black Sea continent? Within the intricate world of the Great Xia, Mu Shanqing was not well versed in the affairs of that dark land. He had only vaguely heard the name Cayman prison, completely oblivious to the might and organizational structure it possessed. They call themselves city hunters from Cayman prison, Mu Ruelin remarked. We must not confront such a dark force. They are dreadful, capable of heart extraction and annihilating entire clans. Heart extraction, annihilating entire clans. It was uncertain where Mu Ruelin had gleaned such rumors. But if these allegations were true, then was this indeed the Black Sea continent? It seemed akin to a gate to demons. Nonsense. Mu Shanqing retorted angrily. You fool, can you cease uttering such brainless words? He then composed himself, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes as he declared, regardless of whether they truly hail from Cayman prison or merely seeking to flaunt their false prowess. The Mu family need not engage directly. In any case, relay this information to Huang Yunpeng of Tianping Mountain, and let this elder brother devise a way to rid himself of the green hat atop his head. Ha ha. Chapter 60. Is drinking with me really that dull? Li Qiushui serves as the vice president of Ningzhou University and concurrently the dean of the Source Power Academy. Thus, from a hierarchical perspective, Liang Fenglong is considered Li Qiushui's subordinate. Before Li Qiushui's rise to prominence, Liang Fenglong was the most promising candidate to succeed as the dean of the Source Power Academy, particularly at the age of 40, which is still regarded as relatively young and vigorous. Among the mid-level staff at Ningzhou University, Vice Dean Liang was undoubtedly the most prominent figure. However, after Li Qiushui emerged, Liang Fenglong did not exhibit any overt jealousy. Instead, he cooperated with the young and attractive superior, completing any tasks assigned to him smoothly, at least on the surface, without causing any trouble. Nevertheless, it soon became evident to many that Liang Fenglong's cooperation was driven by ulterior motives. He sought to win over Vice President Li, aiming to possess this extraordinary woman as his own. Although Liang Fenglong had yet to confess his feelings, his intentions were painfully apparent to those around him. At that moment, it was clear that Liang Fenglong was in a foul mood. It was the first time he had witnessed Li Qiushui laughing and conversing with another man so joyfully. The key point was that her laughter seemed genuinely heartfelt, something Liang Fenglong had never observed in her presence before. Previously, Li Qiushui had maintained a distant demeanor towards him, limiting their interactions to mere colleagues. As Liang Fenglong contemplated this, his gaze fell upon 2 wine glasses on the table. He thought to himself, have they begun drinking together in the office? Li Qiushui stood up and introduced, this is Teacher Lin Ran, who just joined us yesterday after passing a rigorous assessment. Passed a rigorous assessment? Liang Fenglong, having just returned from a business trip, was unaware of this development. He scrutinized Lin Ran with a discerning eye and then smirked. Teacher Lin truly is an impressive young talent. His smile, however, was merely a subtle sneer, projecting an air of condescension. Lin Ran humbly replied, thank you for the compliment, Vice Dean Liang. He put particular emphasis on the title Vice Dean. Before arriving here, Lin Ran had familiarized himself with the key leaders of the Source Power Academy. Liang Fenglong's gaze flickered to the bottle of wine on the table, his expression darkening imperceptibly before he remarked, it seems President Li holds Teacher Lin in high regard. But I'm curious, did Teacher Lin pass the second round of the rigorous practical assessment as well? In truth, Liang Fenglong sincerely believed that the practical segment was exceedingly challenging. If Lin Ran had indeed succeeded, he would have to re-evaluate this young educator entirely. However, Li Qiushui's subsequent answer ignited a furious response within Liang Fenglong. Vice Dean, it's like this. Teacher Lin did not participate in the second round of the practical assessment. Li Qiushui explained coolly. I granted special permission. Upon hearing this, Liang Fenglong's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening instantly. Perhaps sensing that such a look was inappropriate, he forced a smile and asked, why is that? President Li has never been one to grant favors. His words, veiled with sarcasm, effectively labeled the situation as unjust. Teacher Lin's performance in the first round was exceptionally outstanding. Far exceeding my expectations, Li Qiushui replied with an indifferent expression. Thus, in my view, there was no need for him to participate in the second round. I see. Liang Fenglong responded with a slight nod, though it was evident that Li Qiushui's reasoning failed to convince him. In fact, it only fueled his internal fury. The atmosphere in the office soon became unbearably tense. Noticing that Li Qiushui remained silent, her gaze directed at him with an unmistakable hint of displeasure. He sensed he had displeased her. He shook his head and said, Qiushui, the ornaments I bought for you are quite rare. You can display them in your office as decoration. After saying this, he turned to leave. Thank you, Vice Dean, Li Qiushui replied coolly. This was not the first time Liang Fenglong had given her gifts, and in the past she had attempted to return them, only for him to refuse. After tonight, these gifts would likely end up in the university's waste disposal site. Lin Ran chuckled and suggested, Vice Dean Liang, why not stay for a meal? Just the two of us drinking together with President Li can be rather dull. Drinking together can be dull? This felt like a stab to Liang Fenglong's heart. Upon hearing this, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Enraged, he retorted, No need for that, Teacher Lin. Please drink a bit more on my behalf. With that, he stormed out. However, just as he reached the door, Liang Fenglong turned back and said, Teacher Lin, if you pass the first round of the rigorous theoretical assessment, it indicates your practical skills are formidable. Next time in the practical class, let us have a friendly spar. He emphasized the word spar heavily. Without waiting for Lin Ran's response, he slammed the door shut. Lin Ran glanced at Li Qiushui and shrugged. It seems I've already made an enemy of a vice dean shortly after starting my position. Li Qiushui smiled slightly. Would you mind? Yet, Lin Ran's answer took her by surprise. Of course I mind. After all, I am just a powerless, lowly teacher, he said innocently. Since I've become your shield, you should compensate me. That has nothing to do with me. I am not responsible, Li Qiushui quickly retorted, effectively silencing him. She then walked to the table, poured wine into Lin Ran's glass, and said, Now, I must ask you a question. What question? Li Qiushui downed her drink and looked at Lin Ran. You just told Liang Fenglong that drinking with me is rather dull. After Liang Fenglong left, he found it increasingly impossible to suppress the anger boiling within him. He made his way directly to Ming Yihan's office and coldly inquired, Secretary Ming, what is the story with that Teacher Lin? Ming Yihan clearly felt intimidated by Liang Fenglong. After a moment of hesitation, she responded, Vice Dean, Teacher Lin is quite exceptional. He performed perfectly in the rigorous assessment yesterday, even earning applause from the audience. I'm not asking about that. Liang Fenglong's voice rose, his eyes seething with suppressed anger. What I want to know is the nature of Lin Ran's relationship with President Li. Why do they appear so close? Ming Yihan clasped her hands together. Carefully considering her words before replying, Teacher Lin possesses extensive theoretical knowledge of source power, and I believe President Li was discussing source power-related matters with him. Liang Fenglong adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze flashing ominously. Huh, discussing source power theory? Laughing so joyfully in broad daylight while drinking? Ming Yihan realized that no explanation would suffice and simply stated, Vice Dean, I am also unaware of the specific details. I apologize. Liang Fenglong narrowed his eyes. Secretary Ming, should Teacher Lin visit President Li's office again, please inform me. Having spoken, he turned abruptly and departed. His steps hurried, as if he were eager to vent the fury that simmered within him. Ming Yihan pouted in the direction of Liang Fenglong's retreating figure and huffed. Why should I tell you? As she uttered these words, her hand instinctively slipped into her pocket, clutching a small vial that shimmered with a crystalline blue light. Upon returning to his office, Liang Fenglong hurled his coat onto the sofa with vigor and summoned his secretary. Is it true that a newly appointed teacher passed the hellish mode assessment yesterday? He inquired. The secretary, Qiu Dong, who had been by Liang Fenglong's side for several years, nodded and replied, "Indeed, Dean Liang. I even went to the observation hall to witness the entire process of Teacher Lin's assessment. His understanding of source power and practical combat is truly astonishing." What puzzled Xiaodong was why Dean Liang appeared so unhinged today. His bloodshot eyes and stern demeanor clearly indicated that his anger still lingered. Who had provoked him? Could it be that new Teacher Lin? During the entrance examination, the observation was open to all. Why had he never heard of such a precedent before? Liang Fenglong narrowed his eyes. Xiaodong could only respond. The specific reasons are unclear. Before the assessment commenced, Principal Li personally called to announce that observation would be permitted. Very well. Recall the entire process of yesterday's events in detail and recount it to me. Liang Fenglong's gaze was heavy with seriousness. Make sure there are no omissions. Despite his relentless pursuit of Li Qiushui, Liang Fenglong did not believe she could elude his grasp. However, the sudden emergence of a young man had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. After listening to Xiaodong recount the details of Lin Ran's assessment, Liang Fenglong fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The response was flawless, so perfect it borders on the unreal. He had previously gathered some insight into the hellish question bank personally established by Li Qiushui. Had he answered himself, he would likely not have scored even half of Lin Ran's marks. When he heard Li Qiushui announce that Lin Ran was exempt from the second round of assessments and could directly assume his position, Liang Fenglong slammed his hand on the table in frustration. This is all too conspicuous, he bellowed. This observation was clearly orchestrated to build momentum for Lin Ran. Those questions were exceedingly difficult. How could he achieve such perfection? They must have colluded beforehand. The source power within him began to surge, revealing his inability to contain his emotions. Lin Ran exhibited no fluctuations in source power whatsoever. Li Qiushui knew he could never pass the second round of practical assessments, which is why she announced his exemption. At this juncture, Liang Fenglong roared, "Xiaodong," before the end of the workday. Ensure that all of Lin Ran's information is placed on my desk. Chapter 61. Forgive me. In the afternoon, the student council was recruiting new members. The 4 brilliant flowers of room 606 had all signed up, eager to contest for positions in the administration department of the student council, much to Liang Jiaming's delight. He personally participated in the interview process. Seated with a composed demeanor at the podium, Liang Jiaming was flanked by 2 ministers from the administration department, creating an impressive atmosphere. "Chairman Liang, it's almost time for the 4 young ladies," one of the ministers remarked while perusing the roster. "Should we have them interview one by one, or all at once?" Liang Jiaming smiled knowingly. "Let them come in together. After all, I never intended to eliminate them. If we could recruit all 4 of them into the student council, it would certainly create a dazzling sight with them by my side. Chairman, you've always been single. Are you considering resolving your personal matters within the student council this time?" Another vice minister teased. "Such matters rely on fate," Liang Jiaming replied with a smile, his eyes betraying more than his words suggested. It was rumored that once Chairwoman Zijin graduated, Liang Jiaming would ascend to the position of the student council's president, leading to a frenzy among the younger female students vying for his attention. "Let us not speak of that," Liang Jiaming said, waving his hand modestly. "Though my uncle is the vice president of the Source Energy Academy, I cannot take advantage of that. There are many exceptional talents at the academy, and it remains uncertain who will succeed the presidency." It turned out that Vice President Liang Fenglong was indeed Liang Jiaming's uncle. However, despite his outward modesty, Liang Jiaming was inwardly confident that the presidential position was already his for the taking. From the conversation among these individuals, it became evident that the student council at this prestigious university was a microcosm of society, and even a renowned institution like Ning University was not exempt from such dynamics. Soon, the 4 flowers of room 606 entered the room. "Please take a seat, ladies," said Lu Ziyu, the vice minister of the administration department, who had just entered his sophomore year. "Allow me to introduce you to our student council's vice chairman, Liang Jiaming, and our administration department head, Zhao Mogan." However, Lu Ziyu failed to notice the subtle furrow of Liang Jiaming's brow at the mention of the title vice chairman. Yet, in front of the beautiful young ladies, Liang Jiaming maintained a charming demeanor. "Welcome, ladies. Since you have applied for the administration department, please introduce yourselves briefly," he encouraged, as he had already decided to accept these 4 young women. Today's interview was merely a formality. and Liang Jiaming also sought to establish a commanding presence to ensure compliance from these ladies in the future. I am Lan Yusin, 19 years old. Applying to join the administration department, one began. I am Xian Bei. If I join, I will serve my fellow students diligently, another stated. I am Mo Qingxiu from Jiangnan. Hoping to gain more opportunities for growth within the student council, the third introduced herself. Lastly, He Xiaoi hesitated, somewhat taken aback by Liang Jiaming's underlying intensity, but eventually said, I am He Xiaoi, from Bayan. Their introductions collectively took less than a minute. Lu Ziyu frowned. Is that all? Your introductions are rather brief. He had hoped for more information from their responses, but now felt disappointed. Liang Jiaming's expression mirrored that disappointment. Zhao Mogan, seeing this, lightly tapped the table and coldly remarked, You really don't understand the rules. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoi raised her eyebrows and directly inquired, May I ask, Minister Zhao, how exactly do we not understand the rules? Zhao Mogan chuckled sarcastically. Not once have I heard you say hello, seniors. Not to mention that Chairman Liang is present. If you cannot even demonstrate basic courtesy, how do you expect to join the administration department? His remarks served dual purposes, to flatter Liang Jiaming and to assert authority. After all, if these young ladies were allowed to enter the student council too easily, they might not comply as desired. Thus, he felt compelled to establish his dominance from the outset. However, the four ladies from room 606 were not easily intimidated. He Xiaoi retorted, So, is it sufficient to be polite and obedient to gain a position? Zhao Mogan believed He Xiaoi was beginning to understand and smiled slightly. That depends on your performance and whether it aligns with the seniors' expectations. Align with expectations? Liang Jiaming nodded with a smile. Joining the student council and becoming an officer will be beneficial for you. After all, accumulating enough credits can be exchanged for source crystal liquid, and within the student council, there are ample opportunities to earn credits with good performance. This was clearly an invitation to the four ladies of room 606. Yet, Liang Jiaming failed to notice that among them sat two D-class and one C-class student. He Xiaoi shrugged. Then what exactly do these student council officers do? With that, she turned to her roommates. I'm not participating anymore. Mo Qingxiu and Xian Bei had already stood up as well. Among the four, Liang Jiaming favored He Xiaoi the most. Her features and demeanor perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences. In this situation, he could not possibly allow her to leave. Xiaoi, have you thought this through? Once you step through that door, there will be no turning back, Liang Jiaming said calmly. At Ning University's Source Energy Academy, there are no opportunities for regret. As he spoke, Liang Jiaming began to exude an imposing presence. The waves of source energy began to emanate clearly from him. Had it been another new student, the pressure of this source energy would have likely caused them to pale in fear. However, to Liang Jiaming's surprise, the four beautiful young ladies from room 606 displayed no signs of trepidation. Their faces remained composed. I don't regret, He Xiaoi declared, standing resolutely against the pressure as she approached the door and grasped the handle. In truth, she was feeling quite uncomfortable. Being the only one among them without martial arts training, He Xiaoi was nonetheless managing to endure Liang Jiaming's pressure, maintaining her posture and composure. An impressive feat indeed. However, when He Xiaoi attempted to pull the door open, it wouldn't budge. Liang Jiaming, watching her struggle, smirked, Xiaoi, don't waste your efforts. I had the door locked the moment you entered. The student council is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Why would you do that? He Xiaoi coldly questioned. This is illegal confinement. Liang Jiaming gazed at this bold young lady who dared to challenge him, growing increasingly fond of her. He smiled and replied, What confinement? This is a school. How could I possibly engage in such outrageous behavior? Meanwhile, Zhao Mogan coldly interjected. This is to teach you that defying seniors comes with consequences. Today, if you do not show sincerity in your apology, you shall not leave this classroom. Show sincerity in an apology? The vice minister, Lu Ziyu, concurred. Of course, whether this sincerity is sufficient is up to our vice chairman Liang to decide. He secretly added in his heart, naturally, it would be even better if sincerity could be demonstrated physically. The trio on stage possessed considerable experience in this regard. Xian Bei clenched her fists, her small face flushed with anger. You are deliberately making it difficult for us. This is not about making it difficult. It is the unspoken rule of our student council, a means to help you comprehend society sooner, Liang Jiaming remarked with a slight smile. The more mature Lan Yusin remained seated, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After hearing the three seniors' remarks, she glanced down at her own curves, then smiled lightly, pulling the wide neckline of her t-shirt aside, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair shoulders. This seemingly enticing gesture caused Liang Jiaming to falter. The aura he had just exuded dissipated in an instant. Biting her lip lightly, Lan Yusin asked, "Seniors, what do you think of my sincerity?" As she adjusted her neckline, the curves of her upper body tightened, undoubtedly leaving any less resolute young man dry-mouthed at the sight. Liang Jiaming's gaze roamed unabashedly over Lan Yusin. "You are quite considerate. Junior, you have already demonstrated your sincerity, but it is still insufficient. Is showing my shoulders not enough sincerity?" Lan Yusin replied without a hint of anger, a playful smile on her lips. "Then according to your suggestion, what more should I reveal to convey my sincerity?" Her question was remarkably direct. Moreover, she spoke without a hint of embarrassment, her eyes even sparkling with anticipation. Liang Jiaming chuckled in satisfaction. "That depends not on me, but rather on how much sincerity you are willing to reveal. The more sincerity you show, the more clothing you should remove. That is the unspoken rule." It must be said, Lan Yusin possessed a beguiling charm that belied her age, a potent allure that left Liang Jiaming utterly flustered. The student council vice-chairman smiled faintly. Turning to He Xiaoyi, "Xiaoyi, your roommate is quite adept. What about you? Shouldn't you also exhibit some sincerity?" He Xiaoyi responded with a laugh, though her smile bore a hint of coldness. "Thank you, Senior Liang, for allowing me to witness the true face of the Ning University Student Council in advance." She then winked at Lan Yusin. "Yusin, you might want to put your clothes back on. Qingxiu has captured everything." Indeed, previously, Liang Jiaming and his companions were so engrossed in the beauty of the four freshmen that they failed to notice the quiet Jiangning girl had activated the camera on her smartwatch. Lan Yusin's action of tugging at her shirt was merely a trap to ensnare them. In a society where the status of Source Force practitioners was rising, many unspoken rules were quietly evolving. Especially for practitioners, as their status elevated, the invisible benefits they could enjoy multiplied. Liang Jiaming, being a Source Force practitioner, had adeptly navigated the realm of enticing young women over the years. Due to his status, many girls gravitated towards this vice-chairman, seeking the so-called protection and sense of security. However, he did not anticipate that these four new freshmen would be impervious to such tactics. Instead of intimidating them, he inadvertently stepped into the trap they had set. Observing the fury on Liang Jiaming's face, Lan Yusin beamed with delight. She adjusted her t-shirt, concealing the fair glow of her shoulders. "My apologies, senior brothers. I did not realize your resolve was so feeble." Lan Yusin was evidently in high spirits, still smiling, with a faint allure glimmering in her eyes. Seeing her smile, Liang Jiaming's anger surged, and the expressions of the other two ministers darkened to the extreme. "Outrageous! This is Ningzhou University. Do you truly believe a few freshmen can outsmart us?" Minister Zhao Mo's voice thundered, his aura radiating with impending confrontation. He Xiaoyi shot him a glance, coldly retorting, "So you do remember this is Ningzhou University? I thought it was your playground for mischief." Liang Jiaming's gaze swept over the faces of the girls. He could certainly sense their uniqueness, yet he could not pinpoint the reason behind it. "Hand over the video. Do not mistake my patience for weakness," Liang Jiaming warned coldly. "Otherwise, you shall not leave this room. Is that so?" He Xiaoyi smiled. "Perhaps it won't be long before you find yourself begging us to leave." Indeed, in dormitory 606, aside from He Xiaoyi, who was somewhat weaker in combat, the other three girls were unperturbed by the seniors before them. After stating this, He Xiaoyi and her three companions returned to the center of the classroom. "They were not leaving. I offered you an opportunity, but alas, you squandered it." Liang Jiaming sneered. "From today forward, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate your next 4 years at Ningzhou University." His eyes darkened with menace. "I will make your lives miserable until you are begging for my forgiveness." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the classroom. "Is that true?" Chapter 62. Who dares to harm my sisters? Is that truly so? The voice seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. Yet this classroom was sealed, leaving one to wonder who was speaking. Even if the sound came from outside, why was it so crisp and clear, as if resonating directly in everyone's ears? It dawned on Zhao Mogan that this was a voice transmitted by source energy. His heart quivered involuntarily. However, As his gaze swept over the faces of the four beautiful junior sisters, his heart sank, for their expressions were etched with ease, joy, and surprise. Clearly, they recognized the speaker. Who speaks? Liang Jiming bellowed. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded. The locked classroom door was violently kicked open from the outside. In fact, the entire door frame was shattered. Hurtling towards the podium, Zhao Mogan bore the brunt, struck directly by the flying door, although he had sensed something was amiss. The door's speed was so swift that he had no chance to defend himself. Bang! Zhao Mogan was propelled several meters, crashing heavily against the wall on the opposite side of the classroom. Blood streamed from his head. Liang Jiaming, reacting relatively quickly, rolled off the podium. Who dares? How audacious! Liang Jiaming shouted, causing a ruckus during the student council's recruitment. Do you not wish to remain at this school? However, Liang Jiaming soon recognized a somewhat familiar figure. It was Lin Ran, the very man he had encountered earlier at the cafeteria entrance. At that time, Liang Jiaming had intended to investigate Lin Ran's background to prevent him from approaching He Xiaoyi. I just heard someone plans to torment my sister, to make her cry and plead for forgiveness. Lin Ran's cold smile accompanied his words as he carelessly tossed two individuals into the room. These two were the very guards Liang Jiaming had stationed at the entrance, now rendered unconscious. Brother-in-law, He Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly. You've injured so many. What exactly do you intend to do? Liang Jiaming, after the initial chaos, had regained his composure. Because numerous students had gathered in the nearby teaching area for the student council's recruitment. Many had felt something was amiss when Liang Jiaming had locked the door tight during the interview. Lin Ran's forceful entrance had certainly piqued their curiosity. What do I intend to do? Lin Ran stepped forward, his voice laced with icy disdain. I wish to see you weep and plead for forgiveness. Lu Ziyu, eliminate him. Liang Jiaming commanded his deputy, determined to uphold the dignity of the student council. The former president, Zhao Mogan, was now dazed and bleeding, momentarily unable to summon any fighting spirit. Lu Ziyu, eager for an opportunity to play the sycophant, rushed towards Lin Ran and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lin Ran's head. Clearly, these student council members from Ning University were accustomed to their arrogance, as evidenced by their swift, practiced movements, suggesting they were no strangers to violence. Yet, the four beauties from room 606 showed no sign of worry. With their formidable abilities, they could discern Lin Ran's strength from a mere act of kicking down the door. He Xiaoyi was even less concerned, having witnessed Lin Ran in action firsthand. Her brother-in-law was a legend in Bayan. Outside the classroom, nearly 100 onlookers hesitated to intervene. The moment Lu Ziyu's fist was thrown, a blood-curdling scream echoed. The spectators felt their scalps tingle with dread. The one screaming was not Lin Ran, but Lu Ziyu, the deputy minister. At that moment, Lin Ran had seized Lu Ziyu's fist, and his arm twisted at a grotesque angle. The sound of bone snapping resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Ah, it hurts. Lu Ziyu's cold sweat drenched his back, his face flushed, showcasing his extreme agony. Is it your intention to wield power over freshmen merely because you hold a position in the student council? Lin Ran stated calmly, showing no intention of releasing his grip. After speaking, he struck Lu Ziyu in the ribs. This punch was not delivered with full force by Lin Ran, yet for Lu Ziyu, it was akin to an unbearable weight. The sound of cracking ribs echoed, and Lu Ziyu's body convulsed violently. Intense pain surged through his mind, leaving him nearly blacking out. The students observing were astonished. This seemingly delicate man, Lin Ran, was shockingly ruthless. They understood that Source Energy warriors possessed incredibly resilient muscles and bones, making it nearly impossible to break their bones with mere simple strikes. Clearly, Lin Ran's strength dwarfed that of Lu Ziyu. If my next strike lands in the same place, your broken ribs will pierce your organs. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, stating coldly, either kneel and beg for forgiveness or endure another blow. Damn it! Lu Ziyu grunted through gritted teeth, suppressing his agony. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Lin Ran shook his head, his gaze frosty, delivering another punch to the same spot. Lu Ziyu's eyes rolled back, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth, indicating he had sustained severe internal injuries. He's killed. He's killed. Liang Jiaming roared at the students outside. Did you not see him commit murder? Hurry and call for security. At Liang Jiaming's shout, some students dashed off to summon help. To these freshmen, it appeared that regardless of right or wrong, lives were at stake. Having just stepped out of the high school environment, they were oblivious to the brutal realities of the warrior world. Can't you tell if he's dead? Lin Ran squinted at Liang Jiaming, his tone chilling. Feeling the weight of Lin Ran's imposing presence, Liang Jiaming felt a twinge of fear. Yet, recollecting his connections within the school, he relaxed slightly and retorted mockingly, "This is Ning University. No matter who you are, if you injure a student council member here, the school will not let you off the hook. Moreover, my uncle is the vice dean." Upon hearing this, some students began to cast sympathetic glances at Lin Ran. Though Liang Fenglong had been cooperative before Li Qiushui, his methods were quite domineering, and many freshmen had heard of him. Since Liang Jiaming was the nephew of Liang Fenglong, the situation seemed to tilt unfavorably for Lin Ran. Lin Ran paid no heed to Liang Jiaming's taunts. Instead, he cast a cold glance at the students outside, his voice icy. In truth, today serves as a crucial lesson. Observe whom you choose to stand with, justice or authority. What use is justice? It depends on who holds the power. Liang Jiaming's smile bore a hint of malevolence as he cast a glance at Xiaoyi, saying, "And you, instructing your classmates to surreptitiously record the senior. Do not worry. In the coming years, your life will indeed become unbearable." His words were laden with threats, causing the gaze of some freshmen towards Liang Jiaming to shift. After all, Xiaoyi was exceptionally beautiful. Who would wish to witness such a delicate flower being bullied? Liang Jiaming's sinister grin was now a source of nausea. For years, if I were in your position, I certainly would not speak so presumptuously. Lin Ran retorted with scorn. Do you truly believe I would grant you years to torment my sister? With that, Lin Ran stepped forward, extending his hand towards Liang Jiaming. You seek death, Liang Jiaming roared, unleashing his internal power as he swung a punch in retaliation. The force of the strike reverberated through the classroom, leaving many with ringing ears, utterly discomfort. Could such a blow truly kill someone? The faces of several freshmen paled at the thought. Liang Jiaming's position as the vice president of the student council lent him considerable authority in terms of strength. However, to everyone's astonishment, the next moment, Liang Jiaming's fist was seized by none other than Lin Ran. Liang Jiaming's fist was ensnared as if caught in an iron grip, rendering it immobile. The fierce gust of force generated by his strike suddenly dissipated into silence. Liang Jiaming attempted to pull back, but to no avail. He growled, swinging his left fist towards Lin Ran, demanding, "Release me." Yet before his fist could reach Lin Ran, the latter raised his hand high. Lin Ran's right hand descended heavily upon Liang Jiaming's face. The sharp, resounding slap reverberated, shaking the eardrums of all present. Following the strike, Liang Jiaming's body was sent tumbling several meters, crashing against the classroom window with a resounding smash. Glass shattered everywhere, creating a cacophony of sound. Was he flung out? At this moment, half of the vice president's face bore a distinct bloody handprint, and his cheek was swollen. What good is your might? A mere slap can incapacitate you. Liang Jiaming lay on the ground, dazed from the blow, and as he opened his mouth, several bloodied teeth fell out. His molars had been completely shattered by Lin Ran's strike, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Lin Ran approached Liang Jiaming, pulling him up from the floor and stating, "Ultimately, you must pay for your arrogance and recklessness." Liang Jiaming gazed at Lin Ran, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and dread. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Lin Ran struck again. The force sent Liang Jiaming spinning, propelling him through the already shattered window and landing him several meters away on the plaza below. He struggled several times but could not rise, feeling as though his entire body was unresponsive. At that moment, Liang Jiaming failed to comprehend that Lin Ran's previous slap had severed all flow of his internal energy. The combat techniques of high-level martial artists are unfathomable to ordinary practitioners. Lin Ran exited the classroom, casting a blank stare at Liang Jiaming before turning to the freshmen, calmly stating, "You are all destined to become martial artists. You should ponder what burdens a martial artist ought to bear.